Year 77, Month 10. Laufen, Jura, Bell, Emile, Lausanne, even Wallen, Brislech came back. They meet in the main room in the secret hideout, seated in a circle. I called everyone here to discuss the announcement from the High Council. Jura starts their meeting. The High Council announced the arrangement a day ago, after formalizing the necessary amendments to their rules and laws to incorporate the existence of the new positions and institutions. How could we not? Wallen shrugs. Everyone in my workplace is talking about it and asking me whether I get anything. Jura sighs. First of all, you might have heard the story, but let's just go through why this is happening. Tree has decided that he wants a larger role in the affairs of New Frika, since Tree has been tangled in multiple battles due to New Frika's hostile relationship with Sala, and providing free protection without compensation or representation isn't what Tree considers to be an ideal arrangement. This will give Tree the greater ability to choose the battles it fights and avoids those it doesn't want to participate in. But isn't that what tree spirits do? Brislech asks. Tree spirits raised by elves protect their cities and capitals. Are they not benevolent spirits of the earth that protects the inhabitants and their surroundings? That's a story often passed down, but the truth is not so simple. We do not know what price does the elven nations pay to their tree spirits in order to obtain their assistance. If there are, I would think they are secrets of the kings and the royal court. Perhaps the tree spirits of those nations owe the elves some kind of favor too. We cannot use the charity of other tree spirits as an expectation of Tree's demands and conduct. The other elves nod, prompting Jura to continue. A healthy ecosystem must have everyone playing their part. A new Frika that does not contribute back to the system is not productive to the entire valley. Ecosystem. Yeah, a word from Tree. It means the system of how each individual and creature in the valley interacts with each other. An awkward pause. Back to the announcement. Tree decided to appoint me Supreme Council, and Laufen as Vice Council of the newly set up Valtrian Order. Now, what this means is that both of us are now part of the High Council of New Frika. Some of them say it's a power grab. Wallen voices out the rumors from the ground. There's plenty other such thoughts and rumors passing around. In some ways it is. Jura nods. Fact is, a third of all tax collected are now under our control, and so is a third of the militia. A skeleton group of administrative staff and treasury has been assigned to assist the Valtrian Order as well. And that is a heavy burden we now have to bear to fulfill Tree. Another moment of silence as everyone digests the meaning of this change. It's big, since the 7 of them are named as the selected, special individuals that Tree has commanded to be specially protected. In time, this may mean having guards assigned to each of them. Any thoughts? Wallen grumbles Uncle Jura. To be honest, I don't really care what Tree wants to do. I am trying to move on, actually. We lived years under the Tree's care and protection, like refugees, like war victims, and now there is a town that springs up next to Frika, one of non-humans like us, that we can return and now live a life as regular people again. A life similar to the past before all this destruction. I even have a job now and friends. Jura pauses and he looks at Wallen. Tree. But before Jura could continue his response, Wallen already continued. I understand that all this is actually possible because Tree's presence and protection of New Frika. But this pronouncement does make our life a little bit more complicated. I understand. After living so long in the shadows of war, all of us would really cherish these moments of normalcy. I would like to continue having anormal like everyone else. Live a life in a town, work being a part of the ruling elite is something that never crossed my mind. Wallen and Brislech moved to New Frika to work and live some time ago, and frankly I can see why. It's disruptive for the life you've tried to rebuild in New Frika, but please bear with us. There's bigger things at play here. Jura nods. I'll try not to disrupt your life as much as we can, so you can still live some of that normal life. But things will change and not everything will remain normal. Wallen sighs. I suppose that will be all I can ask. It's Brislech's turn to speak. We're going to be special, isn't it? Laufen nods. Yes, a strange twist of fate, but we are now a special group in this valley. Well, with some reluctance, the 7 elves accepted their fate. The announcement was rather confusing to the populace of New Frika, but to most of them, it's something they soon forgot since reorganizations at the top happen frequently, and for refugees who lived through changes of power, such things are common. Every time a king changes, there's bound to be some restructuring. So the new organization of the season is the Valtrian Order. That's the name I came up with, just a combination of the words valley and tree. A few days later, greetings. The exiled wizard of Baruch visits the inner courtyard of my main tree, surprising Jura who's taking a rest, a little overwhelmed from the sudden influx of matters requiring his attention. Ah, Wizard Madius, I hear that you are hiring Supreme Council. The wizard smiles and bows. Jura coughs at the title and the bow. Perhaps the wizard is mocking him. Ah yes, well good. Allow me to get to the point. I would like to offer my services to the tree spirit. Jura coughs quite hard and I think he's choking. After a few coughs, he recovers and looks into the wizard's eyes. Surely you jest. No, I mean it. I would like to offer my services to the tree spirit in the Valtrian Order, and it's something I've been thinking for days since I found about the whole Valtrian Order's setup. Jura could not answer, so he just pauses. Accepted. I didn't let Jura say more. I do have need for a mage's services, so the fact that he comes and offers it is very much welcome. Whether he has the right motives, that can be sorted out later. As it is, I needed someone as a counterpoint to Alexis, to share knowledge of the magics from a different source, and Alexis, as a foreign hero, lacks the nuts and bolts of magic, since her power over magic is likely to be innate, something of a gift arising from her cheap power. A regular mage like Mattias would likely have a more robust understanding of basic magic, as he has to explore it in bits and pieces since young. The wizard staggers back, not spoken to me telepathically before. Apologies. It is just a surprise to hear the voice in my head, so this is what Ivan and the counselors hear when they speak of the tree spirit. Welcome, wizard. We have much to speak about. Jura, can you please summon the captains of the existing Valtrian Order? I wish to speak to them later. Jura nods and leaves, his cape fluttering as he walks. He has a special uniform made for him, one that identifies him as Supreme Council, and everywhere he goes, a few of the Valtrian guards would accompany him. There would be plans for a new set of uniforms for the Valtrian guards, but that is a lesser priority, so for now their uniform remain as it was. So, wizard, I believe your name is Mattias. He nods. All right. Mattias, welcome to the team, and first of all, as a tree who doesn't get to go out much, my knowledge about the wider world is really limited. So tell me, what do you know about the wider world and heroes? And of that void magic the princess encountered? He pauses and stops. That's a lot to go through, but are you referring to my research back in Baruch? That would be a good place to start. I lead him, using the vines, to one of the subsidiary tree's external rooms. Since some of the elves moved out, it has been repurposed into more of a study for Lausanne. She's out now, so we can use it. I'm hoping to make a library here someday. Back then, I am researching on the magics of the heroes, so I collected various books and writings left by the heroes of the past. One of such items is the mad hero, Arsene Amir, which obsessed on summoning more of his friends. May I ask why? The king's curious about the origins of their power. By discovering how they are summoned, perhaps we could glean a hint. Oh, kings, in the case of the High King of Baruch, is a very old man. He is close to a 100 this year, so he has met many generations of heroes who went on to slay the demon kings. When he was only a teenager, he met a hero who appeared in the Baruch, freshly summoned by the gods. Our king offered him shelter and spoke to him at length, and came to understand that the heroes all come from another world way unlike our own. But at the back of his mind, he really wanted to know where the hero's power comes from, and just whether there's a way to gain that power for himself. Well, okay. The High King of Baruch just kind of went up in the list of threats, but somehow the wizard still talks of him rather reverentially. Well, the hero didn't know much, only knew that each of the gods give a few heroes their blessing, and as such that generation there were 10 of them scattered throughout the world. Anyway, the point is, the king seen the heroes when they are freshly summoned. The hero he met then, his name is Andre, had the power of bending earth such that everything was drawn to him or away from him. He could make things heavy or light. Mattias, are you going off tangent? When the king met the last generation of heroes, he was rather disappointed. Their powers are still amazing by most measure, but yet compared to Andre the Earthbreaker, there was just too large a gap. So the king wondered whether there's a mistake in the summoning of heroes. Well, the heroes still beat the demon king, did they not? I think heroes should be judged on whether they beat the demon king. That's their purpose, right? The point I tried to make to my king is there's just too many different types of heroes. Consider the story from 220 years ago. There was only a single hero summoned, and a single hero became Emperor Taxamur Nungsari. That hero later is the founder of the Darmun dynasty, which later splintered into the Tact, Nung, Sala, the now destroyed Moras and Fikris kingdoms. I think you didn't answer the question, isn't it? Sounds like there's nothing much other than history. I mean, so what if? If my own experience serves as a guide, it could be their attempted extraction of souls didn't work that well. Maybe the truck that's supposed to hit the bus missed and the rest of the passengers survived. Well, yes, Mattias slouches, his head downcast. My research got nowhere. It seems a lot of it is on the individuals and some strange stroke of luck, and it's not as if the lesser number of heroes is always stronger than when more heroes are summoned. For every theory I came up with, there's always some other incident that proves otherwise. Okay, so heroes are random. Actually, does he know about Star Mana? Yes. If there's anything that I actually did find is that heroes are getting younger, and I have no idea why. Okay, that's absolutely a letdown. I was hoping to gain some insights into heroes and the Demon King, but looks like I'll have to try elsewhere. Never mind, since he seems rather knowledgeable of history, let's try a different question. Anyway, since we're also talking a bit about history, is there a time before heroes? The wizard sips his tea and thinks. There is supposed to be a time before heroes and Demon King, but it is millenniums ago and we don't have any records. When is the first documented demon king? We also don't know. There was a demon king, Demon King Amadeus, that destroyed close to 80 of the world, and with it most of the world's written records. So the information predating Demon King Amadeus is scarce, and the word-of-mouth stories are not reliable. Fine, tell me about Demon King Amadeus. How did the world defeat it from such a horrible state? The legends of that era is not very consistent. It did happen about many thousands of years ago. There are a few theories. The most believed one is that a group of heroes were summoned in the scattered islands, and they later defeated the Demon King. Has any other Demon King come close to that level of destruction? Not many, but a few notable Demon Kings did destroy at least a few continents each. That we know of, Amadeus is successful enough to destroy all the continents. Why didn't the heroes stop them? Again, we have very little knowledge. My own understanding is, it's a case of the heroes being summoned too late and needed time to get stronger. In quite a few cases with other Demon Kings, overconfident heroes tried when they are not ready and got killed. How'd the world recover from something like Demon King Amadeus? I think there's survivors, just a lot of them in hiding. And the heroes that defeated Amadeus went out to defeat 2 more Demon Kings, so the legend goes, so that gave the world some time to recover from the extensive damage, but all this is really word of mouth, since written records during the era is really rare. We don't really even know whether the destruction is really that extensive, since the records from that time of reconstruction is very rare. Has there ever been instances where heroes were summoned twice? Not that I know of, but possible. Amadeus seems totally clueless on this. Fine, tell me about this 10-year Demon King cycle. I mean, that's something that I wonder about. Why 10 years? Oh, we have no idea why. Perhaps it's some quirk in the stars. It's not a rule though, there's been exceptions a lot of times, and we have no idea why either. Okay, not helping. Let's try other kinds of questions. Why did the world leave all the fighting to heroes? Why not the locals? Are there nobody at the level of the heroes? It's just the way it always has been. Really? But I would think it's really hard. Even slaying a demon champion needs very high-level fighters and mages. You are welcome, consider it a proof of my sincerity. Amadeus nods and takes a sip from the wooden cup. Anyway, why do you want to serve me? When you managed to undo the damage suffered by the princess, I realized that you must be a great and powerful being. To serve a great being is a privilege, an honor, and I hope to be part of that greatness. Maybe the greatness would rub off a bit on me. A glory chaser. I'll need to watch him a bit more carefully. Greatness may not be something I can offer. I can offer you fruits. Amadeus laughs as a bowl of fruits appeared before him. He smiles, grabs one, and bites. Year 77, month 11. An envoy from Sala came, bearing strange news. One of unconditional ceasefire. A truce. Surely such an offer soon riled up the entire High Council, who are outraged, happy, greedy, pretty much everything. It is the first time Jura seats on the High Council with his 33 voting rights on such matters and a right to veto certain decisions. We have the advantage. We should demand reparations from Sala. One of the counselors said. They are afraid, now they want a truce. I grow tired of war. Another counselor asks, perhaps we should just take it. No, Sala has caused us a great deal of harm. We should not take it without compensation. As they argue, they eventually settled into 2 camps, a group demanding extra compensation, another saying to accept. So Ivan, as the chair of the High Council, turns to Jura. Supreme Council, as representative of the tree spirit, would you have any words to add? Tree spirit is of the view we should accept it. Ongoing combat is not productive for the valley. There are bigger concerns. My first concern is the demonic rifts. Those should start appearing very soon, as those happen well in advance of the Demon King's arrival. But Sala is not exactly a trustworthy country to deal with. We could accept the truce and they'll break it. So, we do not have any offensive capability at the moment. A truce is good for us, since it allows to trade with Sala. With that, the truce is accepted, since Jura's voting rights meant almost all of the counselors have to oppose Jura to get anything through. Of course, this is rather shocking to Sala's envoy as well, who expected a rejection and was rather prepared to die. Year 77, month 12. Here's the man you asked me to find, tree spirit. I'll leave the room now. Jura bows and leaves the old man standing alone in the small room, right next to the tree of prayers. It's a special room, as it's more of a courtyard, with one tree in the middle with sunlight coming in from above. It's winter, so there's some snow coming in. The old man, a half-elf, looks around and shrugs. What's this? And I speak into his head. Hello, Wesley. He pauses and tries to see whether there's anyone else in the room. Is this some trick or magic? I give him some time, and after a while he stops. Fine, hooray you, I'm Tree, the tree spirit of the valley. He rubs his chin. So there really is a tree spirit. So what can I do for you? I'd like you to help conduct some ceremonies for me. Something a person like yourself, a former priest, can do. What kind of ceremonies? Simple ones. I have a few in mind for the dying, for death, and for births. Laufin will assist you, but she is not fit for the role of a master of ceremonies. Are you keen? The man pauses. What I get: a fair pay accommodation, and some tea to help with the aches you have. Additional things can be discussed. The man paces and walks around the courtyard a few times. Clearly this is something he's thinking much about until he pauses and asks, "Which god am I praying to?" "None." His face is that of shock. "So what rituals are we actually doing?" "I'll let you know, but first, are you keen?" The first of the ceremonies happened a few days later. One of the older folk in New Frika passed away. In New Frika, the population comprises a mix of elves, dwarves, centaurs, treefolk, half-elves, some lizardmen, and quite a few more others, though elves form the bulk of them. So there's many ways of going about the corpse, such as cremation, burial, magical deconstruction, petrification, or transformation into a statue. The presence of magic adds a large variety of possible ways a corpse can be sent off. Anyway, that's just how things are elsewhere. "What's this?" an elderly woman, the deceased's wife, asks, as the corpse of the old man is brought in by some of the guards on stretchers. Wesley smiles, a calm, reassuring smile from years of training as a priest, and he warmly greets the elderly woman. New Frika's welcome the tree spirit into its fold, and this is one of the many ways the great tree has given us his gifts. It's a large open space, and there's a curved, bent tree, as if the tree grew up, then sideways. Along its trunk there is a large opening in it, filled with greenish liquid. Multiple flowers dot the side of that trunk. Wesley nods to the guards, and a few of the men assist to place the corpse of the old man slowly into the opening. With this, the dead will be one with the tree spirit, his soul on their journey to the world beyond. The corpse slowly sinks into the thick greenish liquid, and for effect, the flowers around the trunk start to bloom a bit bigger, and a pleasant, calming, soothing scent is released into the room. There's even some wind and rustling sounds to add to the moment. And when the corpse fully sinks and disappears into the green liquid, the flowers glow slightly. The family cries for a good hour as Wesley speaks to each of the family, giving them a blessing. He then picks the flowers from the side of the trunk and passes one to each of the family members. What happens to the body? It is now with the tree spirit and has found peace at last. Wesley says, and somehow it's probably due to his past priest levels, it's really convincing. These flowers contain the essences of your deceased father, and they will last longer than normal flowers, but they will too fade after a year. Think it as a reminder of he who has now left us. The elderly woman nods. Is there something more permanent, perhaps a marker that we can get, to remind us of our beloved? Wesley smiles and he touches the trunk, and from the greenish liquid a small bone floats up. He carefully picks it up with a special spoon and places it in a ceremonial wooden bowl. "Ah yes, this is the condensed bones of your father. Keep it as you wish or make it into something." The elderly woman accepts with tears in her eyes, and after a bit more small talk, the entire family leaves. Wesley breathes a huge sigh of relief. It's the first time this ceremony is shown to the citizens of New Frika, and even the guards themselves have not seen it. "How'd it go?" Wesley asks, and only Loffen remains inside the courtyard of death. There's some proposed names on the courtyard, perhaps to call it the Garden of Return, to signify one's return to the tree spirit. I quite like it, but I'm still pondering for other names before finalizing it with Wesley and Loffen, since Loffen's going to play a larger role in the rituals and religious aspects of the Valtrian order. "Good. Is that really the bone of the deceased?" "Yes." "Ah, good. I've not lied then. What both of you think of the ceremony?" Wesley sits and smokes some kind of rolled leaves, and he nods. "It's easy. I believe the tale will spread soon and more families will ask for this ceremony. Any views on how to improve it?" Loffen shakes her head. "I like it, but let me sleep on it a little. Maybe I'll get some ideas later." "Me too. I'm so nervous doing it for the first time. All I want to do is just get a hang of it first." "Very well, it's a good first time. Go get some rest." Both nod and leave the courtyard, and I return into my soul realm to have a look at the results of the ceremony. The dead soul is in good condition and a state of calm. Reincarnation to the next world is going to be quite a breeze. It's actually an interesting modification of the elven tradition of burying the dead next to the soul trees, and instead go for the route of direct absorption. Well, that's fine, but my focus is on collection, so I check my log. Ah man, no seeds. Well, at least there's some essences. This ceremony is actually derived from that little experience I had with both Alexis and later Falkley, and that exposed tree trunk is really a modified biolab pod. The idea I had is really rather simple. I want more of the seeds that came with Falkley's death, and I'm really keen to try and get more of such seeds by way of absorbing the corpses of the dead and the dying. By giving the citizens, the families, a pleasant experience, I'm hoping to get fresher dead, and with that, a higher chance of harvesting whatever I can get. A part of me feels a little tiny bit bad for desecrating the dead, but the bulk of me feels it's totally fine since I'm playing the religious role here. And besides, they'll just end up burning the body, so that's not exactly any better than what I'm doing. Well, the next ceremony is something where Loffen plays a bigger role. A birth and babies. In some worlds, there are rituals like baptisms or flower baths or special chants to bless a newborn. Children is our future, and my future. Congratulations on the baby. Lawfen bows and shakes the hand of the young mother, the father next to her watches. The little infant cradled in the mother's arms cry a little, and the mother quickly shakes and tries to soothe the baby. Ah, what can we do for you? As the Vice Council of the Valtrian Order, I'd like to present a small present for the family, for the newborn. Lawfen hands over a basket containing a few bottles. That bottle contains a special liquid made from the sap of the tree spirit. It will boost the infant's strength and vitality. It'll also help with the cold weather. Made using the childcare corner special syrup, mixed with some essences, some minerals, it should give a good boost to any weak baby and gives a shot of warmth to help the baby tide through winter. That other bottle is something for the sick babies if they have a fever or a cold or just don't look too well. Well, I had something given to Roma back when he was a tiny baby, so this is the same thing, bottled up, made from healing juice condensed into a thick, gooey sweet syrup. That last one is if the baby's hungry but the mommy's out of milk. It's a thick preserved juice containing a mix of nutrients, meant to temporarily tide over the child's hunger. Again, made from the childcare corner. Ah, the father and mother seem rather surprised, but the father seems afraid to receive, as is normal for gifts. Perhaps there's some expectation of payment, or some kind of subtle extortion, as refugees often encounter in their journeys. It's free, a gift with no strings. It's something the Valtrian Order wants to do for the children born of the valley. Lawfen bows, and then she starts to walk out. She flashes a warm, motherly smile before she walks out. Please let me know if you have any challenges with the child. Well, although Lawfen's official title is now Vice Council, she's not exactly keen to participate in the political kind of activities. So, as with all quasi-religious, militant organizations, there should be someone to spearhead the public service, charitable, social elements of the organization. Lawfen's duties are to organize the gifts for the newly born, set up a creche for young children and babies within the Valtrian Order's space, an orphanage for the orphans, and a kindergarten combat-oriented school for the older kids. Charity and such social services soften the image of the Valtrian Order and cultivate have a generation with favorable views of the order. There's a lot of births on average, about 5 to 7 per day, so Lawfen's got many homes to visit. In time, Emil, Belle, and the workers will also play the role of delivering these gifts, but for now, the two younger ladies are helping out as her assistants. As part of the transition to the newly set up Valtrian Order, a large patch of land around the Tree of Prayer has been transferred over, so a bit of construction work is going on to build all the facilities required, though we had to prioritize of the burial services first, which is fairly easy since it's mostly just setting up the space for the tree. Also, I'd also like to have the Valtrian Order earn some income independent of the tax collections, in order to fund all the other ideas I have in my head for my gradual takeover of New Frika. One of these ideas is to set up a clinic, or a healing chamber of some kind, using the biolab and the medical juices. With this, I could charge adventurers, soldiers, and whatnot a fee for using my healing services, similar to how it is for other healers all around the world. This won't be much, but it'll help subsidize the cost of staff. Next would be to sell some special products. I've got some in mind, perhaps the ginseng. If I could make them of an acceptable quality, they would probably sell for a good price, and higher quality crops directly to the market. But that would involve dedicating some of the subsidiary trees for that purposes, or a special series of olive oils for ceremonial use and sale. I think that could sell, since people love enchanted stuff. The processed, preserved healing fruits is also a potential product, but whether it's a worthwhile venture may depend on the price. I also have my ability to make wood products using my wood shaping magic, but I think that's probably not a good use of my time unless I can make them automatically. Additionally, the beetles could go and kill monsters and bring back some loot for sale. Oh wait, my large beetle pods are ready too. Large beetle pods completed. Enhanced interior structures completed. Fruit bombs increased range and power completed. Tree stage research option unlocked 15 months remaining. Beetle anti-magma armors stage 6 months remaining. Tree volcanic adaptation stage 15 months remaining. Roots volcanic mineral harvesting stage 5 months remaining. I had an epiphany one day, which is there's sulfur in the volcano. Shouldn't that allow me to make sulfuric acid? Would I be able to have fruits with highly corrosive acid in it, or beetles that spit acid, a ranged unit? As a result, I just had to conduct research on the ability of my volcano-adapted subsidiary trees' roots to safely absorb sulfur through their roots. I think that would be the first step in acquiring any sort of ranged unit. So I'm going to have larger beetles, hopefully ranged beetles, and also flying beetles, acidic corrosive beetles. Plenty of variation in the beetle family. Of course, this makes Horns rather happy. I still haven't figured out how to get that step from sulfur to acid, but I'll figure it out once we get there. Perhaps it'll be some kind of large segregated tank where the sulfur is processed. Oh well, I think I'm starting to have a bit more things going on than I can handle. Ah. I think I need help. Time to create another artificial soul. Year 78 month 1. An eruption. A fine way to start the new year, really. The damned volcano erupted and destroyed every single thing near it. Close to half of my beetles failed to escape, so they died, all buried under debris, dust, lava, rocks, and well, all the other things that volcanoes tend to spit out. I mean, I sort of figured that volcanoes, especially one still pumping out lava, would be somewhat dangerous, but I guess after not seeing any major eruption, I thought it's one of those stable volcanoes. To some extent, I guess I'm a little complacent. But still, why didn't my roots sense anything? Don't volcanoes have tremors or minor quakes before going off like that? Or does the magic in this world messes with such processes? Oh well, this is a minor setback, a bit of delay to my volcano expansion plans. If life went too easy, I'd probably think something bad is gonna happen real soon. Probably pushes the plans back by a couple of months, to let the environment settle down and also rebuild my forces, since I do need to regenerate the beetles before attempting my assault on the magma golems that spawn closer to the now partly exposed caldera. I'm rather eager to test out the new large beetles in combat, since they are bigger and have bigger legs and horns, to see how they perform against those golems. So I turn my attention to the next few things I have in mind. In New Frika, there's a massive hall with a few external biolabs, and Jura is helping to guide the Valtrian soldiers. The hall itself is filled with animals and plants, gathered from the region, an exercise we started last month. After the analysis, some soldiers are tasked to bring them to a patch of empty land and pass them to a different group, those with farming or planting skills, for them to plant. The intention is fairly simple. There's a lack of plant diversity in the valley, and that needs to be addressed. Secondly, I'm hoping to somehow unlock more unique trees, like the ginseng trees, such that I can produce new items. Third, new species of crops would lead to me having more subsidiary tree crops variety, and now I have the manpower to push these guys out on a regional harvesting mission. The process of analyzing the plants took 5 days, and the animals another 4 days. The reason I asked for the animals is actually just to throw off whoever's watching us, but it's a waste to not analyze the animals after collecting them. So after the animals were scanned by the biolabs, they're placed in an area that's meant to be a menagerie. New crop species unlocked: wheat, jackfruit, light corn, black potato, rye, red hops, blueberry, fireberry. New tree type unlocked: common herbal bushes. Bushes containing a wide variety of herbs. Herb varieties appear at random. How's the register coming along? It'll take some time, Supreme Council. The young man, a junior herbalist, bows when responding to Jura's question. It's something the tree spirit wants done as soon as possible. This is a big task. Well, actually, Trevor and Dimitri already built a compilation of the plants we now have in the valley, and their characteristics that they can identify using the data from the biolabs. But I had Jura hire a herbalist to start work on a physical copy of a register. Just to compare the kind of information a herbalist would normally take down, and one prepared by my tree minds. The young man bows. I'm honored, and I can tell it is an important exercise. The herbalist, together with the gardeners and other farmhands, will be the ones managing the garden in the compound of the Valtrian Order. It's one of those odd jobs. As for the animals, I've left them to some of the rangers to care for. In the town of New Frika, there are some rangers and some flock tenders or herders that have some skills with animals, so they are the ones looking after the collection of animals. It's not a perfect match in terms of skill and job class, but oh well. Maybe they'll gain the class someday. Year 78 month 2. The Valtrian Order separation exercise this month. The military force that's transferred to us is a little too large to my liking, and their competencies a bit lacking, so, like what companies do when their staff size is not optimal, we have retrenchments. I kind of feel like walking up to guys and tell them, "You're fired," but that's not exactly a nice way to do things. Jura and the captains identified those who are not so good at their jobs, based on their performance during the collection exercise, spoke these non-performing soldiers whether they have other secondary talents they want to share, whether they want to take part in the other roles happening in the order, or take the money and go find another job. I mean, if I'm going to be hiring herbalists and all those other specialists, I need money, and money isn't free, so gotta reshuffle them around. Priorities. One must cut away the rotting branch for a new one to grow. Of course, there is plenty of crying, plenty of anger, and plenty of cussing. Maybe some retaliation. Ivy. Yes, master. Monitor those we have fired. See whether they do anything unusual. Let me know if there are any attempted retaliation, but do not interfere unless I instruct you to, as you command. My new tree mind, and unlike Trevor or Dimitri, who has responsibility to watch the valley and the forest, Ivy's task is focused on the Valtrian Order, observing the citizens and reporting any unusual matters. I also task her to play a hidden watcher, on all financial transactions and trade transactions. Watching the movements of some 3,000 to 4,000 employees of the Valtrian Order is a laborious affair, even if there are trees everywhere, and Ivy pretty much has little capacity to do anything else. Part of me feels like I have become that which I hated in my past life, the big brother who intrudes in on everyone's privacy, that overly micromanaging boss that looks through everything I do with a fine-toothed comb, but this is a magical world and I have to pick the bigger baddie here. Curbing corruption, finding traitors take priority here. Even in their somewhat perilous situation, people will find ways to cheat or steal to take a little more for themselves. So I thought I would be ready since I know about it and know it exists. Nobody's innocent, but Ivy's report still stunned me. The extent of it. All of the employees engage in at least one minor misconduct. It's usually relatively small, like a coin or two per transaction, or a little slip of coin to move up the queue in the burial services. Some soldiers would steal utensils from the mess hall and bring home for their family. Or intentionally tearing a piece of uniform so that they can use the cloth for something else. Or administrative staff stealing paper or writing equipment. I sigh. When Ivy first reported the extent of such things, I just froze. But before I could lash out in anger and kill all these people, were you expecting saints from these former refugees? The fact that they adapted to a new way of life so quickly is already admirable. Mila sometimes dispenses a bit of wisdom. Well, true. This world has no proper regimented education system to teach a sense of morals, and parents trying to survive probably have a different set of morals than me. If there isn't enough time or stability for it to really sink in, since the world gets hammered by the Demon King every now and then. If there's anywhere with a proper education system, it's probably in those cloud cities, or the moving giant turtle islands, or the walking towers of the great deserts. I wonder how many years of formal education do the citizens of New Freaka have. Some other day's worries. Ultimately, I decided to just have the worst offenders retrenched, and decide to just put up with the minor infractions among the rest. Perhaps someday I would get a group of morally upright employees, but for now, this is the cards I have. Should I continue monitoring them, Master? Ivy's not fond of the task, but she still obeys me. Well, yes. It's taking up most of my processing ability, Master. Filtering through all the language and small talk is really challenging. Well. Fine, will it help if you restrict the scope to within our compounds and just the area around them? A lesser area would mean less to monitor. Yes, it will help a bit, but I estimate it'll still use up 70 of my available processing power. Unfortunately, I'll need someone to watch these guys, please bear with it. Maybe it'll get easier once you gain some levels. As you command, Master. Year 78, Month 2, Week 3. The first large beetles emerge from their pods. The volcano kind of started to stabilize, so I send the large volcano-adapted beetles on their first missions. This is why they are created, after all. They easily dispatch any of the lesser monsters that appear, but their first encounter with the massive magma golems is disappointing. Though they now have the size, they still lack the necessary firepower to take out the golems. At least they can take 3 punches from the large golems before dying, unlike regular beetles, who just get squashed underfoot. According to Jura and the data gathered from the Adventurers Guild in New Freaka, magma golems are considered monsters for adventurers around the level 50-60 and with suitable gear. A person with suitable skills could possibly take one out at level 40. Given that my regular beetles are a match of soldiers around level 20-30, I guess the large beetles still need a lot more upgrades to give those magma golems a good fight. Back to the research queue. Tree stage I research option unlocked, 13 months remaining. Beetle anti-magma armors, stage 2, 4 months remaining. Tree volcanic adaptation, stage 3, 13 months remaining. Roots volcanic mineral harvesting stage, 1, 3 months remaining. Following the acquisition of the various new plant species, I had both Dimitri and Trevor attempt to use their abilities to improve the plant diversity in the valley. To some extent, the valley in both sides is largely dominated with my type of tree, though at least the 3 tree of mana grants some visual varieties. I may need to look up some pollens and bees and flowering plants as well. Oh well, tree. I've got a proposal. A proposal from Alexis. Well, let's hear it. I've been talking to Mila, and I'm thinking of using the biolab to make a body. Not a full flesh and blood kind of body since it's clearly not at that level, but I'm thinking of experimenting with treefolk corpses as a transition between regular sentient species and, well, trees. Well, my theory is that treefolk exists as some kind of magical evolutionary in between a tree and regular humans. So looking at treefolk is a good starting point to figure out what are the magical mechanics within their body, which allows them to do what they do. So you're asking for my permission to do this experiment. Yes, the goal is to be able to create flexible wooden armors as a vessel for souls. I think she meant robots. Hush, she wants to create a body for herself. Well, there is still that dryad body that's formed from her corpse. Maybe she forgot about that already. I am rather fond of the tree folk. They give me no trouble, have shown willingness to defend the valley when instructed, and have been polite and respectful whenever contacted. Also, that's a no. I will ask the tree folks for their permission. Conducting autopsies on the dead should be approved by their kin. That makes sense. Well, Alexis seems to understand that at least. There is also one other thing. I am thinking of expanding. I'll need space and materials and some of your beetles. What do you mean? I reached level 30, and I have this new skill called Locational Survey Tools. It allows me to take control of a few beetles and place research equipment on them, and this will speed up research on environment resistances, kind of making a research-oriented scout out of the beetle. I can operate two at any one time. Actually, I think that sounds a bit like the moon buggy, but an actual bug, or perhaps the Mars rover. Fascinating. She's going into the whole science route, which makes sense as a spirit haunting a massive research biolab. Would a flying bug with this be essentially a flying science vessel? Fine, you get 2 beetles. Let me know of the materials. The treefolk chiefs visit a few days later. 3 of them, 1 from before and 2 I have not met. It seems their number has increased over the years as immigration brings more and more treefolks to the valley. It is an honor to be summoned by the tree spirit. The 3 treefolks prostrate before me. I had forgotten that treefolks revere tree spirits. Your presence bathes the entire valley in a warm energy that fuels our health and gives us strength. Wait, do my powers work on treefolk? Why does he talk like it does? Holy cow, if it does that opens up a big, no, giant can of worms I need to explore. You feel my presence. The oldest of the treefolk, the one I met before, still prostrating on the floor, is the one to speak. We always have the energy and radiance through the roots. Each step we take, we feel your growing dominion. Even in the depths of winter, we feel and share in the warmth through our rooted feet. Wait, is he trying to just suck up to me? Anyway, let's get down to it. The reason I wish to speak to you is to talk about the dead and the deceased. I'd like to first understand about cultural norm, where the body of the deceased treefolk is normally split into many parts, some as tools, some as fertilizer, and some as ornaments. Is this an unbreakable rule, and is there any taboo around giving it to me for my studies? The treefolk chieftains all share a glance, and then it is the same elder treefolk. He raises his head to respond. It's a cultural practice. Most families will want to keep their deceased family members' bodies to assimilate into their own. If you want a body, we would have to provide one without any family members, as I doubt any of our own would part with it. Every bit of a treefolk should be recycled. I see. Interesting. Very well then, that will have to do. And you can stand up now. You've prostrated long enough. I'm not sure whether Vice Consul Lawfen has relayed our message. Previously, one of the other treefolk chiefs speak. Oh, what is this about? It's regarding the recent gifts to the young children. While the rest of the population do benefit from it, we the treefolk do not really benefit from them. So is this a complaint? We're wondering whether we can get something more suited for our young saplings. Oh, customer feedback. Now why didn't Lawfen tell me about it? When was this message delivered to Vice Consul Lawfen? The 3 chieftains look at each other. Last week perhaps, when she came to deliver a gift for our newest sapling. Speaking of treefolk mating and childbirth, they're actually really interesting and different from the rest of the humanoid races, although they also have humanoid-like appearances. There's actually a few ways treefolk mate, and it depends on the male, female, or whether the treefolk is a hermaphrodite, i.e. contains the mating organs of both. In short, treefolk retains their own plant-like mating systems, yet also incorporate the mating systems of humanoids. Their available ways of mating include actually having intercourse, a form of pollen fertilization where the female organs open up for the male organs to fertile, or oddly, and perhaps unique to treefolk, is via third parties, usually an insect or a carrier, like a bee or a butterfly that carries the fertilized pollens from the male organs to the female, who then, if she judges the pollens to be suitable, then allows it to fertilize her. Apparently it's taboo for a treefolk to self-fertilize, for the hermaphrodites, but in times of great disaster, it is permitted to keep up the treefolk numbers. There's also another external variant of mating, in which the female organ produces empty seeds, something like an unfertilized egg, which she can leave in a specified location for any interested male treefolk to then leave their seed. Most subspecies of treefolk are able to produce large quantities of such unfertilized eggs, and the decision to either go for an external or internal mating variant is a choice of the treefolk, whether the female wants quantity or quality, because internally carried treefolk will emerge much stronger, bigger, and longer-lived. If the male or female is strongly magically attuned, internal mating and carrying the baby within the female also has a higher likelihood of passing off the magical talent to the child. The only plant-like reproduction system not retained by the treefolk is the grafting or cutting methods, since the soul cannot be severed in two. Only one part of the body will retain the soul, and the part without the soul will wither away without the sustenance of the soul's presence. So, given their huge variety of ways in which a baby is carried or the condition of which a new sapling is created, I could see why the humanoid childcare center is not suitable. I mean, I would have to figure out how to adapt Ding. New subsidiary tree type unlocked treefolk incubation pods. A subsidiary tree filled with multiple pods, used to incubate and nourish fertilized and germinating external seeds. New subsidiary tree type unlocked treefolk nursery. Makes sapling-friendly nutrient-rich foods. Can also make special sap for pregnant treefolk mothers or females to boost quality and health of their fetus or eggs. Damn it, I keep forgetting how much the system likes these kind of stuff. I'm even betting there's extra points because they are treefolk. Maybe I'll also get new biolab equipments when I put the treefolk under the biolab. At least I have something. Chieftains, I'll have something for you soon. Spazer. Shorter chapter as I'm out of ideas. Faints also, hope the part on treefolk reproduction doesn't creep you out. Natural disasters happen, well, because they do. I mean, a volcano or earthquake or tsunami or wildfires, well, shit like that happens, don't they? Especially when you talk about timescales of years. What is remote becomes certain over the ages. I should add a supervolcano eruption someday. There should be at least one somewhere on their world. Year 78, month 3. This volcano thing is going to take a lot longer if you don't find some other kind of power-up. Alexis's modified drone beetle made the journey to the volcano. Her research tree has a root that transformed into some kind of garage-like structure where the beetles are stored and modified. So that's the first of many bombshells. Although your large beetles can take a few punches, the magma golems are way stronger than your large beetles. I estimate you need at least 10 upgrades before you get anywhere near defeating them with 3 large golems. The gap is just too large. If I estimate the golems as level 60 threats, your large beetles right now are about level 35. And if each research upgrade gives 2 levels worth of strength, you would need easily 10-15 upgrades just to be at equal rank, not considering elemental and type weaknesses. I'm sad. A tree conquering a volcano. Say it again. A tree conquers a volcano. Man, that just sounds absurd. I recommend finding alternatives, something to breach the weaknesses. Find an elemental type that allows a good counter. Water or cold type, or even wind. I totally didn't hear that. I am just too wrapped up in sadness. Maybe my approach is wrong. What if I am not looking to conquer the volcano but absorb it? Can I terraform the volcano, alter the surroundings? So, as I was saying, magic would help. Think about it, a magic casting beetles. Oh wait, Alexis was talking. Sorry, could you repeat? I did not pay attention. She sighs. I mean, you need magic or water. Acid's not going to work on the magma golems. It's just science, water, spells, aka. But damn, there must be other ways about it. Or would it be better to just focus on one area of the volcano, like a safe zone? Any other observations from your probe? The information I have is from what I can see via my subsidiary trees, and maybe she sees something else. The mana density is quite high, but I can't seem to figure out what's wrong with it. It's not a pleasant kind of mana, yes, mana, the weird thing that everyone's soul produces and also produced by things like leylens and certain objects. From the bodies I have examined, there are certain colors to each mana, and it seems mine is primarily blue, which is why it's the first color I unlocked. The colors, type of mana, and the quality of it have tremendous influence on the way it feels and behaves. In a way, the description by most common mages is that mana is like air. There is stale air, good air, bad air, smelly air, dry air, wet air. I wonder in this world, does mana take the form of some kind of special atom? Don't you ever wonder what is mana at its smallest unit? And why does the soul produce it? Does the soul maintain some kind of law of energy conservation? Hey, if you want to have theoretical discussions, you can do it with me. Alexis vents. I like those kind of topics too. And seriously, do you have a problem staying focused on any particular topic? Stop hopping to other trains of thought all the time. But they all deserve to grow. These thoughts, they are worth exploring. So I do. Focus. Back to the volcano. You need magic and the right elements. Do you have anything? The spiders and the beetles are not ideal, obviously since they are weak to fire. Well, other than myself, I can't think of any. So magic doesn't have to be pure magic, but imagine beetles with a magical cannon that shoots water, or spiders that create a freezing field, flying beetles that releases water like the fire rescue planes. Oh wait, you might not know what that is, but you get the picture. Oh come on, you want this volcano or not? You do it your way, it's gonna take a lot longer. Alexis is pushing her magic agenda again. Let me think about it. Year 78, month 4. The treefolk-specific saps and nutrient foods are super popular. Indeed, it augments some of the key challenges treefolk face during pregnancy. The main thing is treefolks, as the pregnancy gets more mature, ideally should stay put, their feet firmly rooted to the earth. This allows them to draw nutrients, mana from the earth to feed the growing fetus within their wooden bodies. But being stationary for months is not feasible in an environment where non-humans like treefolk are consistently hunted by others, so to be safe, they had to constantly migrate and move around to evade their hunters. This leads to nutrient shortage. Their bodies compensate through consuming the parent's nutrients to feed the fetid, and so weakens the parent. Their children are generally weaker, though the most recent few children are in much better shape. No longer having to run and have a relatively stable valley to stay in helps a lot in the quality and overall health of the treefolk children. Perhaps more than any other race, they need stability and a familiar environment to mature properly. The treefolk's loyalty is probably the highest amongst all the non-human races, followed by the centaurs. If we are to admit members into the Valtrian order, we can create a special group for them. Is it not a waste to make the most of their abilities? If we go down the path of making the races compete with each other, that will not go well. Right now, New Freaka is dominated by elves, followed by the centaurs. If they start competing, that will further entrench the existing rifts among the races. Why do you care, Master? They are disposable, are they not? Ivy retorts, and I wonder where she gets that angry persona from. Is it from observing people for too long? All of them are slimy, at least. The tree folks know so slimy because their material demands are different. Ivy hit level 10 a few days ago, and amusingly, her skill at level 10 is Citizen File, using her constant monitoring of the citizens to build a dossier on the people. It takes effort and a few months to do it, but Ivy's got time. I gulp if I could. Ivy's right, they are disposable. In the larger scheme of things, loyal servants are more valuable anyway. I should get more loyal servants. Better a loyal servant than 100 fighters who would stab me in the back. The Valtrian order is stabilizing, as the processes around the birth and death, and the quasi-military force regains some semblance of structure after my earlier retrenchment exercise. The new leadership team meet in Jura's new office in the center courtyard of Valtrian Order HQ. All rooms are covered with vines and trees, such that I can always monitor them, even the toilets. Jura, Lawfen, Mattias, 3 captains, 2 herbalists, 2 administrators, and a master of ceremonies. 3 captains of the order. The military arm shrunk to only 900 strong, each captain a leader of a group of 300. 2 herbalists. They lead about 100 workers to cultivate and maintain the various herbal gardens and farms around the Valtrian order, and produce herbal medicines and ointments. 2 administrators, responsible for treasury and purchases, funds and payment of salaries, managing an administrative staff of 50. The Master of Ceremonies, a position I wanted to give Wesley, but he declined, claiming he isn't interested in paperwork, so instead another priest was roped in to take the role. Somebody had to sort out the planning of the deaths and all the paperwork around them. Almost all of them, except 1 administrator, are elves. I had hoped for a bit more variety in the Valtrian leadership. It's a weekly meeting, for everyone to get updates on the plans, and matters. This is where everyone speaks to me. The counselors are not too happy with the retrenchment exercise, Tree Spirit. Many of them complain to the counselors and demand their positions be reinstated. Tell them that they are free to let Jura know that they can challenge a beetle to a fight. If they prove they will be more useful in battle than any of my beetles, I will give them their position back and a small reward. The 3 captains glance at each other awkwardly. In fact, please put up a notice. Let this be known. The captain that brought it up shrugs and nods. I think he regrets it. The acquisition of more herbs and plant varieties is ongoing, and the peace accords with Sala is recently finalized. That means we will see more movement of non-combatants, especially from the various magic councils of Sala. Watch them carefully. They will be spies. Sala will take this peace to gather information on our true depth. Well, the truth is, I would probably get Ivy to watch them too. She's getting better at spying on people throughout New Freaka. Would it not be New Freaka's military to do so? They may think we're taking unnecessary action that may provoke Sala. New Freaka is unreliable and the leaders are compromised, and if getting caught spying would provoke Sala, I prefer to think of it as a warning. Compromised? Really? Who? One of the captains asked. Jura jumped in. Secret. But the logic is simple enough. Once the leaders saw the beetles, Sala attacked. Separately, I turned to Ivy. Do you have a file on the captains? I feel they're suspicious as well. Yes, I already have some observations. They've not done anything big so far, but they do have some suspicious activities. One of them, from conversations gathered, have human relatives in Sala, and all 3 do write letters, delivered via the merchants to other countries. One drawback: the written word is a bit harder to spy on as our visual quality is a bit low resolution. One of the reasons I wanted the tree eye ability. Can we get a copy of the letters? Difficult. We'll need Jura to do so, but we do not have trusted agents in the merchants group, so it will be rather tough to do so discreetly. That is something we need to fix, and the fact that Ivy exists as a tree mind means she's my eyes and ears, but not my hands and legs. Meanwhile, the leadership continue with their discussion. Typical leadership mumbo-jumbo. Funny how people in positions of power always end up having discussions about structure and plans. Okay, updates. Jura steers the conversation back to regular matters like finances, hiring, what's the plan for the next week, updates from the new Freaka High Council NFHC. There is a traveling group of druids. They seek permission to go through our lands. The NFHC has agreed to grant them the right of passage and to go about their restoration work. Didn't those nomads come here before? A different group. Just keep a lookout for them. Traveling to barren lands and returning greenery, surely there are better uses of their talents. One of the captain jokes, the mood is a little bit more cordial. The earlier banter between the leaders are getting better. Jura's diplomat class really helps putting others at ease. All you think about is fighting, everything else is pointless to you. Maybe it's part of their class requirement. Some jobs have certain accomplishment barriers, perhaps druids are like that. Another captain pokes his colleague. Do mages have accomplishment quests, Mattias? My mage class doesn't, or perhaps not yet. Jura looks at the few pieces of paper before him. I think we're straying off the agenda again. Anything else? We have some responses to our request to hire adventurers to bring back exotic plants from the faraway continents. The message we got is that they will arrive in a month and demand that their payment be ready. Yay, I like that. The captains frown. Is this the best use of money? Jura grins. Fun fact, the tree spirit gets more powerful with every new type of plant he encounters, so it's worth it. Anything else? The master of ceremonies raises his hand and nod. I have a proposal. The tree spirit should have a divine title. A divine title. Almost everyone asks in unison. In various sects and religions, there are often special titles to refer to the minor deities and heroes, something that cements that person as a divine being. Currently, referring to the tree spirit as the tree spirit is clunky and awkward, and makes the prayers and ceremonies a bit less proper as religions tend to be. A divine title is a gesture to recognize tree spirit's special position in our society, like how some refer to God as God. Jura scratches his chin. Are you asking the tree spirit for a name or title? I am thinking of having the senior leaders group together and do a study on the proper ways to venerate the tree spirit. A few of the faithfuls shared their troubles that the tree spirit as the tree spirit does not differentiate it from the many other tree spirits in the world. The masses, those who pray, must know and be assured that their prayers are going to the correct and true tree spirit. That's the kind of thing only a priest will think about, so perhaps we can spend some time to think of a name. Ian, the master of ceremonies, immediately kneels before the small tree in the center of the room. Truly the tree spirit is divine. Tree spirit already has a divine name. Kneel before Ian, everyone, for we are the first to be graced by Ian with his divine title. The rest of them look at each other, probably wondering what the hell is this guy trying to do, but decides to go with the flow that the master of ceremonies created and so kneels. Even Jura and Lawfen join in. If I could rub my head I would, but I really like the name Ian. I think Ian as a name deserves to be much than just the name of a chain of supermarkets. One of the captain rub his head. Is it pronounced like Ion or Ion? I accept both pronunciations. Hidden conditions checks met. Special skill obtained possession of the devoted. A special familiar contract with a chosen devoted believer, limited to 5 at any time. Year 78, month 5. Things are rather quiet in New Freaka in the valley, and I think that is a good thing. Alexis is right. I need a different approach if I need to hold the volcano. The inner volcano is filled with giant golems, who are clearly still leagues ahead of the large beetles. If the location is bad, the golems could easily hold off my beetle horde like a wall made of lava. So while the various research continue, I'm thinking of other methods. She's right that beetles are a bad matchup, even if this will annoy horns. Anyway, let's talk about New Freaka. This month I received a magical cactus, some kind of coconut variant, and a gourd-shaped fruit which is often used to store foods due to its magical preservation qualities, so that goes into the biolab. Skills acquired. Cactus defense system. New crop type acquired. Milk coconut and brownwood gourds. Subsidiary tree limit increased. Other than that, for the Valtrian order, things are pretty much the same. Training, scouting, purchasing and trading, and the birth-death rituals continue. The populace of New Freaka adapts to the new routine, and a new set of uniformed group in the town. Jura and the team decided on a dark brown color, like the tree barks, as the Valtrian order's color. New Freaka uses blue. The druids came. They didn't seem too interested in the valley. It seems the druids got some kind of messiah complex that drives them to seek out sick trees and damaged environments, so their stop in New Freaka is a really brief one, just to resupply. It's peaceful. I even managed to successfully protect my ginseng tree and make it last past their first year. And that's nice for a change. Year 78, month 7. Practice, Lozan grumbles. As Jura now has responsibilities in Valtrian order, the time he has for Lozan is significantly reduced, and she often seeks him out for practice sessions, even in the quarters itself. In his place, the captains and men of the Valtrian Order often become Lausanne's sparring partners, and in a way, it's good for her. Lausanne, now level 25, is actually better at the sword than a regular soldier, who's usually only about level 20-30, but having their levels dispersed over various skills. For a 9-year-old, she's pretty much a genius. The captains lavish their praise on Lausanne, though Lausanne just shrugs. Of course, the captains don't know is I've easily used 400 to 500 essences collected throughout the years to build up her combat sense through Dream Tutor, power leveling, learning aura, and most recently training room. Perhaps that's the other thing you should be doing. Alexis is really bored these days. When she's not using her 2 probe beetles, she tries to make conversation with me or everyone else. Maybe you can train an army of super warriors. Heh. It's too early to tell how far Lausanne will go. She's currently my test subject to see how effective the abilities are. But if it works, I'll consider it. You should train more than just Lausanne. You can then compare the differences, perhaps each of the different individuals as your test subjects. Vary them a bit, then you can see what influences their growth and whether there is an actual limit. You've been thinking about this kind of thing, haven't you? I'm a research spirit floating around, stuck to my tree. What's there to do other than tinker with my lab equipment and think about such things? Is it wrong? That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? You know what, I think you have a point. I agree that I should have a few test subjects to see how the training thing works and fully explore the limits of these people. Of course, that means I'll need to find ways to consolidate and upgrade all my training-related skills, such that I can distribute the resources to more people, other than Lausanne alone. Part of the reason why I focused only on Lausanne is because I have no idea how effective my abilities are and how it actually affects Lausanne's growth, so I just went all in. The problem with Dream Tutor and Learning Aura is that the effects are really small, but they do accumulate over a long period of time. It isn't as if Lausanne becomes super amazing the next day, and I've been using Dream Tutor on her since she's 5, maybe 4, I forgot. Since she's got that special skill, well, use your seeds as well. I'm really eager to know what they do. I'm confused now. Should I focus on Lausanne or train more people? Both. You can focus on Lausanne since she's got that unique skill, but you do need other people as a base case. It's really basic. You can't draw conclusions on a sample of one. More samples, more robust conclusions. So diversify, expand your sample size. You know, the validity of your methods are distorted by skills and abilities. Those are outliers and variables that we can adjust for. That's normal. I think Alexis is talking a lot like a scientist, and I think it's part of the job. Mila, do you think she's talking like a scientist? She talks like that all the time. It's normal. Hey, but I'm not disputing the essence of your argument, and I agree with the idea of having more test subjects. Well, it's time for me to get Laufen to work on the orphanage. Wait, you're experimenting with orphans. Alexis didn't like that, though. Who else do I experiment on? Do you see any other young children I can run some tests on? You think the rest of the new freakins willing to give me young children to test on? I'd like to say that it's ethically wrong to use your abilities on young children who are unable to decide and give consent. You know what? Testing on young children now feels eerily similar to trying to train orphans into war machines, so I take back my earlier statement. Please don't test on young children. This is a magical world, and frankly, I am not doing them any harm. When you feed a child a supplement, you want them to grow strong, but did the child give consent? When you force him to eat his bitter medicine, did he give consent? As long as your intent is to help them, I think it's fine. And with orphans, as the Valtrian Order is the caretaker and guardian, we are empowered to make decisions on their behalf. Mila tries to break up the argument by butting in. Alex, think positively. Maybe Tree can make Batman. That'll be cool. I think a lot of superheroes are orphans or lost their parents. Superman too, so I think it's a good idea. You won't abuse them, right? Right. Alexis pretty much facepalms. I don't think Tree knows what Batman is. I do, but I keep my mouth shut. Well, no permanent pain. I suppose, frankly, I don't know. There's no progress without pain. Year 78, Month 8. Valtrian Order's orphanage for young children is up and running. All we needed was a building where we could build rooms, and then employ people to take care of the kids. As a rule, I insisted that the children we take in are less than 12 years old, such that those older are able to find work and can live on their own. In this world, for humans, 13 is quite a normal age to start holding some kind of semi-permanent job, either as an apprentice or some kind of live-in worker, and this norm is also seen in the other non-humans. In New Freaka, connected to the orphanage large building is a few subsidiary trees, 2 of which are training rooms for teaching and sparring. There would be quite a lot of young orphans in this world. After all, with so much war and slaughter going on, it is only a norm that families are often broken. Anyway, my intention is to train these orphans, those willing, into warriors for the Valtrian Order, and so the remaining Valtrian Order soldiers are regularly coming to give the young kids some simple lessons. In a way, it acts as a feeder into the future Valtrian Order guards. For monitoring and tracking, one of the subsidiary trees is a biolab with multiple pods. The decor is intentionally bare, and I had the herbalist use it as a medicinal room to mask the true intent of the pods, which is to take magical snapshots of these orphans' progress over the years. Feedback in terms of the orphanage is mixed, and even from the orphans themselves. Many of them are living in empty, abandoned homes, some taken in by the people of New Afrika. Some orphans themselves resist the structure and rules that an orphanage have and prefer to continue living on their own. Well, my view to Laufen is, don't force the kids. If they want to live on their own and think they can and know better, go ahead. Either the world will teach them a lesson, or they will truly show their mettle. Out of the town's population of 50,000 or so elves, dwarves and centaurs, about 501,000 are young orphan children, but not all want to stay in this new set of quarters, so it's often the really young ones. There are also families who cannot or are unable to raise their children, so they surrender their children to the orphanage. Oh well, I'm not going to be the moral police, so whatever men and women choose to do with their lives, that's their problem. I'll take the kids and I'll use them. The good thing is, it puts some jobs on the table, as the orphanage hires a lot of workers to cook, to care for the orphans, to teach, and some retired, elderly men also help out as trainers. The thing about old people in a world with great and frequent destruction is often they are quite high-leveled. Being on the run for decades must have given them a lot of survival-related skills and actual skills. Either they are good at fighting, good at running and hiding, or good as improvising and making the most of what little they have. Ah well, I guess there has to be some truth to the old people being awesome trope after all. Eat this? Lausanne stares at the green fruit right in front of her. She picks it up with her tiny hands and she shakes it. It does not look ripe. It's not meant to be ripe. Eat it. It's a green fruit, made out of the passive seed Spark of Brilliance. It's small, the size of a grape. It's lime green, and from my point of view, it has a faint green glow to it. It's my first time creating a fruit out of the seeds. Okay. She starts to chew on the small fruit. She walks a few steps, her mouth chewing. Okay, I ate it. It tastes sour, but it's not horrible. Is this some kind of new fruit you want us to sell? Tree. No, it's a special fruit, just for you. If it's a special fruit, shouldn't it be sweet and really yummy? It's quite sour, and I can still taste the sourness on my tongue. Lausanne downs a cup of water, probably hoping to wash off the taste. Not all things in life are meant to be sweet, my dear Lausanne. Is that some kind of word of wisdom I should remember? Perhaps. Is this why you called me here, Tree? Not just this. If I could smile, I would. Lausanne, would you like a special familiar contract? Lausanne immediately nods. Yeah, sure. Special in a good way, right? Yes. Lausanne has accepted the special familiar contract. 50 star mana consumed. 1 star mana will be consumed per month. Star mana. I have 300 star mana at the moment. That's the maximum number of star mana storage organs I have. And with the current maximum number of star leaves, I produce 30 star mana a month. Oh wow. Is this like Uncle Jura's bamboo? She activates the familiar, and then 2 large twisting roots emerge from her body, and they transform into a wooden sword and shield, Lausanne's current favorite fighting combination. Whoa, it responded to me. Can you hear it, Tree? I can't. Well, the familiar doesn't have an artificial soul, but it probably has a kind of programming to it like an animal. Well, it just says sword and shield mode. Lausanne grins, but it's cool. I can tell it things in my head. The wooden sword starts transforming into a whip. That is pretty cool, and it can change shape. Lausanne tries out the whip, and it works like a rope too, allowing Lausanne to pull herself forward. I can use this to swing from branch to branch too, like the monkeys. Don't let your mom see that. The idea of a young little girl swinging around like Tarzan is probably going to make Laufen have a headache. Ah yes. Sorry, I got excited. The 2 roots can transform into various shapes, but there are certain limits to the size and length. It's kinda cool that they don't drain my mana as much as the normal familiar too. I suppose that's the benefit. Stronger, more flexible, but cost less. I suppose the star mana that I give it supports it. Good. Let me know if you get any skill notifications tomorrow. Okay, well the next day, I didn't get a new skill, but one of my skills transformed. Oh, which one? It's the Blessed by a Soul Tree. It's now Blessed by a Soul Tree Advanced. Oh well, that's amusing. Now she's even more compatible with my abilities. I hope she doesn't eventually transform into a tree. Well, the cool thing is, the roots are a bit longer and bigger now. I think it makes my familiar stronger. I see, so the special familiar's effects are going to be less impressive on the other guys. Now I want to know whether I can fuse this special familiar with an artificial soul. Lausanne shows off her slightly bigger sword and shield. It's wood, of course. I'm gonna go practice. Don't tell Mom I'm in the forest. Well, Lausanne did try to be a monkey, and she's using 2 roots like vines to swing herself from tree to tree, but only with the bigger trees, since the smaller trees don't have enough clearance. Oh dear, what have I done? Year 78, month 10. Demon King preparation status check. The Demon King appeared year 70, month 4. The Demon King died about 5 years ago, around year 73, month 3, week 2. Going by the 10-year gap between Demon Kings, that means I should have at least about 5 years left. 5 years is a good amount of time, but halfway there, it's time to discuss the matter again. So the next Demon King should be about 5 years away. We won't know for certain, but that's the approximate time range. What should we do? Well, the audience is myself, my Tremines, Horns, Alexis, and Mila. I'll have another discussion with the Valtrian peeps next time. It depends on the type of power the Demon King has. We won't know until he appears, and we'd be running out of time if that's the case. What are the normal, common powers a Demon King would have? Extensive destruction abilities and demonic hordes. So okay, how do we prepare for that? Hide. There's really no way we can fight back unless we have the powers of the heroes, and running is out of the option. Agree, hide. So that means we need to figure out a way to make use of the tunnels and the abandoned dungeon as some kind of shelter, and build barricades and strong gates. I think that's missing the point. Tree, you're massive, you can't hide. That's fine, but it's more for everyone else around me. I think I can take whatever the Demon King's horde can throw at me except the Demon King himself. So what are you going to do if the Demon King himself comes for you? We'll think about it then. For now, let's work on the plan to hide. How about the 3 tree of mana? We can't hide that. It's Imatry who brings up his part of the world. If necessary, we need to build a massive wall around it, one that even the Demon King can't destroy. That's impossible. If there's one thing the Demon King doesn't lack, it's destructive firepower. The elves say there are other trees who manage to somehow make their forests disappear. How do we do that? That's hiding. And well, that's a good point. If there's an ability to temporarily warp the valley into pocket space, that'll help. I've got no skills anywhere near that level, though I suppose secret hideout is like a slow step on that path. Perhaps someday, I'll get the ability to create a massive secret hideout that includes myself in it. Though that's probably going to make my mind melt, because the secret hideout is inside me, but I'm inside the secret hideout. So what's inside what? Can't the Demon King detect such abilities? Seems kinda odd that an incredibly powerful monster like itself would allow such things to happen. Are Demon Kings sentient? I have no idea. It has a certain kind of intelligence, but sentient no one has ever communicated with it. Year 78, month 12. Winter, with Volcano Project hitting a slow spot, I decide to try other projects. Tapping on the Valtrian Order's growing network of contacts, I am now aware of 3 faraway sites that I want to explore. Further up north, some movements of the ground revealed a previously covered massive hole that goes really, really deep. It's as if somebody dug a hole vertically down. It's currently spitting out many different kinds of snake monsters and snake-like creatures, which is why I suspect it is likely to contain some kind of magical source. That said, my data is quite lacking, currently being extensively attacked by adventurers, as the snakehides seem to fetch good money, and also it's a new large dungeon, so plenty of adventurers are trying to make their way down. Travel time by beetle is 2 weeks. Second, in one of the regions near the Nung Sala border, there's a few dungeon-like areas. There's no detected ley line, but there are still a lot of monsters appearing in that area. As the area is rather sparsely populated and heavily damaged from all the battles, there's not much adventurer attention compared to the Snake Hole, but the presence of multiple dungeon entrances and unusual monster do hint at a dungeon. If so, I want the core. Travel time by beetles, 2 weeks. Third site is a deep into one of the nearby kingdom's territories. A lake which seems to be inhabited by magical beasts and strange, unusual plants. Rumoredly magical, 3 weeks away. My first choice is the one with the potential leyline, but that means I have to deal with the adventurers. Still, leyline is too good to miss out, so I'm going to start my subsidiary tree expansion to that location. The dungeon-like areas, if I do attempt those, would be for the cores. Good reward financially, and I'd like to study cores in much more detail. Perhaps there are variations to cores between dungeons. If a core is sentient, or has the potential to be, I would like to attempt using an artificial soul on one. My suspicions are they would work similar to a root-brain complex, and that would be something fun to test out. The drawback is the active war zone. Sala and New Frika is at peace. The Nung-tact Sala war is still ongoing, with the situation at a stalemate. It seems they are periodically still fighting battles on a few fronts, though both sides are not trying anything bold to end the war. It's an odd state, skirmishes here and there, even though trade routes have been strangely reopened. I'd like to scout out the location, so I plan to have some beetles in the location, just to find out where these dungeons are. As for the lake, it doesn't seem to be that much of a problem, just far away. New types of plants is always welcome, if magical and potentially rare plants, even more as this seems more appropriate for a small strike force. Send the guys in, get the strange plants, and get out. Simple, suitable for a covert strike team of beetles. I want to go, take my pro-beetle there. Is that a name you came up with? Sounds like something you stick up an arse. Who do they call that again? Is it endoscopy? Oh wait, it sounds like probiotics. The kind of weird bacteria shit those multi-level marketers try to sell. It sounds better than scout beetle, doesn't it? Which one? I have 2 probe beetles. I want to see the lake. And and the giant hole in the ground. Fine, yay, Mila, do you want to go? You should totally consider fusing with one of the beetles, then we both can still go travel. You can be my probe's bodyguard. Wait, you can see through the probes. Yeah, it's called a probe, right? Of course I can see through the probe. I don't want to be a beetle, that's disgusting. Mila probably is frowning. I'd rather be a tree. I take offense to that statement. Horns chimes in. Aw, come on. We finally get to do some traveling. I rather like the relative peace and safety here. I might get attacked as a beetle and people will hate me. I can't cope with that. Mila, that's a lie and you know it. The two girls seem to be arguing, but it's rather friendly kind, so I ignore them. One of the merchants brought garlic and ginger today, apparently really popular with nobility for cooking. Crop variety garlic added. You can now produce essences of garlic and garlic-flavored woods, fruits, and saps. Crop variety ginger added. You can now produce essences of ginger and ginger-flavored woods, fruits, and saps. Ooh, that's gonna stink some people. I wonder whether they have stinky fruits in this world like durians. They should, right? But you know, this recent about garlic and ginger gave me an idea. I have the ability to produce fruits, vegetables, and herbs. What if I set up a market and sell my produce? Or even better, set up a restaurant? I'm not sure how many restaurants they have in New Freaka, but certainly, if I have the ability to procure and produce unique types of vegetables and fruits, that would give me a unique selling point. I could make special ginger ginseng soup, or fried potatoes with garlic, herbs, and spices. A restaurant, you need cooks though, a chef, but it could work. You girls know any recipes from where you are from. All I know is how to cook instant noodles with eggs. I might, but honestly. If I get an ability to create a tree kitchen or raise truant, I'll fuse you to it. Does that mean I'll be stuck in a cooking game forever? Mila seems frightened by the prospect. Oh wait, did they not know I can reassign them because their souls are stronger than the artificial souls? I think a beetle is still better, but a cooking tree sounds like an appealing idea at least. It could even end up a case where I could be the spirit that runs a hotel and restaurant. It's like those cooking simulator games. Mila laughs. Alexis looks a bit concerned. Mila, are you sure you want to be her dreams of traveling with a beetle bodyguard fading away? Atelier and master chef. Wait, you're not serious. Alexis facepalms, only she's a spirit, so all she could do was soundlessly smack herself with her ethereal hands. Maybe one of your subsidiary tree with a room. I can probably acquire the job as chef and innkeeper. Alexis looks horrified. Mila, if you fuse with a tree, you can't get job levels. Job levels are for humanoids only. My skills so far are all because my creature type is research tree spirit. So no. Tree, can you make a tree decorated with multiple hotel-like rooms, kitchen, dining, and cafe area? I can try. True, forcefully decorating a tree such that I get a different tree type. That's like the playroom and training room, it might just work. Okay, tree, I, Mila Adams, have decided on my career path. If you can make one where I get the right type, then I'll fuse with it. Mila, you serious? Alexis is flying up and down. You won't even know if there are tourists. We have no data on tourism and travel traffic. How do you know it'll work out? How many people even eat out? What's the worst that can happen? I'm a tree. It's not like I'll starve to death if the hotel and restaurant fails. Mila, Alexis shouts. It'll be fine, Alexis. Of all the options offered to me, this actually seems like fun. Chef and atelier, that's a whole lot more interesting than looking at a lab all day. I could even open branches. Hotel tree branches. Getit, I could be a moving tree hotel. Or a pop-up store, the wandering tree hotel restaurant. Maybe even add a convenience store. Alexis slams her head into the trunk of her biolab. It doesn't really hurt. If trees can move, then I could be a coconut hotel restaurant tree by the beach. Hey, that's an interesting idea. Giant trees, but is actually a walking hotel. Tree, can I name my hotel and restaurant? I can, right? Sure. Hey, Mila wants to be useful if naming rights is all she wants. I'm gonna call the hotel the Mila, and the restaurant the Fried Me, and if there's a cafe, it's gonna be the Cafe Milat. Oh, Tree, you should totally get coffee beans. Alexis smacks her face into the trunk multiple times. She's not feeling any pain. I think she's just doing it to vent her frustration with Mila's inane choice. Alexis, you can name your lab too. I'll give you an idea. You can name it a lab is. It's like your name but with a lab in it, or Lablex. That's cool too. Space or BR. Mila's been spending too much time with Tree. Also, no chap last week of June. I am traveling. Year 79, month 1. Roots, the subterranean network of trees. Through it, I am connected to the tens of thousands of trees within my valley and beyond. These roots, they cover vast lands, serving as the forest's backbone, carrying information, minerals, essences, and mana. These roots, they go through many kinds of soil, so they pick up the subtle shifts of the mineral composition, and a feature of my various subsidiary trees act like little sensors, collecting measurements. When it rains, when it snows, when the earth shakes a little, when there's a bit of shaking through rootnet, the roots in the subsidiary trees all collect data. Data which my root brains, Trevor, Dimitri, and Ivy feed on. Vibrations, humidity, magic. Together, all these sensors form a vast array, and so we can now triangulate the sources of tremors and unusual magics to determine direction. Some trees in the distance would feel it first, a tug, a pull. Then later more trees pick up on the tremor, an earthquake, a minor one. Even the volcano gives out little warning signs, the small tremors before it starts to erupt when some part of the volcano starts to spit out lava. This ability could have saved more beetles if we had it a bit earlier. It's Trevor's newest skill addition, tree triangulation. Crunching all the data to tell me what's happening in a distant location without having to actually be there. If we had magic sensors, Alexis is about to start with her usual marketing of magic labs. Let's start material labs first. I understand that's a prerequisite to the development of magic labs. Yes, we would need to have the ability to analyze materials and develop mana-sensitive materials, then only magical labs. So let's do it. What do I need to get to material labs? Once we have that, I'd like to analyze that dismantled airship again. What, really? Yes, I've decided to get magic sensors. I imagine that would be very useful if we had another case of that super blizzard. Alexis nods, yes, so material research first. Yes, get to it, sure. Alexis looks awkward. She floats around, a part of her happy, yet a part of her quite confused. What made you change your mind? Was I changing my mind? I thought I just wanted more time to mull over whether that's the right direction for us. Alexis seems like she's about to bark some kind of retort before she seems to realize. Do tree spirits normally take so long to think? No. Well, it makes sense. That is a common kind of myth associated with tree people, that they tend to be sluggish and take forever to decide. Alexis is talking to herself now. It's like that council of trees in Low TR. Took them forever to decide, didn't they? Is she complaining that I took too long to decide? But at least I did decide. No. Never mind. Starting material testing and tree lab varieties. Tree stage research option unlocked, 2 months remaining. Beetle anti-magma armors, stage 2 completed. Beetle anti-magma armors, stage 3, 3 months remaining. Tree volcanic adaptation, stage 3, 2 months remaining. Roots volcanic mineral harvesting, stage 1 completed. Roots volcanic mineral harvesting, stage 2 completed. Roots volcanic mineral processing, stage 1, 5 months remaining. Materials testing, stage 1, 3 months. Tree lab varieties, stage 1, 12 months. Research is taking longer, as earlier predicted. Magic is going to be necessary, and though I have to take precautions on who and what gets access to magic, I'm starting to lean on the side that it's an eventual step I have to take, one way or another. I cannot face the threats this world has with one hand behind my back. A necessary risk. I will have a long conversation with both Mila and Alexis on magic, on the sorts of magic I will give them access to, though with Mila I have less ability to control her. My hope is they would be able to give some contribution to the defense against the next Demon King, as they have more experience in magic as heroes. Meanwhile, New Freeka's having a small boom in terms of growth. The era of peace and the reputation of stable, secure food supplies attracts more refugees, even from the other nations, not just Sala. A busy time for the Council of New Freeka, and they've been hard at work to expand their town premises, prepare new farmlands. More people, more food, more homes, public services need to be expanded. Of course, there's usually a need for refugees to buy their way to public services, such as the right to use some of the new housing. At the same time, there's been more focus on security and screening, so the NFHC hired some of the laid-off soldiers to work as guards. Ivy says some of the councilmen feel a need to bolster their forces, now that they are actively threatened by the presence of the Valtrian Order as a competing political power. What more, with Jura and the Valtrian Order's secure, legally protected position. A faction in the council emerged which wants to assert independence from the Order's growing influence, and this faction somehow managed to coerce Yvonne, such that she voluntarily resigned from her position as the chairperson of the council. Her position has been tenuous and under scrutiny for some time, as it's an open secret by now that her soul is contracted to me, and that leads to a whole lot of corridor whispering and rumors about Yvonne being compromised. But to the layperson unfamiliar to the nuances of New Freeka politics, her statement to the public at large sounded voluntary enough. I'm resigning from my post as chairperson of the New Freeka Council with immediate effect. I've led and held this position since New Freeka's founding, and finally, after almost 5 years, I believe this fledgling nation is in safe hands, and I can finally hand the reins over to someone else and spend time with my son. How sweet. Spend time with Roma, who's now almost 6 years old. The pressure to counterbalance Jura's growing influence meant the person holding New Freeka's chairperson role had to more than independent. In other words, against the order, against me. Frankly, it's just silly political struggles. A large faction within the councilmen themselves understand this. After all, they know I can crush them. So they are left in this uncomfortable situation where they yearn for to be the ruling group, but acknowledge that without me, they have nothing to rule. Anyway, silly things, these jostling for authority, as long as nothing unreasonable happens, I'll let them be. Ivy's got all of them monitored, and retaliation won't take much time at all. Lady Yvonne. Jura was one of the few she met after her voluntary withdrawal. I heard the news, frankly, it's disappointing, but the tree spirit expected it. She laughs, ha well, that's life. Jura shrugs, so really retirement as a mother. Why do I not look like I have motherly desires? Jura's turn to laugh, and he takes a small alcoholic beverage and offers it to Yvonne. Frankly, no, you're the warrior queen type. Yvonne sips on her little drink. Well, to be fair, it has some truth. I admit feeling a little jealous that Roma's a lot more attached to Ares than me. For all these time I've been trying to get this town in order, Ares has been more like his mother, more than I ever have. So yes, a bit of it is a desire to make up for what I have failed to do. Really, I really didn't see you as the actual mother type, though most of New Freaka regard you as the mother of this city. Jura laughs, he offers his small cup of alcohol, and the two cups meet softly. They both take a sip. Anyway, my time's up, and time management has never been my strong suit. There's never enough time to do right by New Freaka, or by Roma. Time's never enough. It comes with the job, look at me, or Laufen. Both of us are so busy these days, we only have a bit of time to spend with Lausanne and the kids. I try to make dinner happen, at least we still meet up. Lausanne's been bugging me for combat practice every time we meet. Oh yes, I have heard a few captains sing praise of her talent. She's really good for her age. My son's not showing any interest yet, though. Well, may not be a bad thing. Laufen constantly worries she'll injure herself. At least Roma's just playing chase or spending time with wooden toys. I just hope Lausanne doesn't find someone who doesn't know how to hold back and injure herself from practice. You know, I could offer to spar with Lausanne. Yvonne nods. Now that I have free time. Jura smiles. I would appreciate that. It will be good for her growth that she fights someone with a different style. So I take that as a yes, yes, yes. Please tell Lausanne you're her new sparring partner. Yvonne nods. Great. Their cups are both empty. Jura leans forward. Ah, all of you, can you leave? The guards nod to Jura's instruction, and so they leave, leaving Jura and Yvonne alone in the room. Something important. Yes, I'll cut to the chase, really. It's about Roma. Is he related to the royalty? Damn. The tree spirit saw through that, too. Yvonne's fists smack her other palm, and Jura just shrugs at her statement. Does the kingdom of Sala know about it? I sure hope not. We forged a fake marriage arrangement with one of Galen's knights, one of the other elves. It also helps that Roma does not manifest any of the human traits yet, so no one will know whether he's part human until he's much older. But he will. It's only a matter of time before he asks of his own heritage. How many know of this? Maybe 10. That is too many. Where are the 10? I don't know. In which case, you better start preparing Roma. If you're lucky, he gets forgotten by the kingdom, as just one of the many bastards royalties have. If you're not, there's going to be a group out for his head. Well, now that I have some free time, looks like I should get started on his practice. Jura nods. You should. He needs the ability to protect himself. You're good, but you won't be able to stop all of them. Can I count on you to protect him? Jura pauses and shrugs. Maybe. Yvonne smiles weakly. Ah well. If you're going to start preparing him, then have him practice with Lausanne. I can permit access to the training rooms or use the one near the main tree. Take care, Lady Yvonne. Yvonne nods and she leaves. The room's empty, and so Jura leans back and he speaks out loud. It's quite obvious he's talking to me. Royalty. As you predicted. It's obvious, isn't it? She sent her baby so far away with protectors. If it's not royalty, I doubt she'd take such precautions. It's such a cliché. I thought it's just a motherly thing to do to keep your child out of harm's way, but I'm happy that she offered to practice with Lausanne. That'll really help me in Lausanne. If only the others show any interest in learning how to defend and protect themselves, they'll be fine. So long as they remain in the valley, the beetles will look out for them. What do you think about her replacement? Smart, but a little greedy. The position he takes isn't one he truly believes in. He's only taking it because it allows him to be in a greater role. I believe he's just saying what everyone else wants to say, but don't have the guts to say. A mouthpiece for the anti-order faction, so he's going to try to stonewall a few of our initiatives. Well, it is normal in politics. The opposing party will try their best to stop us. As long as it's not too annoying, let it be. If you run into trouble, let me know, I'll crush them. Jura nods. I figured you would say that. Oh yeah, my diplomat and warrior classes merged yesterday night. It's now warlord. Sounds like an upgrade. It is. I feel stronger already. Cumulatively, I'm level 80. I think it's due to your influence. Great. Well, it's good that Jura's getting even more powerful. All that power leveling and learning aura helped after all. He sighs, and it's a loud, long sigh. Tree. I think this is my limit. I can feel it. Even though my classes merged, I have a sense, a feeling in my chest, that this is as far as I can go. My body and soul is at its limit of growth. Strange words. Do people not grow, gain levels, as long as they push themselves, fight monsters, and gain experience? Well, in theory, yes, but other than heroes, most of us plateau at some point. For those who are not so gifted, we would experience multiple plateaus. That's why I'm worried for Lausanne, too. She might be doing well now, gaining levels and all, but there's a point where our souls reach a plateau. Well, I think Jura did mention something similar in the past, but it didn't register as something significant in my head. We are not born heroes, and so we have a limit, they say. I cut him off then. Rubbish. Are you sure you're not just feeling tired and start mumbling? Rather than talk about limits, take a dip in the biolab and let me have a look at what's going on. Come back to the main tree. Ah. Jura somewhat reluctantly put himself for examination. And first things first, I noticed the arrangement of stones near and around his mana spring. The core of the soul is different from last time. I recall it looking like a few scattered mounds of rocks around the mana spring, but this time, those mounds are shaped like a proper wall around the spring, a bit more like the ranger. There's a better structure and organization to the rocks and stones. I suppose this is what the class merger did to the layout of the rocks. Next, I looked at the mana generation. It is healthy and quite good. Doesn't look like there's any blockage or dark spots that suck up his mana. The spring's spewing out mana very well. The supply of mana or life force is good. Not as much as the heroes, of course, but it's healthy for someone like Jura. Then I look at the body. The body's healthy too. Jura's not a young man anymore. By elven years, he's a middle-aged man. Despite that, the body's in good shape. He's strong, he's fit. The shores on the body is taking up all the mana the body can offer, and there are no blockage to the mana flow to any part of the body. So why would he feel like this is his limit? Is this something not on the mana? I draw on the power of my soul forge and channel it to my main tree's biolab pod, hoping to have a look at a bit more. With the soul forge's power, more data appears. First, the rate of production of mana from the spring, and then the passive mana consumed to sustain each level and skill. It's denoted as 2 bars, mana produced and mana consumed. Is this the mana we're familiar with or another kind of mana? Alexis asks. She's also looking Jura's body. Well, as it turns out, it sort of is the normal kind of mana. Each person produces a certain amount of mana, but it is allocated into 2 pools, active and passive. Active goes into the person's actual mana pool that is used to cast spells and activate skills. Passive is directly consumed to sustain the body's stats, power, and all the other passives. The passive is commonly referred to as the body's vitality or life force. It is the data finally answers the question. Jura's vitality is maxed out, and his body's consumption of that vitality is also maxed out. Though nothing is wrong with him, he is right to say something is wrong. It's like a car that's already pushed to the limit and can go no further. A car that hit its speed limit. Sounds simple enough. Can you tweak the soul such that it produces more vitality and less mana? It sounds like he doesn't really need that much mana as a warrior. Maybe some of his skills and abilities consume them, but I think a higher level would be better. Or maybe you could just give him an upgrade. I wonder whether you could upgrade souls. It's something I want to think about. There may be other ways to go about it. Tweaking the soul, well, I could, but I need to be very sure it works. The soul forge, if used incorrectly, can cause great damage. Year 79, month 2. I finally got the skill. We needed to decorate a subsidiary tree's customizable rooms with beds, complete with partitions, segregated washrooms, a reception area, and a dining area. Tree lodge. A tree with a whole lot more space than it looks. Each tree lodge has 10 rooms, a restaurant, a cozy lounge, a reception, and a kitchen, all while looking no bigger than any other tree. Needs to hire workers to work. Limited to 5, and each lodge must be a distance away from the other nearest lodge. Odd, it's the first time a tree skill has a minimum distance requirement. I can't cram all the tree lodges in one place. Mila, I got the skill. I can make you a tree lodge already. Well, once it's fused with Mila, the slot would free up again. Mila's her own person and she doesn't use my tree lodge slot. It's like Alexis's own independent biolab thing, which is now a weird crazy-looking tree with lots of vials, tubes, and other contraptions, and strange blobs flowing up and down its side. It's so weird that I have to use beetles to guard it. Awesome. I had ideas for names again. Want to hear it? What? Hotel Trivago. Hey, I know that joke. Do they all come from the same generation? Is there a kind of speed difference in time between this world and ours? Alexis facepalms. Mila, that's lame. And it sounds kind of wrong, like a bad reproductive disease. Mila laughs. I know, it's a joke. I'm probably going to call it something a bit more proper. Perhaps the faraway home. That's not much better. The Palms, then. I think there's a luxury hotel by that name, isn't it? The Palms, but we're not at the beach. How about the Pinewood? Oh, okay, the Pinewood sounds better. Alexis puts her spiritual fingers on her chin. She's thinking rather seriously. Or the Oakwood. I think that sounds quite classy as a hotel. Mila, you sure you want to be a hotel? Hell yeah. Alexis stops questioning my decisions. I know what I want to do. I know you won't change your mind. Fine, fine. You'll need to hire workers and you will need money. And where can you get it? Tree, can I get a loan? You're rich, right? I'll pay you back when I start to make money. Okay, 30 gold for now. Consider it my investment. Alexis smacks her head. Tree, you're being awfully generous. Ahem. I mentally connect to the soul forge and then a little prompt appears. Alexis and the tree mines didn't have this issue since they are located right next to me, so after the merging is complete I can just spawn them there. But New Freaka outside the range of the soul forge, so I have to use the carrier drone. Carrier drone. After a soul is merged with an object, skill, or person, it can choose to become a deployable egg. The carrier drone will then carry the egg within it to the desired location, where it will spawn into the merged structure. But beware, the carrier drone is vulnerable, and destruction means death to the cargo as well. Once again, the system to the rescue. A little too convenient, but hey, that's life. And so I initiate the soul forge. Mila's soul leaves my soul realm and into the forge together with the tree lodge, which melts into a greenish-like liquid, and the soul forge then spins the two together. Mila's soul takes the form of a white light, and together with the greenish liquid, it mixes into a mild green light. Lightning strikes at the branches of the forge tree, making an electrical connection to the heavens above, and it periodical pulses, and the thickness of the lightning increases. And the spinning within the forge speeds up intensely as more power and mana are drawn through the roots. Activating a soul forge results in a lot of mana and energy flowing through the roots, especially from the ley line. It feels like having a whole lot of water flowing, spinning around me like I am stuck in a whirlpool. Zap. One large lightning strikes the forge tree, and then it's complete. The merging is done. A small greenish egg appears from the forge tree, containing a sleeping Mila as a hotel spirit tree. A drone beetle appears, its body's hard shell opened to reveal something resembling a small but very long limb. It lifts up that small egg, the size of a dog its relative, and places it in a compartment on its body, then the shell closes. Wow, it even has a little storage space. I command a dozen beetles to quickly escort the drone to the marked place in New Freaka, a place Mila chose beforehand, where she wanted the hotel to be. It's nighttime, and Jura has already made arrangements for the beetles to enter the town premise. Once the carrier drone arrives safely, the drone beetle starts to dig itself into the ground and it starts to melt. It's melting. The body of the carrier and the egg liquefies into a greenish goo and it seeps into the ground. Whoa. Alexis is quite amused by it. Magic, I think so. Well, I have no idea. I don't know how the deployment works either. It's actually an empty plot of land owned by the Order, and now a wall starts to appear around that plot of land. The ground starts to expand, actually inflate upwards, but still entirely covered in earth. It's still inflating, and the inflating earth starts to take the shape of a cuboid block made of dirt and roots. It's like somebody took a hardened cube of earth filled with roots and placed it where the empty spot once was. Then suddenly, a sign appears on that large mound of earth on the frontage that faces the town's streets. Under construction. Grand opening in soon. Mila, you there? Alexis asks, a little worried. Mila's her only friend. Yes, but I'm very busy. Mila replies back, I'll let you know when I'm done. I got tons of options before this thing opens. And Mila vanishes, merges into the wooden block, and she didn't speak a word for the rest of the month. The odd mound of earth that strangely manages to remain, cube-shaped, draws a whole lot of curious onlookers, but most people didn't think about it too deeply. Just one of those strange things that happen in a world with magic. Oh, look at that strange earth block. Must be some magical shit happening in the Valtrian Order again. Compared to trees that spit fire, relatively mild as weird things go, she's busy in there. There's some kind of noise come from that wooden block. I think it sounds a bit like construction work, but it's a tree structure. There would not be actual construction going on. Maybe it's just some kind of sound effect. Running a hotel isn't going to be easy, and after lazing around for so long, it'll take some time before she gets the hang of it. Oh, Alexis is worried. Hey, take your time, all right. Yell if you need help, I'll try to help out. Mila did not reply. The noise is getting louder. Alexis sulks. Mila, you're okay, right? She's in there. I can feel it. Just give her space. Okay, Mila, let me know if you need anything, all right. Mila didn't respond. But I think the message got through. She said it so many times, she's almost nagging. Is it something you're working on, Tree? Well, I told Jura to set aside that plot of land for me, but I didn't really tell him what exactly it'll be, so now that there's a cube of dirt there, he had to ask. Sort of. It's going to be a project by Mila. Mila, is that the hero? Oh wait, Jura didn't know about Mila's soul. Even when he's in front of Alexis's biolab, all he sees is a glowing blob and not Alexis's ethereal form, so he's not spoken to them at all. Come to think of it, nobody knows about Alexis and Mila's second life as a soul. Now I hope they don't accidentally expose themselves as former heroes. Year 79, month 4. Oakwood Hotel is finally ready to open for business. Mila's block of wood revealed itself to be a mountain wooden lodge-like structure. The logs that usually make up the lodge still part of a large living tree that forms Mila's combined body. She's the lodge itself, a living structure, and her present appearance, which Mila says it's a cosmetic choice. She described it as playing in a sandbox, a game where she could choose the decor of everything. I can't help feel like it's some kind of mobile game that commuters love to play, to earn points, unlock decors. Inside, 15 rooms. Mila beamed. She takes the form of a treefolk-ish creature within the hotel, her legs constantly melding and merging with the floor itself. This treefolk-ish form somewhat resembles her human self, but her skin color and texture is that of walnut-colored wooden bark. You've got a physical body. Alexis is most impressed, probably because she unfortunately takes the form of a floating spiritual ghost who's surrounded by levitating vials, tiny petri dishes, and other similar sort of lab equipment. Cool, right? I'm like a treefolk only. Well, I can't step more than 10 feet away from the hotel. Unlike Alexis, she's been flying around the entire valley, occasionally scaring some of the townspeople, who sees a glowing blob flying around. Ah, don't worry about it. I'm sure it's a level thing like me. I'm stuck to the biolab at lower levels, but now that I'm level 34, I can travel quite far or ask Tree Tree to help. The range limitation doesn't work if you tap into Tree Tree's soul realm, but I'm not sure whether that's because I'm soul contracted to him though. It's then the wisp pulls me into the soul realm. Ah, I may have forgot to explain this. A tree spirit has the ability to share and connect souls together, and it's this ability that allows all the souls a platform to speak and interact, and through it they can see what you see. The soul realm is that platform, and it's independent of where their physical locations are. I believe the locals would refer to it like being in a mailing group. Well, I know they can see what I can see, but I suppose it didn't occur to me to wonder why Alexis, Horns, or Bamboo are able to share their thoughts while they are out there traveling. I suppose it's like a video conference facility for souls. Or do you still have the skill, the heroic meld? Did you see your status? Alexis's spiritual body floats over Mila's little wooden lodge, exploring the rooms. Mila spent a lot of time arranging the decor. It's rather cozy. Now, almost all my skills are gone and no longer have the hero job. I'm level 1 all over again. All I have left is Goddess's blessings. Mila shrugs. She's got a wooden body to properly shrug now. I was wondering whether our circumstances would be different, but looks like death removes all our skills. Well, I really don't mind starting over. I'll get a ton of skills running this hotel. I'm gonna be awesome. Mila smiles and walks around. Besides, now that I'm restarting, I'm better able to think through my levels and skills. Good luck, Mila. Hope you don't get strange skills like compendium of research failures and emergency shutdown. What were you looking at that the system made you get a skill like emergency shutdown? Were you trying to clone dinosaurs? A biolab of giant dinosaurs. Alexis is not insulted, rather, she's rubbing her spiritual chin. Mila's turn to shake her new tree head. I gave you an idea. Oh no, we have giant beetles. Dinosaurs are just giant lizards or giant birds. I like that idea. I chip into the conversation. You know what dinosaurs are. Didn't you say giant lizards or giant birds? Oh yes. Yes, I did say that. Never mind me, Mila. How's the hotel? It's a lodge at the moment. I think there's going to be an upgrade at level 30. Strangely, I seem to be able to see what sort of upgrades to the lodge are available between now until level 30. How come? I have no idea. Mila shrugs, but I need to start recruiting workers to man the kitchen, the reception, and the restaurant. I'm planning to hire all treefolks to complete the feel of the lodge, an inn by the treefolk. Tree, is that something you can help me with? Ask perhaps Jura or Loffen to put out a recruitment notice. Sure, you'll need to give a lot more details though, like, what's your pay and working hours like? Oh, can I talk to someone? Maybe some of the locals. I'll ask Jura to come see you. Also, are you still going to call yourself Mila or you're going with another name? Mila pauses and she makes a thinking pose. Good point. Should I still call myself Mila and would that get me in trouble? Depends what you want to achieve, Mila. Do you want people to know you were once a hero? That said, I doubt everyone will associate your name to you because, well, it's really quite common to name their children after heroes. If me, I'm not going to call myself Alexis. I'll go with a different name, maybe. Ritz or Ambrose. Mila claps her 2 wooden palms. I've got an idea. I will call myself M. Lady M. Alexis smacks her head. Mila, I will be referred to as M. Alexis. You can call yourself Aya. Don't you think Lady M.A. is a classy name? I think it is, and it fits my role as the lady of the hotel. Anyway, Tree, I need your help. Can I speak to Jura or the rest of the Valtrian order? And are there any permits or permissions I need to get? If I had a head to shake, I would, but I could only lightly sway my branches to indicate my lack of knowledge about New Freeka's bureaucracy. But I can give a hand. I do want to see her succeed. I'll arrange someone to meet you. I'd like to know before I accidentally commit a crime or infraction, or have to pay unnecessary bribes. Bribes? It's actually common. The nobles throughout this world ask for bribes all the time. Even enforcement agents regularly ask for money. I heard from so many innkeepers and blacksmiths throughout our journey. At this point I turn to Ivy. Any idea if it happens? Well, given Ivy's earlier bombshell that everyone commits some kind of crime, I'm thinking of course bribery happens. Paying small sums of coin to avoid complete thorough legal enforcement. Yes, one of the more common transactions to occur is intentional understatement of tax collections. In exchange, the enforcers get paid. Does that happen to our people? Yes, I've ignored it as the coins exchanged is minimal. I'm not shocked. People here do what they got to do. That's just how it is. I did recall telling Ivy to ignore most of the petty crimes, so I guess she classified this as petty. It lubricates commerce, and my calculations indicates most traders would be bankrupt if they had to comply with the actual tax rates and the full extent of the law. That's a problem with the new freaking law, is it not? Perhaps it's heavily inspired by wherever the lawmakers are from, so the mismatch of laws give rise to a whole lot of loopholes and possibilities for abuse, and is compounded by the fact that the justice system refers most rulings to the High Council, of which the lawmakers themselves are the judge. Ivy, has New Freaka's justice system always been so screwed up? I think it functions rather well. There's a clear acknowledgement of authority that flows up to the councilors, and the people understand that, so they obey the councilors' demands and whatever the city tells the people to do. The councilor's role as the adjudicator and arbitrator of peace is incredibly important to allay the citizens' fears and address their needs, even if it often lacks justice. It is a kind of order which the people here come to accept and respect. Really, indeed, isn't there a written document, a constitution? What were they updating when they revised it to include the Valtrian order? Constitutional documents only list down the major items, the key issues and matters which the High Council want to have formally documents. But outside of that, the councilors issue proclamations all the time, and their decisions over time get stitched together into an informal law. Furthermore, punishments for non-compliance is not specified, so that's left to the jurisdiction of councilors. Whatever, I've gotten a little sidetracked. Now to get Jura to send some people over. Year 79, Month 5. Mila eventually hired some tree folks, paid some taxes for all the necessary permits, and got started with business. I just kinda let her do her own thing then. There's really no need for me to interrupt and watch over her all the time. I feel I can trust Mila, so I'm gonna let her play her sim hotel while I do my shit. So I turn my attention on my own priorities, my big 3 threats: Demon King, other nations, and monsters. In dealing with demons, I can fairly be confident in my own abilities. With other nations, I'll need the assistance of the people around me, so Jura's leveling challenges is something I need to find out how to help him, and with monsters, well, I'll just let that be. Actually, looking at it, I've reduced the relative threat level of monsters generally. So far, I've not yet faced any truly difficult monsters, though we do have golems who are territorial, but as a threat, I think they're territorial. Camping nature makes them less of a threat than I initially expected. It's Demon King and the other nations that are the most immediate threats. Looking at the other nations, I'm relatively comfortable with where things are at the moment. I have a large army of beetles, and that should be able to deter the threat of any small armies, for the Demon King. He's about 4 years away, and I've asked Mattias to do more research on when the rifts will start to appear. He says it's usually 2-3 years before the Demon King itself, so I might have only another 1-2 years of peace before we're back to war with the demons. Master, we're at the North Sinkhole. Horn's delegation of beetles, Alexis's probe finally arrived. I'll soon start deploying subsidiary trees to the location, once they've surveyed the area and find where exactly I need to go. The sinkhole is massive, and I really wonder how no one found it all these while, but then again, it's probably just magic. There's multiple entrances that lead down into the sinkhole, and the area around the entrance are now filled with camps. One of the larger entrances even has a small town that caters to the adventurers' needs, clearly run by opportunistic merchants trying to purchase the collected materials. Apparently, snake skin and snake bile has various uses, some of which can be sold for a huge amount of money. Which location should we pick? All the entrances are taken by the adventurers, and honestly will attract unnecessary attention. We are, after all, a delegation of beetles, and the adventurers will immediately assume we are hostile. Horn's suggestions: somewhere further away. We're beetles, we don't need to use the ledges, we can climb down the vertical walls just fine. Good point. Alexis nods. If needed, I could use my roots to form new ledges for the beetles to crawl down, or even the roots and vines as a kind of rope for the beetles to climb down. So after a bit of scouting, we pick one side of the hole where there's already some shrubs and trees. That way the beetles and trees blend in naturally. Could you spawn a biolab this far away? The sensors the probe has isn't as good as the ones on the biolab. Oh, why? The probetle can connect to it to amplify the sensors. Fine, the trees are some distance away. Just hold position for a day or so. Spawning the roots to reach such distances takes time. So what kind of monsters? Snakes. I see snakes and spiders. A lot of snake-like slithering monsters. There's a lot of them down there. A lot of big ones too, and colorful ones. Horns, once again, with not exactly helpful descriptions. Alexis looks at them. I wonder what's attracting the adventurers. The usual, I suppose. Money, glory, power. Looks like money. Anyway, I'm here for power. Once I get the trees there, then we'll start exploring the sinkhole too. Meanwhile, in New Freaka, Class Seed obtained Dark Knight X1. Experience Seed obtained X1. It's a joyous thing to find an unusual seed from a death ceremony. Since this ceremony started, I've processed about 300 dead bodies, half of it from plain old age, the other half from injuries, fatal work accidents, murders, and fights. Most of them do not produce any of such seeds, but so far about 6 bodies, or about 0.5, seems to produce something, either a skill seed, which is the most common, or a class seed. The rarest seed is the experience seeds. It makes sense since they give a level. Essences, though, are a whole lot more common. Almost all dead bodies, when absorbed, produce a few essences. Usually simple essences, like essences of knife, or essences of lesser courage, or essence of water, but unlike seeds, essences are mainly used for infusions, their effects mild. Who's this half-elf man? I asked the priest handling the ceremony. After all, for this dead man to give me a Dark Knight class seed, he can't be ordinary. There's a young boy, looks to be a half-elf, and an old grandma next to him, attending the rites, and strangely they don't feel like family. The man who died looks to be relatively middle-aged, in his 40s, and the cause of death is a stab to the heart. A recent refugee from Nung got into a scuffle with some of the guards, and one of the guards stabbed him to death. Came with the boy and the grandma in the same caravan, so the old grandma and the kid came to pay respects. Apparently the kid and the man shared some kind of connection, so the kid insisted to come. That's all I know, sadly. I see. The priest picks up the compressed bones and passed it to the young boy. Here's something from that man for you. Is anyone looking after you, kid? The priest smiles at the boy. Ah, I'm living with that granny there. We're working for a bakery now. Ivy, can I ask you to start surveillance on this young boy and the grandma? He's ticking quite a bit of the potential hero tropes. I'm a bit overwhelmed at this point. There's too many newcomers to the town. I'm struggling with 6,000, 7,000 people simultaneously. Ivy's got a massive list of people to watch at this point, all the politicians, all the guards, and then the Valtrian Orders people. Well, I'm out of artificial souls. I've collected quite a bit of soul fragments, but not enough, not yet. Ah well. Drop monitoring some of the Orders people then, those who do not appear to be undertaking any high risk or suspicious. I got quite a bit of class seeds. Ranger, archer, soldier, merchant, trader, and various other trades. So Dark Knight's a rather unique class type. Classes are available only to the humanoid races. Monsters or the monster-like creatures usually don't have classes. Instead, they have racial or type levels. A person can gain as many classes as they want, but depending on the race, only some of the benefits from the active few classes manifest. So, Dark Knight. What's a Dark Knight? Oh, knights who tap on the power of darkness. Knights who fight at night. Knights, Jura shrugs and laughs. Sorry, tree, I've never heard of it. Research status, tree stage I completed. Beetle anti-magma armors, stage 3 completed. Beetle anti-magma armors, stage 4, 24 months. Tree volcanic adaptation, stage 3 completed. Roots volcanic mineral harvesting, stage 2 completed. Roots volcanic mineral processing, stage 1 month remaining. Materials testing, stage 1 completed. Tree lab varieties, stage 1 8 months. Magically attuned materials, stage 1 6 months. Basic tree eyes obtained, limited to 10 selected trees. Place on trees to obtain multidirectional vision. Can actively look through 2 sets of eyes at any one time. View limit can be increased with root brain complexes. Oh, I have tree eyes, and obviously I put one on my main tree and save the rest. I'll need to think where to put the trees properly since it's limited. In terms of research, I've decided to relieve Trevor from active research duties, so that brings my concurrent research topics down to 4. That's because the valley's growing, and Trevor's energy and focus is needed to manage the larger valley. The forests now extend far beyond the valley itself, and there are now multiple patches. Total number 94,000 normal trees, some 480,000 shrubs and bushes, about 5,000 subsidiary trees, so he needs his full processing power to handle such a large valley, even with his higher levels. Emil and Belle, as part of the Order's many business ventures, run the various crop factories and processors, such as the olive press, the cotton factory, the herbal juice makers, the fermented or dried fruits and healing fruits. A plot of land near my main tree, and another near the outskirts of New Frika's town, has been converted to grow all the different kinds of crops that the Order needs to operate these business ventures. I was hoping Brislech or Wallen can participate, but they seem content with their lives as ordinary elves living in New Frika. Speaking of business ventures, the New Frikans for now still make the wines for export, one of their most successful ventures so far, that even Sala buys from them. Their master winemakers apparently gained quite a few levels from this project, and is even famous regionally. It helps they have the right kind of levels and skills, since there's a farmer with skills focused on growing high-quality fruits, and also infusing them with a certain kind of flavor, so together, they made wines that have interesting taste profiles. I still wonder whether Yvonne thinks it's worth it to trade her soul for grapes, but hey, she's got lucky with Sala calling off the truce terms and instead offered an unconditional truce. She's supposed to die and then I can use her soul for my own schemes. Oh well, she'll die eventually. Wars, demons, diseases. Something will eventually get to all of us and I think she'll get killed somehow. Ares too. Ares is still working as a maid and minder for Yvonne even though she's so free now that she doesn't need a minder. Yvonne's routine now mostly consists of practicing, teaching Roma various things, and then sparring with Lausanne. Other than that, she's at her home in New Frika, idle, receiving visitors, mingling in public spaces with an adoring populace. She is to some the mother of the nation, the de facto queen. Tree, can I ask for something? Lausanne drops by after her usual combat practice. Thankfully, she's gotten over her Tarzan phase, and she's not swinging from tree to tree all that often except for practice. This special familiar. Is there a price I have to pay? Like, Mom used to tell me, few things in the world are free, so I'm just wondering whether there's a catch. Why? Surely it's not a statement like that that prompts this sort of question. I see it in my dreams when I sleep these days. There are days I forget that we're separate. Things, it's like. It's like it's me, part of me, and it's strange. Some days I know what the vines are touching, I feel it, I feel like the vines are like my fingers. It's really, really strange and a bit scary. Is that supposed to happen? I have no idea. I think it might be an ability that the special familiar has. Do familiars meld with their hosts? Don't worry about it, Lausanne. The familiar means you no harm. I lied. I'm not sure, but I think the familiar should not have such side effects. Alexis butts in during the conversation. And what's that familiar powered on? It feels familiar, like a kind of familiar mana signature. Magic, my magic. Alexis shrugs. Is it? Okay, I believe you, tree. But if someday I want to remove the familiar, is that possible? Can the familiar contracts be cancelled? Lausanne, of course, can't hear Alexis's voice. Yes, I can take the familiar back, so don't worry. How's practice? Is Yvonne a good coach? Lausanne pauses and then she flashes her usual big chubby smile. Okay, tree. Oh, Lady Yvonne, she's good, but I think Uncle Jura's a better fighter. Well, Jura did gain more levels, and his recent class merger makes him really formidable. Oh, you don't like fighting her? No, not that. I like her. I just have not gotten used to how she fights. It's a different style, but I mean Uncle Jura's a better fighter in a bigger way. Well, you should get used to different styles of fighting. Heroes need to fight all sorts of monsters. Lausanne nods. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. You're right, tree. I should adapt to different styles. She walks into the playroom, now turned study room, and she grabs a small bag of wooden toys, some small kid-sized wooden swords. I think she intends to distribute them for the kids in the orphanage, now her friends. I'm going to train my friends, is that okay? Sure, don't go easy on them. Lausanne frowns, her lips pout. I can't. They're really weak, so I need to train them slowly. Tree, do you think one day you can use your powers on them too? Well, Alexis did suggest a larger sample size. Maybe. I've been monitoring the orphans for some time, and all of them so far do not show anything extraordinary. The regular checks using the biolab in the orphanage didn't indicate whether any of them would be special, but then again, Lausanne's not special either. So I'm in a bit of a dilemma. Lausanne's where she is now, a genius because of years of consuming essence, dream tutor, and power leveling such that she gained knowledge. If Lausanne is ordinary, then what if the others are special? But my dilemma isn't really potential, but maybe I think what's really stopping me from trying is trust. For Lausanne, she has been with me since she was a baby, and that strong bond is why I have invested in her, and she is my guinea pig. Maybe someday she'll betray me when she finally goes and see the world, but still, it's a mutual benefit. I learn something and Lausanne gets stronger. So for these other kids, if I start young and mold these children, maybe I will build such a bond with them too, most of them. Maybe, just maybe, I could link it to the familiar such that all of them must take the familiar contract, and the familiars would then also help to monitor them. Act as my eyes and ears, such that I can learn more about these children, and in turn build a stronger bond. Skill upgraded, symbiotic extension. Skill learned, minder familiars, maximum minders 20. Special tree type obtained, dreamers treehouses. Lausanne, would you have any of your friends who would like to have a familiar? Year 79, month 6. I chose five young girls, around age 6 to 8 from the orphanage for the first batch of the minder familiars. I've decided to use the minders in batches, so I can spread out my sample size over time. Why girls? No real reason for girls, it just so happens that Lausanne's friends or playmates are mostly girls. Their reaction to having a minder familiar contract is mostly shock to them. All they can see is familiar. The status as a minder is hidden, else they probably won't accept it. Amazing, they said. But these are young girls, their magic just starting to bubble out of their tiny souls. I had conditions, of course, things that Laufen helped me explain. Regular dips into pod, twice a week, so I can track changes to their body and their soul. They have to stay in a subsidiary tree I placed next to orphanage quarters. It's got room and beds for 20 children, though they are all densely packed together like a dorm. This is because my dream tutor only works when they sleep either next to me or inside me. Practice. Once they accept the familiar, they will go on a structured education and training program so that they become competent soldiers. I have 20 slots, so I plan to split them into 4 batches, using the first 5 as a guinea pig and refine the process as I go along. There are things I want to identify, such as how does the essence use influence the creation of skill blocks in the soul realm. By looking at them frequently, I hope to gain some idea about how effective our essence is, and how much do I actually need to use for it to start having an effect. For the education program, I tasked Jura to appoint some of the order's militia to start these girls on simple exercises and drills. This world does not shy away from sending young children to fight wars. I think it's better to train them before they get sent to their deaths. The girls take to training and education with much enthusiasm, showing up promptly and listening to the various trainings and teachers intently. It's a small, focused class, 1 teacher to 5 girls, and it's drawn out of my personal budget. The order's budget allocates a discretionary sum to me that I can do whatever I want. Anyway, the girls are really enjoying the structure, which is I find that quite strange, as I remember being a rebellious young child in my youth, but for orphans who never had structure, a welcome change of pace. Next, following up on the whole. Further down, there's a bit of a space warping present, similar to almost all dungeons and to some extent my own secret hideout. Dungeon, Horn suggests as the small squad of beetles venture down the hole. Magical presence is fluctuating, seems rather consistent with the presence of a dungeon core of some kind. Not a ley line, I ask. Doesn't seem like there's magical energies of a ley line. Do you detect any? Well, sadly, I know the answer is no. When we conquered the earlier dungeon, the presence of the ley line is clear. My roots, as magically insensitive as they are, could pick it up because of how overwhelming the ley line's presence was once you go underground. None of that overwhelming magical presence here, unless it's somehow magically concentrated and hidden. A core then, it's deep, I think. Alexis's probe walks down the cliff walls. Some snakes and flying creatures start to engage the group of beetles, which the beetles fight off successfully. Master, are you able to place your trees on the cliffs? Further up, yes, but once the dungeon's influence touches the cliff, no. There's a barrier in which my subsidiary trees cannot pierce. I can use roots, though, to create a path. At this point, I'm afraid that's in the dungeon already. Good thing is I can see into the dungeon, because unlike the earlier dungeon, it's not blocked. Perhaps this dungeon didn't learn that sort of ability, or not all dungeon cores have the same kind of power. Could you put a tree right at the very edge, and then lower a bunch of vines down? Something for us to grab on if we need to jump and fight. The beetles have no problems walking on the cliff walls that lead deep into the darkness below. The darkness itself doesn't scare them either. Their vision is naturally adapted to all light levels, but fighting while trying to grip onto the walls is not so easy. Your presence is getting faint, Master, Horns say. I'm still connecting to my probe. Looks like my connection is stronger than yours. It's just really crazy dark down here. Tell Master I'll talk through you. Horns say to Alexis's probe. Horns' communication is also a kind of telepathy. I know. I can still communicate, but that means you've got to protect me. Snakes. These snakes have rough scales. Perhaps it helps them move and hold onto the jagged cliffs. Some of these snakes are like nagas, part humanoid, with 4 or 6 arms and a long slithering body that helps them navigate the cliffs. The nagas are tough opponents to fight, and easily they can take on 5 or 6 of the beetles before dying. Tree, your beetles are not suited for dungeon battles. They are tough and their bodies strong, but their way of charging and fighting is not really appropriate in this environment. I would say only Horns with his skills is suited. What are you telling, Master? Nothing. After another 2-3 hours of descending into the abyss, they've decided to stop and retreat as the attacks from the snakes become relentless. Master, I suggest a full-scale invasion of the hole. Maybe 5,000 beetles and 50 of the large beetles. All of us go into the abyss and attack everything we see. The dungeon's structure is deep and wavy further down, and there are a lot of monsters, but unlike the earlier dungeon, it's still big enough for a large amount of beetles. A large attack force will work a lot better than a small elite squad. I agree with the assessment. This dungeon seems to favor large, wide caverns and hallways. Ideal situation for a large force to just march in. Very well, let's do it. Horns, you're in charge. Aye, this beetle army is gonna kick some dungeon core backside. Beetles will be the very best. A week later, the adventurers nearby are treated to the view of a massive army of beetles descending into the abyss. It caused a massive panic, but as the beetles did not attempt to engage the adventurers, cleverly, the adventurers took the hint and left the army of beetles alone. And Horns' suggestion is working like a charm. Within 3 days of the invasion, like an unstoppable tide of destruction, the beetles charge in and flood the dungeon. The army of beetles slaughter all the snakes that has the misfortune of being in its path, and cleared most of the dungeon and, most importantly, reached the core. The wide layout meant a large force could penetrate all the way in, even if we were outmatched 1-to-1, and the space allowed our superior numbers to gang up on the individually stronger snakes. The core is trying its best to defend itself, spawning and summoning as many snake monsters as it can, but with 3,000 beetles left, and despite 2,000 beetles died fighting all the snakes and snake-like monsters, it's unable to muster an army large enough to fight back the tide of beetles. Bring it back, Horns and the army arrive at the core room, and with a strong nudge from the giant beetle, the dungeon core rolls off its pedestal. And that is how we beat the dungeon. I found it quite funny, because actually what the dungeon core needed to do to successfully defend against our invasion is to choke us off, but strangely, this dungeon core's design choice was wide open spaces, large openings, big walkways. Big spaces, big walls, all allows for a large force to rush in and clear everything. Perhaps it's an architect with a thing for big spaces. And why snakes? Perhaps the dungeon core rolled the dice and got snakes. With that, the army of beetles return with a dungeon core taken from its home. Strangely, without the dungeon core, the deep hole continues to spawn snakes, although to a lesser frequency. Dungeon core, a large circular crystal-like structure about the size of a basketball. I recall the earlier one being larger though, or are there many variants? Perhaps it's not something with a standard size. What are you going to do with it? I would like to study it, of course, but between now and when I get that magic lab, it's going to sit in my treasury. Fair enough. Other than that, the beetles also brought back some interesting abyss vegetation. Tree type obtained, cave trees. Plant type obtained, deep moss. Special tree type obtained, cliff bonsai. No levels for me, sadly. Horns and Alexis did get some levels, sucks being a bystander, year 79 month 7. Tree spirit and audience please. Yvonne came marching to my main tree alone. She didn't seem very happy. Yes, what's your plans with the orphans? I heard from Lausanne that you've given them familiars and started them on some kind of training. It is as you heard, training. I intend to train them into warriors. Warriors, is that all there is to it? Surely there is more going on, what with the strange things you have been asking them about. She's being rather aggressive. What are you alluding to? If you have something to say, get to it. Yvonne takes a step back, but then she quickly adjusts her posture such that she faces me head-on, her eyes stare at my tree trunk. What I hear is there's constant dipping into your pool, that healing pod thing with all of your feelers. So I want to know, it's not just training, are you also meddling with their bodies? Are you altering them? And are you meddling with their minds as well? Meddling, yes. Altering, maybe. Well, yeah, I do plan to meddle. That's the whole point. Yvonne shakes her head. That's not right. These are children. You see, to think there is a reason not to select children. Wrong. It is because they are children. Children can be easily molded, shaped. Their minds are flexible, receptive to change. And seriously, why now, Lady Yvonne? Yvonne pauses. Maybe when Lausanne starts to tell her what I've been doing with the 5 girls, it just flicks a switch. Why? What do you mean why? Is it not something wrong to start using children for some kind of war plot? As your future war potential. Many nations do so. Choose young children and prepare them for war, in some cases from the day they were born. What I want to do is similar. If you ask me why, ask all the nations before and present why. Fighting, war, destruction. It's a way of life in this world. Preparing these children for that way of life so we have a better chance of survival as a whole. Is there a fault? Yvonne nods at your altering of their bodies and minds. Would it be something that would be irreversible, such that they may lose their ability to have children? As I currently plan it, no. And seriously, you would know better that the whole matters more than the individuals. Some must be sacrificed and experience pain for the whole to succeed. It is, as I said, strange coming from you, Lady Yvonne. Yvonne's face is complicated, a mix of worry, perhaps disgust, and fear. Would you deprive them of a childhood of friends? Would you isolate them, make them inhuman? Would this sacrifice that you ask of these young girls, would it be too much for them? Maybe this burden is too much for them. To sacrifice their childhood to be my warriors, too much. But there is no one else, Yvonne. These orphans yearn for a purpose in life, and I give them one. To answer a greater calling, to fight for me, for the valley, for all of us, that. I suddenly find it strange that you are concerned for these young girls. I don't recall you being so caring of orphans when you were in a position of power, so these words coming from you sounds hollow. Yvonne's eyes are a bit watery. Is she trying to pull the crying lady trick? Sadly, I am a tree, and such crying antics do not trigger a protective urge within me. Yes, I didn't do what I could. I had the power, yet I was too crippled by politics, too confused by all the competing priorities. But now I still had to speak up. I heard what Lausanne said these girls will go through, and I fear for these young souls. You send them into a life of only war. And so what? This is how the world is. Why do you want to speak up? Are you doing so to satisfy some kind of conscience that you suddenly discover you have? No, I am trying to care for these young orphans. They deserve a life better than war now that we are at peace. I think she lied, and that's hogwash, really. She froze and her eyes twitched. Again, you want me to be a part of it. Yes, since you suddenly have a conscience, come, join the training. Join me in shaping our future warriors, our future generals, our future knights. Perhaps you can then see for yourself what I am trying to do. Or was your earlier words just something you wanted to get off your chest? Yvonne finally nods. I'll do it. I'll help you with these girls. Good. Make them strong. We will need their strength one day. Alexis, do you have any results from the treefolk study? Ah, yes. I got the dead treefolk and I'm starting my investigations. So far nothing, but I'm mainly interested in the kind of flexible muscle wood that they have on their joints. Their body is fascinating under scrutiny. It's both plant-like yet they also form muscle-like structures. It's like somebody just blended a tree and a person together to create a treefolk. Replicating that muscle-like structure would mean we could make stronger creatures overall. How long so you need? According to Research Planner, probably 12 months just to understand the treefolk's bodily structures. There's a lot to unpack. The treefolk's brain is also interesting and worth another 12 to 24 months of study, and I reckon would have a benefit to your root-brain complex. Are they not a communal mind structure like forests are? It is said that forests form an intelligence through the interconnected roots, each tree a neuron. In this world, large, ancient forests often appear to have a will of its own, and over time this will often pools together and creates a spirit tree or soul tree, one of the many ways tree spirits are said to come to existence naturally. Not exactly. Though treefolk have a head, their brains are actually distributed throughout their body, kind of like jellyfish. It's like a neural network, but with a few large hubs in the head, the heart. They have a heart, yes. Yes, well, their heart is actually more like this main vessel through their body that runs from their leg to their head. In a way, it's like a large muscled pipe. Never mind the details. News for a distant land, as Nung, Tact, and Sala eventually settle on a peace treaty. Though culprit of the massive blizzard still at large, the blizzard itself has been successfully dispelled, and the weather returns to normal. That said, ground zero of that spell is now a quasi-dungeon area. The presence of such blood sacrifice distorted the area such that it spawns zombies and monsters. It will take some time for the remains of such magic to decay. So trade gets rerouted around the now cursed land, and the three nations reach a kind of awkward truce. Still, that means less essence for me from this battlefield. Further out, my traveling soul harvesters continue to bring back more souls, more essences of death, more skill-type essences. Throughout the entirety of this continent, death remains a constant thing. Many small battles, many little monster attacks, little rebellions here and there. More death, more essences, and that is good for me. One good thing about this piece is now I get more knowledge about our neighbors. And as more and more such little snippets filter through the grapevine, I learn interesting things like there is a vast sacred forest on the edge of Sala's capital where the kings hunt. Or near one of the large cities of Nung, there is a large mountain where people claim ancient giants wander. Well, personally, I think it's time to take the war to Sala. They may be at peace, but I still have a small score to settle. The Sala Kingdom's capital is really far away, so I have to undo my subsidiary trees that stretch to the abyss. It's the furthest I'm going. If I measure the distance in Beetle, it's about 2.5 weeks away, so I'm going to need a lot of subsidiary trees to create a line that connects the entire distance. It's a process that takes about 1,500 subsidiary trees to create a line to bends with the terrain and eventually the capital. I make it a point to hide the presence of the trees from plain sight, such that they appear natural, and this endeavor took me the whole month, every day putting a tree, altering its appearance, and then moving on. And there it is, the capital. Skill upgraded, local rootnet access upgraded, longer distance between subsidiary trees unlocked. Special trees type obtained, root relay trees. Max quantity of relay is level X5. Root relay are special trees with the dedicated purpose of expanding your root network. A single root relay can create a simple root network that extends 10x the diameter of a regular subsidiary tree, does not have other functions, looks like any other tree, appearance is customizable. Year 79, Month 8. Sala's capital, it goes by many names throughout its history. Many kings have changed its name. The most recent name of the capital is Ransala, after the king's beloved but deceased wife, Queen Rani. Next to the capital is a forest, Sala's royal grove. In fact, most large kingdoms maintain a grove or a forest for the purpose of having some supply of highly valuable herbs or plants for the manufacture unique potions or medicines. Some temples, such as the Temple of Gaya's headquarters, also has a large forest which it cultivates for its own use. Now that my chain of subsidiary tree has finally made the long connection needed to arrive here, I pause for a moment to take in the view. It's a large capital, not as populous as it used to be after the non-human exodus, but still, there's a lot of humans in this city, perhaps 400,000 to 500,000, maybe more, and the city sprawls to accommodate its large population. There are 2 rivers that run through the river, and it merges further down, and this splits the capital into 3 parts. The central southern chunk, where the palace, priesthood, mages, and wealthy mostly live. Infrastructure is good, the roads paved. Security is top-notch and patrols are regular, staffed with the best-behaved men. It's a place where, to be frank, people behaved nicely because of the overwhelming presence of the royal guards and the archmagus. It's home to the official traders' market, though in reality it's more of a hipster market catering to the needs of the wealthy and elite. Then there's the east side, where the army's main quarters are, the river ports and the warehouses. This is also where the Royal Grove is. There's not that many dwellings here, as space is few and far between, the Royal Grove off limits. Then the west side, a large flatland where most of the citizens reside. Sprawling, messy, and infrastructure spotty. It's the definition of a large city where the plans fail to keep up with the population growth. As a result, it's a space where citizens often take things into their own hands, so there are multiple enclaves where there's some form of local rule. Vibrant, energetic, and a space of constant change, the supervision from local authorities minimal, so long as the tax monies continue to flow into the right pockets. Half of the merchant corps exist here, and the true traders' market, where the trade volumes are high and the shouting constant. How do I know this? Well, it was not hard for Jura to ask a Sala merchant to speak of their capital at length. Apparently, the merchants are incredibly proud of the Peons Market, one of the largest markets found on in the region. It's a nice city. A shame, really. Some time after the orphanage started. Where's the captain? We want the captain. The boys shout. They're busy today. I'm here to be your practice partner. You're not a soldier, you're just a little girl. No, worse, you're a noble. The young boy accused. You're one of the nobles, and we don't want to practice with you. I'm not. And what's wrong with practicing with me? She didn't understand it. She'd never been a noble. Her father may have been the village chief, but he passed away and the village was destroyed. Growing up relatively sheltered from kingdoms and their societies, she's not too aware about the negative emotions associated with nobility, even though Jura and Lofen did tell her about what nobles usually did in other nations. I know you, you're a noble, and we don't want to practice with you. The young boys shouted, some of them really unhappy. The rest of the boys didn't like her too. They all looked at her with a look of disgust, which made her feel a little sad. She didn't expect this. Lofen and Jura asked her to help out at the orphanage, to help teach the other children, those about her age, be their sparring partner for a while. The captains are out on a mission. Why are they so nasty to me? I'm just trying to help. She wondered, but she didn't understand their hostility. Don't come here acting all high and mighty because of your mother. What? Where did that come from? Why? She just couldn't answer. Isn't Mom the one who sets up this orphanage? The boys start going out of the hall. Lausanne started to feel that her presence is unwanted by these boys. All she wanted to do is just practice some sword fighting since Uncle Jura's busy. He said, help out at the orphanage, practice some basic moves with the kids in the orphanage. Good heroes do that sort of work all the time. And I agree, I want to be a good hero. But why do these fellow children, who are just around my age, treat me with such hostility? I didn't even say much. All I did was walk in, say I'm helping out with the sword practice, and then this huge tirade of insults. One of the caretakers at the orphanage notices the insults and rushes into the training room. The caretaker, an elderly lady, walks to Lausanne and pulls her to one side of the room before it escalates into a fistfight. Forgive them, Miss Lausanne. A lot of them have a lot of animosity, a lot of anger, so when they see a young girl their age coming in to teach them, they can't deal with it. Please come this way with me. They're really angry at me. Lausanne nods, her eyes look at the wrinkled face of the elderly lady. She holds Lausanne's arms and leans in to speak to her with a warm, grandmotherly voice. It's a complicated feeling, these boys. They've got things to deal with inside them, and so these boys they have a need for respect and recognition, a yearning to learn real skills. So when adult soldiers come and practice with them, they feel they are respected. So they don't want to practice with me because I'm a young girl. Even if I have real skills, Lausanne sighs. There's nothing much she could do with those kids who are bigger if they don't like her. I'll have to tell Uncle Jura and Mom about it later. She looks at the caretakers, most of them elderly women that Mom hired to help run the orphanage. There's about 200 kids in this place of various ages, and many of them are here because they lost both their parents, mostly during their earlier escape from the slaughter of Sala. The group earlier is around age 9-12. She's sad, but she did promise Jura to help, so she asks for something else to do. Maybe if there are other girls. Well, Uncle Jura did ask me to help out. Maybe I can play with the younger children. Any girls I can play with. Ah yes, okay, girls. The lady smiles, and she leads Lausanne to another room where there's about 10 to 15 young girls, probably 4 to 6 years old, playing catch. It's a relatively empty room. They don't have many toys, so they mostly play with each other. Maybe you can join this group. Hi. Lausanne smiles. They're all younger than her, and a part of her feels happy. It's nice that I'm not the youngest for a change. A small girl with a short bob cut walks up to Lausanne. Hello, elder sister. I'm Jean. She's shorter than her. Lausanne smiles and give her a hug. I'm Lausanne. Can I play? Okay, what do you want to play? We usually play catch, or we throw the blocks back and forth. Okay, let's do that. They played together for the rest of that afternoon until it was about evening and she learnt their names. The biggest girl there is Sammy. She's about 6. She doesn't know when her birthday is because her parents both passed away when she was still a baby, and that's actually fairly common among those who live there. because the girls don't know who's the eldest, thus they go with the biggest. Jean is probably a year younger, like the rest of the girls, their parents died, or maybe somehow got separated. Most of them aren't very sure whether their parents died or somehow got lost, but this detail doesn't bother them much. Lausanne felt happy after an afternoon of playtime, and felt maybe she should help them out. I should ask Tree for some more wooden toys. I remember we have a lot in the playroom. Did you practice with the other kids? No, Mom. They didn't want to fight with a girl. They wanted the captains. Oh, Laughing nods. She puts down the reports that the other employees prepared. She's got a lot of assistants these days as the head of the public services. She honestly didn't like paperwork all that much, but there still needed to be reports to tabulate spending, income, and these are still made by actual administrators or the priests. Why? Laughing squats to look at Lausanne eye to eye. One of the ladies said it's because they want to fight with an adult. Lausanne sulks. Maybe it's because I'm not good enough. Laughing gives Lausanne a hug and then starts to pat her daughter on her head. No, I'm sure it's not like that. The ladies told me so. The boys said they want the captains. Lausanne, my dear, they don't mean it. I am sure they like you. Lausanne shakes her head. Mom, they don't. Really. Lausanne's face is serious and a bit sad. Well, they will like you someday. Lausanne shakes her head. HMPH, she leans in and gives her mom a kiss on the cheeks. Good night, Mom. Sleep well. Don't let it bother you. Lausanne shakes her head. Maybe it will bother her that night. Sometime later, welcome. I always look forward to sparring with such a talented young girl. They both give each other a quick bow and they start their practice spars. Simple swings and strokes, moves meant to warm the body and ready for the real thing. Ivan is still leagues ahead of Lausanne in terms of skill, but Lausanne's growth is outstanding as she is almost level 30. How's things? Ivan asks casually, ducking a horizontal slash and then parrying a follow-up horizontal slash. Tree's starting a small class of students. He calls them his chosen warriors. Yeah. He says he plans to train them and maybe give them special powers like mine someday, but before that he needs to prepare them. Ivan blocks a flurry of slashes and retaliates with a body slam. Lausanne, though, activates evasive steps and manages to avoid it. He says maybe he'll have to fix them if they're not compatible later on, like how he uses his powers to cure Uncle Jura's curse. Really, why does Tree want to do something like that? He didn't tell me a lot, but maybe he just likes us to grow. He says he wants to watch our growth closely, though, as he'll be using some kind of essence on us, though. Essence? Isn't that like condensed energies? I don't know, Lady Yvonne. But Tree says he has a lot of essences and some other things like his minerals and mana that he wants to use. On the girls, yeah, he told me it'll be good for them. Did you get those as well? I think so. I frequently have dreams where I am training or where there's someone teaching me things. And Tree tells me to dip into the pod every week too. And your mom is fine with it. Mom thinks Tree knows what it's doing. She says it's how I get so good at fighting. Wait, you are not naturally talented at fighting. Lausanne smiles. If you ask Uncle Jura, he'll tell you I was absolutely horrible at it when I started. But Tree's been helping me by giving me these dreams. Lausanne blocks a few more slashes from Ivan and tries to land a kick. Dreams? Yeah, it's like I'll take a nap at home and Tree's feelers will somehow touch my forehead and I get the dreams. Tell me, more. Ivan charges and unleashes a flurry of slashes. Lausanne tries to parry them but fails to parry a few, so she takes a hit from the wooden blade. Lausanne staggers back from the impact. It hurts, but she has pain resistance. Different every time. Sometimes it's like there's a voice in my head and we would talk about things, about a topic. Sometimes it's language, like I'll get a lesson on it. Sometimes it'll tell me about people, about places. Ivan listens intently, they take a break. Some dreams are really fun. It's like all these colors and all these images of really strange things, weird monsters like things and shapes, but they don't attack me. It's like I'm on top of a mountain and fell down. That's like a vision. A hallucination. A what? Never mind, continue. Oh, then like last week, I had a dream where I was fighting a giant demon. I had really strong powers, and I had to use those powers to fight the giant demon. Fighting demons doesn't sound like a fun dream. Yvonne shakes her head and takes a drink from her bag of water. Anyway, continue. Lausanne nods, and they both step back into the ring. Well, I think Tree's trying to teach me something. Sounds like he's making elite warriors. Lausanne smiles. Well, he's just helping me be a hero. Yvonne frowns, Lausanne ducks, and jumps sideways to avoid a bunch of slashes. Is it? I'm not aware he did so much to you. Oh, he's been fixing my body too, like repairing a bone here, a bone there. And he's got like this thing which can help strengthen the bones and muscles too. It's all in the green pod. I'm starting to think the green pod isn't all that it seems. That pod is amazing, Lady Yvonne. It sustained a hero suffering from a demonic curse. It did Uncle Jura not tell you? One of the previous generations of heroes was afflicted with some kind of curse, and Tree kept her alive until a cure was found. Before we came. Yeah, I was still a tiny toddler then. But I do vaguely remember a lady constantly being in the pod. Alright, let's stop. They had some more basic exercises just to cool their bodies down. How are the girls receiving this news? They're excited. It's the first time they get chosen for anything, so they are thrilled when they got the familiar contract. They'll need to sleep in a special tree and have regular dips in the pod. It's like they're going to be transformed into something amazing, so all of them really, really want it. They should be careful. Tree Spirit probably has his own plans for them and may not be what they think it is. Lozan smiles, we believe in Tree. He'll help us. Yvonne sighs, I'll need to speak to Tree. Dreams, physical alterations, hallucinations, need to consume strange liquids. It all sounds a bit like what tribal shamans give to their warriors to whip them into a war frenzy, or the work of some alchemist testing out strange potions. She had heard rumors of creatures that give strange mind-altering substances to enslave minions. Though it didn't seem like Tree is doing it, she needed to be sure. Yvonne's one of the modernist elves, who have a rather defensive, cautious view of tree spirits, that tree spirits aren't exactly domestic animals that can be tamed, unless one happened to be a hero who focused on spirit control. The modernist elves believe the benign, friendly myth of the tree spirit is actually a unique characteristic of the great tree spirits of the elf cities, and one should not assume all wild tree spirits to be similarly benevolent. Like the dryads, fairies, and other forest spirits, these avatars of nature share a common trait, that they are occasionally ephemeral, flighty, fickle, and manipulative. Though often their goals are aligned to what most elves desire, they should also be treated with caution, for the fury of a tree spirit is often not apparent, subtle. Lozan, though, didn't think that way. To her, Tree is friendly and all he is trying to do is help. In their own ways, both of them are right. Year 79, month 9. Did you hear? One of the Mage Guild's private gardens near the Royal Grove was robbed last night. A lot of valuable herbs and plants were lost. Oh, any idea who are the culprits? The mages suspect a mage, so the Royal Guard has been deployed. But there were no traces. It's as if the plants all just vanished into the ground. Can it be just some thief with a magical bag, or some kind of plant manipulation artifact? I think it's just an unhappy mage taking revenge. There's a lot of politics going on in the mage guilds. This is just a reaction to the mages' council votes. Ransella. It's a large city, and there are a lot of high-level people around. Strong adventurers, powerful generals, and mages. Their very presence permeates the air, and I occasionally pick up the effects of their skills, despite me being mostly magically insensitive. A direct confrontation is not ideal, not with the distance penalty I suffer at long distances. This might be the first time I have seen a city. Motten and New Frika can't compare to the scale and sprawl of a capital city. It's also the first time I encounter enchanted roads. Around the capital, these road has some kind of anti-vegetation effect, and as a result I cannot spawn my subsidiary trees near them. Even underground, the capital has a sprawling network of sewers and tunnels, and they are strangely also enchanted. I suspect it's the effect of some masonry skill or builder's skill which prevents decay and damage to these structures, because logically, using magic on sewers just didn't seem to make much sense. These enchanted sewers prevent my roots from spreading that deeply, and so that greatly limits the extent of my spread. In the city, multiple structures, such as the army's fort on the riverbank, are enchanted with strong defensive magic, which I am yet able to identify, but I presume to be a kind of warding magic. The magic on the fort walls create a force field that repels my presence and prevents me from placing subsidiary trees and also stops my roots from approaching. I frankly don't know all of these, whether it's skill or magic either. Or whether it's the powers of a local lord or king, which grant such passive benefits to the city which he or she rules. These protections, magic or from skills, are clustered mostly around the old castle, the palaces, the 8 forts around the city, the mages' main towers, the old cathedrals and temples to the gods, the usual places of interest. All of these, together with the layout of the river, meant I have very little access to the inner city, where all the royals are. Still, there must be something I can do. First is the Royal Grove, which despite its royal status lacks magical protection. I guess that unlike the places where the royals live, the Royal Grove isn't worth much protection. So I extend a few subsidiary trees into the forests, and soon discover that its earth does have some magic. There's also a lot of new herbs and plants that I have not seen. The royal guards and rangers are always on the lookout for monsters or for thieves, but when they spot a new tree, they just go, all I need to do is disguise my tree look like a small shrub and I can slip through the patrols like nothing. The best reaction I got from a ranger, when did this tree pop up, and then promptly proceeds to ignore that tree. Like not even an investigation. In fact, the most legit confrontation I got is from a woodcutter. I had attempted to expand into the new part of the city, where all the regular citizens live, but the presence of a tree just stuck out like a sore thumb in the messy, dense mess that is the west side of Ransella. So a woodcutter came up to my tree that popped up at the edge of town, without any hesitation chopped me down. Chop, 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 and timberer. My subsidiary tree fell just like that. I bet that woodcutter had like special woodcutting abilities that makes my tree's defenses absolutely useless. Those poor subsidiary trees didn't stand a chance. Maybe that axe is enchanted to be super effective against trees, but honestly, other than the woodcutters, no one really notices an unusual tree in a forest. I mean, I am discounting the fact that anything green just sticks out in a place filled with houses, roads, and shops. Does this world not have tree monsters? Nobody disguises themselves as a tree trunk. Does this world not have ninjas? Anyway, the Royal Grove, and as my subsidiary tree connects to the other trees in the earth, I get a notification. Gained a passive buff. Connected to an enchanted forest. Herb effectiveness increased by 50. Oh, funky. Enchanted it is. What's your plan? Alexis asks. She's obviously a huge fan of seeing new places. I've been there, that city, but we've only stayed a few days. It's nice looking at the city from your point of view. I plan to first gradually infiltrate the capital, have trees and vines throughout the city. Then I need to find the culprits. I want to know whether the commanders that ordered the burning of the village, are they still alive? That's it. If they are alive, do you plan to kill them? I guess so. I should kill them. Is this for revenge? I mean, they burnt down the village, so it's revenge, right? Revenge, yeah, I think so. Actually, that's a good question. Why am I doing this? Am I just carrying the fury of the burning of the village of Frika in my heart? Kind of silly that I am asking myself this now that I have made the entire journey here. I even invested all these subsidiary trees to establish a connection, a chain of trees that span a country. So that question prompted me to think about what exactly I want to achieve, and because I could not answer the question myself, I turned to the elves. My fellow survivors, the 7 elves that suffered the consequences of the army's brutality. Lozan, what would you do if you found the one responsible for killing your father? Slap him. A few times. That's it, that bad person. He made me grow up without a father. It is a bad thing. Bad people do such bad things to me. But it is so long ago, I was still just a small baby. I do not know what happened. So, somehow, I'm not really angry. Maybe angry, but it's not really burn me up kind of angry, you know. I should be angry at these bad guys because they did a bad thing, but it's not in here, you know. Lozan points to her heart, or is it her gut? She has a point, she's a baby. She's not seen it happen, though she suffers the consequences of it. But that's been her life since. So are you angry? I think I am, but not much really. Maybe mom will be really angry. Wait, I should be angry. I am angry. You. Don't sound that angry. I am angry because a group of bad person did bad things to us. But that's it, I guess. I am angry because I should be, but not angry because I feel it like a fire in my heart. Okay, confusing. Lawfen, what would you do if you find the man that ordered the burning of the village? Lawfen sat and she just kept quiet for a while. Lawfen, I heard you, tree. I need to think. I just did not expect such a question from you suddenly. Lawfen kept quiet for a good 15 minutes, maybe an hour, just alone thinking. I honestly didn't notice the time. Honestly, tree, I don't know what I would do. Maybe I will kill him, or maybe not, but me, I think I probably won't be able to do anything. It's been so long, tree. I don't know. Lawfen looks really uncomfortable, and she sits down on the large chair in her office. They took my friends, my husband, my home from me. So you will retaliate? Yes, maybe yes. But I tell Lozan not to let it cloud and consume us, that this is a cycle of how the world renew itself. The world is full of this, killing. People always kill each other. They always find excuses to. If it's not humans, it'll be royalty or money or territory. We have always been killing or getting killed. I sometimes wonder whether maybe it would be demons that got us instead if it's not the army. I'm confused, Lawfen. Why are you talking about that? Me too. I don't really know what I will do, what I should do. I like to think we have all moved on. We succeeded in rebuilding our lives. A part of me takes the stand that living a good life is the best revenge, that not to be consumed by vengeance is the way to move forward with life. Lawfen pauses and takes a deep breath, but the loss somewhere, it still hurts. When I look at Lozan's sparring, I wonder what Ricola would have said. When we celebrate her birthdays, I wish Ricola and all others to be here. She looks really sad then, but does my sorrow, my sadness, allow me to seek vengeance? I know Cashern once told me that when you've lived through so many years of death, you learn to accept it. But I can't. So what should I do, tree? What's the right thing to do? She stretches. Like I said, a part of me thinks the right thing to do is to forgive and forget. But I don't want them to entirely get away scot-free either. I feel like a statement needs to be made. I'm so torn between those two feelings. Tree, I want both. I want to let go. Only with letting go I will have inner peace. But I also want to have vengeance, a statement, some way of slapping these idiots for fighting us when their attention should be demons. Well, I can actually share that emotion. I too thought I knew, but now that I am at the point where I am able to retaliate, I actually don't really know what I want to do with Sala. Do I proceed to slaughter the Sala kingdom? Many of whom are similarly unaware of the evil their military commits. Or should I just focus my goal on the true culprits? But let's say I do find the true culprits. Is death the right punishment for them? Jura, what would you do if you find the culprits behind the burning and slaughter of Frika? Jura leans back on his chair. I would have the true culprit stripped naked, hung upside down in a public market, and starved, whipped, and burned for a few days, but without dying, without sleep. Why? Because he deserves shame and pain. For someone who crossed me personally, I feel to just let the person die is too lenient, too light. He should experience my terrible days when I was hiding, running, my skin still scorched by the flames that engulfed the village, my feet bruised, the bottom of my skin bleeding, but I had to keep running. All of us ran like crazy for days. So yeah, he should have a taste of that. Okay. But now that I'm the council of the Valtrian Order, I can understand how it got to that point, why the military did what it did. The burning, even if I disagree with it. Jura, look, a king exercises his authority through his institutions and his subjects. What good is a king if there are no subjects that obey his command? So when a king gives an order, there must be a weight to it that citizens learn to obey them. We clearly disobeyed the order, so we were punished. Sure, the punishment on us is really extreme, but then I sometimes wonder if the punishment is light, who would put their lives on the line and fight for the king. I have heard of death for traitors, death for those who desert the battlefield. What we did is similar, no. We refused to fight when we were clearly asked to. I think there's more to it, so I let Jura continue. It's just some things I think about, sometimes to rationalize why such a tragedy happened. It's a way of coping to try and understand why it happened. A part of me learns to come to terms with that reality by accepting that we deserved it. Well, dissecting and rationalizing is a way of coping. Sometimes maybe that's just fate. The way the gods of this world continue to play their games and we are just puppets. Jura stretches on his nice comfy seat. It's custom made after all, he is the council of the order. He kicks his legs a bit and then swings his two arms around. There's no one else in the room. Jura doesn't actually like having other people in the room when he's working. Besides, he's a level 80 warlord. If somebody can kill him, the guards probably won't stand a chance anyway. But despite all of that, I saw my friends die, so I think I really would skewer the guy, cut him up and hang him for all to see. But then I'll probably look like a vengeful person, and public vengeance isn't something other elves appreciate. So, will you kill him or not? Oh yes, I will kill him, throw him in the gutter, let no one remember him, and be done with it. Heh. Well, I somewhat like that, but then again I feel death is too cheap. Doesn't death feel too cheap? Life is cheap, so death should be cheap. Always has been, but I just want to settle those loose ends and be done with it. We've got the living to worry about, future enemies to think of, rather than enemies of our past. Sure, no. I think I will only know what I will do when I hold the executioner's blade and the culprit's head on the chopping block. Maybe those deep emotions will come back. Somehow those answers didn't satisfy me all that much, so I end up speaking to Belle and Emile. I too ask both the girls the same question about what they would do if they find the person who asked for the burning of New Freaka. Honestly, I kind of got over it and accepted that the gods let it happen. Been 9 years? Belle scratches her head. Emile similarly looks confused. I think those humans are evil, but they're mostly dead, right? Have you been thinking about it, Tree? Come on, none of you care about it anymore. Sal is so far away and we're just regular elves looking to lead regular elven lives. For me, I've not thought of vengeance at all. The only thing on my mind is to return to normalcy, which we have. Belle smiles, it's nighttime, and she sits on her bed. And now we have you to protect us, so that won't happen ever again. So I won't do a thing. I agree with Belle. I think after the first 3 years or so I stopped thinking about the slaughter. Having a job in a new town like New Freaka, we feel normal again. Well, our actions will not bring back the dead. Seriously, these two girls can be a little too happy-go-lucky, even with the destruction. Well, there's Brislech and Wallen. Wallen sits, I would kick the guy in the groin. And publicly cane him. Brislech scratches her cheeks for a while. She's a young adult now. I'd have him apologize for ordering such a hateful, horrible thing. I want a sincere, heartfelt apology, and then I will slap all of them. And yes, I like Wallen's idea. Cane them. Use the biggest whip and cane their butts until it bleeds. An apology, that's a good point. An apology, a remorseful one would be good. But if I find the guy, how do I even get an apology out of them? What would you do, Tree? Brislech turns the question around. You were there when it happened too. You watched the village burn. You saw the rest of them die to the swords and fires while we hid inside you. I actually don't really know. I'm still thinking what I should do. I am confused now. It seems because these elves lived actual 9 years while the past few years didn't feel all that long to me. They seem to have mostly moved on, which I suppose makes me happy. But then, two girls laughs. Even the wise tree spirits can feel anger and know not what to do. Tree, what do you feel they deserve? I think I must have vengeance. But what kind of vengeance? What would satisfy this itch? This little scar in my heart, I look at Ransala. My vision is incomplete, as my subsidiary trees can only see so far. The location of my trees isn't very strategic, unlike how New Freaka is a town built around and with trees, so what I can see and hear is limited. It's been so many years. If I want to be specific about my vengeance, can I even find the person responsible? What if the guy's dead? What if something already killed them? Where should my vengeance go then? Feeling stumped, I focus on my usual activities, which is finding more types of trees to investigate. It really wasn't really hard for some beetles to sneak in using the root tunnels, especially in poorly defended places like the Mage's Garden. It isn't even the garden with the most valuable herbs. The real prize, I think, are those within the usual suspects, the multiple large garden within the palace compounds, a few other gardens in the 3 large temple complexes, and those gardens that are actually in the Mages Guild. It's not easy to infiltrate a city as a tree, what more with its generally enchanted paved or tiled roads, and there's really very little vegetation in the town area, except for little spots, little gardens here and there. Doesn't help that because it's a city, demand for wood is high, so there's frequently a lot of workers going around the city to harvest trees. That meant I have to frequently regenerate my subsidiary trees, else I'd lose a connection to the trees I have inside the royal grove. Strategies anyone, for both the vengeance and for the maintenance of trees, I ask my artificial minds. Obtain military records. Commands to burn a village should be recorded somewhere, unless their record-keeping is horrible. Ivy's the first to suggest the obvious. How do we do that? None of us can read, so if we do, it'll be with the help of the elves, and I predict the records will be kept in the main military installations, which are magically protected. Sending beetles there is unfeasible as well. The beetles won't be able to beat the high-level individuals in these installations. Ask. Dimitri's views are more direct. How and who? We have no allies in Sala. The new Freakins are formerly from Sala. They must have allies. They are all migrants after all. Perhaps they even know the structure of the army and bureaucracy inside out. Ivy responds she does know their background quite well. If so, would they not be able to know who would have ordered such an action? The fact that they don't means it's not common knowledge. Feeling like I'm getting stonewalled, I speak to Jura again. Perhaps he has some ideas about the ways to proceed. Jura muses. I have an idea. Let's just ask Sala to surrender the officer responsible for the burning. We are an independent nation now, and if they see why we're not exactly favorable to them, they will appreciate that this is something they can do to repair that relationship. Did his diplomat levels make him think of such an idea? Don't worry about it. Let me handle it. We will send out the request, Tree. I've been wanting to give the new Frika High Council a jolt for some time. Year 79, Month 10. The request came from the Valtrian Order, directly from the Council. The letter, with the Valtrian Order's official seal, went out to Sala's envoys and then to their king. The letter, which is written with unnecessary legalese and noblesse verbose, can be roughly summarized to, Dear King of Sala, on year so-and-so, one rogue platoon of the Sala's army murdered the villagers of Frika and set the entire village on fire. We humbly request for the assistance of the Sala Kingdom to investigate this gruesome slaughter and turn those responsible over to New Frika, such that these criminals may face justice for the murder. Jura, Council. Laufen, Vice Council. Signed and marked with their personal seal, along with the Valtrian orders. The informal networks abuzz with chatter, trying to figure out what this letter really meant. How many people know of the burning and slaughter of Frika? Certainly not much, evidenced by the sheer cluelessness displayed by so many. With so many deaths in the world, such things are just a footnote, not worth a mention. Why should a village be any different? Why did the order bring this up? Is this request really something to remediate an offense of the past? Is the order testing Sala's resolve and sincerity for peace? Or will Sala's refusal to assist be the precursor of future war? It is the task of various envoys and diplomats to sieve out the true intent behind a request, to separate fact from propaganda. Even among the counselors of New Frika, there's a whole lot of guessing and subtle questions, trying to figure out what Jura and Laufen wants. Laufen just shakes her head, smiles and says, oh, please redirect any of your questions to Jura. Jura himself just smiles as he responds to the questions from the other counselors. It's something close to our hearts. We lost so many friends and family then. With justice served, we can then face the dead with peace of mind. Anyway, I leave that aside for now. Justice should be precise after all. I turn to my 5 new recruits, the 5 girls, a coincidence, I swear. I gave them a special title, the Valthorn Initiates, because they will be the thorns. It's kind of inspired by the old saying, rose among the thorns, only these roses are going to be the thorns. A part of me feels like I have unintentionally made this into an equivalent to those Game of Training little ship girls. Anyway, I am digressing. Their training is slow. Firstly, these girls have a lot on their minds, as they have to get used to me speaking to them every now and then. The dreams via dream tutor that I have been giving them also made them a bit unsettled, even though it's just dreams made from essences of sword or essences of spear, regular common essences that I frequently collect from my essence generators or from soul harvesters and memory collection of the dead. It seems these 5, they see different things despite getting the same kind of essences, and their trainers are somebody they don't know. The dreams' lengths are also different. One girl says it felt like she's been practicing for hours. Another says hers felt like just minutes of talking. Then is the routine. They are all excited and eager, wholeheartedly embracing the change, but it still takes some time to get used to it, and their young bodies can't take the sudden change, even with my biopods feeding them nutrients. The extent of the workouts and education pretty much overwhelmed them. Even stepping into the biopods is scary, their first time dipping usually accompanied with struggling against the vines and feelers. so slow progress it is. Maybe it takes a while, like a small sapling. I cannot rush their growth. Strength comes from true understanding and a strong foundation. It is like planting. The amount of nutrients, sunlight, and water must be just right, else you would kill the plant. So maybe I need to adjust my expectations. Spazer. Actually, that was just a rant about how I wish I struck a lottery so that I can spend more time writing all the fics I want to write. But I probably will still work, at least part-time. My ideal work hours would be a 3-day work week. I find working and dealing with annoying clients, bosses, and colleagues surprisingly inspiring writing-wise. I sometimes take inspiration from my colleagues, who are occasionally brilliant and at times evil, backstabbing Sonovabics. I also salute the multiple hats some of my bosses have to play, mediating silly interdepartmental politics. Year 79, Month 11. A group of druids recently applied to New Freaka. They would like to open a druid's house in the town. From what I understand, they were invited by the counselors, perhaps in an attempt to use the druids to counter my presence. Indeed, using the druid's power over nature is a good strategy. If I were faced with a tree monster, I would find ways to weaken the opponent or find a hard weakness. But it's been a long time since I faced a druid, and my levels are much higher now. So I really look forward to my future interaction with druids. I too want to know where I stand. The elves once spoke of a reincarnated hero, Rona, who controlled tree spirits and nature like the back of her hands. I wonder whether I would bend to her will if a hero like that comes around. These druids, they would be a fascinating entry-level test case. Wouldn't that mean druids are using some kind of mind control on trees? Alexis wonders aloud. I didn't think of it before, but it is a kind of mind control, isn't it? The taming of beasts by a beastmaster is similarly a kind of mind control if beasts are sentient, intelligent creatures. Well, I wouldn't know, but they can try using it on you since your physical body is that of Biolab, which is a tree. Then you can be a test subject, and we can find out exactly how it works. Eek, you are right, they might. They totally could. Alexis gasps, her hands to her spiritual face. I need to gain more levels. I suspect I would have some resistance to such mind control or tree control, perhaps as a function of my levels. I would think mind control has a level modifier. Ah well, still, I let the druids settle in, order both Ivy and Trevor to keep watch and watch each other. My fear is that they may notice Ivy or Trevor's presence and then attempt to control them instead. These two are of a lower level than me, so I would think the chances of druid skills working would be higher. Other than that, Mila's hotel seems to be doing okay. She's gotten customers and she's spending money on decorations and materials. A few of her hired tree folks act as her runners. They do all the buying and collecting for her. I think she mentioned she plans to add an extra wing to her lodge. Then, the Sala issue. Sala Kingdom responded with a holding letter, saying they will look into the matter and provide an update when they have more info. Essentially, the diplomatic equivalent of, I have no idea what you're talking about, so I need time to find out. Which is fine. I doubt people remember things like that, especially so far away, so I focus on gathering more intelligence on the Sala Kingdom. I too need to know a bit more about Sala, its people, its structure, and its defenses, should I choose to attack them. Inspection as a skill doesn't seem to reveal much of the enchanted tiles and roads, other than they have been enchanted. It seems it's more tailored to monsters, so perhaps I would need either higher tier of inspection or a more specialized inspection skill to discern the true nature of these roads. Stumped, I turned to experimentation. I found one of these enchanted roads in a quiet, less traveled part of the capital, far from the city itself, where I could place a few subsidiary trees near the road. And I did my experiments on the road. No matter how I tried to make something grow on these tiles or rocks, the plants just wouldn't grow. I then attacked it with my roots, and it's much, much tougher than any regular rock. It took a few hits, then it starts to crack and break. So conclusion 1, it's resistant to most kinds of attack, but not indestructible. Either that or these roads have some kind of plant source damage reduction. I would like to meet the person who built all these roads and structures. Perhaps we could talk to the locals in New Freaka. I believe one of Ivan's confidants is a builder of the magical kind. Ah yes, the group that uses magic to build houses. Perhaps they might know a bit more about these kind of enchanted roads. Maybe all these builders know one another, like some kind of builders guild, or perhaps contractors association. Must be my luck, counseled Jura. One of Ivan's followers, now also one of the counselors of New Freaka. So what do I owe the honor of being before the few true natives of the valley? Jura grins and taps on the chair. On nothing too serious, I asked for you to borrow some of your knowledge. I've got some questions, tell me about construction-related skills and abilities. The room's empty save for the two of them, both seated on a chair. Jura has a pot of tea, made from my younger, tender leaves. It's still steaming, there's a small firestone under it, used to keep food warm. The counselor moves, adjusts his body slightly. He's a man of average height, but his build is bulky, stoic. But since his election to the council, he changed a builder's attire for something more formal. How strange, may I know why? The counselor leans forward, he didn't touch the tea. I'm thinking of building a new building, so I thought I ask an expert on what kind of crazy skills would a builder have. It would help me in assessing what I can build and how long it takes. So tell me about the great builders of our world. The counselor pauses, smiles a little to himself, then shakes his head. Surely there's more to it, counsel. Well, there were no builder heroes. Jura sips on his tea. Oh, that's something I didn't realize. I thought there were heroes from almost all the classes. But then that's another conversation. I want to know about builder-type job classes today. Firstly, there are all kinds of builder-related job classes. There are the entry-level versions of the job such as the draftspersons, the regular workmen, and there are the stronger variants, the architects, the foremen, the master builders. Their passives run the gamut from weak to incredible. A true master builder could build a house out of hay that can withstand a typhoon, a house out of wood that would never rot or spoil, a wall that can withstand a dragon's flame, and roads that could speed up the domain's trade. Am I right to assume the materials are the same, or do these master builders use their skills to change the materials? Yes and no. A builder, a farmer, a blacksmith, they all have skills, and these skills influences the materials they work with, and it persists until the materials are unmade. A plank of wood processed by a master builder can be many times stronger than one made by a regular builder, just like a blacksmith can work with metal to make a sword multiple times stronger than the work of a regular apprentice. But then what happens when the maker dies? Do these skills disappear? You really are a warrior, counseled Jura. It is basic knowledge that non-combat skills have longevity. The effect of a non-combat skill persists longer than the burst one-off nature of active combat skills. The great castles of yore made by the master artisans, the effects of their skills on the shine of their walls, the foundations and strength of their ramparts, they remain till this day, with little decay, even after the death of their makers. Jura rubs his chin and hair, looking a little embarrassed that the counselor called him out on his cluelessness on such things. True, else they wouldn't be handing down enchanted artifacts and heirlooms. Ah, but let's say I want to know about roads and walls. What kind of skills you've seen that work on walls and roads? Thinking about building walls around the order, counseled Jura. Where do I start? Think about it, there are kings with powers to create temporarily nigh-impervious, indestructible fortresses and walls, kings who amplify the effect of roads on travel in their domain, or mages who can enchant walls with defensive buffs, highway markers that speed up travel on those who travel along them. Ah, fine, I'm asking about builders. We would have many kinds. Most builders worthy of building anything more than a wooden house would gain some variant of the skills enduring construct or low-maintenance structures, so that they last longer and need less upkeep and repairs. I would think walls and roads would gain the effects of such skills. Are there dedicated road builders in the world? What kind of skills would they have? Yes, of course there are. The world's skills are as vast as the stars in the sky, but don't know their skills. I'm a magic-augmented builder. I construct things using earth magic, and sadly I have not met a true road builder. And well, that was all the counselor was willing to share, and Alexis had a post-mortem. A metaphor I would use is that these passive skills are like paint. They stay on the object until they are removed. Well, Alexis is willing to share her views on such things. Usually the benefits of such skills is that they are close to perpetual. They usually can interact and stack with other such passive skills, and the drawbacks is that they're not that strong. So what's your take on what's happening? Why the roads resist me? You're a pest, I suppose. I doubt the road knows how to differentiate between a tree and a weed, so it just repels all of them. Have you seen roads destroyed by roots that grow underneath them? Roots destroy buildings and roads, so I would expect any good builder would want to prevent his things from getting destroyed. Fine, let's say what you're saying is true, then how about New Freaka? Why don't the roads that are built now in this area reject me if such passives are so common? Maybe because you're part of the native ecology, so the buildings built here are used to your overarching influence and do not regard you as an invader. Or maybe your main body is so overwhelmingly powerful in this area that such skills don't work in close vicinity to you, or maybe you have some kind of ability in validating all these skills. Frankly, could be a million things. I learnt nothing from that conversation. Alexis chuckles, I am glad to have wasted your time. Ah well, I turn my attention to the herbal varieties found in Sala. There's little spots of greenery throughout the city. The issue is clearly getting there because of all the roads and buildings that impede my progress. The royal grove's actually rather boring, other than being enchanted. The herb varieties are mostly common, but they are more effective. There's some herbalists and druids that regularly tend to the grove, mostly just healing sick trees and stuff like that. So back to New Freaka. Year 79, month 12. New Freaka's population is close to 60,000, a wave of new migrants, apparently coming from the north. There's another conflict emerging there between two countries, and it's a plain old war, apparently over a lady. Turns out, princes from both countries fell in love with the same lady, and now they're fighting some kind of war over her. I mean, seriously. Can't they just have a duel or something? And it's winter. Why'd they pick winter to fight a war anyway? It's warmer in their part of the world. A strong warm current and breeze keeps their two shore countries warm, so their winters are pretty much feels like fall, so they can still fight. In J, well, food supplies are doing well. The orders, rituals, for births and deaths are becoming something of a tradition, which makes me happy, because more deaths means more essence for me to feed the 6 young girls that are now in my training regime. According to data provided by Lawfin, about 2 in every 5 deaths are now taking the orders, melt in a pod method of disposing the corpse. Of course, the actual name that goes out to public is more pleasant. Euphemisms, euphemisms. The population boom comes with its own challenges. Clean water, sewage, public health. Previously, the council's workers dug wells, and with some magical help and blacksmith tools, made pulleys and pumps that brings out water from the ground. At 60,000, even with close to 100 wells throughout the entire city, there are still long lines, and the water levels in the wells are running low, so newer wells have to be deeper. And that exposes one huge flaw in choosing this valley as a spot for a town. Water. Unlike a place with a large river or a large lake, there are a few small streams through the valley, and unless the council is willing to dig really deep, providing clean water to 60,000 is going to be a challenge. The local builders constructed deeper and deeper wells, and also larger, deeper latrine pits. Apparently, one of the ways poop and sewage is processed in this world is via magic, and strangely, the temples of the world usually play a big part in water and sewage. One of the abilities the priesthoods and nuns learn is an ability called Purify and Cleanse, which works on people, and also works on sewage and water. So the city actually pays priests and nuns, or those with the relevant cleanse skills, to regularly process the latrine pits. The poop gets converted via magic into regular dirt. Magic is amazing. The process of cleansing the latrine needs to be done quite regularly, else the poop will start to contaminate the groundwater. Again, the priests then use cleanse on the wells to sanitize the water. So there really is a thing like purified and cleansed holy water. I wonder whether they feel like a quack when they sell such things to regular citizens. In larger city, there are high-level cleaners or mages who can do similar functions, or in some cases, meaning the wealthy, powerful cities, use artifacts that process or decompose sewers. In certain elven cities, their poop is usually processed by a kind of poop-eating worm, which apparently enjoys poop and pee as its main food source. Centaurs and lizardmen tribes tend to spray a kind of yeast or powder that converts these poop and pee into fertilizer, which leads to an odd behavior of them having multiple outhouses in their farms, but strangely these centaurs here don't have such habits. Treefolk don't have the issue of poop or peeing. It seems their bodily waste just evaporates from their body or gets discharged via their legs into the earth. The fact that magic and magical monsters exists gives a wide range of options on how to process such issues. I wonder, how do large dragons deal with their poop, and do they poop midair like birds do? Anyway, enough of my constant off-tangent ponderings. Population consumes resources and also produces waste. Both needs to be managed. Assimilating this growth and managing it as part of the valley's overall population while balancing and caring for the health of the valley's flora is my personal duty as the tree guardian of the valley. With Trevor's constant replenishment of the valley's resources and my powers of growth, the valley's tree count is growing steadily. Lately, though, the growth rate is slowing again, partly because of consumption from a larger population. I have timber farms which the Valtrian Order sells to the local businesses, who then make furniture, build houses, and other products. Increasingly, demand is starting to catch up to supply. The speed in which these timber grows is easily 10x, maybe more than that of a regular tree, as a regular seedling reaches maturity within 2 months, yet there is a size limit to the farm. The idea of stone beds or stone furniture is unappealing to the citizens. Even centaurs prefer wooden furniture to stone. Perhaps there is something unappealing about purely stone homes. Centaurs, for example, cultivate small patches of a certain grass, which when dried are woven into rugs and paddings for them to lie on, and these woven rugs and carpets are a must-have for any centaur dwelling. At first I was unaware of this, but it seems as New Freeka's economy and safety stabilized, the centaurs started yearning for little luxuries, and mixed cotton rugs and carpets start to proliferate, which meant a market for the cotton. Sadly, Lawfin says it's a break-even business, as the selling price barely covers the cost of processing and paying workers to work on the cotton, and then making the carpets. I think this cotton business needs industrialization. There's probably a better way to process the cotton, and I vaguely recall studies and visits to the textile museum. So even though a machine like that must exist and should exist, I'm no master of mechanical objects, so I can't recreate it. Maybe there's some magical solution someday. Oh yes, where was I? Poop and water. The reason I am also rambling about poop is some of the ordinary, normal trees feel sick. My main tree, roots, and subsidiary trees are almost immune due to the effects of my skill, rhizofiltration, so it doesn't absorb all the other shit, literally, that gets dumped into the ground that contaminated the groundwater. But my fellow normal trees, normal as they may be, are sick, and sick trees grow slower, and some may eventually die. That is bad. Dead trees is a big no-no. I feel for my fellow trees. Year 80, month 1. With data from the root sensors on subsidiary trees spread out throughout the valley, and also the city area, Trevor helped to map out an overlay indicating the pollution problem. I firstly need to know how bad is the poop situation. The source is of course the city. There are multiple latrine pits, which the frequency of sanitization by those responsible has been a bit lacking. The priests and workers are supposed to cleanse the pits once every 3 days, but it is an incredibly unpleasant task, so they only do it once every 2 weeks. That meant some of these sewage accumulated, and the extra period for it to stew in the pit meant quite a bit managed to contaminate the ground. Furthermore, the effectiveness of the cleanse spell is range limited, so it didn't cure the sewage accumulated deeper in those pits. The first issue is, like I said, the priests are not doing their jobs. They generally view this duty as demeaning for these self-proclaimed servants of God to literally cleanse the filth of others. Even the priests, those in the order's employ, abhor the task. I hate that part of the job, a priest would routinely say. So usually the most junior of priests, those who possess the skill, would be sent on the toilet duty. That meant the strength of the cleanse skills are poor, because skills scale with laels, and because of how deep and massive the latrines are, to accommodate 60,000 citizens, the skills of these low-level cleanse just won't do. At most, it just creates a superficial clean and dry layer on top of the rest of the sewage, deluding the priests that the job is done. But I have no cleaning skills myself, even if I do have the ability to filter such toxins and other unfavorables out. The most senior priests on toilet duty. No amount of money will make that happen. We are servants of God, not the city's sewage cleaners. The fact that we send our most junior priests to do it is good enough. The task is seen as dirty, disgusting, and demeaning. Money won't fix it. Can we import the worms or the cleaning artifacts? Artifacts are ridiculously expensive. As for the worms, I will reach out to the elven kingdoms whether they are for sale. Transporting those worms will need special arrangements, as they rarely survive outside their sewage environment. Jura's rather amused by the sanitation issue. He didn't really feel it. In fact, most of the citizens are not even aware of the contamination of the groundwater, since these things reach deep, not float up above. Trevor's map of subterranean water flow indicates the groundwater flows toward the valley, so as the latrine pits tend to be close to the forest's edge, the new freakins are lucky that their own drinking water is clean. Perhaps if somehow it stinks up the entirety of the town, then it would make them realize the gravity of the situation. Or maybe I should somehow reverse the flow of groundwater such that their wells get contaminated with poop water. Maybe I shouldn't be so nasty. Solutions. Relying on the priests to constantly use cleanse on poop and sewage is not exactly what I consider a scalable and reliable solution. These priests are going to hold the skill as some kind of ransom, eventually, if they discover what it means to the regular trees. And the idea of having an army of priests going around town sanitizing all the latrine pits in a big city just feels lame. So I need some kind of natural solution, something I can manage, something that I can create. Jura, are you familiar with plants that survive in sewers or other such wastelands? No, but let me get the herbalist. We do not have any plants that are capable of surviving in sewers. The herbalist responds to Jura's question. Most plants have a natural state, and while these differ slightly, I am not aware of any plants that survive in entirely sewers. We do have plants that can somewhat tolerate sewer waters, though. How about algae, fungi? There must be something that lives in sewers. I recall trees destroying sewer pipes back home because the roots are drawn to them, so the trees must have some tolerance for wastewater. I find it strange that the normal trees here are unable to process the sewage. They are native, they should be adapted to native waste from the native population. Is it because the type of toxins or minerals in the sewage? What do large cities with their waste? Other than what I told you, no clue. Honestly, sewers are not something I pay attention to, and our village is so small a few pits is sufficient. Jura shrugs. He's really quite amused by my recent fascination and questions around waste, and he doesn't really get my frustration with dying trees. Trees die all the time, they say, can never heal all of them. Which is true, but I am a tree, and it offends me that I let a fellow tree to die from something as stupid as sewage intolerance. Are you even sure it's sewage? Alexis shrugs. Or sickness, and that is how I ordered the beetles to gather multiple wastewater samples from all the different latrine pits. New beetle species unlocked. Dung beetle. No, fuck you, tree. I am not analyzing poop. Alexis absolutely resists letting the poop anywhere near her. I am not touching. Poop. Tree. Why are the beetles carrying poop? The elves ask. Analysis. Can the poop not drip everywhere in the hideout? Despite much resistance, I eventually got the poop into the biolabs for analysis. I do feel disgusted, but only mildly. I think saving the rest of the trees to be a far larger and more important goal. I doubt my feelers and vines feel a thing when they prod and dig into the poop. Well, they do feel kinda moist and sticky, but it's just poop. I'm pretty sure the dirt all around me was poop some point in their long, ever-changing lives. Testing in progress. I suppose feces and poop are considered biological matter, as the biolabs run through a range of tests. It took some time to actually know what's happening since there are so many tests to run for so many different samples. I need a control group. You want our poop now. Jura, Loffen, and the elves are all appalled by my request. Yes, fresh samples, just to measure change in fecal composition versus that of the latrine. All of you are healthy, clearly, so your fecal matter should be too. How do we give it to you? Poop inside those pods. The pods aren't meant for pooping. Biolab upgraded. Biolab now has multiple extra rooms, functioning as a toilet, bathroom, and others for collection and harvesting of biological wastes. Well, you poop in this place that looks kind of like an outhouse, and the biolab will do the rest. Yuwa. The elves are generally quite disgusted, but still, they eventually did proceed to do their business in the special poofhouse designed for collection of their poop. Why are you so disgusted? Don't some societies use cow manure as fertilizer? It's still poop. Anyway, poop or not, the tests must go on. And speaking of fertilizer, would Minotaur poop be fertilizer too, since they are like part cow? Or do I need some kind of bacteria to degrade the poop first? Have I seen a Minotaur? Tests. We need more tests. The culprits are still unclear of what exactly in poop that causes the trees to feel sick. Could it be some kind of disease transmitted via poop? Is it some kind of metal, some kind of mineral, or some kind of bug? I need to get to the root of the problem, so more tests. One of the other things I started Alexis on, since she refuses to look at poop, is to look at the filtering nature of roots instead. My body, due to rhizofiltration that I learned long ago, is able to filter out all these bad things, whatever they are. There should be some membrane-like structure to the roots, either that, or the skill creates some kind of filtering extracting effect. If I can do it, maybe there is some way to filter the poop, and ring-fence the latrine pits such that their contamination is contained, and perhaps in the future I would find some ways to convert these waste into something more usable, like fertilizer. As of now, the contamination is spreading, ongoing, as people continue to poop and pee every day, so the first step is of course containment. The source of these pollutants need to be restricted. Research status, Roots Volcanic Mineral Processing Stage 1 completed. Tree Lab Varieties, Stage 1 completed. Magically Attuned Materials, Stage 1 completed. Beetle Anti-Magma Armors, Stage 4 17 months. Material Lab Stage 1 6 months. Magical Sensors, 6 months. Normal Tree Root Filters Stage 1 6 months. Year 80 Month 2. Did somebody plant all these trees around all the outhouses? It makes it feel like I'm doing my business out in the jungle or something. Must be the druids. I think it's the tree spirit. He's a bit fond of meddling after all. It's kinda creepy if you say it that way. Is the tree spirit watching us take a shit? I doubt tree spirits are interested in us taking our shits though. I mean, only perverts like that kind of stuff, and we aren't exactly the most attractive old men around. It's a fetish for some people, a fetish for trees. Yuwa. Anyway, I had to implement a stopgap measure. I couldn't get the priests to do their jobs, and I'm not inclined to threaten them because it reveals a weakness about me. So I decide to surround the most of the larger latrine pits and outhouses in New Freaka with subsidiary trees, and use my roots to then form a subterranean wall to block the fecal matter from leaking into the wider valley's groundwater. I can't process the shit, but I have to deal with the shit, so blocking the shit is my temporary measure. The findings from my first round of analysis of the collected samples reveal that there's no particular culprit. The problem is, well, there's just a whole damn load of shit. There's a lot of minerals that are generally not well accepted by trees. There's also a whole mix of fungi, bacteria, and other stuff, all of which the normal trees normally can tolerate in small quantities. Normally, it's not a result I wanted. Well, I suppose you could have some kind of waste treatment plant before it's discharged. Like, split the sewage into components and treat them separately. I can't seem to recall the water treatment process, though. Alexis rubs her head. Never mind, focus on researching the roots. That's probably going to help minimize the damage. I'm guessing it's going to be something like filtering, sedimentation, adding chemicals to kill bacteria or take out certain types of metals. I also can't remember the details. It's been so many years since school, and honestly, I wish I could Google wastewater treatment and find the answer. But then, even if I did, I'd have to find ways to develop actual skills or tools suitable for the growing city. For now, the poop is contained by the roots of my subsidiary trees, and because there is just a whole load of poop, even my subsidiary tree's root filters occasionally fail and it absorbs some of the poop, and it makes the subsidiary tree weak and sickly, which Trevor or myself have to step in and use some of our tree healing powers. Important lesson. Skills can fail. And because the roots kind of stop the poop from escaping the pits get filled up faster, so the city has to build more of these pits. Not sustainable. They can't constantly be digging new pits all the time. I need to figure out a way to decompose the poop. You could maybe separate their components, then store them separately. I think some plants can consume or extract certain kinds of elements in the wastewater sludge. Thus, I ordered some beetles to bring back some of the trees near the sewers on the outskirts of Sala. Sala's got a vast network of underground sewers, some of which pipes their waste for disposal somewhere further, far from the city. There, the beetles bring back different types of plant samples, collected from near the sewer outlets and the sewers itself, for my biolab's analysis. I wonder whether I can make a plant able to eat poop. Meanwhile, I want to drop out. One of the girls say she's tired and frustrated even if she is making progress. It's too hard, so much fighting and so much studying. I can't do this, but what will you do then? Another of the girls ask. We don't get chances like this, we're just orphans. The young girl doesn't know. She only knows she didn't actually want it as much as she did. Lozan nods, it's intense. If you really want to drop out, please let Tree Spirit know. It's fairer for everyone so that someone else who wants it can try it out. Let's not force yourself, I think now you know what you truly want. The young girl cries and covers her face with her palms. She doesn't know what to do, actually. Ivan sits next to her. I spoke with the Tree Spirit. If you drop out, you will return to being a regular orphan, so you can still stay. But you will lose the benefits you have, like the stipends you get. The girls get some pocket money for their participation. I thought it's fairer that way, since this is like an apprenticeship or internship. I thought of it as being a reward for their hard work, since their routine is literally a whole lot of combat and studies. Some eat, sleep, poop, and repeat. Rest days are few and far between, perhaps a day in a month. Honestly, my expectations were not very high, but I wanted dedication and a display of effort from the girls. They need to at least try. Are you sure? Ivan's sort of their counselor. I think she's probably suspicious of my activities and doesn't trust my intentions, but because of that, she's taken a personal interest in the girls and is now quite close to the girls, acting like their mother. Or maybe Ivan's just bored. I don't know. This is so hard. My body hurts everywhere and I feel overwhelmed. I'm tired. I thought being a warrior, a fighter would be nice, and I'll be those super cool adventurers who defeat monsters and all. I just didn't expect the work to be so much. I don't even have much time to play anymore. Ivan taps her on her shoulder. I understand this program is rough. I told Tree Spirit as well that it's extremely intense, but he insists on it being this way. The young girl sobs. Her friends give her a hug. If you're sure you want to drop out, we'll go and see the Tree Spirit. She nods. The next day I cancel her familiar contract and she loses her status as one of the Valthorn initiates. I am down to 4 girls. Though she cries, I think she'll be happier just as a regular person. Ah well, not everyone makes the cut. This is a good thing, the future batches. The girls will now do some self-selection and only those who truly want it will participate. Year 80, Month 3. Sala has yet to provide an update on our request, though from the intel sources Jura has, it seems they are discussing it in great detail. According to the grapevine, it seems that they want to find a scapegoat for the incident, someone related but junior they can throw under the bus. If that really happens, I would be very disappointed, but for now, more intel gathering. After that string of conversations with the elves, I feel a bit magnanimous. I wonder whether I should look past this incident, and maybe what I do next should not be out of vengeance, but I should still send a message that such actions have consequences, even if the consequence is 10 years later. Please, take care of my children and my wife. Protect them from the demons and these monsters too. I recall feeling angry, these humans, killing the elves when there are demons out there. Something as scary and overwhelmingly powerful like a demon king, and yet the Freaka villagers all, slaughtered and burnt alive. If I descend into a war with the Sala again, would I be doing what they did to me? Fighting amongst ourselves while a demon threat awaits. It's not going to be long. This month, I begin to feel strange fluctuations in the star manas, and they make my leaves tingle. It's a familiar feeling, like that strange dream I had before the previous Demon King. I feel it, the looming presence of the demons. The first of the many demonic rifts will soon open, year 80, month 4. I have my first material lab. It deconstructs what I insert into its underlying components, and the level of deconstruction is proportional to the energy supply and the level of the material lab. I insert a wooden plank. First, it strips any skills out of it, and there are many skills. They appear as little blobs of light, and most of these skills appear as unidentified. I know the blobs represent skills because one of those blobs is actually readable fine-cut wood, and so I draw the conclusion that all the blobs are skills. Besides, what else could those formless blobs be? After that, what is left is raw, unskilled wood in the shape of an ordinary plank. The lab's energies slowly breaks the wood apart, strand by strand, strip by strip. The plank peeled off layer by layer along the grooves of the plank. Then the separated layers or strips gets further broken down into smaller pieces, almost little specks. After that, it splits up into its constituent components, like bubbles of air, blobs of water, blobs of unidentified things. It appears like a piece of plank is flash dried and drained of all fluids and air bubbles, and then one of the last components is mana, or maybe that life force thing that the souls generate. First revelation of the day: unlike our world, mana actually exists as part of things, even things as simple as wood. Maybe mana replaces one of the primary fundamental forces, or does it become an additional fundamental force? Somehow, I think I should have known this. Anyway, the remaining strips of dried, airless, monolith specks can be further broken down, but I need material labs of a higher level. Well, do you want to further develop materials labs or work towards magic labs? I don't know. It's kind of cool that it breaks things down to these components. And actually, I can use it to analyze the poop samples. Alexis rolls her eyes at the mention of poop, and she floats away, back to doing her own thing. She's busy anyway. The materials lab takes the form of a single tree outside my inner circle of subsidiary trees, its appearance like any other, but its internal structure contains multiple little bubbles which store the separated materials. It's power-intensive, draining quite a bit of energy from the normal trees with each separation process. I suppose it's kinda like those labs where they spin stuff until they split apart. Anyway, back to the poop samples. I use the materials lab to test out the poop samples, and, well, the first thing that surprises me is that there's also some blobs of skills. Unidentified, of course, but seriously, who uses skills on their poop? Either that or it's some kind of passive that gets applied. Rhetorical question. Moving on, I run the tests through few more different samples of poop, and then seriously, quite a few of them have skills, all unidentified. At this point, I'm wondering whether it's unidentified because I don't know them, or whether because the amount of it is so small that I can't tell it apart. Maybe the ability to identify it because the quantity of skill is too small. The poop splits apart to more components, like water, air, and the type of materials that make up the poop. And also, mana. Oh great, there's mana in poop too. Now that the poop has been drained, dried, and it starts to break apart and easily separate into different kinds of metals, without requiring much energy, what's left is a collection of mostly unfamiliar metals, and some of the usual iron, copper, and stuff. Is this normal? Deciding that I probably need a bit more of each type of metals to be identified, I break down more of the poop, including some fresh samples from the elves, and once I got about a handful of each unidentified metal type at different ratios. Next, I ask Jura for any professionals that may be able to assist on such samples. I'll probably need help identifying these metals. There's about 30 small plates of different metal types on top of Jura's desks, all from splitting up the poop samples. A blacksmith and a merchant came along. It's rather easy for Jura to ask for help. These people are here to curry favor anyway. He's the council. He could give them big deals someday. The two quickly went through the samples, easily identifying them. All of them are just some kind of local metal mineral, our world's equivalent of sand or tin or iron and stuff like that. This world's metal types don't exactly match ours, since they do have iron-like things that are stronger and also some that are weaker. Variants, but different metal types. Maybe they are alloys. Metals and elements in this world exist in a spectrum, rather than distinct types in my world. Or I think they have a larger, more granular version of the periodic table. Alexis is nerding out. She's paying attention to the descriptions given by the merchants and smiths, and then ask. You should buy some books, then I can explain this better. You can read. Yeah, why won't I know how to read? Wait, did I know she can read? Ask the merchant whether anyone published any guide or summary on the metals and minerals of the world. I placed an order for 3 different tomes on materials and resources found in the world. I wouldn't want to make basic research from scratch. There should be some body of knowledge already in tomes and books. Back to the poop analysis, that material breakdown of knowing what the metals are kind of did. Nothing. Though the merchants are able to identify the metals, it still doesn't give me an idea whether those metals are harmful or beneficial to the plants, since their knowledge is more of use for trade and metalworking. Also, I can't rule out that there's most likely an optimal level of each metal, and exceeding that would result in some kind of poisoning, and a deficiency may result in stunted growth and other kinds of problem. So there's to be more studies, more tests. I ordered the beetles to take samples of the dirt throughout the valley, around healthy trees and around sick trees, to compare the composition of the dirt in the ground. Maybe there's some minerals appearing in different ratios which may lead to something more conclusive. Frustrating, isn't it? There's no skill that just tells you what's wrong, other than something's wrong. On the contrary, I feel happy that at least I need to use my head, and because of it I'm getting you, Trevor and Dimitri, to run more tests. I was just thinking, wouldn't the druids know the answer? Asking the druids. That's a good point. Let's use this chance to test out the druids' abilities. So with a bit of backhanded string pulling, Jura managed to get the newly settled in druids to pay a visit to a small patch of sick trees, somewhere on the edges of New Freaka. What do you think? I was told something's wrong with these trees, but I can't tell what. There's 4 of them, all of them look middle-aged, dressed in robes, and they kneel over the ground. They all have a wooden staff of some kind. Natural diagnosis, a druid calls out, and his wooden stick glows. A spirit-like wisp appears and enters the ground, and then after a while it comes back out. The wisp tells me there seems to be groundwater contamination. The ground's concentration of metals are all too high, particularly white tin and green iron. Oh, I know that. Another of the druid touches the ground, picks up a bit of dirt and tastes it. I think he used some kind of skill there, but I couldn't quite make out what it was. He looks a bit puzzled, and then he spits. Agreed. Groundwater contamination, likely to be from the city. Council Jura, I suggest we move all the trees somewhere a bit further away. Can't you heal the trees or the ground? We could, but usually the sickness will come back after about a month unless you find a way to stop the groundwater contamination. The earth itself is contaminated due to exposure to the city. Healing the trees is just a temporary fix. What do you normally do in such cases? We move the trees. There's usually no way of convincing the populace from changing how they live, just for the sake of some trees. The druids shrug. Trees are just resources to most normal people. Jura just nods, looking around. The druids continue to touch a few of the normal trees. So, do you want us to move the trees, Council? I don't think it's necessary, though. Another druid speaks up. They are just mildly sick. At least, they look better than they did a few months ago. As the druids and Jura walks back to New Freaka, one of them asks Council, may we have an audience with the tree spirit? I understand you speak to it often. Oh, why, Well, we are druids. We make it a point to meet and greet with the tree spirits of the land. Kinda comes with the job class. Ah, that is a druid thing, no. The druids grin, yeah, kind of. I see, I'll have a word with the tree spirit. In the meantime, I am still trying to process what I just saw, i.e., the druids actually have skills able to diagnose the problem, without the need for experimentation. And why do I not have a similar skill? I have a few theories on this, but I think I want to see what they are up to. As for the waste situation, it's sort of under control. With my subsidiary tree's roots acting as a barrier and filter, the sewage's leakage to the greater valley is now limited. The druids clearly can identify the problem, though their solution was meh. Moving the trees is a solution, but I don't like being moved, and I think the trees won't like it too. Personally, I think it's not really an issue about meeting the druids, but I had to prepare, so I called Mattias and the Order's top guys back in for explanations on the druids. I'll get straight to the point. I've met druids, many times in fact, but I don't know much about them. So let's start from the beginning. What do? What are their powers? The leaders stare at each other, and they shift a little uncomfortably. One of the priests goes first. They're tree lovers. They tend to go around healing the land after the destruction left behind by the Demon King. The druids are famous as the major supporter of the restorers. They can summon trees and animals, use wood magic, earth magic, and water magic. They also usually have some animal companions as well. The captain's pretty much reciting the norm. Sounds like the usual myth around druids. Did the makers of this world somehow started off as dungeon masters? Anyone know the specifics of their jobs? Like, what do they do? When I was a young child, a druid came and gave simple tips on farming. He tried to teach us the power to boost fertility and speed growth, but none of us picked it up. Fine, clearly they have some ability to have earth and restoring powers. Are they like some kind of generic mage, but with more of a focus on earth, wood and water? I ask. Mattias nods, close, though pure mages like myself think druids are. A bit of a hack, since druids mostly borrow powers from their surroundings and neglect their own physical and mental training. So druids pick their battlefields such that they have more power and things to tap on, but that's kind of predictable. Okay, they have some kind of connection to the surroundings too. Anyone knows the history of druids. Everyone shakes their head. Some say they learnt it from trees. Some say they learnt it from treefolk. Fine, how many types and groups of druids are there? Who exactly are the druids in my valley? They're from the far southeast, and they are under the Houghton, one of the 3 largest groups of druids. The other 2 are the Tarimba and the Mulfic. The 3 druidic councils are just, well, kind of like guilds. They are separate but work together for common goals like restoring the land and focused on training. The councils themselves are neutral, but their druids are free to work with any kingdom they want, though generally speaking, most druids will avoid participating in the kingdom wars. Okay, what do they want? I don't know really. I think they're just interested in you, tree spirit. What do they want with me? Everyone shakes their head. Trevor, Ivy, what have you got? After my discussion with them, I consented to the meeting a day later. Next day, the 4 druids, they came without their apprentices and assistants. They came fully in their druid-ish attire that includes some kind of headwear that resembles an antler's horns or a wolf headdress, elaborate and fancy carved wood staffs, armor, and all the rings they can wear. Dressed for combat, druids. Jura chuckles. Well, Jura himself is dressed up for the purpose. Sword in hand, armor. It is but a tradition of druids to show our best to the tree spirits, especially when we face the tree spirit's true body. one of the druids say, but he looks nervous. My seeing eye notices the subtle shaking in his hands. The four stand in the inner circle of subsidiary trees before my main body. Jura on one side, I have horns hidden in the corner, but I think they can sense his presence. They look around and they sweat. They whisper a bit so softly, or perhaps a skill, that I couldn't make out what they are saying. State your business, druids. Jura prompts the guests to start. The four gave a small bow. We are druids of Houghton, one of the many caretakers of the land and those who live on it, protectors of the forests and trees, and we, humbly seek an audience with the great tree spirit of the valley as we come to seek an understanding of the needs and wishes of the valley and its true guardian. Flowery greeting, I chuckle. They sound like they practiced it. They sound nervous. Alexis whispers into my mind. Their body is tense. They might be up to something. Ivy advises. The four druids' eyes start to have a green glow, and I felt my defensive instincts kick in. Tree spirit, we come and seek of your name and hope to gain your blessing. Oh well, my roots are ready to strike at any time. Oh, I'm tree. What kind of blessing? The four druids glance at each other. I think they gulped, but I'm not sure. Is that all you're here for, druids? Jura sounds a bit amused. No, we'd like to acquire the tree spirit's blessing. What blessing? The four druids share a glance. Surely the tree spirit is testing us, we mean. The blessing? Well, I've got no idea what you're talking about, so explain what this blessing is. I really don't know what blessing means, yet the four druids seem to take the question a bit negatively. They don't seem particularly keen on answering the question. One of the druids stepped forth. He looks to be the youngest, but his staff and headgear the most flamboyant. O great tree spirit, the aspect which we ask, we will give our share in return. We offer our services and that of the Druid Council of Houghton which we represent. Our oath as druidsmen, as guardians, to come to your aid should you ever find yourself in peril. Okay, but what's an aspect? I wondered then. So you introduced the concept of blessing and aspect. Can you explain? The first one kneels, both knees on the ground, his staff embedded in the ground. I felt a bit of magic swirl around me. It feels kind of pleasant, so I didn't feel a need to react. I later would realize this was when I made a mistake. I should have stopped them there and then. The second druid steps forth, standing next to the first. O great tree spirit, behold the oath of mortals and the true mother, a promise as ancient as the world. Give us your aspect, and we shall give you ours. Green glowing lines start appearing throughout his entire body, and then he kneels. The green glowing lines then flows into the ground and forms a greenish glowing circle around the four druids. Still feels rather pleasant, and then I noticed I'm starting to get a little sluggish, like I'm drunk. Ivy, Trevor, I try to prompt my tree minds to help, but then I notice all of them, including Alexis, are in a daze. They're struggling to fight off whatever the druids are doing. What are you doing? Jura and Horns notice, so they quickly jump in, attempting to break the ritual or spell, whatever that is. They're both unaffected by the effects of the ritual, maybe because it only works on trees. They charge in, but a barrier of some kind repels them, pushing both of them far back. Despite feeling like I had too much alcohol, like a happy drunkard, I managed to collect my will together to activate my anti-magic aura, which sadly doesn't really work on that barrier or the ritual that they are using. Still feeling dizzy, I pull my mind together and I used root strikes on the two druids. A glowing wooden shield magically appears and blocks the root strike. The third druid steps forth. O great tree spirit, for the land requires us, requires all of us, all of our worship and care. The third and fourth druid are both covered in green lines, and this time I notice that their familiars are out. Two massive wolves, also covered in similar green lines, and a small wood-like bear appears. I'm starting to shake off that drunk feeling, just a minute into the ritual, and so I unleash more root strikes. One of the druids calls up a large half-wooden totem with a beetle head, and it creates a shield that blocks my root strikes. Each strike puts a crack on the totem instead of the shield, and the totem needs about 5 to 7 hits to crack. Meanwhile, Jura is easily stronger than the two wolves, yet despite how much pain or damage they receive, they just keep getting in his way. The two wolves really determined to stop Jura from interfering with the rituals. Druids, what is the meaning of this? He shouts while trying to shake off the two wolves. The druids focus on their ritual. 2 minutes into the ritual. O great tree spirit, we seek your power to complete our oath to the true mother. The fourth druid steps forth, and both of them enter into a kneeling position as well, just as the earlier two did. To protect the four druids, more familiars and creatures appear. 2 tiger-like creatures, a cat and the owl. They are all large, easily the size of an elephant, their bodies covered in the green lines, and their job is to block Horns from entering the circle. The 2 wounded wolves now gets backup from the tiger and the cat. Jura then unleashes some kind of sword skill I've not seen before, and it instantly dices up all the 4 animals. Yet the druid's not done. Another wooden staff appears. This one has the head of a tortoise, and it glows. The glow restores the diced up animals and makes them whole almost instantly. 3 minutes in, the 4 druids are mumbling, singing some kind of hymn. Whatever ritual this is, it's really quite fast. They certainly prepared for this. The totem cracks and breaks apart as my root strikes land a few hits. Ting, it's then I got a notification. 4 druids have each entered into a non-cancelable druidic aspect contract with you. New familiar contract type obtained, druidic aspect contract. Druidic aspect contracts allow druids to use lesser versions of the master's abilities. You've received 8 druid class seeds. The glowing green lines on the 4 druids fade, and along with it so does the barrier. The 4 kneeling druids stop kneeling, and one of them almost jumping. We did it. It's not over yet. We still need to run. The one druid clearly realized they're not out of the woods just yet, and so they quickly start to run. You 4 are not going anywhere. A wall of roots appear around them, and the 4 druids attempt to use their druid powers to interfere with the roots. But it didn't work. Not this time, but the root strikes got to the familiars and skewers all of them. Jura charges in, he's furious, and the druids attempt to dodge. Don't kill them yet, I mentally ping him. Oh, I'm gonna interrogate them before I do. Maybe I should torture them, hang them on trees in the city for attacking me. The tip of Jura's sword close in, now on one druid's neck. Take a step and I'll cut it off. All you 4 wanted was this. Druid-style familiar contract, I ask aloud. I think I have a massive communication problem with the natives. Why do so many of my encounters with the natives end up like this? Why didn't the druids just ask nicely? Seriously. I like to think I am a reasonable person I can be negotiated with. Right, do I have a sticker somewhere that says, pushover, just take whatever you want? Written on me, Jura, his sword still at the druid's neck. Answer the tree spirit's question. One of the druid nods. Yes. We made a contract for the tree spirit's power. Sai, I honestly didn't know what you mean by blessing. Why didn't you just have a bit more patience and explain? All of you wanted this familiar contract-like thing. This is the blessing. One of the druids mumble. Yes, I'm annoyed, I'm sad, I'm angry. The roots form a cage, trapping them all, thorns and barbs close in. They attempt to use their druid powers to move the roots, but it's not working. The 4 druids realize how much deep shit they are in. Immediately all 4 of them kneel. No, they literally prostrate themselves on the ground. Our sincerest apologies, O great tree spirit. We thought we'd never get a chance to get this close to a tree spirit of your level of strength. We apologize for our recklessness. Please don't kill us. What sort of stupid assumption is that? Access to the true body of all the great tree spirits are heavily restricted and controlled, and here we are, 4 mid-ranked druids getting the chance to meet a great tree spirit. We had to jump on the chance. One of them started to justify what they did. His hands and head was on the ground, prostrating. We thought we would never get a chance. Fools. If I could yell like a villain or an evil, angry emperor, I would. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill all the 4 of you right now. The cage's roots closes in. The thorns on the roots make little cuts, but nothing lethal. I mean, how'd they think they'd get away with it? Come up to me, use this ritual-style spell, which gives them some level of protection, but do they think they can run away from me? Seriously. My roots span the valley. Even if they succeed, I'd still be able to kill them. They would have to knock me down for at least an hour or 2 for them to even give themselves a chance. We really mean no harm. We really mean what we said during the ritual. We will come to your aid should you see it, us and the Houghton. Rubbish, I can protect myself as it is. We offer you our services. We'll revoke whatever arrangements we had with the counselors. Anything. I still plan to kill all of you. Not good enough. One of the roots pretty much pokes the druid's skin. We can arrange the archdruids to provide you with unique items. We can arrange for you to be in contact with other spirits. Oh. Other spirits, the druids pick up on my pause. There are other great tree spirits too. The Druid Council of Houghton, our senior archdruid, is in contact guardian tree of the elf capital, and also the giant Lillipod city's spirit. If we tell them about you, we can make some arrangements for the spirits to commune. Well, meeting other similar tree spirits is something I always wanted. Please spare our lives and forgive us. I recall the 4 of you say you are but ordinary druids. How can you arrange for us to meet with the other spirits? We can't, but our archdruids can. I'll do my best, no, I'll give everything to arrange for it. Please don't kill us. Fine, I suspend your punishment, on a few conditions. All of you will remain under house arrest in New Freaka in the valley. Make any attempt to leave, and all of you will die. If you need to, call for more druids to come assist you with all the necessary arrangements for me to communicate with the other tree spirits. If any of you try anything funny, all of you die. You all will remain in Freaka as my guarantee, until contact with the other spirits are established. If I don't have contact with the other tree spirits within a reasonable amount of time, of perhaps 3 years, all of you will die. And I want you to cooperate with me fully, and you will revoke your arrangements with the counselors. Double-cross me or attempt to use any kind of ritual or spell on me ever again, and I will not hesitate to put my roots through all of your skulls. The 4 druids breathe a sigh of relief. Certainly. Go. After I let the druids go, I called for a meeting again. I wanted to know what's causing all these people to react so recklessly in front of me. Why did the meeting unfold in that manner? I complained to the audience, the senior leaders of the order, and when Jura explained how it went, Mattias pretty much facepalmed. To be fair, your main tree is really intimidating and scary. Even walking in the woods feels intimidating. The priest seems able to relate to the feeling. Lozan walks in and out without a problem. Lozan's not a good example. It's the order's captain that offered a bit of honesty. Council Jura, Lady Lawfen and Lozan are natives, and so they are oblivious to its appearance. But for the rest of us, being before your main tree is like standing before a council of monsters. The presence of the various ghosts and wisps around your main body, the crackle of magic radiating from every root, branch, and leaf, how the surrounding trees feel like a prison. Those strange trees around you, or that few trees that look like they've been burnt and charred by thunder. Seeing it for the first time had nightmares. It's a place for monsters, for gods. The druids probably panicked, overthink, and probably did what they thought they wanted to do. Oh, well, the layout of my main body is surrounded by the two tree mines and their root-brain complex, the soul forge and all its extensions, the labs and pods, and then a ring of subsidiary trees, home to the beetles and spiders. The canopy is covered in webs and vines, and because of the effects of Soul Forge Black, there are all the soul collectors floating around. And maybe Alexis's body as well, which appears like a deformed mutant tree. Fine, next time all meetings will be held here. Only those truly deemed worthy will face my main body. I guess that's why access to Tree Spirit's main body is restricted. If they are all similarly high-leveled, their presence is going to be incredibly intimidating. Now I'm really curious what the other Tree Spirits are like. Year 80, Month 5. Back to the sewage issue. Containment by way of subsidiary tree works for now. Long-term solution is still in progress. Broadly, the idea we have is to use plants and algae to digest the sewage. I can't help but feel that I'm a tree, so all solutions I develop must involve trees, kinda like how everything looks like a nail when I'm a hammer. So I let Alexis take the lead on the plant samples, so she conducts research on all the different kinds of collected plant samples. The hope is to develop some kind of poop processing hybrid plant. There are some plants with slight tolerance, so the idea is whether that tolerance level can be amplified such that the plants are able to obtain some kind of resistance. There's promising results from algae and trees, but as with all research, more time and more samples needed. Well, it's just time. I have plenty now. Meanwhile, Trevor's in charge of the materials lab, with a focus on creating filtration systems, whereby the different elements of the sewage is separated. Different plants have different tolerance of elements, and if there is no single sewer-eating miracle plant, then it'll have to be multiple plants working together. To do so, splitting the toxins is critical. At the same time, Jura and the Order lobbies the council to actually build a proper sewage system. The sewage system will then connect to a sewage tunnel, and that tunnel will move all the sewage to a designated spot out of town. That spot will be where my future sewage processing plant be located. Jura phrased the argument to the council using pride as the main emotional hook. I admire that. How can any self-respecting capital city still rely on primitive poop holes? Can you call yourself a developed nation? If New Freaka wants to be respected as a kingdom, it got to have a proper sewer. Think about all the adventurers it will train, all the secret passageways it will create. Sewers are a source of revenue, a source of jobs and experience for newbie adventurers. No more poop holes, more time for priests, less regular cleansing needed because the poop can pile up out of town. And so the council debates the New Freaka subterranean sewage project. Year 80, Month 6. Demons, news of their presence spreads through the merchants, through communication spells, through artifacts. Demons, humanoid demons. They are humanoid and yet have appendages that resemble weapons. Some in the form of spears, some in the form of swords or axes. They also seem to have particularly strange behaviors, building fortresses and camps which never done in recorded Demon King history. The news of the multiple rifts sends all the nations into high alert. When did the rifts appear so quickly? Unlike all other occasions, the number of rifts are significantly more. Tree, you'll protect us, right? Lozan asks. Yes, Lozan, but if you had to fight them, will you? Lozan pauses. She's 11 now, and it'll be another 9 years before she's mature physically. If I can, I'd like her to stay out of it. Yes, I'm not as strong as I'd like to be, but yes, I will protect my family and friends. Good, I don't think she's ready yet. But sometimes you've got to throw them into the water. Spazer. Year 80, Month 7. We need to talk about defenses. The council gathered in the large meeting room. Some of the councilors sigh. First up, we need walls and more soldiers. We already have walls, not enough. The news coming from those near the rifts are quite concerning. The meeting is led by Ivan's replacement, a guy called Arza. He's been in the job for some time now, but really, he's just a very clever coordinator and spokesperson for his faction of counselors. The other counselors look at him quizzically. Is there something that's on your mind, Council Leader Arza? Council Leader's an informal title, since all in the council is theoretically equal, but there's always one taking a chairing role. Yes, demons. Our defenses are inadequate for demons with their numbers and their strength. We need to urgently improve our defense. Walls don't work against demons. They've got crazy numbers and they've got those large monsters. Not this time. The news coming out from the nations facing the demons is that they are like. Arza pauses and then he takes a deep breath. They are like us. They're using our tactics and strategies. That's absolutely crazy. Are we talking about demons? One of the counselors. In recorded history, demons have never adopted our tactics. Arza nods. I think it's crazy too, but it's our chance to bolster our military. We needed this excuse. You mean? Arza pauses and whispers. We've lost the druids. We've got to find something else and this is it. Ah, then we must. We'll take this excuse to raise taxes and train more soldiers and mages. We need the order's money, and this is a good excuse to force them to collaborate. If they don't, we'll shame them publicly for being selfish. I see. But doesn't. Wait, why would that work? Council Leader Azra. The order's strength is the tree spirit. No. The tiny militia and force they maintain is just nothing compared to the amount of war beetles they can deploy. Indeed, so we have more to gain. We need to use this excuse to adjust the revenue rate that the order gets. So here's the message I want everyone to spread. The order's not spending enough on defense. We need the money to defend the city. Ah, so the idea is to make the order seem like they are spending money on frivolous things like collecting plants and animals, gifts for babies, and doing unnecessary rituals. One of the counselors object. I wouldn't talk about the rituals. They're quite popular among my electorate, and many find them meaningful. Stick to the collection of plants. Agree, wouldn't this move backfire? Maybe, but we must be subtle about it then. First, we need to expose how the order spends their tax money and then tie it to our defense needs. Show the people that they are not doing what they can to defend the city. They have beetles, Counselor Azra. I know, then we must explain to the people that beetles are not trustworthy. We need our own strength. The strength of our people. Inspire them not to rely on a secretive power like a tree spirit. We don't even know whether it will protect us when it really matters, or will it only choose those it cares about. Think about it. We embed a belief in people that we must rely on our own mortal strength, with powers within our control, ideally with us, the counselors in charge. We represent them, whereas the tree spirit is unelected, and it is a magical being, not mortal, not one of us. Now we suffer the whims of a magical creature. Where is our dignity? A murmur around the counselors, mostly in agreement. So we must have more walls, more soldiers, more mages. We may not be stronger than the army of beetles, but I'll be damned if we are beggars, begging for mercy and protection from a magical creature. Our founding documents say they would protect us. Myths. Tell the tale of when the great cities who suffered the wrath of dragons who no longer wanted to protect them. Tell the tale of the city who fell when the sacred beast turned on the royal family. Isn't the message of that story about doing good because the royal family was evil? Doesn't matter. It's about self-reliance, strength. We were refugees, and if we fled Sala to be subservient to a magical beast, what good is there? Counselor Azra, is this something your faction thought up? One centaur counselor speaks, an independent in the sense that he is unaffiliated to either the Order or the Independence faction. That's partly because his voting district also comprises the slopes of the valley, where the rural centaurs live rather happily. Azra paused. Well, yes, I agree on the need to bolster the city's own strength with more soldiers. I also agree on the need for more defensive walls. Yet among the centaurs, treefolk, and even the lizardmen, Ian's presence a reassuring force. So tone down the rhetoric, it will backfire on your faction's election chances. HMPH, we'll see about that. But more importantly, glad to see you agree with our need to improve our own military prowess. The centaur shrugs. Meanwhile, the druids. The druidic aspect familiar is clearly a double-edged sword for the druids. On one hand, they get to store about 3/5 of my power, depending on their own level, for their own use. But because of the link and how it's magically entangled with me, I can see them clearly, wherever they go in New Freaka, kind of like how Lausanne glows like a light bulb in my overview of the valley. In other words, I can observe them through the aspect. The aspect steals their experience and mana too. I did recall that the familiars take a portion of the experience too, which is why I level up when the contracted warriors die, but in the aspect's case the ratio is even more skewed. I can also see their skills, and also mark 2 skills of my choice as targeted for collection on death. Oddly, there's a time counter on those marked skills. I think it means it takes some time to mark the skills. So much for blessing. Are the other tree spirits also secretly taking skills from their believers? After all, how would they know that their blessing is actually not free? But if so, why do the tree spirits not give it freely? Aspect contracts are limited to level divided by 10. You are allowed up to 13 aspects. Limited again. Just like familiars, which I can give out about 132, since I am level 132, or the possession of the devoted, which I can give 5. I suppose there is a mana maintenance cost to it, which is why these are limited. These 4 druids just used up 4 valuable slots, but they are called druidic aspects, so only druids can use them. Druidic aspects can be awarded to druids, herbalists, farmers, and gardeners and variants. Can also be awarded to treefolks, with no job class requirements. Confusing. System, you need a massive cleanup. Anyway, I did somewhat regret letting the druids go, and I do realize I am not very good at making high-quality decisions when I am in a spot. The druids could read my interest in meeting the other spirits and managed to therefore save themselves. So what do I need to do? Being able to make good, high-quality decisions. That's something I need to try to do, but if I fail, what should I do then? Honestly, I wanted to help you, but their spell made me feel so drowsy and weak that I couldn't. But hey, should I kill and drain the druids? Ah well, I thought of looking, studying and learning from them first since I have them under my custody. Pods, the druids gulp, go in, are you planning to drown us? You are not making much progress on arranging the meeting. It's almost 3 months in. The archdruid is coming, he needs to assess the situation. Please don't do this. The vines and roots pull the druids inside, and all 4 of them are now in the biolab pods. They struggle a lot for adults compared to my 4 girls who are getting rather good and used to the biolab. One of them even say it's quite relaxing. Under the scope, the druid's body is actually rather ordinary. They have a spring like any other, and a collection of stones around the life spring, which are the skills and levels of the druid. What's quite unique are the animal head-shaped stones, which are the link between the druid and their animal followers. Then the druidic aspect. The aspect takes the form of a vine-like plant. It grows and makes a space around the spring, and its vines and roots spread around the stones, growing into the gaps between them, like a well that's partly abandoned and now reclaimed by plants. Some of the stones around the spring have more vines around it, but most of them just have little roots at the sides, like little climber plants. The aspect's main body, a large central flexible trunk, is like a parasitic plant living on the wellspring of his soul. On the aspect's plant body there are 3 large gourd-shaped organs, and from a little prodding it reads, Aspect's storage organ, stores energy from the main body. Strange. I think back to Lausanne and Jura's souls. In Lausanne's case, the familiar appears like a separate plant in the shape of a sunflower, growing at the side of the well, but it doesn't have vines or feelers growing like crawlers on the well. Instead, her special familiar has a strange swirling portal. In Jura's case, the eidolon bamboo doesn't even appear as a plant in Jura's soul spring. Instead, there's something in the shape of a bear statue that has a small waterspout on its mouth, and it's located outside the soul spring. It seems the relationship of the druid's familiars would be similar to bamboo, since they too appear as statues or stones. I would later discover from the druid's mouth, the druid's familiars actually not familiars, but actual animal spirits which have agreed to become their companions. These animal spirits are actually somewhat similar to artificial souls. They form from the collective energies of many animals of their kind, the remnant outer shells of animal souls. Druids and beastmasters have an ability to separate the outer shells of their slain animals through a ceremony of some kind, where the inner soul is sent forth to reincarnate, leaving the outer shell in their service. That said, it is also possible for druids, beastmasters to form lifelong bonds, a kind of soul contract, whereby the animal serves them for as long as they live. These sorts of bonds are rare, but also way more powerful. It's also why the animal companions of druids and beast trainers are usually able to independently gain levels, due to them retaining a part of their souls. Back to the 4 druids, I decide to let them be. The aspect's presence in their soul spring is fascinating and is something I want to watch. So rather than let them do as they please, I task them with training my 4 initiates in Lausanne. The 4 young girls are doing well, though I should be looking for 5 more new recruits soon. They are now about level 10 and have gained basic proficiency in the usual sword, dagger, staff, and shields. They are just 6 to 8 though, so they practice with wooden weapons and with wooden dummies in the training room. That forms the bulk of their combat practice, on top of spars against each other. Still, a very long way before they can enter battle. I would reckon they need to be at least 12 before they would fight any real battle. Minder Familiar keeps me updated on their levels. The moment I focus on them, a game-like panel appears and shows me all the skills and levels, their mental state of mind, whether they are happy or sad or stressed, and also their health, whether they are hurt or healthy. It's helpful and allows me to tailor my dream tutor and the nutrition I am feeding them, like when they are stressed or frustrated, I would have a bit of that calming fruit tea on the menu. Lately, my control of dream tutor improved. I still can't control the exact specifics, but I can use the essence of summer in Dream Tutor so that they get rather pleasant ones, like beaches, warm suns, things to help them unwind. I also regularly talk to the girls, but they are young, so it's usually silly things like how far does a tree see or how high do I go? Year 80 month 8. More rifts spotted. Apparently there's a few rifts near Sala, but they are on the other side, so it'll be some time before they get near me. Their army has been dispatched to deal with the demons coming out from the rifts. So far, only heroes have the power to close rifts, so the rifts remain open, and the army stations a garrison force near the rifts to fight the demons that come out. If only we have our star mana powers again, then we could close the rifts. Mila pops by after so long. Do you want to go back into battle? True. Meals shrugs. She's gained a lot of levels since her hotel started operations 1.5 years ago, so like Alexis predicted, her mobility increased, though she still mostly stays back in her hotel. But maybe we can help somehow. We are stuck here. What do you have in mind? Mila's body is like a treefolk, and frankly, it takes quite a bit of effort to figure out she's not a treefolk. She has a dress that's formed from wood, and for her, changing attires meant changing how the woods shape around her body. Maybe we should try to help the next generation, perhaps research. The materials lab should count for something, right? As they discuss, I turn my attention to research. Research status, Beetle Anti-Magma Armors Stage 4 10 months. Material Labs Stage 1 completed. Magical Sensors completed. Normal Tree Root Filters Stage 1 completed. Metal Hypercumulator Trees Stage 1 12 months. Fidor Mediation Process Basic 12 months. Dedicated Filtering Blackwater Plant Stage 1 6 months. Looking at research, we had some normal trees gain filtering abilities, and this allows them to reduce the effects of the poop contamination. But the materials lab is more of a properties kind of lab, which identifies the components, the qualities of materials, and also in distilling the different types of materials. It looks like there are further upgrades, which allows me to design specific materials and forge special alloys, but that's a whole lot further down the road. Next is the magical sensors. The magical sensors are instantly installed on my material labs and gives me a reading of the mana flowing through the air and the composition. Mana has many types after all. It also detects spells and area of effect skills. Together with sensors in multiple material labs, they form an array able to triangulate sources of unusual activity, like sudden surges of energy in the air. At first, there's a whole load of false positives. Spells are being cast daily, in many battles throughout the world, some not very far away. Adventurers of New Freaka constantly travel the region, slaying rogue monsters and bandits, or priests and healers in Madius Academy for the junior students. All of these false positives had to be removed, so we had to set a very high threshold to remove all the lesser spells from detection. My assumption is they probably won't be much of a threat. Tree, can we help the next generation of summoned heroes? Mila asks. Alexis has some ideas and she thought, well, we need your help. Honestly, I'm not sure why I should help the next group of heroes. From what I hear, heroes are pretty dangerous. They have a whole lot of magical power and are extremely idealistic. But isn't protecting the world from demons aligned with yours? Protecting the valley means also protecting it from demons. They certainly overlap, but what are the benefits of helping the heroes? Protecting the valley. Honestly, if it's just demons, I don't need heroes. Alexis pauses, true, but would you permit me and Mila to aid them? I can't control Mila since she is her own independent soul, so, frankly, if she did and it's not against me, I won't stop her. Fine, great, year 80, month 9. An uneventful month in the valley. Training, practice, observing the druids and citizens. Eavesdropping on conversations about battles from far away against the demons. The humanoid demons are appearing everywhere, and the battles are getting more and more intense. Unlike all recorded history of demons, this time, the demons have brought a special item that spawns demons, and it takes the form of a camp. Larger variants have been spotted in places where towns and villages used to be. And so it could be said that overnight, all mortal wars ended, as the focus turns to face this new era of demons. Demons used to be a continental affair. Only a few rifts would open, and when they did, it's usually not far from each other at least until the Demon King comes. Not anymore. And for me, the big question is why? Why did the demons, after what seems to be years of taking the same strategies, finally trying this sort of carpet bombing technique? Year 80 month. I chose another 5 children, this time 2 boys. Overall, due to the relative peace in New Freaka, the number of new orphans is trending downwards. Still, accidents, fights, and death is inevitable, and there's also migrant orphans. Anyway, the first 4 girls are around level 12. The highest level is level 15 with 8 levels in Soldier. This job class thing is fascinating and more for me to learn. As for Jura, he's still at level 80 and stuck. Well, which is why today, I harvested a 3-year-old ginseng plant, leaving 2 others to continue maturing. 3-year-old magical ginseng root. Permanently improves life force, faster mana, stamina, and health regeneration. So how do we use this? Jura holds the ginseng root. Even though it's 3-year-old, it actually looks like it's a 100-year-old ginseng root from my old world. I think it's a mana and probably my influence in bounty. Do you want me to cook it? Mila offers. There's a cookhouse in her lodge. No, I'm trying something more direct. Please step into the soul forge. Okay. Jura looks at the lightning burnt tree and then steps in. I thought about it for some time, and essentially what I want to do is try to inject the ginseng into his soul spring. It sounds like some kind of cultivation novel when I describe it like that. And so I attempt to start up the soul forge and start the merging process. I got an error message when I put the ginseng roots in. Ginseng roots needs to be further refined before can be used in the soul forge. Refining requires access to an essence concentrator. Essence concentrator. At the same time, the soul forge is still active. Jura is still inside, his body sleeping in a special altar within the forge tree, and a prompt appears. Do you want to remove some of Jura's skills or job classes? Doing so will free up life force to learn other skills or gain levels. Removed skills have a chance to be converted into skill seeds. Skill seeds made this way cannot be reused on donor. A. I suddenly recalled the day, some 6 years ago, when the wisp told me about surrendering of levels and skills. Why didn't it work when I captured the ranger? It's called surrendering. If Jura's willing, you will be able to remove skills he don't want. And as I recall, you partially succeeded since you received a few skill seeds and class seeds. The conversion odds are higher if it's a voluntary surrender of the skills. What comes from the gods can only be removed by the gods. Sometime around year 80, month 9 tree time. Every demon king is slightly different. Every generation of demons, usually a variation of the previous. Scholars, inquisitors, demon hunters have often wondered why it is so, but since these invading demons don't seem to be able to communicate, no one knows for sure. Still, the inhabitants facing the demons could still observe and make a note of how subtle differences exist. The first demon rifts reveal little hints about the characteristics of the demon king they face and the sort of battles they will have to prepare for. Usually this meant elemental and or monster variants, like how Andros had earth golems, earth centipedes, and fire hounds, and as time went by, it's more larger versions of such monsters. Spotting a demon rift is something every warrior learns by experience. Seen it, and you will remember it for life. The way reality itself warps and breaks, a tier in reality that links to another world, it is an unforgettable sight. The portal to the demon world, General Akbar. A human knight rides up to central camp. There's about 5,000 soldiers here. Commander. Akbar, the older man, emphasizes, I've been demoted and you need to remember that. Had it been in the city, you can get in trouble. The knight shrugs, you're still my general. Anyway. Commander Akbar frowns and gives the knight a stern look. Get to it, what's the status? How many demons did you spot? 1,200. Surprisingly easy to get a count now that they look like humans. They made something that resembles a large house or camp. Still no sight of the rift yet. I'm waiting for the other scout to report back. Demons making camp. Commander Akbar scratches his chin. What has the world come to? I must see this. The force of 5,000 men marches towards the site of the reported demon camp, and indeed, what they saw is indeed a demon camp. There it is, Commander. The demon camp surface resembles a dark reddish hue, its existence as if magic itself was forced to form the fabric. What's it doing? Akbar starts counting, his eyes looking through his portable telescope, right at the demon camp. He watches intently for about 30 minutes, and then it got. It's making more demon soldiers. Get the mages, I want a magical reading on this area right now. Akbar's hunch was right. The camp's location had slightly stronger natural mana and energies. There's only one decision to make. The camp had to be destroyed before they spawned more demons. They crushed the 1,200 or so demons easily. A few days later, back at the camp. The news is unsettling. Akbar pored over the news coming in from all the other continents and kingdoms. Demonic news didn't have the usual diplomatic embargo and political filters, and frankly, Akbar enjoyed fighting demons. It's just plain fighting without the bullshit of politics or the worries over the unnecessary death of others. It allowed him to be a true military man. The only thing he had to focus on is to crush this faceless demonic enemy. There are so many. Both of his aides nodded, and they looked over a rough map of the world. It's one of Akbar's personal collections as a general. Akbar places a small red flag wherever they receive reports on rift sightings. There are multiple rifts in every large continent and even in smaller continents. In earlier Demon Kings, the rifts were concentrated, most of the time, a single continent. Maybe two at most, and even those, the bulk of it usually formed on one continent. It didn't take much for Akbar to conclude the obvious. This demon is planning to overwhelm the world with sheer numbers by attacking everywhere simultaneously. One of the aides shakes his head. But does it matter? If they come with us with that tiny force scattered throughout the world, they won't be a threat, and the heroes will come around and save the world when the Demon King arrives. Akbar frowns a little at the aide's statement. 2 knights and a mage walked into the war planning room. Akbar looked at his aides. True. But between now and the Demon King is at least a few years. This tactic may potentially destroy the world before the heroes even appear, so what we can stop them. The quantity from the rifts reported so far has been small. Akbar paused and remembers the demon champions. No reported sighting of the champions yet, though they often arrive before the king. The other aides answered before Akbar got to it. If the demons can build camps that generate more demons, their quantity won't be small for very long. How many rifts do we know nothing about? How sure are we all these are the only rifts out there? If the rift in camp was made in a secluded area we know nothing about, they could suddenly surprise us with a large force. True, true. How's the analysis on the camp and the demons? Akbar asks. The mage shifts uncomfortably. A soldier ran into the camp. Jean, sorry, Commander. The mages, they turned into demons. We had to kill one of them. Akbar's eyes widen and he stares. When did this happen and why did I not know about it? It just happened, General. The soldier shouts, trying to catch his breath. Been running. The mages, they were just meddling with the demonic staff, and suddenly it started to absorb one of the mages. So we had to destroy the staff, and we couldn't save the mage. Akbar stops. You know about this? No, sir. The mage in the room shakes his head, but then he walks over to the soldier to talk. Before Akbar could ask more, another person comes in. He's a mage too, and he looks younger than the other mages. General, Commander, we have the report you wanted. Akbar glares at the young mage. He's unfazed. What happened? Accident. It is quite unfortunate that I could not save him, but we now know that the staff seeks magic and consumes it to create demons. The two aides pause, so my guess is should probably seek out major magical locations and dungeons and seek to take over them. How does the demons expect to beat the dungeons with their tiny force? Dungeon generally have a respectable defense force and multiple boss-level creatures within their base. Maybe not immediately, but over time their force will grow. We must let the world know. Akbar acknowledges. This fact may be helpful for the other nations. Commander, we must first report this to High Command. The king will want to know before this is shared, one of the aides says. Akbar nods, but inside he just feels annoyed. Politics? He could see it coming. The king probably wanted to sell this information for money. The awkward truce with the Nung and Tact wasn't something the king enjoyed, especially since he wanted his reign to be one of glory. And so Akbar and his retinue returns to the capital, Ransella, leaving the rest of the force behind. The rest would continue to hunt demons and look for the rift. The journey took them a few days, and soon Ransella enters their view. The massive sprawl of the city, the faint stench of human activity, the smell of the forges and factories, it's a sign they were getting close. Even at night, one could see the dispersed glow from the city's lights. The aide cheered. Civilization, I can't wait for a hot bath. The captains are relieved. One of them is from the capital, so his family is here. Akbar just sighed. As a military man, he never felt like he has a place in Ransella. Earlier in his career, he lived fortresses and camps. Until this day, that is where he feels where he belonged. Ransella just reminds him of all the politics of the court, unnecessary reports to various nobles who wanted to build rapport and bureaucracy. Don't look so glum, Commander. Let's have some good food. In good wine, I hear there's quite a good vintage coming from New Frika, something we've never managed to try before. One captain nudged the aide, signaling him not to mention New Frika. Akbar just shrugged. Well, perhaps he shouldn't be so upset. The capital does have a whole load of good eateries. Well, let's do that. I do miss having properly cooked food from a good chef. The group passed a damaged set of roads, some trees and shrubs. I notified the city that we are arriving soon. Aide messaged the city using some kind of message spell. At this distance, the spell doesn't cost much mana, and the message decay isn't bad. Akbar's mind is still occupied with the strategies of this generation's demons. What will the champions bring this time? Is the demons' plan to split the heroes? He distracts himself and looks at two rings on his fingers, one made of a greenish gold, another just regular silver. Anyone coming to greet us? The aide shake his head. Akbar smiled. Best news I heard all day, then. He hated the whole greeting and welcoming ceremony, frankly, the best thing since his demotion from general. Even his aides know how much he hated it. Let's eat some good food. Since they didn't have a welcoming ceremony, that meant he also didn't have to immediately go and face the king or the senior ministers. Not that the king is eager to see him. So the group went for one of the many famous eateries in Ransalla, this one located on the Commoners' District. Despite being the Commoners' District, there are many such eateries, serving adventurers or wealthy merchants or just some young men looking to impress a woman. They had a spread of grilled meats and roasted meats, mostly from the nearby farms, and also some of the edible monster meats, and a few different dishes of potatoes and yam, accompanied by wine. They have wine in regular wooden cups, though glass is available as a material. It's far too expensive for restaurants to use regularly, given how often these glass things break when an adventure brawl happens. Akbar, his aides, and the two accompanying captains took their time and dined. Their conversation began with demons, because, well, that's their job, and it was an easy thing to talk about in a dinner with colleagues. Most of them wonder when the demon champions will start appearing. Demon champions are still the single highest risk outside of the demon king, and there's usually multiple champions. In terms of actual destruction, the champions are probably ahead of the demon king. The captains joke about running if they ever seen one, and Akbar just nods. I would run too if I see a demon champion, and they all laugh. Demon champions are difficult. Even a general like Akbar would need a strong mage and healer team to defeat one. But once all of them were progressively more drunk, the conversation turned to less serious topics, like how's everyone's love life, and whether Commander Akbar will ever remarry. or other silly things, like what some of the soldiers are doing when in camp or stupid manliness challenges. One of the aides talked about his failed dates with the local girls whenever they go on expeditions, and the rest of them just laughed, but they all also admire his guts for trying to date girls from all the various villages. As they were about to leave, two men approached Commander Akbar. "Are you Commander Akbar?" Akbar's a little tipsy, but he still manages to turn and face the two men. The two look like plain ordinary villagers. Their presence honestly didn't seem anything special. One of Akbar's aides, probably more drunk than Akbar, tried to step in. "Why are you bothering our commander?" The aide's usually a little more timid. Maybe it's an alcohol-fueled machismo. "May we talk to the commander, just for a while?" One of the men smiled. He's polite. Commander Akbar looked at them, quickly glanced through them from top to bottom. If they wanted to rob or kidnap him, they did not need to ask. Though even while drunk, Akbar could easily fight off two men, and his alert passive did not trigger, so he's got a good hunch that these two men didn't mean to harm him. Besides, he's got a general class, and that meant he could hold two men down easy. The aide's attempt to respond on Akbar's behalf was stopped by Akbar's hand. "Yes, let's talk. Back inside." Akbar pointed back to the eatery. The two men nodded and they walked back. "Yes, inside is fine, but without your aides, please. Just something we want to ask you personally." Akbar smiled. "Let's use one of the private dining rooms then. They can wait outside." "Commander, no. General Akbar." The two men sat. It's a small room with one round table and chairs for 6. Akbar sat opposite them. "What do you think of the demons?" Akbar chuckles. "They are bad, of course." "What kind of question is that anyway?" "Demons causes tremendous destruction and death, can't be negotiated with, and doesn't have any useful functions. The only possibly positive thing about them is the demolite left behind when the demon kings die. Do you think the heroes are doing a good job of fighting demons?" "Not as well as I think they should." Akbar spoke his mind. He had a hunch they were leading him somewhere, but he'll see. The two men grinned. "Great. Do you enjoy fighting demons?" Akbar paused and stared at the two men. "Enjoy fighting demons? In what sense? I'm sorry. Have you ever thought of joining a cause dedicated to fighting demons?" Akbar's stern eyes meet with two others. The room felt heavy then. "I'm afraid I need a bit more than that. What exactly is your cause?" At that time, a third man appears in that small private room. He materialized from the two's shadows. Akbar, though, still didn't react and just took a sip out of the wooden cup of water. "I was wondering when you would come out." Akbar didn't react. He just took a good look at the man. "Have we met?" "Yes, but that matters little. Our issue is the coming demonic conflict. We believe you've realized the gravity of the issue, and so we'd like to invite you to join us." He felt familiar, but Akbar couldn't pin it down. "Well, no, you won't be the ones actually fighting the Demon King. Ultimately, the heroes receive the god's blessing, and only with the blessing can the heroes hope to stand toe-to-toe with the Demon King. Our presence in that fight would be unnecessary. We may even be a hindrance. I would say we would be throwing our lives away. So what do you do?" "Barriers." Akbar looks at the three Linza men. "Politics, bureaucracy." Think about it, these otherworldly heroes. They arrive in the world with very minimal guidance from the gods. They are lost, despite their gifts, and when they meet the locals, they need time to find their way. If it so happens they come under a nation's protection, kings and rulers often have their own political agenda. Every step of the way, they face resistance and unnecessary barriers, from locals who have no idea whether they really are heroes, to politicians and rulers who seek to manipulate them. The man paused to catch his breath and then continued. "Our role, the Linza, is to offset those resistance, help them discreetly, and where we can, take them away from politics. We try to be the first or among the first to find and contact the heroes and to offer them assistance, guidance, training. And if the heroes need any special equipment or items or need to get somewhere, we try our best to help them along." Akbar sighed. It suddenly occurred to him that the heroes have it rough. They start off weak at first, thrown into a world they know nothing about. They are still young and naive, and that usually makes them gullible, and nobles usually try to manipulate them. It suddenly made sense how things usually did work out for the heroes, especially if there is a secret organization that supported them in the shadows. "So would you be interested?" "I have the feeling that you already know I would be." The shadow man offered his hand. "We must hear it from you." Akbar nodded, and they shake hands. "Yes, let me be a part of it." The shadow man took out a ring with a single red stone surrounded by various smaller red stones and passed it to him. "Drop you blood in the ring's inner stone." Akbar gently pricked his finger, and a single drop of blood touched the inner stone. It glowed gently, a soft reddish hue, and then the shadow man walked over and he too pricked his finger. A drop of his blood in the same ring. The two bloods mixed, and the ring released a red flash. "The ring, it's invisible to all but the rest of us who also have it. It marks the Linza and is how we communicate." Akbar put the ring on and he could feel its magic mix with those of his own. The ring fitted nicely. "Intricate carvings, made by our magesmiths from where we are from Rongo." Akbar nodded. "That is far. The demon's rift are everywhere, and we follow. True, welcome to the Linza. We have taken too much of your time, Commander Akbar. We will not keep your aides waiting any longer." The three give a gentle bow, and the shadow man vanished into the shadows again. Announcement so for the entirety of this Demon King season, it's going to be about 40 tree focused and 60 elsewhere my current estimate. So yeah, year 80 month 9. The fact that I'm here means it's not good news for the four of you. A lady arrived in New Freaka and quickly found the four druids. There's many other ladies looking like her, and she didn't emit any visible presence or magical energy, so her arrival didn't even trigger any of my sensors. A mature-looking lady in human terms, she'd look like she's in her 50s, though I suspect she's probably older. Despite her diminutive size, she's petite. Her very presence sends the four druids into a tense combat stance. The enforcer, the four fumble over their staff and call out their familiars. They are right in the middle of town, and the citizens clear a space. It's common for brawls and fights to break out in town, and citizens generally know to just give way. When there are fights among adventurers or people of that level, everyone would just let them fight. I've been busy, and I wish I could have come sooner. But you know how it is, investigations take time. A crime would be committed months ago, and only now the sentence is meted out. Such is the speed of justice, always lacking. The lady shrugs. She's dressed in a loose-fitting shirt and pants, but it's clearly woven with high-quality materials. When she takes out a scythe from nowhere, all my alarm bells start to ring. She's not exactly tall. She's petite and well, probably on the older side, but the way the massive scythe swings around her, I knew she's trouble. An intense aura spreads around her. It even makes the subsidiary trees around New Freaka feel heavy. It's some kind of suppression aura. On what crimes? The druids put on a brave face. They attempt to feign ignorance in the face of the lady. Oh, this trick has been done many times, but fair, the one carrying out the punishment must repeat it, just so that the offender may drill it into their souls for their next life. The lady steps forward one small step. Her legs are small, after all. For lying to the council, jail time. For forcing a high-tier spirit tree to a spiritual contract, the four of you have contravened one of the core tenets of the Houghton Council, and for that offense, the Houghton Council has empowered me to bestow your punishment. Death. The four men summon their wolves, armor and whatnot, and whatever they have, all the familiars charges at the lady. But the battle is awfully short. The lady swings her scythe, and it glows in a dark greenish color. Druid Hunter. A dark wave spreads out, and the familiars of the druids all just turn into dust. Then, from the earth, four black roots emerge and stab them each in the heart, killing them instantly. She then walks up to the four impaled bodies of the druids. Children, everyone, please don't watch. It is in the middle of town, and the announcement of the execution sends a lot of younger children and their parents running away. And her scythe beheads all four of them. Their heads fall easily, like it's harvesting hay. She chucks their head into a gunny sack and then into her magical pocket space. Should we do something? I wonder and ask my tree minds. She's scary, I suggest not. Ivy said. She's got the ability to sneak in and find the druids and then kill them. She might use it on us. Well, the lady quickly went and meet Jura. Supreme Council Jura, I apologize for my sudden, unannounced presence. My name is Lethia, a conducts enforcer of the Houghton Council. I've been informed that I may be able to seek a meeting with the tree spirit through you. No, I don't feel like I should meet her because she's dangerous. Jura seems unfazed, though. He even manages to sit comfortably in his chair and takes a sip from his tea. He's really into tea these days. I understand that the spirit is probably apprehensive to meeting another druid, and that is fine. I would like, on behalf of the Houghton Council, to apologize for the acts of our rogue druids. It is a great disappointment to us as well that our druids act in such manner in the face of a chance to get power. Jura nods and offers her tea. Well, glad to know that laws are being enforced after all. Indeed, I would like to assure the spirit that we will still fulfill its wishes to commune with the other great tree spirits, and we are in the process of arranging that. It's not easy to convince other tree spirits to participate, and we will need specialized items to allow the tree spirit's thoughts to be transmitted. In the meantime, the council will send someone over as compensation. Wait, is there really a need for such things? Can't I just chain my subsidiary trees all the way to wherever the other spirits are? Or this subsidiary tree skill is more rare than I think. So please assist us and manage the spirit's expectations. Jura nods. I think the tree spirit will give some concessions on this, though I'm not sure for how long. I will try my best to convince him. Lethia smiles back at Jura and nods a little. That's the most we can ask for the offense the council's poorly trained druids have caused. They both sip on the tea. It's an awkward silence, but Jura looks more comfortable than the lady. Would there be anything else? That's all we wish to say, council. I'll take my leave and will leave your town in a few days. Enjoy your stay. Druidic aspects failed to collect the chosen skills as the period of the contract is too short. Received 24x essences of Druid. Received 4x Druid class seeds. Received 1x experience seeds. Aches, oh well, I will have to use the essences to teach the girls then, but 24 essences might not even lead to a single skill. Sighs. Anyway, I'm happy that the Druid Enforcer didn't push to see me, and so I turn my attention elsewhere. Ivy's still keeping tabs on her though, and as she said, she spent her time in town. Thankfully, she left after 2 days of eating and meeting. I've decided to reward one of the girls, the one who reached level 15, by giving her a choice of the class seeds to take and one skill seed for archery. The choice is actually just between Druid and Ranger, since I'd like to keep Dark Knight for later. I also have some random jobs from the deceased like farmer, merchant, scribe, and stuff like that, but since the Valthorn Initiates is meant to be a combat unit, it'll be combat skills and jobs. They also already have soldier, which I found quite strange, but I suppose that's the result of being trained by soldiers. The problem about the Druid class seeds is that the trainers are now dead. Can't we learn from you? The girls ask. Good question. If I was playing a game, I would think going to the source is a good way to truly learn a skill. But no, Druids and tree spirits understand the same kind of abilities differently. The way I sense and command trees is different because I am a tree and I have access to certain kind of senses that elves or centaurs like these girls do not have. So even if our powers look and feel similar, the mechanics of how our powers work at its core is different. The way I command and use root strike is different from how a druid would. I can move my roots as if they were a button I can press. For the druids, they have an incantation to call on the earth and trees to obey their commands. It's like I am the wheels itself, whereas the druids move the wheels through a steering that goes through the transmission. I'm afraid it would be very challenging for me to directly teach you druid magic, though I can use the essences I have to give you lessons through Dream Tutor. And the druids' magic actually cover a wider scope. Their field extends into earth magic, water magic, some air magic, and also some animal mastery, whereas mine so far is rather wood-focused and a mix of tree abilities. In a way, they are generalists, but you are a tree, are you not superior to druids? Superior's not a fair way to say things. Our nature is different. Why? The young girls ask, perhaps to them, everyone can be placed on a spectrum from weak to strong, and that may be true from a strictly combat perspective. But there is a nuance to abilities that extend beyond pure direct combat. But why, you're a giant tree with strange powers, shouldn't you be better than them? These young girls can be strangely naive. Well, there's some things you can do when you have hands, and there's some things you can do when you have roots. They have job classes. I don't. Year 80, month 10. The Houghton Council sent a strange person to serve me. Compensation, they said, accompanied by a beautifully written letter, an arborist by the name of Giga. Why did the council send you? Jura looks a bit puzzled. I am here to make the tree spirit feel better, of course. Giga smiles. He's an old man, but there's plenty of spring in his step. He comes with a bag of tools, like little scissors, small shovels, and multiple bottles of dirt. After the recent incident, I am afraid that the tree spirit is a bit reluctant to meet new people. No, totally understand. I shall remain in the city in care of the trees here. The arborist remains in the city, with Ivy watching his every move. The city is open to visitors. It is peacetime after all. So long as he obeys the rules, he can stay in the city. Jura had a lot of time to think. When I offered to remove some of his skills, especially those from his earlier days that he may no longer need, he needed some time to think about it. His levels and skills, experience as a villager and also a fighter. Some of those held certain memories to him and may have saved his life back in the day. Some skills made the difference between victory or death, and although they seem weak now, they have special meaning. I'm not sure whether I want to remove my villager skills. I have like 15 levels in them. Well, Jura's overall level is 80, and it comprised of 60 levels in Warlord, being a combination of 40 levels in fighting and 20 levels in diplomacy and administration. What if there's a way for it to merge with Warlord? Maybe I will be Village Warlord. Is there a way to assign a life force consumption drain value to skills and levels? Because perhaps there's some skills that use up more life force than others. I would imagine these skills have a slot value. What if someday I'll need those villagers' skills again? When I grow older and I can no longer fight, isn't that a long way to go? You said I won't be able to relearn the skills. No, I mean, I can't use the skill seeds on you, but I suppose you could learn it on your own again. Jura paused and sipped his ginger-tinged tea. I think I'm fine, tree. I appreciate you trying to push me past level 80, but I think I value my existing skills. They have meaning to me, and I'm not willing to let go of them. Inwardly, I feel like sighing. I guess skills are like scars. They punctuate certain moments in a person's life. Jura knows what it means to be higher level. It means he can fight stronger monsters, do more, but he's somewhat decided there are certain things he won't do to get there. I can respect that, but if you ever change your mind. Jura nodded. I think rather than that, maybe let's get back to basics and figure out how to restore my hand. He flexes his wooden hand. It's made using his mental link with bamboo, his Eidolon familiar. It's been wonderful since Bamboo obtained the skill Extended Self, which sort of functions like a power armor, and because how frequently Jura uses it, it's really like having a hand again. The challenge about lost limbs is that, well, the soul itself loses the blueprint and memory of the limb. Essentially, when healing magic attempts to heal a person's body, it accesses the souls for a blueprint. That blueprint is then used as the basis for restoring the body. When a limb is cut off, there is a crucial period during which the limb must be healed. After that, the soul loses the blueprint relating to that limb, and then healing the limb becomes impossible, and what's left is a stump. In my earlier days, I didn't have the soul forge. When I saw Jura, he had already lost his hand. I didn't have any ability to heal the lost arm, but I've changed and altering his soul to recreate the blueprint. That's certainly something I am now willing to try. At least I will first need to do some experiments. Animals, if all souls are reincarnated, sometimes as animals I probably should not be doing this. These poor animals could be me in my next life. Alexis and Mila clearly felt disturbed by what I was doing, even if they understood the rationale of what I was planning to do. I had the order gather stray animals in New Frika and those further out. Dogs, cats, deer, wolves, cows. Any of these stray animals that are injured, amputated, limbless. If I am to alter and recreate the limb, I need some practice. And then I went to do my testing on these animals, using the soul forge to repair their souls. The first animal died from the magic overload instantly. A gruesome death, best not to be described. What you're trying to do seems to require precise tools, beyond just what the soul forge normally does. Alexis is curious, of course. I think she's attracted to such gory things, even if she is disturbed. I healed the princess many years ago, her soul spring wrecked. Why do you think is this different? The fact that you are doing experiments tells me you know it is different. The princess's spring is wrecked, but the body is still there. It's like her house collapsed, but the components are just a mess. I think Jura's case, the component is lost, and you are trying to rebuild it. You need to do something in the soul so that the left arm can regrow. Okay, to rebuild that soul blueprint, I will have to alter the form of the outer shell of the soul. Maybe something like a massive mold, like those casts people make. A mold, but let's see. For the second animal, I plan to put the animal inside the mana soaking facility, wait for a day, and then start up the soul forge. I put 2 subsidiary trees with biolabs right next to the forge tree and attempt to use the vine tools from the biolab to make the changes. The soul forge does have some default tools, but unlike the biolab pods, the array and precision of the tools are lacking, at least for the augmentation I am thinking of. During the test run, the vines from the biolab burns once they enter the forge tree. It's more like they start to darken and turn to ash. Details are a little lacking when it comes to the forge tree. I think it looks like I have to get something with more mana resistance. Something that does not burn from mana or allows the mana to flow around it. I have some ideas there, but I will need to buy some jewels. At the same time, I asked Jura for his oldest belongings, ideally something before he lost his hand. Like the princess, maybe his belongings have a remnant, a shard of his soul that I can somewhat work with. I think they all burnt down during the burning, except my sword. Your sword it is then. Give it to me. It's precious. I'll make you a new one. The sword went into the forged tree, and there are some shards of his being, but because he's been using it even after the incident, the shards and fragments in there are all without his hands. Sorry, I really have nothing else. Perhaps these items are like loose memory cards, and contact refreshes their memory to the latest version, or do they merge so? My sword is gone. Well, the sword's still there, but in order to analyze the shard I had to break it down, and unlike people or souls, the soul forge isn't designed to put them back together. It's quite strange how the soul forge knows what to keep and what to break. I mean, why is it that a person inside can survive, but a steel sword gets broken? Kind of. It's not that great a sword anyway. It's really just a basic steel sword, despite the fancy design. Jura sighs. But he understood why I did it. Even now, I have an inkling of how to do it, but I still need to test it out on animals. Year 80, month 11. The merchants delivered a bunch of ores, containing various unprocessed jewels and metals. The idea is simple, really. Some of these metals should be able to strengthen the biolabs in their tools via mineral augmentation, and together with wood shaping I can make the tools necessary to perform more precise adjustments in the soul forge. Should, or maybe, can I use star mana? Anyway, that's also worth testing. First, the ore and jewels test. Before the second animal test, I fire up the soul forge, put the ores in, and measure how long each of the ores last before they melt into a puddle. Some will last longer, and if so, some of them should last? Nope. All of them melt, some a little bit slower than others, but all melt into a puddle. It's as if they were stripped apart bit by bit. Or maybe I just don't have the right kind of ore. Maybe I should use my main body. Wouldn't that work? My main body should be more resilient than using it via subsidiary trees, but I would have to move things around. Can I have a forge tree inside my main body? I asked the wisp. The forge tree is created to minimize the pain of using the soul forge, that's why it's outside. You certainly could, but you will feel quite an intense pain when you use it. The forge tree receives lightning and vibrates like mad when the mana spins. It will feel a bit like when you were evolving. And you will feel like mana poisoned, but then again you are an evolved tree. Maybe you can. Let's try it anyway. So in my body, within the secret hideout, I set aside a space and made it into a forged tree. It comes easily, after all, I already have the tree, and this is just internalizing it. Secret hideout modified internal soul forge chamber. And I fired the internal soul forge up. Woo-woo amos. It spins, it's kinda like a really bad stomach ache, the mana spinning in my metaphorical tummy, but not as bad as I thought. You okay in there? Alexis asks. She can't see this part, inside here, deep inside the secret hideout. Yeah, using woodcrafting, I created layers of wooden walls around the chamber, which forms a barrier to protect myself from the swirling mana. The space here is flexible sized after all, and I fire up the soul forge again. These protective walls, they are in a state of constant regeneration. The gathered mana swirling and it speeds up. As it does so, it expands and burns the protective wooden walls. At higher speeds and at full power, it feels like I am surrounded by fire, like I am in a sauna. Zioap. A lightning bolt strikes my main tree, followed by a loud thunder. I feel it travel down from the branch to the trunk, leaving a streak. It burns a little while, my fire resistance and healing power quickly kicks in and puts it out. The mana in the forge spins and it speeds up. As it speeds up, it quickly takes the shape of a spinning ball. Time for another test, so I put an ore in with a feeler. The ore starts to disintegrate into a puddle, levitating in the middle. My soft green viney feeler starts to disintegrate as well, as the swirling mana bombards it. There must be something. Maybe just starting up the soul forge isn't the complete process. I need to see how the soul forge does it normally. I decide to test it out on an animal. The animal is one of the many stray ones, a small hamster-like animal. It lost its tail. This time I observe it intently instead of letting the skill do what it needs to do. And partly being inside me also allows me to truly see it, perhaps through my skill self-awareness, since my vision of the separate forge tree isn't as holistic, and I saw it. The mana dispensing feeler in the soul forge. The moment the animal steps into the soul forge, a small layer of mana is applied to the creature by a tiny feeler, and as the soul forge starts to spin, the body is protected by the mana, funneled by two vertical magical connections, and then the soul is pulled out of the body. Even the tiny hamster has a soul. Were you possibly human in some previous reincarnation? Sorry, I have to do this, it's for science. May your soul move to a better place, reincarnated into some other form. The soul is in the shape of a hamster, too. It doesn't have a tail. I could see the soul, it has multiple layers, and the soul forge starts to split those up. One layer representing the spirit body, and one multi-sub-layered spirit representing the skills and outer soul. Seems like all these details are omitted when looking at the forged tree, with the princess or the artificial souls. The body is moved aside, and the two spirit layers move to the center of the soul forge. What do I do at this point? How do I recreate the tail? I try to look back at all the other animals that the order gathered, and yes, there were a few samples of this animal. Some of those animals had tails. I pull up the data, stored in my biolab, and cross-check to the body. Firstly, the data from my biolab is in a different format, presented in the form of the soul spring and its extensions. This means my biolab isn't collecting data suitable for the soul forge. The way things are presented and the information is different. It's like one is an X-ray photo and another is a 3D MRI scan. The information is different, even if the body is the same. Still, the creature is in. No point stopping. I tried to use the data I have to recreate a tail. Using soul fragments, which I have plenty of, I form it into a rudimentary shape of a tail. My difficulty in the shaping the soul fragment into the tail is partly because my feelers only last a short while before the swirling mana burns their tip up. The soul forge spins, and another lightning falls. Feels like when I touched a light switch after a shower, only stronger, more intense, and it travels to my belly where the soul forge is. The tail slowly, clunkily merges with the spirit body, my burning feeler clumsily trying to adjust its position, and then it merges with the layered spirit. The real body now comes back and rejoins the spirit, and then the hamster creature is whole again. The forging complete, I put the hamster creature back into a healing pod, and I use a healing ability. The creature's bottom starts to heal. Indeed, there is a small dot that is regenerating, and it resembles the shape of what I made. It's somewhat mispositioned, like the root of the tail starts a little too low. A rough tail shape appears, like an engorged balloon stuck on the creature's bottom. Then the tail expands, and explodes in a massive splatter of blood. The hamster creature died instantly. I'm sorry, hamster creature. Looking at the remains of the splattered body, the cause was simple. The tail lacked all the details of the blood vessels, muscles, bones that was needed in a real tail. All it had was a layer of skin in the shape of a tail, as a result of my poor drawing of a tail. So the healing accelerated the blood flow into that tail, and so when the skin could no longer take the pressure from the blood inflow, it exploded, and the creature died of blood loss. Looks like it's not going to be easy to rebuild a limb when the soul has forgotten what the limb is like, and I wouldn't want Jura to go through that sort of miserable death. The barriers. The first challenge will be to get a good soul forge level imagery of what a hand should be. I would think I can fix this by taking a good scan of Jura, again, this time in a biolab pod inside my body, using the Soul Forge's power. Something of a similar resolution and detail as what I have now seen, preferably more. Maybe, create some kind of Soul Forge biopod hybrid. Maybe, if I could somehow flip the image of his existing hand, then I wouldn't have to start from scratch. Next barrier, a way to recreate that image in the Soul Forge using Soul Forge. My expectation is that a full soul copy of the limb will be extremely detailed and would need a lot of work to recreate such a thing with soul fragments. Even if I have a lot of soul fragments, my concern here is whether I have the correct tools and means to recreate it, and how long will it take. And lastly, even if I could recreate the hand in a soul form, using the soul fragments, I would need to figure out a way of accurately joining it all together, and then heal it in such a way that he would have a functional arm. I still don't know even if I created the hand correctly, whether healing would somehow regenerate a hand with all the necessary bones, muscles, blood vessels, and stuff. I have taken the assumption that magic will handle it, but I do want to minimize that risk. Lastly, what if there are things I don't know? Maybe there are other details that I can't see because I am not using the right equipment. Skill upgraded, Biolab Healing Pod. Jura thinks healing his hand is going to be easier than breaking level 80, but I think both of these challenges are equally difficult. Year 80 Month 12. The news of demons from the distant lands trickled in. More rifts have been spotted, but the military remains fully in control and have been suppressing the demons from the rifts, though perhaps the military is greatly downplaying the threat of the demons. So for now, our part of the world remains safe. The reason we're all generally suspicious of the good news is because the kingdoms are stockpiling resources, whether this is due to habit as a precaution from all prior demonic wars or a sign of true distress, we still do not know. In past instances, trade lines get disrupted and sources of food become unreliable, so it could be that there's really nothing and some of these kingdoms are just being prudent, preparing for the worst. Still, it's infectious, so New Freaka is also in a mood for preparations. The council hired more soldiers, conducted extensive training for their militia, and also stockpiled food. They also tried to run a campaign to smear the order's name, especially on the way we spend money, and to some extent, it did convince the regular citizens. But we didn't part with the order's money. Instead, we decided to spend the money on new walls and defensive towers. This is partly because I have a good range of defensive skills, and I wanted to make use of them. We build an outer wall a short distance away from New Freaka, and it's filled with trees on both sides of the wall. The skill-reinforced defensive structure created a vine-based structural reinforcement with sharp thorns on the outside of the wall, and carnivorous plants and cactus defense system as traps. The walls are separated into segments by defensive watchtowers. Next to that, I would have subsidiary trees filled with beetles, and they function as watchposts, and the beetles patrolled the walls. In front of that, we placed some subsidiary trees with shield generators to block large projectiles. This whole thing was Trevor and Ivy's suggestion. Ivy listened in on military defensive strategies from other nations and collated the information and put forth this suggestion, which I think works for the large hordes. If it's going to be a large army of hounds, the wall will work swimmingly well. Still, the core issue with demons are their demonic champions. Like the massive golems or the large centipedes with opponents like that, these reinforced walls are not going to last very long. On that front, the plan will be anti-demon weapons. It's been something I've been hatching since the previous battle with the champion. Magical wooden spears, filled with all the anti-demon abilities I have, also made with damage-boosting essences, and all the holy enchantments I can get from the priests and mages in New Freaka. And I will use to cap my super anti-demon root strike. I even managed to weave a bit of star mana into it, and hopefully that'll make the difference. It worked before, so I think it'll work again. This time I'm going to stockpile a whole load of these anti-demon weapons and store them. If the heroes are going to come around, they'll probably do crazy tricks like that again. You could make a sword like that. The anti-demon weapons you are making. Could I get one? You did take my sword. Yes, I need to make a weapon for Jura. But these are wooden spears. I show him one of the spears, and well, it's massive after all it's made for me. They are bigger than a lance, and so it's really heavy. It works for me because their wooden nature means my roots merge with their other end, and this is the largest size my roots can handle. The size helps because you could fit more spells into bigger things without having to increase the complexity of the spell or use more magically compatible materials, which may not work with my roots. He touches them and he looks quite impressed. So this is what Mattias and the group of priests been doing for the past week. Enchanting this, yeah. I can make a wooden sword, but I doubt it can carry the same quantity of enchantments as these large multi-layered wooden bolts. I'll take it. I would like it to have anti-demon effects too. I might need it. Well, true. Maybe I should outfit Horns, Lausanne, and the rest with anti-demon weapons as well. So I went and made wooden weapons for them. Ooh, this is new. You didn't show me this before. Mila pokes her head when I was growing wooden weapons using wood crafting. I didn't. You didn't use it much, or if you did, I wasn't there. I used it to make toys and furniture. I made Lausanne's toys with this, and the playpen is made using this. Oh, true, come to think of it, that explains where a lot of your tools come from. Mila stares a bit too closely at the little growing sword, and she pokes it. Now that she's got a physical body, she's frequently walking around New Frika, so I made more wooden weapons, swords, spears, and stuff. The process of making wood weapons is actually quite time-consuming, because for them to have a comparable strength to a regular metal weapon, I actually cheat, meaning I use irons and other metals harvested via my roots, and infuse them into the wood itself, the wood using them to form a kind of metallic frame in their structure. But that's not enough, so I would then infuse essences. I have elemental essences, strength essences, life essences, and adding essences strengthens the overall weapon. The best part of essences is that they can coexist with magical enchantments. For small weapons like a sword or a spear, relatively speaking, they can take 1 or 2 enchantments, more if I embed jewels in them. But since I don't have many magical enchantments, I use the only one I have, lesser holy enchantment. Cool weapon. Mila nods, looking at my completed wooden sword. It's almost black in color because of the essences used. In terms of sharpness and strength, it's above a regular steel sword. It's no super sword, but Jura tries to swing it around and nods. The weight distribution feels a little weird. Probably need a bit of getting used to, but I suppose it's good enough. He still likes his own steel sword. Mila's also examining Jura's new dark wood sword now that it's done. Mika, you like swords? Jura asks. Mika is Mila's name in New Frika, and Jura thinks Mila's one of my artificial souls, like horns. Mila didn't want to be known as a former hero. There's just too much baggage, so a new name. Alexis's new name is Alex, but for now, nobody can see her except myself and Mila. A bit. I think they're quite cool. I generally like things made of wood. Jura nods, I see. It makes sense, tree folks like wood stuff too, but don't you find it weird in a way? It's like an elf admiring a weapon made of elf bones. I would be somewhat creeped out. I don't see it like that. If your entire life you were brought up that this is what your species does, you wouldn't think it's strange. Jura pauses, nods, I see. The two chatted for a while, mostly talking about swords. Tree, you should fuse an artificial soul into a sword. You could make a talking sword. Mila casually said. She also takes a swing out of the new sword. It's a little too heavy for her, so after a swing or two, she gave it back to Jura. I feel like I've had a stump rammed into me. That's actually quite a good idea. But then the poor artificial soul is stuck in a sword, and what if he doesn't want to be in there? What if the sword breaks? But those are minor challenges. It's an idea worth exploring. It's been 2 years since I made Ivy, so I already have enough fragments for more artificial souls. Just need to check whether I have enough potato power. Oh, there's really a lot of trees now since, well, it's peaceful. Now let me think. Back to Jura's arm. Well, I had Jura sit down and go for a full scan in the biolab again, this time specifically the one inside my body. And then when he did, I pulled the power from the Soul Forge and used it to get a scan. Now that I have some idea what I need, based on my experience with the hamster monster, I'm trying to recreate that sort of data. And well, it works. But it's a far longer scan than the usual biolab, which takes about 2 hours. I had to sedate Jura and put him in sleep, since the mana from the Soulforge had to scan the arm. To use my earlier analogy, the biolab is an X-ray, and the Soulforge is an MRI, and now the mana from the Soulforge is entering the hand to collect data on how Jura's existing body looks like. And because it goes section by section, it took Jura the whole day. When he woke up, he was not too pleased. I was asleep for a day. Sorry, didn't expect it to last so long, I mean. You should tell me first. I had worked back in the order. Laufen, who came to check on Jura, smiled. No worries, I postponed all your meetings and briefings to tomorrow. I figured they understand that you've got a personal life and that involves seeing your healers. Honestly, some of those issues, I told them to deal with it themselves. It's just a day. I thought to myself, I sleep for weeks sometimes, and I have my 3 lovely artificial minds running things on my behalf. Looks like the order needs to delegate more. Jura nodded, fine. Let me look through the results, I'll let you know. The scan is a lot more detailed than the ones from the biolab pods, but it's missing something. Maybe this too is incomplete. So I tried putting my 2 scans together, the one from the biolab pods and from this Soulforge-powered scan. I needed some additional processing power from the root brain complexes, so I had to temporarily tap on their root brains for a bit more mental juice. Suddenly, a string of notifications appeared in my head. It seems there's a whole load of upgrades available for the internal Soulforge chamber, but will require me to build or grow certain things. Secret hideout, internal Soulforge chamber upgrades. Wait, this reminds me of something I didn't finish. A ton of gold and a ton of quartz, and all these crystals and stuff. The men looked amazed at the order. That'll cost us quite a bit of our revenue, one of the treasurers said. We'll need to dig into our reserves then. The master of ceremonies opened his arms wide. Our reserves are meant for moments like this. When Ian calls on us to meet his demands, do you not answer? The men gulped. The treasurer shook her head and nodded. Certainly. Go before Ian finds us lacking. Year 81 Month 1. How's the preparations? Shouldn't you not care about this anymore? Jura asked. He parried a vertical slash from Lausanne and then ducked to dodge another initiate's horizontal slash. I can't, you know I care. Ivan answered. She's sitting on a bench watching Jura spar with Lausanne and the initiates. Didn't see the walls. Jura jumped and he elbowed the young initiate on the chest. The initiate wore a wooden breastplate. All of them did. It makes them look a bit like a wooden knight. It cracked. The initiate is out. I did, but you know walls alone do nothing. Haven't visited them. Jura ducked. Lausanne momentarily vanished and emerged behind him, but Jura blocked it anyway. Good move, shadow stab, but you tend to appear right behind me. It's predictable. Lausanne's sword bent and it curved towards Jura's head. He grabbed it with a reinforced wooden hand and with a strong yank pulled the sword out of Lausanne's hand. Lausanne protested. It's a spar. You used 2 skills, so I retaliated. It's a handicapped spar, rest. We can continue later. Lausanne's still a bit upset, but she did as she was told. She's close to the initiates now. Jura walked to Ivan and grabbed a drink from a wooden flask. Where were we? Oh yes, the walls. I thought you would have visited them, didn't you? I did. Ivan looked at the girls. All of them are young. Lausanne's the oldest at 11. The rest is between 6 to 9. Not enough. Yeah, my own sources tell me nasty things. About massive armies in the southern continent popping out of the hills, ravaging cities and setting up camps. I fear for us whether we can survive that. I wouldn't worry too much. The Order's making preparations and so is Tree. He's making a whole load of preparations. Even the council's busy preparing for the demons. As a whole, we're doing fine. Ivan paused, breathed a long sigh. Is there something underground? Oh, is there? You don't know about it. Ivan looks puzzled. Then, is Tree doing something? All these tremors and shaking. Is it not him? Doesn't sound like it's related to what I know, though. Jura shrugged. He motioned to the initiates. Anyway, time's up. 3 initiates this time. Lausanne, you sit out and watch. Lausanne raised a fist. More spars. The girls and Jura would spar a few times that day. The initiates benefited the most since they lack combat experience. Lausanne, on the other hand, is starting to plateau. I'm not sure how it works, but it sure seems like there is a limit how much one can gain experience from fighting the same person over and over, even if the gap is huge. Ivan asked during one of the other breaks. Do you think we can beat a demon champion? What, you and me? Ivan pointed to herself. No. Jura shook his head. Why not? Have you ever faced one in battle, Ivan? Oh, I have. We're quite good, both of us, but a demon champion. I don't think we are there yet, not without Tree's powers. How is it that Tree is able to defeat demons anyway? I've never heard of a tree spirit that's able to defeat demons. It's unlike their nature. Jura paused. That's a question I do not ask. You should. There's something, isn't it? Maybe he's some kind of unique anti-demon variant sent down by the gods. This is a conversation that I don't want to have, Ivan. Ivan fed. Fine, but you are his spokesperson, you should know. I am fine with other people having secrets, Ivan. I am not a young teenage elf who's obsessed with everything anymore. It's not the same. You could lose your life. Lives have been lost for far pettier things, Ivan. Let's leave it at that. Ivan sulked. Research status. Beetle anti-magma armors stage 4 months. Metal hyperaccumulator trees stage 6 months. Fidor mediation process basic 16 months. Dedicated filtering Blackwater plants stage 1 completed. The Blackwater filtering plant research complete. I now have a specialized tree type, derived from the trees near the sewers of Ransala. But I didn't want the Order to fund the project, so I deployed some of these new filtering trees near the present latrines. These trees help segregate the contaminated water such that only filtered water passes through. Poop is generated daily. It grows, and it must have some way of being recycled or processed. Reluctant to use the Order's funds, I decided to get the newly obtained dung beetles to dig a subterranean tunnel to act as a waste tunnel for a designated spot where the poop is aired and sun-dried. My hope is the sun and air could kill or allow natural microbes to partially process the poop, and my future poop processor trees will be able to do the rest. The dung beetles rolled the poop into balls, and over the month, they pushed massive balls of rolled-up poop to a field outside town, where they remain. It kinda resembles a futuristic art installation, a field of round balls of poop. Thankfully, the rain didn't break it up. Seems like the poop balls have some water resistance, or maybe I could use them as a weapon. Roll these balls of poop into the enemy, like a bowling ball. Oh well, this is a temporary measure, while research continues. Okay, we decided on helping the heroes. But what are we going to do? I am already eavesdropping on my guests, and it seems like the heroes are not here yet. Mila frowned. She sat on the bar in her hotel tree. Alexis appeared as a ghost on the other seat. There's no one else in the bar. I've got magic sensors, so that's going to help a bit when they do appear. I've used what I remember of our own magic to calibrate the sensors, but they keep having false alarms, so I'm still trying to tweak it. But seriously, even if we do locate the next batch of heroes, then what? I'm a hotel and you are a tree lab. What can we do without Tree at least? He's got subsidiary trees. Can't you get subsidiary trees like Tree? Like hotel chains? Yes, I can, but it's like a level 80 upgrade. I'm only level 41. And even then I'm limited to 2 branches initially. That's pretty fast, considering you just started. But yeah, it is a bit risky. If the Demon King pops out in another year or so and the heroes 3 to 6 months after that, we've only got like 2 years to gain that 39 levels. Alexis twirls a drink. It seems Mila's bar is ghost-friendly. I can make drinks and foods that makes my guests stronger. And as part of a hotel's hospitality services, I do have some healing abilities. I have a VIP escort unlock at level 50, but I'm not sure whether that's any help to the heroes. Mila looks at her upgrades. It seems she has visibility of what skills she will gain up till level 100, something which I have yet to figure out why, but I'm guessing it's part of the hero blessings. Fine. Let's do a recap. Maybe we can figure something out. In terms of potentially useful abilities, I have probe beetles, magical sensors, decipher runes, copy biological ability, life scan, multiple versions of heal. Alexis said, we have a lot of healing. Our physical forms are both derived from Tree, and Tree's got incredible healing powers. And Jay, you should have taken the beetle, or the wooden body. Alexis frowned. But that copy biological ability, what does that do? Pretty much transplant an ability native to a living thing to another entity. But copying is one thing. After copying, I get ability seed. Then I need to create a fruit with the ability seed. So, what can you copy? Native racial abilities. Like the beetles, that would be armored body, elves, nature affinity, centaurs, centaurian endurance. Cool, you can give that to the heroes. You could be right, but then I just realized the heroes don't lack overpowered abilities. They lack experience. Knowledge, other people to take the heat off them. True friends, not scheming nobles and greedy adventurers. People, that won't backstab them. Mila sipped from her wooden cup. Alexis paused and she looked up at the chandelier. It's weird having a magical chandelier on top of the bar, but it's one of the aesthetic options Mila has to decorate her hotel. The chandelier comprises of almost 20 little glowing lights, and multiple merchants have inquired about it to buy it from her. Mila waited. There's no one else in the bar but a few autonomous tree servants, cleaning the rest of the tables and adjusting the chairs. It's quiet, the bar is quite soundproof. You're right, they don't need more power or abilities. They need friends. Doesn't have to be us though. And they won't trust us just because we come from Earth, and frankly, I don't think I want to tell them that we are from Earth. Maybe. We need to narrow our scope. As it is, helping the heroes is probably out of our leg. Alexis tapped on the bar countertop. It's ghost-friendly. True, but we do need to find them. They will be most vulnerable at the start. It'll be horrible if, don't say it. Mila glared. Alexis nodded. I know, your probes, can they communicate? I'll find a way, but if they don't spawn in this continent, then it's out of our control. They won't be the last batch of heroes. This plan can be used for all subsequent generations if it works. Mila nodded. Ah, true. I would have more branches by then. If I have branches on different continents, they could be like assassin safe houses, like that John Wick film. I'd be a brand name like the Continental. That wasn't something I would expect you to reference, Mila. But heroes do need a safe house of some kind, a place to keep their stuff. I've got a niche I can fill. Alexis frowned. How about me? You could make weapons, or be like those skill editing NPCs in the safe areas. Year 81, month 2. Spring began. A strange structure spotted emerging from one of the rifts in our continent. Massive, it resembles a giant walking tortoise with a castle on its back. Any attempts to approach has been met with stiff resistance from new types of humanoid demons. What do you think? Juro read the circular from the Merchants Guild. It advised alternative routes of trade. Somehow, the Merchants Guild's trade route circular is one of the best updates on the demonic invasion. Sounds like a champion. Mila said a large walking castle. If Tree could walk, we'd have a walking tree versus walking castle fight. No, I groaned, not keen on that. Besides, I lose a lot of power in my consciousness the moment I'm no longer connected to the earth, so not exactly keen. But it does sound like a champion. How far is it? Mila asked. Not far enough. Jura smiled. According to the circular, they predict maybe 4 months. The Merchant Guild circular came with a map, and it has a shaded heat map, resembling a hurricane path kind of map. The merchants use this information for trade route planning, and there's a small disclaimer saying the information is not guaranteed and demonic movements are unpredictable. The Merchants Guild bears no responsibility for any loss or damage arising from the use of these maps. Should we do anything? I asked the group present. Against demon champions. Mattias paused. We would need to get the temple's aid, else we stand no chance. The Gaia Temple and the other large temples are already mobilizing their best priests and paladins to the capitals. I doubt we would get much aid from them. Their resources are limited. Wesley, the senior priest, responded. And for them to aid another. Faith is weird. Yeah, we're kinda like a faith now, with me as the deity. I still found it weird, but apparently that is what the temples say, since I have rituals, priests, and a focal point. I hope I don't get classified as a cult, though for now the temples classify the order as a folk faith, a kind of animistic religion, so we are on our own. Oh well, nothing different then. I have been making my own preparations for demon champions, I just did not expect it to be a walking castle. Mattias then went off tangent, if I may, Ian. I would like to request we offer refuge. To who? Somebody from Baruch got in touch with me yesterday. The demonic forces are very close to where they are, and although the army is trying their best to hold back the demons, it seemed the presence of this monster has tipped the scales in the demons' favor. Baruch, that's where Mattias is from. They exiled him, didn't they? Looks like he still has some positive feelings for his former state. Many of them are still friends. And they want a backup plan if the Baruchian army can't hold them back. Jura, I wanted to add some conditions, but I thought of asking for views. We could accommodate, but they are guests, so they would be expected to behave themselves and follow our rules. Looks like Jura has similar thoughts. Certainly, I will relay the message. Mattias nodded. Back to us, what should we do? The walls are not going to hold if a massive monster like that can just walk through it. Tree that dungeon we attacked. Is it still there? Yeah, can we convert it into a shelter? And I recall there was a deep tunnel from the giant demonic centipede. The tunnel is now home to beetles and fungus, but I can make some space. The former dungeon is empty. I think there's rats, but that shouldn't be a problem. Then it is decided. We need to convert these two locations into fortified shelters. If we can't fight, we need to hide. There's an uncomfortable look around the group. A realization that this is going to be it. Demons are real. Should we tell the people? Vice Consul Laufen nodded. Yes, if this is going to be hideout, it's best if everyone knows about it, even those outside the order. Yes, we're not going to pick survivors when demons come around. Laufen insisted before anyone could respond. Whoever gets to the shelters deserve a chance. The group discussed other matters, usual administrative, trade, and training stuff, and they left when the sun was starting to set. Tree, the secret hideout. You're not willing to let anyone go in. Yes, as I said before, it's only for all of you. The most I'm willing to accommodate is in the outer subsidiary trees and those for the people I trust. It's a risk, and frankly, after what happened with the druids, I feel I should be more careful with whoever gets to come near me, what more inside me. It is unfortunate that some lives will be lost this way, but I think my own self-preservation trumps that. I can't save everyone, and I don't plan on trying. Laufen sighed. I'm not sure whether she's happy or sad. Your secret hideout is probably one of the safest places this valley has, though, if I still stand. But I believe the two options are pretty good. The tunnels don't require me, and the dungeon's been reinforced. The root network should last for at least a few months before the spatial magic starts to collapse on itself. It's probably a good idea to get the builders working on it. One of the things when disaster happens is that people pray. It's not my first time to receive prayers, but there is something about impending death that causes more people to pray. Some of these citizens pray to every god, even if they only profess to one. Some even pray to me. Not all behave this way, of course. Some become more devout in times of crisis, putting in a bit more offerings, going for more blessings and masses. But this behavior lead to something that's new to me. Throughout New Frika and the valley, there are about 7 tree of prayers. One in the Treefolks village, one up on the slopes of the Centaur camps, and the remaining 5 in New Frika itself, mostly in the order's compounds. Thus function as mini shrines. Tree of Prayer upgraded. Tree of Prayer's calming presence significantly improved, those around more likely to express their grievances. Tree of Prayer gains ability to extract some negative emotions and converts them into essence. I mostly listen. After all, there's no real need to interact. I think to a certain extent, most of these citizens know what they want to do with their lives, but anxiety, fear, and worries just cloud their minds, so they need a place to vent, to relax, to just think in peace. So if I could talk back, that's not exactly something pleasing. Instead, the Tree of Prayer just bobs its branches, the leaves shakes, and occasionally a small fruit will down on right on the person's lap, kinda like, hey, I heard you have a fruit. The fruit's just a regular fruit, it's sweet though, so most of them eat it. Some of them actually display it in their homes, which is creepy. Anyway, the amount of too much information when people are poured their hearts out in their prayers and whispers is, well, immeasurable. Seriously. Elves, centaurs, treefolks all still have their emotional problems, their professional challenges, financial and money issues. It may be a magical world, but problems are persistent across worlds. The Tree of Prayers have an odd side effect, which is, it remembers the prayers, especially those who pray often, regularly over the same thing. It's an annoying side effect, because I'd suddenly remember who cheated on who, and I don't need that sort of telenovela in my tree life. I tell myself that it's a public service, and it helps to keep the citizens pacified, like my other services, the birth and death services. We should have more, Ivy suggested. They're good intel, it helps me with my dossier. Ivy's like a real spy master now. If you could create one in Ransala, that would be ideal. That's a great idea. On the Sala side of things, they've finally responded to Jura's letter. There was a follow-up letter sent 2 months ago, just lightly reminding the kingdom of the official letter sent a year ago. So it seems they picked someone to be the scapegoat. An unfortunate administrator and some of his subordinates was identified as the mastermind of the massacre, and he will be transported to New Freaka. A scapegoat. Could really be him. We have to interview him to know for sure. The prisoner convoy will be escorted, and they will arrive in a month. Jura shrugged. Well, let's see what comes out of this. Perhaps he has a passing involvement. I would think so. Sala isn't that stupid to surrender someone with totally no involvement. The point is to sacrifice the tail to spare the head, so the real mastermind of such slaughter is spared. It could be it's just some prince up there who just goes, burn the rebels, and everyone down there just carries it out. Mattias chimed in. It's very common for royalties to say things without actually thinking about the lives lost. You say that like it's an everyday thing. Mika frowned. Yes, Mika, that is indeed how the kings and royalties are. Our role as their servants and subordinates is to understand our liege and guess what they truly desire. We cannot always take the words of our king for what it is. At that point, I think to myself, that sounds like insubordination or treason. After all, our king has a wish, a desire, and sometimes the words he has cannot communicate that will, though some kings have skills that help with that. Jura raised a hand and everyone quiet down. Let us not speculate, we will wait for whoever they sent. Tree, I must trouble you to help us in our interrogation. Would you happen to have those tree saps from long ago, the ones that makes them delirious? Of course, I'll make some. It wasn't hard to make different kinds of tree saps. Regular plants make poisons and allergy-triggering saps all the time, so it's easy peasy for a magic tree. In fact, I should totally infuse more magic into it. Anyway, back to Ivy. Ivy, you suggested to have a tree of prayer in Ransala. Yes, master. These people seem to confess their challenges to the tree so easily. Why go through all the trouble of spying when they are more than willing to tell a tree? There's nothing to lose, and if anything, we gain insights into the human mind. Fine, but where and how should we do it? New Freaka can make a goodwill gift since they gave this scapegoat to us. Then manipulate the officials to plant the sapling in a public park, which we can then replace with the tree of prayer. Call it the New Freaka Sala Friendship Tree. That sounded like something politicians do back on Earth, but I think it could work. I could make a sapling-sized tree of prayer. And so, Jura arranged for a small sapling of a tree of prayer to be sent as a gift. It's sent, planted in a large vase so that the tree of prayer doesn't die, escorted by the arborist. Since Houghton sent a tree caretaker, it made sense to call on his services for such transportation duties. The merchants completed their big deal and the demanded goods finally delivered. Good job, now leave them here. Wesley and the master of ceremonies pointed to a place. The workers start to unload. Just leave them here, the merchant stuttered. The master of ceremonies nodded, the jewels and gold unloaded. Yes, beetles start to emerge from the woods and some start to tug at the shipment. The merchant wanted to say something and pointed to the beetles, and the master of ceremonies smiled. The shipment is for the tree spirit, and it is time for us to leave. The master of ceremonies and a few of the order's men start to walk. The merchant, still a bit shocked by the beetles that are pulling the shipments into the tunnels that suddenly appeared. This is fine. Have you not done business for tree spirits before? Wesley grinned. Of course I have. The merchant tried to straighten himself up. Procuring the gold and hiring a large escort, only to put them in an empty spot for beetles. It's a first for sure. After everyone leaves, the beetles continue unpacking the goods in the network of tunnels underneath my trees. I created these tunnels recently because realizing how vulnerable I am, I wanted some of the structures to be underground, and that is the 10 new root brain complexes and the Grand Mind Tree project. Grand Mind Tree's construction has begun. 18 months to completion. Year 81 month 3. The updates from the merchant network increases in frequency, especially from the Western Theater head office. 2 towns were lost in a month. A large army of demons escorted the walking demon castle wherever it went, and throughout the continent, the demons have been spotted in more locations. One of our merchants were attacked. Half his convoy was destroyed, but luckily a party of riders managed to come to their aid. Are we not far away? Well. It seems the demons now have small raiding parties, targeting weak spots and gaps in the nation's defenses. It's a very, kingdomish tactic. The raiding parties are 100 to 200 demons strong, populated by mounted humanoid demons on hellhounds. Don't kings and many generals have some kind of watcher ability? Jura asked. I had the impression kings have ways of watching over their territories. Well, yes, but such skills are not exactly detailed. The council deployed multiple 200-strong militia patrols to help protect the trade routes, but honestly, I would know. My subsidiary trees function like my watchtowers. Failing that, there's the rootnet, so if there is anything, I would like to think that I am the first to know the presence of demons near New Freaka. But with demons, one can never be too careful, so I spread out my beetles to a few locations around as an additional protection force. This month, I added more to my anti-demon bolts and more weapons for the elves and the order. In fact, this occupied most of my time, my preparations to face the demon champions, and made a whole load more bolts and weapons. Woodcrafting upgraded. Skill learned, wooden anti-demon equipment crafting. Essence infusion upgraded. More bolts, spears, shields, more. What if it's the Demon King? Jura asked. Then we die. If I could shrug, the Demon King is as close to a death sentence, isn't it? If the heroes can die, how can we face it? I don't think some anti-demon shield is going to survive a nuclear explosion. Anyway, Demon King not here yet, so that's not something to worry about. Heh, I guess we will all run. Yes, on that front maybe we should be preparing like Madius's friends. Tell the Houghton Council druids to grant you safe passage as compensation, just in case. Jura paused. Okay, I will be fine. I want you to take everyone as far as you can if a Demon King comes our way. Arrange for some kind of teleportation. I'll speak to Madius about it. Jura sat on his chair. This feels morbid. Why? Staring death in the face sounds morbid. Not that. We villagers used to live and let live. Things happen and then we react to it. For me, having to predict what might happen and then try to prevent or prepare for it. Unusual. Yes, it's a strange thing to do, plotting and planning. The most we planned for was when to plant our crops and when to build houses. And even then we defer to the wisdom of our elders or tree spirits. It is the burden of those who lied to see what lies ahead and to guide them. Know that your actions will determine whether your friends and family lives or dies. Is that me? Where did such tree wisdom come from? Jura slumped on his chair. That is a mindset I am still coming to terms with. Truly, only when faced with demons I realize how heavy this burden is. Everyone prepares for it. This is just on a larger scale with more players. It was once about how much stronger you can be, but now it is about how much stronger the order is. Jura paced the room and had a sip of ginger-flavored tea. I think he prefers ginger tea over the other flavors. Mila's been experimenting on tea flavors as a specialty drink for her morning and lunch crowds, so she has funky flavors like garlic tea, herbal mint tea, grape ginger tea. Jura stretched. It's tiring. A knock and then a voice from outside the door. Counsel, the suspect is awake. There is a small prison in the Order's compound, located beneath one of the buildings. It's lightly guarded. There's just 2 beetles there. The Sala's scapegoat. Yes, I ordered the burning. I was the officer in charge of the military draft for that region, he said when interrogated. He tried to put up a brave face, but it seemed like he's hiding something. Jura looked, so did everyone else behind the bars. The elves shared a glance, and one of them, Emil, started to cry. Somehow it brought out a strange emotion in her heart. A vine administered the hallucinatory sap I've prepared. Jura sat, facing the officer. I ask you again, did you order the burning of Frika? Yes. Yes, I did, he said. Something isn't right. So he went into the biolab pod for testing. His soul spring looked fine. The skills are okay. If he is lying or being forced to, there should be something to hint at the truth. I would have to go deeper and call on the powers of the soul forge. Knocked unconscious, a few beetles helped to transport his body into the main pod in my main body. With it, I used the soul forge's power to pry into the outer soul shell. What I saw was the usual human soul, semi-translucent, but in that soul's head there was a small bluish blob. As I attempted to alter or touch it, a strong force repelled me, blocked by oath. It seems there's no progress here either, and it looks like he's not under the influence of magic. Is he lying? Jura asked. I have no clue. The oath could have nothing to do with the burning, or it could be key. It looks like I have to use other means of interrogation, so I subject him to some more hallucinogens and relaxants. With my vines wrapped around him, I use an authoritative version of my telepathic voice. You died. I spoke to the prisoner, now in a daze because of the crazy cocktail of hallucinogens, relaxants, and other stuff. I have how, he asked. He flailed his arms. Poison, died in your sleep. So that's what they were feeding me. Why am I looking at a scary-looking tree? Is this hell? Yes, this is the entrance to hell. You died near a tree spirit, so this is where you will depart to hell. He paused and looked confused. I still feel. A pulse? What made you think hell would not have a pulse? So I might not be dead. It's a common mistake. When you die, your soul goes to this other soul realm, awaiting reincarnation. During that waiting time, life goes on normally. He paused. Okay, so please wait. There's a long queue to enter hell, so it will take some time. Make yourself feel comfortable here. I don't know how successful this will be, but I am going to overload his body with so much of these saps that he's going to lose his grasp with reality. There's a queue to hell. Everyone's a sinner, so it's naturally the path to hell is extremely crowded, and why we have demons so often. Since we are on this topic, would you like to confess your sins? That was a whole load of bullshit, but he bought it. He paused and he starts to break down, shouting and weeping. I'm not sure whether he realized it, but I increased the dosage a bit more. He started talking about how many people he killed, the people he betrayed, the families he lost. It's kind of like we're having a session of Tree of Prayer confessions. He talked for a good 1 hour, alternating between breaking down, crying, and anger. But then I got what I wanted. It is just fair that I died this way. I sent the army to burn the village. I mean, the commander said that dissenters should be punished, but maybe I did go overboard. I gained levels in authoritarian when I ordered all those villages burnt. I was drowning in joy when I gained levels. Skills were powerful too. I got a skill like submission, which worked so wonderfully with the commoner ladies. Oh, I expected a scapegoat, but color me impressed, Salah actually sent the right guy. And a scum too, but could you fault me? The commander himself burned many villages to the ground when they rebelled against the king. All of us did. We did what we had to enforce order. Fear is key to maintaining control. It was either that or we would be chopped for punishing the villages too lightly. Looks like maybe not. It's an institutional failure. We burnt many villages. When there was a plague, we culled. When there was a suspected demonologist, we culled the villages. There is no time for proper justice. We lacked the resources, manpower, and even if we did, there was no way of ensuring justice was properly conducted. Every kingdom did what it felt was right. Maybe all of us should just burn to the ground, you know. He sat, surrounded by the vines and roots. All of us are sinners. Maybe the demon king should just crush all of us. Did I overdo the tree saps? Would I be able to meet the commander here? Or is he already on the other side? How long a backlog are we talking about? I definitely overdid the tree saps. Skill upgraded, tree saps. Skill obtained, condensed tree psychedelics. Dream tutor variant obtained. Skill, psychedelic dreams. Dream tutor variant obtained. Skill, mystical dreams. Year 80, 1 month 4. War in the Barushian territories deteriorated. The presence of the walking demon castle greatly hindered all attempted progress, and even with high-level individuals, the demons have now deployed knights. These demons have been described as elites, capable of standing up to a level 40 elite soldier toe-to-toe, and are described as humanoid horned demons, usually with one large unnaturally crimson wing. They have been seen wielding spears, swords, axes, and many other types of melee weapons. No rifts near our location yet, the captain elaborated. It's a once every other day meeting to gather data on the demons. They are coming and well, everyone's feeling a little tense. That's of no comfort. We are just waiting. Jura sighed. One of the merchants want to meet council. Sure. A merchant walked into Jura's office chambers. Salutations, council. I'll get to the point. The merchant guilds is trying to build a coalition force to protect key trade routes, especially those that cut through the kingdoms nearest to the spotted giant demon walker. In exchange for the various nations' contributions to the force, led by a group of senior military men, the Merchants Guild will offer preferential prices on goods well below market rates, and also the rights of first purchases on goods passing through these routes. You sure didn't mince words there. Jura sat and thought for a moment. How many men are you talking about? Have you spoken to the High Council? Yes, I have. They are keen, but only if the Order also participates. They will match every person you put in. Clever of them. If the Order doesn't participate, then we look like scums. Jura sat and twirled a wooden pen. Back to my question, how many men does the guild want? Ideally, we want high-level individuals, elites if possible. Numbers, while it does have its own quality, is not the most suitable countermeasure against a demonic force of nature like the giant demon walker. I need to have some discussions. Come back in 2 days. The merchant bowed and left. Jura turned and called in the management team. Mattias, would you be keen? I'm also planning to talk to Ivan. If anything, I would like both of you to participate. Mattias shook his head. I'm having fun teaching the kids in the orphanage. Well, turns out Ivan also had a similar idea. The Valthorn kids need me. I'm not leaving them alone with Tree, not without my supervision. Also, now that we know quite certainly the Salah guy is the right guy, I'm a bit stuck with what to do. You know, if he wasn't the right person, it's not cool to drug him and make him think he died. How did you plan on integrating or undoing the effects of such a powerful hallucination? I had a hunch that he's hiding something. He could be hiding other things. Too bad, I'll just make him think it's all a dream. You know, like those exceedingly vivid dreams that you wake up from, wondering what in the world just happened. That sounds like the kind of essays I used to write for school. Mila grinned. When I delivered the message to the elves that he is the right guy, Loffen stormed up and went to one of the Tree of Prayers to gather her thoughts. Somehow the reality that she faced the person who indirectly caused the death of her husband made her angry. I want to slap him many, many times. Okay. So the drug-delirious prisoner is freed from his biopod prison and Loffen slapped him many times. In fact, the other elves joined when they saw Loffen started to slap the man. You evil man, our lives lost just because you felt like it. Loffen slapped. I had thought that maybe you had a vendetta, but no. She slapped again. We are just another slap, another village to burn, another slap. The guy's delirious. The overdose of hallucinogens massively distorted his sense of reality. Is this like purgatory, where I meet those I have sinned and answer for them? He asked, which only made Loffen even more mad. Hell yeah it is. She slapped him some more. Teehee other elves like Emil and Belle both just gave him one slap. One big fat slap, and that's it. They walked away. Because although they are angry, watching Loffen's ugly chain of slaps made them feel like they needed to be above this. All because of some stupid levels. Are our lives all so meaningless and insignificant to these nobles and lords? Loffen slapped. The guy just laughed. He's lost it really. Yes, my dear. Yes. Actually, even lords and nobles are meaningless. We all die in the end. Everyone's just out for themselves and we make life difficult for everyone that is not us. Loffen slapped him in between those words, so it's actually not so coherent. Agghhhhhh. She slapped him a few more times until she stopped and just sat on the ground and she started to weep. Lausanne watched and gave her mom a hug. Mommy, it's okay, it's okay. The guy's face is red and blue from all the slaps and I think it's time to end it. So some vines pull the guy back into the pod. I'll keep him for now. Loffen still cried, so she didn't respond to my statement. Jura just watched and he walked away. Tree, just kill him already. Him being insane and mocking us with that insanity just makes us feel worse. Well, I kind of figured he's gonna die anyway, but to kill him would be a waste of valuable mortals. He would join the other criminals on death row that I've reserved for my soul-related experiments. I mean, if the justice system says who and who is to die, might as well contribute to science while dying. It's not as if the manner of death makes a difference. It's a position opposed by Mila and Alexis, of course, but they can't stop me. If I'm going to figure out how to fix Jura's arms, I need more experience with all the sophisticated meddling in the Soulforge. In the past month, in between creating more of those anti-demon bolts and weapons, I've been experimenting with creating an arm, and indeed, the first thing I needed was to reverse engineer the thing that protects a body while undergoing the forge process. It seems there is a specific frequency to the mana, kind of like a state, in which the mana is able to hold its form despite the maelstrom within the soul forge, and mastering this process will allow my feelers to interact with the exposed soul fragments in the soul forge. So firstly, the process required the creation of more mana tuning organs. It took quite a few tries, but it's a whole lot easier once I use some of the jewels as regulators. I know this because it's part of why jewels are so commonly used in magic items, because precious gems and jewels have a kind of mana storage, mana stabilizing quality to them. Essentially, it's like a ball of roots organized along a few jewels as nodes, with two feeler ends, kind of like a large tuning fork, and the length-width of that fork determines the frequency and spin. With it, I'm then able to coat my feelers with attuned mana, which protects it from the effects of the soul forge by about 90-95. Pretty good, I think. Next was to make simple organs. Using animals as my test case, I tried to make small tails, whiskers, repair ears, repair skin. Most of them failed, but I'm getting better at the smaller stuff, relatively speaking. I judge my performance by the size of the little animal's explosion when healed. Year 81, month 5. My first encounter with this generation's demons. A pack of humanoid demon riders spotted passing through one chain of subsidiary tree that stretched up to the previous dungeon hole. The chain of subsidiary trees, with New Freaka Valley as the center, is kind of like a spider net. They didn't attack my trees, but I moved some beetles to the area as I watched their actions. These demonoids are clearly more intelligent than before. There's a visible leader giving some kind of instruction in a language I can't fathom. They are setting up an ambush. I watched them camp there for 5 days until a trader caravan approached the area. Well, their ambush was countered by an ambush from my beetles. It went well. Despite their intelligence, their ability to fight is just about average. A regular demonoid is at the same strength as a regular hellhound, which isn't much. Their leader's much better. It took 2 beetles to take him down. The merchants are struggling to keep certain trade routes with the demons employing such guerrilla tactics. I'm impressed that demons have the concept of attacking supply chains. I think we shouldn't overreact. It seems the precautions needed will be similar to bandits if their raiding parties are so small. A small group of adventurers would have been able to defeat that raiding party. The threat of the raiding party is small, but the thought that there's potentially sophisticated intelligence behind the demons. Tree, you said your trees spotted them. Yeah, Jura paused and sat. The captain then asked, can we have a perimeter of trees? Would it be possible? No, I can't make that many trees. 4 lines as it is almost maxed out my subsidiary tree quota. Unless I gain levels or the skill gets an upgrade, I don't think I can spam more subsidiary trees. I do have my basic tree eye, but there's only 10 of those. And I want to keep those for special places where I want to see things for myself. Trevor interrupted. Demons. There's more of them, Trevor said to me. What? A pack of 300 demons appeared. North. Mostly regular demonoids, but this pack has about 10 of the captain, grade demons and 1 mounted knight. Beetles. I look at the map and Trevor points me to the nearest group of 50 or so beetles. There's another group of 30 beetles further away. Okay, let's group them together. They won't make it in time to save that convoy if they do. What? A convoy? Trevor changed my vision to see a convoy of 8 carriages and about 20 merchants. Recommend we send the 50 beetles now, and hopefully the 30 beetles can join the battle midway, or if you want to intervene directly, with root strikes. Heh, well, I'm itching for a fight. Rooting field, roots emerged from a field of grass, and they quickly entangled the group of 300 demonoids. The leaders of the group were able to cut the roots off, and then my squad of 50 beetles arrived. Watching them fight, the beetles' charge easily destroy quite a bit of the regular demonoids. Except the knight, it had a black sword, and in a single slash it cut one of the beetles in half. Nuwuwo. Horns was upset. Kill that enemy. The demon knight cut down a few more beetles. I recall seeing demon knights during the previous war that demonized humans, but this knight is pure demon, and I would say he's about level 40, I'm not too sure. Heh, no point delaying. Serpentine root strike. Multiple roots appeared and pierced through the demons, like a multi-headed hydra. The knight dodged and cut through some of the roots, but the roots, when cut down, it instead splits into more roots, which attack the knight. The knight cuts down more roots, but it kept breaking up into more roots, and then one root speared through the knight from the back, and it turns into ash. If the demons can create more knights at that level, the kingdoms are going to have a whole lot of problems. Turns out shit's already pretty bad. News from the southern continent came, and it ain't pretty down south. Another walking castle has been spotted, and they've overran a few kingdoms. The southern continent is essentially in a pure war mode, every nation in the region combining their forces where they can to delay the demons' advance. These numbers. The captain started to read out the Merchants Guild's report. Are they trying to ask for help? The report had a whole load of numbers on the size of the demon armies. In the southern continent, they've spotted 6 different armies with at least 50,000 demons. Sounds like it. The Merchants Guild can't formally request for aid without the consent of the local kingdoms. At best, they will try to build a coalition with the local kingdoms, but it's something they are already doing. Is it normally this bad? I ask the captains. They shrug. I don't know, but it's sure messier this time around. How many have been displaced? Jura wondered. Are we going to get more refugees? A lot. With all continents facing some demon issues, the refugees don't really have a lot of choices on where to go. What about the islands? Sounds like they won't be able to run away from the south that easily. So if anything, we're still going to get Baruch-Ian refugees. The elven kingdoms are up north, right? Lawfen suddenly asked. Yeah, why'd you ask? If Baruch is in trouble, how about the other elves? Mattias paused. I believe they would not be in any better shape. The demon walker's massive size and the army's not been defeated yet. We need to figure out how to hide. Jura pondered. It's only 6 months into the beginning of the demons and things are already not great, and that's how I spent more time on the underground tunnels. The farmers did already have warmed farmhouses and underground chambers, but I didn't, and I think I may be able to do things differently. The underground tunnels are humid, but no sunlight. Any plants that need to survive here would have to have long roots, and somehow have tubers that store their food in the tunnels, which the refugees can use. Using root tunnels, we built a network of tunnels with rooms and with some wood magic and woodcrafting, made wooden furniture and flooring to make the rooms somewhat habitable. In the event the demons overrun the surface, though, they would need a source of food and water. It's fairly easy to create roots that store some water and food as emergency rations, since I have the tuberous storage, which when not storing energy can be converted into a massive edible potato and a high water content potato. Preparing for the apocalypse, Mila seemed quite interested in all the preparations. I think she recently added a few underground chambers to her hotel, so I think we're aligned on that part. Yeah, this Demon King feels different. Doubt it'll be that different. Maybe it's just a change in the minions. The previous Demon King we faced was a floating castle. Alexis then built it in. I like all these preparations. Reminds me of the kind of nuclear bunkers we have, preparing for eventual doomsday. I should add something like that to the basement of my hotel, huh? Of course, if a disaster happens, a hotel must have a safe space for its guests. It should be reinforced and close to impenetrable. Alexis laughed and Mila nodded. True, I guess if I wanted to make a hotel like the Continental, it better be a battle-ready hotel. You can start by adding a vault, a strong room, and armory. Alexis rattled on a list of things to add. I think we're getting sidetracked. I'm trying to make habitable hideouts for the citizens in case things deteriorate. I had to bring the conversation back on track, and if both of you want to help me with it. Alexis stopped and thought for a moment. It'll need some artificial sunlight, perhaps mana-powered lights, and then with it, grow some kind of vegetables under those lights. Oh, that's kind of like the greenhouse idea again, but indoors. So we tried it out. I got Trevor and Dimitri to help, since I'm really kind of tired of doing things on my own. There's just so much to do, so many things to manage. We upgraded the tunnels into canister-like compartments, each canister a self-sufficient setup, with a water storage plant, fungi and plant growing area, food storage, and wooden beds. It has metal-reinforced wooden pillars and walls for additional strength and toughness. It's kind of like segments and sections in buildings. New skill acquired, customizable routes. Oh cool, how does it look? Jura and the elves looked around at the new network of underground housing cum hideouts. Just need some more lights for additional brightness, but for a wartime hideout, absolutely luxurious. The food supply may be insufficient though, since these things depend on you growing your own vegetables. But at least there is water and the potatoes on the wall are still growing. The potatoes on a segment of the wall is still linked to the roots. It's like the seed of the potato, so the refugees can pluck the potato and a new one will grow. Good enough. I suppose next will be fortification and security. Alexis and Mila added, how about air? Is there sufficient oxygen down there? Ventilation is super important in underground spaces. People could die from choking and smoke. Good point. I had thought of using the plants, but the plants probably don't produce enough oxygen. Could you use mana to create oxygen? There's a spell like that. Natural tree ability, water, oxygen, carbon cycle converts water to air or air to water. Uses mana. Oh, that's easy. Turns out I had that ability all the while, but it doesn't solve the problem if I'm not there. How do the refugees get air? Do you have plants that create air? No. Maybe there are, but I'll need to find them. It's Mattias that gave the solution. We'll get some gems of breathing. Those gems can produce air at a mana cost, and with that, it doesn't require much mana that ordinary folks with some magic should be able to operate. That's quite expensive. Jura nodded after the treasurer told him the expected cost, but we'll get a dozen, and the gems of sunlight as well if we plan to grow these plants underground. Turns out there are some off-the-shelf solutions already. Alexis paused. Can you ask for some of those gems? Ask Jura to buy a bit more. Our coffers are a bit low after my recent spend on the gold and jewels for the Grand Mine Tree, so, Alexis frowned. I could use some of those for research. Year 81 Month 6. The magical sensors went crazy. Across my many subsidiary trees and biolabs, the array picked up multiple large surges of energy. Something's happening. Alexis is the first to be disturbed by the sensor readings. The air seemed tense, and a sudden gust of wind followed. A while later, my network of roots start to detect tremors from afar, the sign of a massive explosion. Jura, any idea what's going on? Jura's oblivious to it because, well, unless you have a built-in magical sensor in your body, you won't notice it. It's Mattias, who ran in along with Ivan to the Jura's council chambers. A massive magical explosion has been detected. The demon walker was attacked with some kind of projectile weapon. Oh, isn't that good news? Who did it? Jura asked. The Baruchian court gathered their mages and the voluntary sacrifices of a few young men and women. It's forbidden blood magic. And it didn't work. Instead of destroying it, the magical projectile heavily injured the demon walker, and now it marched for the Baruchian capital. Blood magic. Jura looked at Mattias suspiciously. Baruch has blood magic and sacrifices. There is a hidden faction in the Wizarding Academy studying blood magic, secretly, but the king gave his consent to do this. The blizzard may have links to Baruch, Mila said. What's Baruch's relationship with Nung, Tact, and Sala? Mattias shrugged, a little bit ashamed. Okay, I don't know, but whatever it is, that magical disturbance came from Baruch. The magical sensors went off again, but this time it wasn't from Baruch's general vicinity. It came from further north, from the coast. Any idea what's going on? We didn't know. Until news came about a week later that the same blood magic ritual was repeated in another kingdom south of Sala, with more sacrifice. And the worst part, the second projectile missed the demon walker and left a crater filled with an unpleasant miasma. Mattias, is there a cult practicing blood magic throughout the continent? There are all sorts of cults out there, practicing all kinds of obscure magics. No one really knows, but I would say. Yes, the demon walker changed direction. It's now heading south. What? Another magical disturbance. My sensors are starting to become quite attuned to this. It's the same country, and they did the ritual. Again, how many times can this ritual be repeated? I don't know. This time we all saw it, because the dark purple-red magical projectile flew overhead. Even with my spiritual vision, I could see it. It's a missile made of condensed magics, sacrificed lives, and just a whole load of unknown energies. It's from a country called Gila. The array of magical sensors could now track the movement of the magical energy. A kingdom led by a new king. There's little I know of them. That's not outdated. This third blood ritual bullet exploded at the edges of Baruchian border. Apparently scrying revealed half of the castle on the demon walker back was destroyed. The regular demons died, but it didn't stop the walker. Oh no, it didn't. It's still headed south. Are they planning to use this against the demon king? Well, it turns out Gila and Baruch were not alone. In the southern continent, a few similar spells were used, to great success. They destroyed a demon walker. The demon walker, though, now moved as fast as it could towards Gila, devouring every single town or village in its path, and with it a growing army of demons. It's coming here. This is insane. Alexis screamed. She used the readings from the magical sensors and her own sensors. It's pretty much a magical nuclear weapon, tuned to cause immense destruction in a narrow area. News indeed speaks of the location of the missed shot turned into a corrupted, haunted, poisoned place, where everything died and strange alien monsters emerged from it. But despite the costs, the fact that there is a reliable weapon against these demonic walker giants gave great hope to many kingdoms, a weapon that can fight back. So it seems there's widespread propaganda that the Magus have discovered a potent magical spell able to defeat the demons. No longer do they have to fear the champions. Tree, I hate you. Alexis said one evening as the news that more such rituals are being used throughout the world. Why, you were preparing for underground hideouts. Did you have a spirit vision or epiphany that you somehow see this coming? Hex bombs. Alexis called them hex bombs because they leave a hex on the land. Honestly, no. I was preparing for the possibility that a demon champion defeats me, but this feels too coordinated. Who's teaching the process of this rituals to all the different kingdoms? The speed this ritual spread is unreal. The kings won't hear naysayers now. They all bought the story that this spell can defeat the walkers, and they have 2 success cases now, one in the southern continent and one in the eastern theater. People celebrated, ignoring the reality that there are sacrifices needed for each shot, which numbered between hundreds to thousands, less if the person is of a high magical power and level. But one is still walking our way. After Gila's 2 shots, they stopped. The demon walker's wounded, with a strong hex on its body, but it is still headed this way. Deep inside, I just know that it is going to come through here. I didn't need a messenger running inside the room, shouting. Demon Walker is headed for New Freaka, expected to be 2 to 3 weeks away. With an army of 40,000 demonoids, it's just how it is. I am a magical tree, and somehow I will always end up fighting demons, which is fine. Demons are my natural enemies. I just don't appreciate being potentially in the line of fire of a hex bomb. Spazer introducing hex bombs, inspired by Breath of Fire taking a week off to write a harem story. Year 81, month 6. The demonoids came over the hills, the giant walker, with the body of something resembling a mutant giant tortoise, with a castle on top. The castle consists of multiple reddish spires, with jagged edges, resembling the teeth of a monster. It wasn't hard to tell that it is approaching. The demonic army would cut down the trees in its path, and I could feel the walker's energy, with each step. A bit more of its energy pushed back on my bubble and caused the effective radius of my lesser demonic suppression aura to shrink. But whatever that was, it only worked on the outer area. At this distance, in this valley, the aura from my main body is strong, and here it overlapped against whatever that demon walker emitted. Together with the walker, the 50,000 or so demonoids crossed the rolling hills. By the scouts' count, the army increased by 10,000, and this is due to the bases and the walker itself being a mobile demon production factory, or as Alexis called it, a hive, like a beehive that made more bees. The past 3 weeks, along the expected path of the demon army, we built a few more layers of walls, filled with traps and places for the soldiers to retreat. And tunnels for the beetles to spring a surprise attack. Honestly, I felt confident. A defensive battle is pretty much how I can fight, and it's something that I'm good at, and we have been preparing for this fight. And when the demon walker emerged, I felt ready. The demon walker's spires somewhat recovered. The damage from the blood hex magic is no longer noticeable, so we presume they have some self-healing ability. Until we saw the other side of the giant walker, where a large chunk of its body glowed purple, as if it oozed a magical rot. This massive giant tortoise, with a big castle on its shell, stomped and the earth shook. Luckily, the walls held. The roots and plants helped to absorb the shockwave. A Zeratin, Alexis's being the one with a wide general knowledge. A walking Zeratin instead of an island on its back. A loud but deep roar shook the entire valley. Trivia will have to wait. The demon walker roared, and that signaled the beginning of this battle. The army of demonoids charged towards the first layer of walls, into the carnivorous plants and cactus defense systems, and the sound of wood and demon colliding became the background chorus. The demons chopped the defenses down, but not before the carnivorous plants devoured some of the demonoids, and in doing so, gradually but sure, reduced the number of demonoids. I reckon about 1,000 to 2,000 demonoids fell before the outermost layer is breached. Jura, Mattias, and Ivan prepared on top of the 4th makeshift wall layer. Lausanne, stay with Tree. This is not your battle, not yet, but my level is already in the 30s. I should be out there fighting. The young lady protested. She too was armed for battle, and she had 2 anti-demon wooden short spears on her back. She's right, she's a valuable battlefield asset. We need her on the field together with the girls, one of the captains said. The archers got into position. They've been waiting for this moment. Many had a good meal last night, perhaps in preparation of death. No, not Lausanne and not the kids. The Valthorns stay back. Jura insisted. Right, Tree. Lausanne should be fighting, but let her take one of the flanks where it's less risky. Together with horns, the beetles will cover her. The beetles are all hidden in the tunnels, all 10,000 of them, but I can spare some to act as Lausanne's squad. The demon walker roared and the demonoids all received a boost it. My lesser demonic suppression is effective, and the roar merely offsets the effects of my aura. Ivan nodded. You can't coddle her forever. Fighting demons is a regular affair. She best get some experience. The giant walker had a large head, and its head resembled part tortoise, part dragon. It had spikes and horns, and it roared, revealing its fangs. It's a different roar, the vibration was different, and that roar sent out an energy blast. Steelwood barrier woodshield shield generators. The subsidiary trees that function as shield generators create a large wall of wood, blocking the energy blast crack. The energy projectile from the blast slammed into the shields, and it crushed the first barrier and woodshield and then cracked the last shield. Okay, fine. Go, keep yourself safe. Jura sighed, turned, and faced the horde of demonoids. The demon knights lead the charge against the first layer walls. Remember what we discussed. We've got to take on the demon knights. Tree will focus on the demon walker. Ivan nodded and then shrugged. Though I would prefer to observe Tree in action, but I suppose we don't have a choice. Be careful of the knights. Lozan smiled. Okay, stay safe, everyone. Jura gave Lozan a pat on the head. You two retreat or ask for Tree's help if you're in trouble. Better alive than dead. An armor of wood surrounded Jura, and in his hand a dark brown wooden sword. There's multiple wooden spears on his back and multiple smaller wooden stakes enchanted to weaken demons. In Ivan, you can watch after the knights are destroyed. The demonoid horde still charged, and in one area where the density was highest, I activated Root Surge and skewered about 2,000 demonoids. The walker stepped closer, and the earth shook. It roared again, another energy blast. This time it aimed for the second layer of walls. I couldn't stop the full power of the energy projectile in time, and this time, a section of the second layer walls disintegrated and killed about 20 archers and the beetles hiding underneath. Tree, can you stop that blast? Jura asked while running towards the army. The archers have started their volley overhead. I am creating shields right in front of it to deflect and absorb the blast. That should take the heat off you, but be prepared to run if I can't stop it in time. Great. Jura cut down a few more demonoids in the way. He's looking for the knights. A roar and another energy blast. This time I stopped it. It took 4 layers of steelwood barriers. A special demon, one with wings, appeared and it landed with a bang. The explosion from its crash crushed another section of the second layer of walls, and then it stabbed the few soldiers right in front of it. Jura, there's a winged demon elite. Look out for it. It should be on your left. I don't see it. Jura's deep in battle, fighting some more demonoids. The horde breached through the new gaps in the second layer of defenses like a pipe with holes. The mages conjured their fireballs and spells, and the demonoids raised a shield made of their demon matter. Since when did the demonoids have shields? The explosions from the spells still destroyed a few demonoids, but the shields reduced the damage. 2 knights close in on Jura's position. Tall, dark, and honestly quite cool looking with that jagged-edged demonic body. One uses an axe, the other uses a spear. I should create wood knights. They look cool. Ruoer. An energy blast from the walker again. My shields block it, but there's still collateral damage from some of the deflected blast. A part of the third layer walls is destroyed. It's using the blast to open a way for the horde. These makeshift walls aren't that tough, but the 4th layer was the one we built previously. The 4th wall is tougher and where most of the men are stationed. So you're the demon knights. Jura is deep in battle near what remains of second layer walls, and his wooden sword glowed. Show me what you can do. Speed / Jura's sword flickered like streaks of light, and the first demon knight turned to mincemeat. Oh, easy. Jura looked at the other knight and closed in. Indeed, the level 80 warlord crushed the level 40-ish knight within 5 swipes. Honestly, using his high-speed skill is overkill. Ruoer. The walker stomped, and it interrupts the archers' and mages' spells. Another energy blast, and somehow I got the angle a bit wrong. The projectile deflected and made a hole in one of the valley cliffs. The walker, its large size meant it could easily walk over the walls, and it did so. It stepped across the second layer of walls. He's entered the range where my root strikes are at full power. Something hopped off the demon walker's back and landed right in front of Jura. A demonoid with wings, proper demon-like horns, and a sword large enough to cut a cow in half. He radiated a magical aura. Jura smirked. So the demons now have tiers of elite forces too, eh? Tree, you watching this? This the guy? Yes, but my focus is on the walker. My 3 artificial minds are working really hard to help. Trevor, Dimitri, and Ivy's manage the beetles, create root tunnels, and help to activate all of the subsidiary trees, cactus defense system, shield generators, and provide battlefield intel to Horns, who's deep in the fighting with Lozan. It's a good thing I can delegate some of my abilities to them. Ivan landed next to Jura after killing 1 demon knight. Need help? Jura shrugged. I'll let you know, but I'll try to handle him myself for now. I got skills I've been itching to test out on, something strong. All right, I'll keep the demon knights from meddling. What should we call this demon? Jura looked at Ivan, and the demon elite looked quizzically back at them. Its large sword glowed red and then black. A black flame emerged from it. Demon fire again. How nostalgic. The walker stepped closer. Bit more, I just needed its entire massive body entirely within range. Most of the horde of soldier demonoids crossed the second layer of defenses. Those makeshift walls really don't last very long, but it served the purpose. For Tree, Horns mentally shouted, "Battle beetles, let's go. There's no new beetle type, it's just a name Horns came up with. It's punny," he says. Wisps say their personalities take after an aspect of their creators, so I think Horns inherited a punny part of me. Beetles streamed out of the tunnels under the second and third layer of walls, charging into the mass of demonoids from both sides, and the entire area turns into a massive brawl. Strangely, despite the chaos of the brawl, all the demons had the sense to avoid the demon elite and Jura, both in intense, rather high-speed combat. The demon elite or general could fly, but at that distance, neither could really hurt each other. It seemed that the demon elite wasn't much of a spellcaster, so they went into a full melee. Jura ducked, dodged, and sidestepped the demon elite's large bastard sword repeatedly, often narrowly avoiding mini explosions from the sword blast. Demon General's a better name. Jura's sword cut the demon general's wings, but the wings regenerated. It roared in response. Its mouth shot out a mini projectile. And screw this, Bamboo generated a massive wooden shield in front of Jura. The wooden shield disintegrated, but it seemed like the demon general didn't have that many uses of that projectile since it went back into melee. Right above, the demon walker stepped even closer. Its feet now crossed over the third layer walls easily. It roared again. This time the energy blast is aimed right at the forest, right at me. It can sense our presence, Master, Trevor commented. It knows of the magical energies you are radiating. In my mind, I don't think so. Steelwood Barrier X5, thank goodness I seem to have more than few hundred uses of these shield skills per day. Multiple large wooden barriers once again appeared to block the energy blast. 4 barriers disintegrated, but the last one held. Well, what do you know, my shields at this distance can stop that blast. Below it, the beetles and the demonoids fight it out in a massive brawl. Militia and the Order's soldiers keep up the volley of arrows, but in such state there's quite a bit of friendly fire. The beetle's large size don't help. The walker roared again, and the spires on its back glowed red, another spire glowed purple. Once that started, the demonoids glowed red too, and they went into a kind of battle frenzy, and the damage suffered by the demonoids seemingly regenerated. Oh, that castle's an aura machine. I mentally smacked myself. Of course, the castle imparts passive buffs like me. The spires started to shoot out smaller, less powerful energy blasts, and it's equipped with laser turrets. Alexis looked in amazement. It's a walking laser tank. For me, those glowing red spires reminded me of the obelisk of light. The blood rituals don't look so bad now. I sighed. To be fair, without the walker, I'd defeat the 40,000, even 60,000 demonoids without a problem. 10,000 beetles would have taken out 20,000 demonoids, easy. Clearly, for regular humans without special anti-demon skills and weapons, they would need to gather a large group of high-level individuals, at least multiple level 80s. It really makes my multiplier against demons a great advantage. Mattias, together with the mages of New Frika, changed their targets to the giant walker, since it's hard to avoid friendly fire with the beetles fighting literally in the trenches. Lausanne's doing fine. She's got a whip-like weapon that seems to cut through the demons like they are made of paper, and only against the knights that she needed help from the beetles. We've got them held up at the third layer, one of the captains said. Well, the fourth layer is the last layer of walls, and after that it's New Frika's own town walls or the forest itself. I'm not keen on letting the walker anywhere near the forest, since the treefolk's village is between me and them. The walker stepped and kicked the third layer's walls with its large feet. Oh, I kind of forgot that it could just hit things instead of using the energy blast, and it kicked again, and that segment of the walls crumbled. Most of the men had retreated to the fourth layer. It's mostly just ranged combat, except for beetles. Some of the soldier elites also tried to fight the demonoids. By now, the demonoids thinned to about 30,000, and I've lost about half of my beetles. Some losses on the soldiers or the order, mostly from the walker, but it looks like they will have to bear some more. The walker stepped through the crumbled sections. It kicked the fourth layer walls with incredible force and then strangely walked past the fourth layer of walls. It walked towards me as if it knows I'm there, waiting. Oh, it dares to approach Tree. Alexis grinned. Even though Tree has anti-demon powers, it roared. My wooden shields blocked the energy blast. Good, come. Get as close as you need to, so I can shove all the roots I have through your body. Let's see whether there's going to be any collateral damage. Have the tree folks evacuated? Let me check. Yes, Trevor said. Most of them are now in the designated safe houses. Those that can fight are on the fourth wall and some back at New Frika's town walls. The demonoid army's still behind it, caught up in the brawl with the beetles, though some are trickling past the third wall. Jura and the demon general fought toe-to-toe, as Ivan focused on fighting the other demon knights that tried to come to the demon general's aid. Jura still has an edge, but if there's 2 of them, he'll be in trouble. He took a few hits, but thankfully the armor bore the brunt of it. Ivan, on the other hand, focused on the other demon knights. At first Yvonne wanted to help, but her own level is only about 60, so she changed her targets. Jura and the Demon General traded blows. The Demon General leaped high up, half of its wings torn from an earlier well-placed slash. Its large bastard sword cracked, and a massive wooden fist punched it right in the body. It staggered back and Jura changed weapon again. The wooden swords don't last long, but he has a whole lot stored. So any tricks? Jura's body is surrounded by bamboo's wood armor, and its flexible form means it's also a weapon. Or are you just faster, stronger, and hit a whole lot harder? The Demon General staggered, even with the aura effects from the demon spires. There's 3 wooden spears lodged in its body. The wooden spears are enchanted with holy magic and made from Tree's anti-demon wooden stakes. Its enchantment meant it drained some demonic energy out of the Demon General. Well, time to end this. Speed slash. A flash of light, and the Demon General's body was cut in half, then it disintegrated. Just a faster, stronger demon knight. I'd be worried if they start having actual skills. Jura did a fist, and then he realized there's still a whole lot of demons to fight. Good, I'm going to be fighting the Demon Walker now. Is this how Godzilla looks like? It's massive. Mila looked in amazement. Are we going to have a monster fight now? Tree versus Demon Walker. Size-wise, it is larger than the earlier Demon Champions, but it feels like maybe it's not as strong, or maybe there's some trade-off. It certainly doesn't feel as threatening, despite its enormous size. A Demon Champion. I've long awaited this day. The special anti-demon bolts are ready. I've gained 20 levels and many skills since I last fought the Demon Champions 8 years ago, and I have more hero fragments too. I have prepared for this moment with skills and items. I believe I can take it, and now to see whether I can. The giant demon walked, and now it's on the very edges of my forest. And that's as far as I'm going to let it go. A wall of wood shields appear in front of it. You shall not pass, Alexis shouted. Mila did a facepalm. That's lame. Super anti-demon root strikes X5, all tipped with the specially made demon bolts. 1 root strike for one of those giant legs. The roots shoot out of the ground. A dense energy surrounds each of the bolts in the edge, and it exploded right on the legs. The Demon Walker roared, and this time it shot out a few energy blasts. I blocked 3 of them, but the 4th one leveled a patch of forests and destroyed a section of the treefolk's village. Still, I'm happy. The root strikes did what I expected it to do. It stopped walking as large chunks were taken out of its 5 legs. It looked unsteady, as if it's going to crumble on its own weight, but it didn't. It roared again. This time it turned its head. It's not aimed at me, but at the 4th layer walls. Shit. I created the wood shields in the wrong place, and the blast vaporized a large chunk of the 4th layer walls. Some of the beetles and soldiers there were killed. Tree, don't let it shoot at us. Jura shouted. Some of the men were buried under the rubble. All it can do now is shoot. The spires on its back glowed and shot out red beams, and it set a portion of the forest on fire. Its large head roared again and blasted 1 more energy blast. My wooden shields caught the shot, but still, the impact caused the space right before the shield to burst into flames. Constrict using vines, I attempt to force the head to aim only at me. Super anti-demon root strike X5. More bolts, and this time, before it could release another round of energy blasts, I took out its 5 feet. The giant crashed into the ground, and with it came a huge shockwave of smoke and dust. But it's not dead yet, the spires on its back still shooting beams. Still, I'm confident. Let's see whether it has any tricks left. Super anti-demon root strike X5. More bolts. I have about 90 bolts left and have many more super root strikes to go. It struggled. It roared again and more energy blasts. This time I think it used a special attack because it blasted through all of the defensive shields I had and then blew up 3 subsidiary trees, and then the energy blast smacked right into my main body. I felt a chunk of my bark fall off. Oh, I'm still alive. Thank goodness for all the fragments. Well, let's retaliate. Super anti-demon root strike X10. The hard shell around the main body shattered on impact, and a few of my roots struck whatever's inside. I think I hit something important. The ground shook like something exploded inside of its body. Its head roared again, charging another energy blast. This time, because of the poor angle, the shot went wide and flew into the sky. No chances. I shot out another 10 super anti-demon root strike, aimed at the giant head. It cracked, and then the entire head crumbled. The spires of the castle collapsed. A humanoid giant appeared in its place. Its body is half-hexed, as if the demon flesh is rotting, and each step chunks of it fall off as if it's melting. If this is what the hex bomb does, it feels like the future's gonna be quite grim. The giant humanoid demon stepped forward, and more parts fall off. Yet I see it struggling as it attempted to regenerate the destroyed parts. It's an ongoing battle between the demon's regeneration and the corruption of the hex bomb. It's a demon, and there's no time for caution. Super anti-demon root strike X2. 2 roots shoots out of the ground and impaled the giant through its chest and what I suspect is the head. Seriously, a humanoid demon. And then it disintegrated, along with the rest of the demon walker body. Is that it? The walker is down. The walker is down. Alexis shouted and clapped her spirit-like hands. I mentally made a fist bump. I've finally reached the point where I can take on a champion by myself. As the body disintegrated, the aura from the spires faded too. The elves, centaurs, treefolks, and beetles, who were busy fighting the regular demonoids, suddenly found their opponents become far weaker than they originally were. The energy that was resisting and offsetting my lesser demonic suppression gone, and now they felt the full effect of the aura. What's left of the 20,000 or so weakened humanoid demons fell to the might of the remaining forces, or skewered in the flood of root strikes that followed. Level up. You are now level 137, plus 5 levels. Skill acquired, Healing Aura. Skill upgraded, Subsidiary Trees 15,000. Subsidiary Trees gains a share of main body's environmental adaptations auras. Only applies to subsidiary trees within 100 km of main tree. Skill upgraded, Wood Crafting. Skill upgraded, Steelwood Barrier. Skill upgraded, Root Tunnels. Spazer. Since I finished the chapter, I thought I'd update. Anyway, it's an easy battle for Tree. And yes, this fic is now 1 year old. It's 1 year old on RR. On hindsight, I'm amazed I actually managed to commit a whole year to one fic. It's not perfect, and certainly there's a lot of rewriting that can be done, but that can wait once this fic ends. Can't keep redoing the start, I'll never get anywhere. XD. Year 81 month 6 continued. We lived, Yvonne sat, I thought that was not the hardest battle I've been in. Jura tapped her shoulder. We still got work to do. He pointed to the many injured soldiers and the dead. The energy blasts from the demon walker still killed many, and there was a portion of New Freaka that's blasted wide open. A whole load of repairs to be done. But, the demon walker was defeated. We deserve a celebration, the captain said, but you would still win. Jura just smiled and looked at a young girl running over, her short hair fluttering. Lausanne ran, she's covered in dirt, blood, and a whole load of demonic shards, mostly unhurt. Uncle, she landed right in front of him. I destroyed 87 demons. Good job. Jura smiled and just rubbed her head. Hope you gain a level. I hope I gain many levels. Jura smiled. How is it, your first true battlefield experience? Oh, it is a lot less bloody and messy than my dreams. I think Tree exaggerated how gory and brutal it is. Tree been giving you gory war dreams, eh? Jura frowned a little. Using the essences and my own memories of wars, I could somewhat mold the general direction and types of dreams Lausanne gets. I honestly don't know what exactly happens in the dreams. Dream Tutor is kinda like a random map generator where I put in the parameters, ingredients, and things just happen. Yeah, I told him I wanted to feel like Lausanne, then paused. Oops, Yvonne frowned too. I better check what dreams the other kids are getting. It's not good to have visions of death and destruction at that age. What, I need to start parental guidances for dreams now. Lausanne shook her head. Tree is just helping so that I know what to do when it's the real thing. Jura sighed anyway, not a good time to argue about it. Let's get the wounded to the healers, those seriously wounded to the biopods, and the dead back to the morgue. There's a lot of wounded and dead soldiers, despite my interference. About 800 soldiers and close to 7,000 beetles still died in the fight against the demons, the soldier deaths mostly from the demon knights. But then my new healing aura kicked in, and for the injured, their wounds begin to heal, even before the healers get to them. And my new aura even improves the effect of healing. New skill. Jura asked, noticing the unusually quick recover of his own cuts and wounds, and those injured suddenly finding their strength returning to them. Yup, the mood all round is mixed, but getting better. Some groups are upset and mourn the death of their comrades. Some are just incredibly amazed that they survived a battle against a towering giant, and of those that survived, a lot of the soldiers would gain levels from this battle. The citizens also got the signal to leave their respective bunkers and hideouts, and there is a big blast that wrecked a portion of the city. I also had to get the mages to help put out the fires, since I don't have my own water magic. Beetles closed in on what remains of the demon walker. I had a quarantine zone established, and Mattias, our resident wizard, tasked to investigate the remains. There's a massive rubble where the main body of the walker collapsed, and most of the demon walker's body disintegrated into nothingness. There are still some remains, the rotting thing that is the hex. Like a sludge, it now pooled on the ground. Ian, can you see this? Mattias poked it with his wooden stick. It kinda latched on like a slimy thing. Mattias likes to refer to me as Ian since he feels it's inappropriate to refer to me as Tree. He poked it. It's not exactly a slime, but it sure radiated a kind of energy. I don't feel too good being so close. Then stay away. Inspection. A hex made from the sacrifice of souls. Doesn't tell much. Can you do anything about it? Mattias tried to use some spells. The hex kind of just stayed there. It didn't react to it. Can you blast it to smithereens or something? Nope. Mattias did a fireball. Hex remained. It's not exactly destroy able. It kinda just gets splattered. So we just leave it there. I ask, this is new to me. Mattias looked at his staff. The hex damaged the wood somewhat, a section that came in contact with the hex rots. Yeah, I think it's best we just seal off this area and let the hex dissipate naturally. I'm not sure whether I should get near the hex, though. Alexis's nuclear description somehow made me suspicious that this hex might be radioactive residue, but I have to know for sure. Can you take a very small sample? Just 1 cup. Oh, okay. I had one of the beetles carry the small wooden container. The almost black hex slime seemed to have a purple glow, and really, Alexis took a glance at it, shook her head. Disgusting. As a precaution, I created a biolab some distance away such that if anything happened, such as rotting, I could cut off the biolab and I don't suffer the consequences. This hex thing, it's created from sacrifices, I asked. Yeah. Blood magic's quite special in the sense that it powers itself and lasts really long. But of course, the cost of it is, usually someone's life. It's common in the countries with extensive slavery some time ago, but its practice and use has dwindled as the constant use of slaves is unsustainable, and there's often a great deal of backlash from blood magic, such as the spellcasters suffering nightmares or perpetual hauntings. Alexis went into full nerdy magic mode. Even Mattias didn't know that much, but it seems Alexis was a mage, and she did somehow manage to read such things. It's just bad. Mila frowned her wooden eyebrows. I think they look like little stems from a flower. She's got an actual flower on her head now. She says it helps in the whole hospitality business thing, according to our modern sensibilities. Alexis frowned. Blood magic is primordial. I recall meeting a shaman on one of the islands we visited, and they used to sacrifice goats and cows to the gods, and they say they've been doing for ages. Kind of like our ancient civilizations, Mila. Which one? Most of the Mesoamerican ones. Even now there's some ritual sacrifices that happen in many cultures. I would think there must be some parallels with how blood magic is in this world. Perhaps they sacrifice and trade for some godly powers. I take a look at the blackish hex liquid. Godly certainly doesn't feel that way, but well, what do I know? How do you plan to investigate it? Biolab, pour it into your pod and figure it out, Alexis asked. Yeah, it certainly looks a bit organic. Well, yeah, black hex-like thing. Maybe it's like sludge from like a petrol spill, but there's a purple glow, so there's clearly some magic to it happening. I decided I needed more time to think about what I'm going to do, so I let the specimen sit on a little storage container in that lone biolab in a corner of the valley. Year 81, month 7. After a brief status check, New Freaka emerged mostly unharmed, the site of where the hex sludge left behind by the massive demon walker, by order of the council and order, is to be quarantined. So it is now surrounded by walls and guarded by beetles. If reports are true, they will spawn monsters, though so far I've not seen any. The sludge kind of just pooled together into a large blackish pool, and it seems they are somewhat magically intertwined like magnets, that they will naturally merge into one interconnected body. Not that anyone wants to get near it. It seems Mattias said he felt sick for a few days, and I had to check on him. It's not a bodily sickness, or maybe if it is, it's not something that healing aura or my powers do offset. It really does give credence to the whole radiation theory that Alexis has, but the idea of doing nuclear fusion or fission with souls just boggles my mind. I think the Tree of Prayer does relieve the symptoms a bit. I think it's all the negative energy from the blood sacrifice, Mattias theorized. Again, something worth investigating. Or maybe it could just be additional placebo from the calming effects of the Tree of Prayer. On the political front, the defeat of the Demon Walker was significant and greatly boosted the Order's standing. Jura is now viewed as a hero, and the soldiers, even those from the council, now view Jura as a respectful, good man because he fought on the front lines, unlike the council who hid or fled. That meant the council had to shut up on their anti-order rhetoric, though I suspect this silence is only a temporary one. The euphoria and memories of this battle will fade, and with it, these power-hungry folks will rear their head again someday, and the news of the victory spread quickly, drawing the attention of the guilds. The Merchant Guild has determined that we are a high-priority safe zone in the region, and they will send a fair bit of resources and manpower here. The Order's treasurer read out the notice. The Guild plans to explore the possibility of establishing a regional trade coordination and cartography center, and also a collection of high-security storage warehouse. Jura clapped his hand. I must confess I don't exactly understand what some of those words are, but sounds like a good thing. The merchants' guilds are essentially like the world's shipping companies. They are the blood vessels that connect the world. So much produce and money changes hands through the guilds that they often are able to sway kingdoms into fighting wars for them. But I wonder whether this world has protests against banks and corporations. After all, capitalism can be pretty nasty. The treasurer nodded. It is. They will be having a proper office here, and an actual merchant prince or guild trader, rather than just appointed representatives. This is usually followed with the opening of a guild's marketplace and exchange and the regional contracts department. The council will be approached to discuss the regulations on the markets once they arrive to survey the location. Jura nodded. Honestly, trade is not his strongest suit, though he has improved. Lawfen just smiled. Don't worry, most of us will attend the meetings, and will let you have the summary. The recent battle also made the elves think about the future of their combat forces. Need more combat experience. Lozan looked at Ivan. The demons are coming, you know it, we know it, everyone knows it, all of us need to have experience. Lozan referred to the rest of the Valthorn, especially the 4 girls from the first batch. Ivan shook her head. I spoke with Tree and Jura, and we're only letting those level 20 to actually join the battle. Until then, the rest of them are staying back. Only one of the girls hit level 20, so she will join the next battle. But Lady Ivan, it doesn't make sense. We gain levels when we participate in battles. Holding us back is just taking away our levels. And Tree needs high-leveled fighters to fight the high-leveled enemies. I know, but they are too young and they are not ready. They are not you, Lozan. If they don't get chances, they will never be. Lozan's now 12, so she's got more opinions. I gained 7 levels in that battle. 7, I'm almost level 40 now. By most accounts, she'd be classified as a genius. Wasn't it you that told us that during great battles, explosive leveling happens? Then why are they not given the chance? Lozan nodded. For me, I do need to expand the Valthorns. It is true that I can't multitask as well as I like, and when I end up focused on the Demon Walker, my ability to coordinate all the other fights on ground had to be delegated to my tree minds, and yet, I needed my skills on hand against the Walker. So I need more high-level fighters, multiple Jura and Ivans, to win such a fight consistently with minimal casualties. Speaking of casualties, there was a funeral procession for those who fell in battle. It was something one of the officers suggested, something they had from where they came from. A practice of one of the world's southern continental religions, the Urgama, to honor the dead, and the benefits of it is that the dead spirit apparently enchants the surviving soldiers to carry on the fight. The mechanics of how such a magic work is interesting, and as a soul tree that helps the reincarnation and passing on of the fallen spirits, it's educational. Surely they don't have time to do such processions when a demon army is on their doorstep. Alexis wondered. The southern continent is embroiled in massive wars with the demon hordes. According to the merchants, there are 4 demon walkers in that continent alone, and inland trade prices are sky high. I wouldn't know. I wonder whether it's a coincidence, or the walker has some kind of continental boost ability. If it does, would the king have some kind of worldwide ability? But anyway, it's still not the end. Now that the demon walker battle is over, I go back to making more demon weapons and research. The whole shtick with restoring Jura's hand is still ongoing, so more brutal animal explosion followed, but I'm getting there, I think. I had to get some help in cleaning the room though, since there's a lot of blood splattered everywhere, so I made a quarantine area where the specimen animals remain and blow up. Or lately, it's more like leaking pipes. Like the tail would regrow and then somehow a hole would appear and blood just keeps dripping out of it. And no amount of healing would fix it because it's a flaw in the soul. In a way, it's like 3D printing. I have to set up the template in the soul and then the body would heal in accordance to that template. At the same time, I need to make the soul part using my new tools in a 3D printing fashion, putting the bits and pieces in piece by piece. All of this is from a sudden epiphany when I saw a key duplication contraption one of the new Freaka Smiths had. Essentially, I needed a tool that worked simultaneously, that reads whatever scan results I have, and reproducing it in the Soul Forge. Also, I needed to also build a library of organs that I can use in the future. Kind of like playing Spores, the game. Honestly, I didn't know why it took me so long to figure shit out. Maybe there's mold in my wooden brain somewhere. Oh, and on research. Where was I? Research status. Beetle anti-magma armor stage 4 completed. Metal hyperaccumulator trees, stage 1 completed. Fight door mediation process, basic 10 months. Ah yes, I have new accumulator trees. These hyperaccumulators function primarily to absorb high levels of metallic content from the contaminated poop ground, which continues to be something of a problem, even if a contained one. But I suppose it's a good time to force the council. We're having the upper hand after the recent victory. The population sees us as the protectors of the valley, and Tree's position is close to unassailable, and we want to use that goodwill on sewers. One of the treasurers tried to debate with Jura in the meeting room. Yes, sewers. We need sewers. Why not more seats? Have our own candidates on the council against the other group. Some of the independent-leaning councilors now feel they should lean towards us, given the order's secure position as the defenders of the valley. No political power can change that. Jura frowned. Sometimes, the Order's own officers get sucked into politics. Perhaps we need more resources for the Order's military. Jura frowned too. Between me and Jura, both of us generally feel that quantity is unnecessary. I'll need about 3 to 4 months to replenish the beetles, but my beetle army is tough, and for what it's worth, unlimited and expendable. The only drawback is that they can't gain levels, but who cares when I have so many of them? If anything, it's the Valthorns that need to be expanded. There's really no point throwing more fodder at a monster like the Demon General or the Demon Walker. The merchants delivered the gems that provided light and other stuff meant for the hideouts, and it came with an alchemist contraption thing, so I requested for one of each for research, which led to an upgrade for my labs. Biolab upgraded, centrifuge. Material lab upgraded, centrifuge. These gems are essentially concentrated, light, mana-sensitive rock, and mana that via some fluke of natural magical forces formed into a gem. There are apparently artificial variants as well, but these don't last as long as the naturally mined gems. This new centrifuge essentially acts as a concentrator, creating for higher concentrations and enriched versions of ginseng. Okay, it works for more than just ginseng. I meant things, but when I was thinking about the possible uses of this item, wait, if I need to concentrate ginseng, and concentrating them eventually makes them into gems, that means I should be able to use gems as soul forge components. But I tried that previously, when I acquired gemstones, running the ginseng through the centrifuge I got. Concentrated ginseng medium quality that takes the appearance of a brownish paste, kinda like those kind of funky paste used in exotic oriental massages. Is this it? Maybe I need to soak it in mana or something. Like how there's a layer of mana on the body. It's really not going anywhere, is it? Again, Jura asked. Well, he's busy. There's still a lot of demonic movements to keep track of. It's been a year since the rifts opened, so the Demon King should appear soon. No, I just wanted to test something out. Infusing ginseng into Jura's soul using the soul forge took about an hour, strangely easy. Ginseng infusion successful. How do you feel? Nothing. Did you do anything? Jura woke up from the quick nap, or maybe not yet, maybe it takes a while. Year 81, month 8. Will the council grant us rights to grant us refuge, rights to purchase land and build a mansion? A royal envoy from a nearby nation of Rajasthan came, with gifts and money. They were not the only one. Well, what's happening was quite simple. The royalties of the nearby nation, now that they realized I could fend off a demon walker, want to set up a refuge. Essentially, they will buy land, build a small palace where their family can hide. Although the kings usually do not leave, there are some weird rules about kings' powers being related to being present in their kingdoms. These kings want to protect their offspring and successors by sending them away to a safe house, kind of like what Mattias' allies did, but they want exemptions, special treatment, and the ability to rule over their own properties, which is absolutely ridiculous. It's politically advantageous for us to accept. But if we do, we must be prepared to accept most of them, except those who have crossed us. A counselor said. A delegation from the council and the envoys came to present the case. The council, being the usual politicians, would like to agree, but Jura said, this is a decision for Ian. It is his protection to give, not us. I do not fancy the creation of a royal district where our laws do not apply. The idea that all these runaway princes come to my place and set up little outposts just frankly annoys me. When I imagine all these stuck-up royals treating this little valley of mine as their summer palace, I just feel disgusted. No, they may come as regular guests, but they will be treated in the same manner as any other refugee in this valley. If the council wishes to extend any privileged treatment to them, let them know that I will not recognize that privilege, and if I so desire, I will not hesitate to crush them. In this valley, they are ordinary souls like anyone else. The councilors froze, but, Council Jura, surely Ian can recognize the value these royals can bring. Jura shrugged. I'm afraid the tree spirit is very firm about not giving royals any privileged treatment. And if I may add, accepting royals and granting them special treatment contradicts why New Freaka exists. Do you guys really want to put up with the whims of royalty all over again? Do you not forget that it is royal conflicts that brought all of you here? They can still come, should the demons ever threaten their lands, but they will be like any other refugee. One of the counselors stared at Jura. The tree spirit has no concept of royalty, isn't it? Jura nodded. He is aware of it, but he does not intend to recognize their power in this valley. 3 of the envoys from 3 kingdoms were present. Surely there is something that our kingdoms may provide to sway the tree spirit's view. It is one of the order's head priests who responded. Ian's protection is a blessing, and one cannot haggle or bargain one's blessing, even if you are royalty. Accept or do not. When you stand before a local deity, what is a royal? I mentally cheered for the priest. Good comeback. I'm a bit embarrassed that they think I'm some kind of deity, but I'm too far into that whole religious shtick to bother correcting it now. And if I gain even more levels, I guess a deity isn't too far off anyway. The envoys frowned. One of the envoys, the one from Rajasthan, then said, It's a shame that the tree spirit of this valley rejects our king's offer. I will relay the message, and I fear he will not be pleased. I told Jura then, Is that a threat? I don't like receiving threats. Of course the envoys couldn't hear this. Jura smiled at the envoy. I am afraid your king must get used to it. Ian's under no obligation to obey a king's demands. What more one of another nation? And Ian doesn't not even heed the views of his council. The envoy retorted. Ian was here before the council was born, and he may remove the council should he so pleases. Jura smiled, but it was the creepy kind of smile, and the room's air suddenly felt heavy. a warlord's skill, heavyweight presence. He looked at the counselors, and the counselors somehow all took 2 steps back. The envoy, too, took a step back. Then he took a deep breath and sighed. I see, but surely, we can still purchase property in New Freaka. You may, but your property will be subject to all of New Freaka's rules and regulations. There will be no exemptions. In short, you will be like any other wealthy merchant who invests in a property in New Freaka. And know this, you will be watched. The envoys traded glances. They discussed with each other a bit, but then they all decided to leave. But I could still eavesdrop on them as they walked back to their inns. Who does this tree spirit think it is? One envoy said, our king's adventurers can chop down a tree, but your adventurers cannot slay a demon walker. The envoy for another country said, or you wouldn't be here. The Rajaskan envoy said, a powerful druid or monster tamer should be able to sway this tree spirit's mind. I wouldn't count on that. Any monster able to slay a demon walker has to be at least level 100, and you won't find many druids or monster tamers willing to even try taming a creature of that level. It's a life or death battle. The Rajaskan envoy nodded. Perhaps, maybe a heroic artifact could. The 2 other envoys' eyes lit up. That certainly changes things. Is there such an artifact? The Rajaskan envoy, the elven kingdoms may still possess Rona's staff. I reckon a level 80 druid wielding that can bend this tree's will. The 2 envoys laughed. And I thought you have such an item. That staff was destroyed long ago. Is it? I had the impression it's what they used to keep the guardian tree of the elven capital under control. Don't tell me you believe some of that kind of silly propaganda. It's a myth to maintain the royal family's legitimacy. The envoy frowned. Well, the king won't be pleased with this. I don't know how to go back. Well, we're in the same boat. I bet the king's gonna have my head. He tends to do that when he loses his temper. I'm just going to fake my death. Demons killed me on the journey back. That's going to be my story. The 3 envoys sulked together. Are there seriously no good kings around? Or do they just die because they are too nice? Year 81, month 9. Another demon walker has been spotted on our continent this month, and strength returned to the demonoid forces throughout the continent. Thankfully, it appeared so far south, nearer to Gila. I guess they can use their newfound sacrificial blood magic powers and test it out. For us, we still see small packs of roaming demonoids close to our territories, but they are easily crushed by the patrolling beetles. It's a bit annoying that we only free from demon walkers for 3 months, but then again, I'm expecting the demon king within the next 6 months. Can't be helped that the escorts will increase before the main character comes along. Let's just hope it appears on the southern continent, where there are now 6 demon walkers. The nations in the south managed to kill one using the blood magic, but it takes more than 1 shot to slay the demon walkers. So it's really quite a miserable battlefield, the southern continent. I heard from Jura that they've sent all sorts of requests for assistance. Too bad for them, that's their problem. For now, I focus on rebuilding my stockpile of anti-demon bolts. Year 81, month 10. Winter arrived early. Apparently something to do with moon movements. According to Mattias, every 30-32 year or so, the moons change position and somehow cause this world's winter to last a month longer. Not sure how that actually works and why, or whether it's magic. And fun fact about the world, nobody can agree on how many moons there are. Some say 3, some say 4, some say 10. The night sky, even with magic, sometimes reveal odd moons that only appear every now and then. Ellipticals moons. Alexis said she's been sky-gazing almost every day. She's even got a telescope recently. I suspect some of them have century-long orbits. That's like crazy. Mila's quite into the moon and star stuff too, but mostly for astrological sign stuff. Some of her guests enjoy that kind of service. I thought even the biggest planets from our world orbits the sun in a few years. How can something orbit a small planet so slowly? Or they could just be comets. Not strange for them to mistake comets for moons. Comets have crazy orbits. Could just be magic. Well, that's my view. I mean, there's really no reason why the astronomical rules that apply from one world should carry over into another world. The forces acting on interstellar objects could be different, maybe. There's like a 5th magic force, or maybe dark matter in this world comprised of ether or star mana. You know, weird shit like that. True. Alexis sighed. Tree, how high can you grow? Why? And that was a weird off-tangent comment. I wonder whether it's possible for you to grow until, well, space, like a space elevator. Or maybe you could be like a super tall viewing gallery and observation tower. That's going to be absurdly high, I said. No way. Well, the required height of a space elevator is dependent on rotational spin and planetary gravity. No, unless I have some kind of magical item or object that creates some kind of levitation effect such that it functions as a counterweight. I doubt it. I recall Earth's space elevator needed to be like 35,000 km high. How could a tree ever grow that tall, unless there's some really wonky magic? Mila shook her head. I think you should just think about using magic. Magical rockets, Alexis. Magical rockets and levitation. But why would I even want to grow so tall that I reach space? Is there something to achieve there? fruit satellites, or would star mana harvesting be far more efficient because of the altitude and exposure to direct starlight, or more solar power? Seriously, growing so tall just sounds like Jack and the Beanstalk, and less. Maybe ancient space elevators are how stories of world trees come around. Yggdrasil supposedly connected itself to 9 worlds, and if you imagined a modern, futuristic setting, a tree-shaped space elevator would be the gate to those other worlds. Alexis said, "Oh wait, do you want me to explain what all those words are?" Yeah, and Alexis went on about space elevators, Yggdrasil, and stuff like that. I sort of recall the story. It's a fascinating thought, but I suppose there are magical alternatives to a tree that grows into space. And why would I want to go to space? A tree cannot into space. Or can it? Anyway, enough about space and winter and moons. Demon battles intensified throughout the world, refugee movements increased, and news of death, destruction, glory, and victories flood the merchant channels. And that Gila country was crazy enough to actually use the blood sacrificing. And I think Gila used 3 rounds of that blood sacrifice ritual, because my sensors detected 3 surges of magic, but it didn't kill the walker, though it did somewhat disable it. News reports 2 of the hex bombs hit the walker's legs, and so the walker's unable to move. Still, that didn't bring an end to the intense fighting, as the walker did what it could, which was to spawn demonoids and flood the area with them. So it kinda sucks because the walker's a walking demon hive. Just vomits out demonoids when it doesn't move. I think they're like ants, despite looking like humans. Mila suddenly said, giving a cleaning analogy. How do you kill ants? Wipe out the nests, or the ants will just keep roaming the entire kitchen. So, are you going? Ivan asked. Jura shrugged. I'm not keen, and I told the merchants that my place is here. Joining coalition forces are for youngsters. I'm starting to think you spend too much time with Tree, that you're getting his stationary habits. Jura didn't mind the jab. Tree's got a point. Staying home's nice, and I've got better things to do, like practice. Besides, they've got a general, don't they? Or some of the human elites. They don't need me. Ivan sneered. They'll be fine. I don't quite trust this coalition force anyway. Jura felt these coalitions generally had ulterior motives, like getting a good sense of what his strengths are and so on. I think that's his diplomatic sense tingling. Heh. Ivan's not exactly trusting of them either. Merchants probably just want to clear that base for a trade route. It is between this side of the city and the other, and they can't be using their airships all the time. The coalition is partly funded by the merchants, and they will handle the logistics, supply, and also provide reimbursement. Forces from various kingdoms would join, usually the lower-ranked ones. Battles are a good chance to gain levels, and usually such coalition forces try not to take on challenging opponents due to the political fallout from a failed coalition attack. Throughout the world, there are multiple such coalitions, many based on century-old treaties for mutual protection or ancient commitments with temples and religions, but they will insist on someone, and the council will look to us to volunteer someone. Mattias, who's also in the meeting, responded. He's not keen either, and like Jura, he'd prefer if he could just study and conduct magic research all day. I'll ask one of the captains to volunteer then. He's about level 40s and should see more battle experience. I'd send Lausanne if she's a few years older. Ivan shrugged. True, but she's not, so she stays. We have enough demons roaming the countryside as it is. Well, Lausanne and the Valthorns are now attached to a mobile cavalry unit. They ride beetles in a way as the Proto-Beetle Knight squad, travel the countryside and hunt any demon packs that we spot. Helps that I can telepathically communicate with her over the distances for coordination, a feature of her special familiar contract. Maybe Roma can join if he's a bit older, depending on how long this demon king lasts. Ivan shook her head. Roma doesn't seem to have inherited our combat talents. He's more into books, perhaps a mage. Ivan's son, Roma, is about 9 now, and he seems to prefer being at home with his books. Her mom struggled to get him to practice with her, and well, there's a bit of resentment between the two. Maybe he needed a father figure. In fact, Roma's relationship with Ares is a whole load better, and Ivan frequently had to rely on Ares to speak to Roma. Jura nodded. It's between her and her son, not for us to intervene. Ah, never mind. Ivan diverted the subject. I hope the girls come back safely. Lausanne lead 4 of the girls, together with a group of 100 beetles. They're headed for a 100-strong demonic raiding force. They should win relatively easily, and Horns is close behind with a force of another 100 beetles. Gradually, I'm extending this network of trees further. They are, after all, a great early warning system. Trees have eyes, you know. Year 81, month 11. Wars, 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 battles and battles, seemingly endless ones, so much that my soul realm is filled with the souls of the recently departed. My soul harvesters are busy, battlefield after battlefield they visit, and each trip they bring back more souls. Even as the cold began to sweep through the continent, the demons do not stop fighting, and so the defenders are forced into battle even when they do not wish it. I feel a little bad being safe and warm here. One of the captains joked, the other one was out, as part of the merchant coalition force. Mattias laughed, and then he sipped on his ginger tea. The group decided to have something a bit more cozy, so they brewed a few pots of fruit tea, ginger tea, garlic tea, and snacks. Mainly some fried potatoes, chips, fries. One of Mila's kitchen projects was to recreate potato fries because part of the global domination plans involved being a chain restaurant like McDonald's, so she had to have fries. Wesley and our priest sat around the meeting room too. Don't jinx us. Appreciate that we can still huddle around in such comfort, even when there's a demon walker around. Mila's happily playing the caterer. Apparently serving food contributes to her levels as a hotel tree. Jura, Lawfin, and Lausanne also ate the snacks. Yeah, never know when the good times come to an end. There's a nod of agreement throughout the room. I wonder whether they feel it, that the Demon King is coming. I certainly think I can. The strange twitches to my star mana leaves. The unusual fluctuations there. I'm just missing good chili sauce to go with my fries, or ketchup for that matter. Mila whined to both me and Alexis. I need to get chilies and tomatoes. Mila clearly's more focused on unlocking new recipes for her restaurant. I'm starting to think she's playing Hotel Tycoon or Overcooked, since the whole Demon King thing is really just a distraction for her. The council's of the view that we should be building more walls and have the sewer project modified. One of the treasurers speak to the group. Even though it's cozy, it's still a Valtrian order meeting. 4 layers of walls is insufficient. Well, they thought that some of the collateral damage could be minimized, and we do have the capacity to add walls. As for the sewer project, they're now thinking of adding bunkers and hideouts to double its function as a safe zone from the demons. Should we oppose such a motion? Jura shook his head. I think it's fine. It's aligned to what we wanted, and the city should be allowed to protect itself. But it should be funded by the council, not from the order. Most of the other meeting attendees nodded, then went back to eating. Any other business? Jura asked. Most of them had just completed regular updates and reports. Discussions on the demonic forces take up about half the time, due to the far-reaching implications of the demons on trade, funding, military, and infrastructure. The Demon King, according to whispers among the temples, will arrive within the next 3 months, a priest said. In my mind, well, that's what I think too. This meant the temples may have some kind of star mana equipment. How reliable is this prediction? Jura leaned forward. And even if so, what can we do about it? One of the captains, I believe the best thing to do, council, is to just keep watch. You are right to say that we have no way to stop whatever the Demon King does. Be on the lookout and move out of its way. Agreed. Jura nodded. I think it's probably the best decision as well. I'm personally more interested in when the heroes will arrive, what powers do they have, and how can we spot them, so that we can stay out of their way. We don't like heroes. Mila asked. The crowd here doesn't know her true identity as a former reincarnated hero. If they are not humans, I will like them. A captain said. Else these stupid heroes will buy into the propaganda the royals feed them and treat us non-humans as enemies once the war is over. Mila did not reply. I think she's trying to remember what the other kings and royalties have said to her in the past. She deftly served a plate of fried potatoes to one of the priests. Thankfully, all the previous generation heroes died with the Demon King. It was a priest that said it. The post-war political jostling is usually terrible. Heroes who see it as their duty from the gods to correct all that is wrong in this world. Mila stopped. She sighed. Ivan, who was invited for the food, nodded. Indeed, we should do our best not to offend them. We stick out with our presence as a non-human nation in this region. But let's hope the gods spread out the heroes a bit, and that some of them are non-humans. If that's the case, the heroes will balance each other out, or maybe all of them die to the Demon King. Mila sagged a little. Never mind, never mind. Let's just wait and see what happens. Jura munched on a piece of bread. Year 81, month 12. The Houghton Druids responded that the meetup with the other tree spirits will be delayed because of the demons. Their efforts are dedicated to defending their areas against the demons. Ah well, I didn't expect much from these druids anyway. I intended to reach out to these tree spirits without their intermediation anyway. I certainly would prefer to have discussions without the eavesdropping of others. Somehow, I have a gut feeling that there will be things only we, tree spirits, should know. Or should I say root feeling? What would be a plant equivalent of gut anyway? After my recent level gains and my recent subsidiary tree numbers, I might have just enough to extend one long chain to the giant Lillipod city, but I would have to give up all the other subsidiary trees around, and that would leave the valley defenseless and without its early warning system. I'll wait for my next subsidiary tree upgrade then, or maybe. I can extend halfway there and see whether I gain levels killing the demons I encounter along the way, but giant Lillipod city is way down south of my continent. Even past that Gila country where the legless demon walker is. Decisions. Year 82, month 1. A new year, but same old threats. The demons found the volcano, and now we fight a 3-way battle. The native golems, the demonic forces who seem to be interested in the same mana source in the volcano, and my beetles. This, to me, is sufficient confirmation that the demons are looking for mana-rich sources, and so maybe they will look to my 3 trees of mana soon. Without the walkers, it isn't that difficult to defend these two locations, but I am having some trouble with the demon knights, so I do need to deploy Horns, Lausanne, and the Valthorns. I mean, I could route strike the knights, and I do every now and then, to delay and postpone the battle until I can get Lausanne and gang into battle. The reasoning is really simple. I'm way too high level that defeating the knights is really quite pitiful for my experience gain, even with my overpowered experience gain. It's far more fruitful to save mobs of this level to Lausanne and the budding initiates, such that they get to a level where they can be of some use against the demons. At first, they were excited, but after one full month of constant battles throughout the volcanic area against the demons, Lausanne and the initiates are beginning to realize the enormity of the task. Wars are not nice. One of the young initiates, she's 8, as she sat next to Lausanne at a campsite. She sipped on a small wooden flask containing a kind of healing fluid. There's a few subsidiary trees here, so they benefit from my healing aura and demonic suppression aura, so it's a relatively good campsite. One of the captains, who came along, nodded. Good that you realize that when you're young. It's not a nice feeling going out to fight and realizing you might not come back. We're lucky that our tree spirit watches over us in this area. The volcanic area's outer area is mostly conquered by my subsidiary trees by now, effectively forming a ring of trees to block out the demons. I call it the volcano tree line. That didn't stop the demons from trying to break through, occasionally with 501,000 strong forces. Lausanne sighed. She massaged her left shoulder. A wooden vine surrounded her, an effect of the special tree familiar. She's level 42 from a whole month of demon fighting, most of it from taking on a few demon knights. Doing it every day is quite different from fighting occasionally. The captain smiled. You may be a genius, Lady Lausanne, but fighting daily is a reality for most common soldiers and guards in small villages. There was a group of soldiers who also came along. It didn't look good to leave the fighting to young kids. She nodded. Jura did tell her stories of the past. When Frika was still the village of Frika, the men frequently patrolled the woods to defeat monsters. But still, nothing beats the experience of active duty to know what it's like. If only we can stop this for good. The captain smiled and patted Lausanne on her lean shoulder. Honestly, New Frika has it good. The protection of the Ian's beetles meant we soldiers can fight more carefully and less frequently. Lausanne twirled her right hand, and the vine formed itself into a spear. Ah, let's not have this talk. She twirled her fingers again, and the spear unmade itself into a vine and then into a wooden sword. This is one of her daily practice routines, to hone her mastery over the flexible vines from the special familiar. She would alternate the vine's forms: a spear, a sword, a whip, a lasso, a bow. The rest of the initiates watched. To them, it's a bit like a magic trick. They would rest for an hour before continuing their journey home. Thankfully, the beetle army carried them. A few of the beetles have things resembling seats, and since each beetle is about the size of a large rhino, about 2-3 could fit on each beetle, except for one of the centaur Valthorns. She's one of the younger Valthorns from the second batch, but centaurs tend to be bigger and larger despite having similar ages. She would gallop next to the beetles, and her stamina is pretty good. The soldiers who returned to relieved family members, happy to see their family returning safe. The Valthorns would mostly be greeted by the ladies of their orphanage. The orphanage is frankly overloaded. The number of kids aged 3 to 13 is close to 1,100, and Laufen and Bell are tasked with supervising the expansion of 2 additional buildings. The population is generally supportive of the orphanage, so there really wasn't any challenge in terms of funding or land, though the politicians see it like a private military academy, given the extensive combat training in their curriculum. So according to my people watcher Ivy, there are little pockets of discontent. In fact, the expansion of the orphanage meant about 30 of the order's budget is now used to fund the charitable segment. Both the death services, orphanage, and birth gifts all do not generate money. One of the priests suggested tithes or donations, but I shot down the idea. I feel if people start giving money to priests, that's going to just send us into a downward spiral of corruption. So no, I insist on the priests being paid a salary and no donations or tithes. Instead, the order has to do work for money. We run a vegetable market, food market, and herbs market. Herbal soup, herbal soup. Well, there's actually a lesser variant of ginseng, grown by our herbalist. It doesn't have the full effect of the ginseng plant, and this variant's boost is temporary. We thought of using the term ginseng, but then that might ruin the branding of the real ginseng plant, so decided for just plain old herbal root soup. Ginger tea, an employee of the order shouted. Flavored olives, oranges, cotton, and clothes. Yeah, a market. I thought of having a more upmarket feel to the premises, but somehow it just organically transformed into this chaotic mess of a market that wouldn't feel out of place in any Asian or Middle Eastern metropolis. I wonder whether this is what the grand bazaars of Baghdad would be like. I would usually tune out the shouting match in the markets. There's only so many times you can bear a middle-aged lady repeatedly shouting, potatoes for sale, potatoes for sale. Listen to it for too long, I find that those words end up repeating in my thoughts too. Thank goodness, like the rootnet, I can tune out all these chatter, but Ivy likes the market. She says the gossip in the markets is her top 5 ways of getting information. The things ladies share with each other while haggling over carrots and tomatoes is quite interesting. 95 made up, by the way, but still, that 5 is worth it. Oh, and the bigger orphanage kids are usually tasked with security. If there weren't in the orphanage, they'd be the ones stealing. I thought it's a good way to deter the food thieves, and it takes a thief to catch a thief. Until we got some rather interesting comments from the general populace. Why can't we just give our surplus away? Can we just run charity kitchens for the poor and hungry? The council already does have some kind of community kitchen, a legacy of the New Freakins' origins as refugees. The generation that came and survived the move to New Freaka generally appreciate the community kitchen. Never mind, I decided to just stick to the plan. The little tree of prayer shipped to Ransella has safely arrived and planted in a small public garden. A rarity in Ransella, from what I hear. Sadly, because it's way too far from any of my other subsidiary trees, it is not connected by root to the rest of the rootnet, so I can't really communicate with that tree. All I know is it lives, and it's there in that little garden somewhere. My rootnet needs to get some kind of wide area network service. I mean, do we have like 4G transmission trees? Or wide area network? Nothing much I could do, except to find a way to extend my roots into that area of town, so for now I hope that tree of prayer is well taken care of. It'll take a few generations of rootnet upgrades before I'll get there. In a way, my network of trees is essentially a subterranean cable line, kind of like those subsea fiber optic cables that cross oceans to form my homeworld's internet. Of course, the scale of my rootnet is minuscule in comparison, but I'd like to think, with all the research and advancements I'm doing, I'm like a precursor to DARPA and my rootnet's like Root ARPANET, so I'm TARPA, Trees Advanced Research Projects. Wait, isn't that TARP, TARPNET? Never mind, that's horrible. I mentally told myself that set of names is to be forever banished from existence. Year 82, Month 2. Demon King Sabnok has arrived. The news came like a wave. An actual energy wave swept through the world, coming from all directions. I felt it, and I'm sure everyone felt it too. But the wave stayed like some kind of background, disturbance, buzzing like white noise from a radio. Jura gathered all the leaders. What's going on? We don't know. None of my message spells are working. Mattias looked afraid. It seemed like the Demon King has somehow managed to interrupt all long-range communication spells. I tried to check on my beetles and got no response. I lost contact with all the beetles that wander too far off from my subsidiary trees. Immediately, I ordered all beetles to stay close to my subsidiary trees. Lausanne's out on patrol. I spoke to Jura. Looks like here, near my main tree, it still functions. I can't contact her. We'll have to do it the non-magical way. Couriers, messengers, escorts. Jura looked and the captains ran out to summon as many couriers and messengers they could get. Mattias sat. There's another mage I rarely see next to him. This has never happened. Well, times have changed. Certainly, this new Demon King seems to try rather exotic strategies. I wonder whether he's a reincarnator. That would be something very, very scary to think about. In the past, dedicated couriers, messengers, or even scouts used to travel long distances to deliver highly classified messages, before the encrypted magical means of communication were invented by one of the heroes a few generations back. These days, diplomats and merchants take over the role of official documentations and treaties, and the magical encrypted messages are the mode of communication for discussions. Magical obsolescence, I suppose. But I suppose a return to the analog ways has its interests. What do we know? Jura sent out the couriers and messengers to all the nearby kingdoms, requesting for status updates. A new set of magical seals were made to facilitate these sort of letters and messages. The merchants was the first to quickly summarize the effects of the Demon King. It seemed they managed to retain some form of communication network throughout the continent, though their intercontinental networks are now broken. Message spells are unreliable at 10 km. High-tier communication spells are unreliable at 30 km. Warnings on summons, magically controlled monsters have a chance to break their servant masterlink at a distance of 500 million to 5 km, depending on the type. All my subsidiary trees are still in contact. Rootnet is still online. Message integrity decays at 5 km onwards. Merchants Guild is still experimenting with supercharging magical messages. The message spell is essentially the communication backbone of the present society. War, commerce, and trade all rely on it. A message spell is essentially a message wrapped up into a magical container and sent like an invisible letter, where it then arrives at the other side as a letter. It is possible to secure the packet by way of encryption codes, and similarly it is possible to intercept them as they pass through. All message spells travel along corridors high up in the sky, known as the aurora currents. These currents help to reduce the mana load required to travel long distances, as the aurora currents have a positive, recharging effect on these message packets. Apparently, and this is also something that is debated, the aurora currents were created by some heroes a long time ago to facilitate their anti-demon efforts. Someday, it's made by the gods, because why else would the currents be so convenient? It boggles the mind that a supposedly natural phenomenon can be exploited to function as a global airborne message superhighway. A mage learning how to use message learns about the world's magical currents and sends the coordinates along the packets. The way I understood it, as Mattias explained it, is that the message network is essentially like a collection of email servers with some snail mail features. For example, a mage who wants to send a message from New Frika to, say, Ransala, must know which current, node, and subnode, kind of like a traditional country-state-city hierarchy common in addresses and old-school mailing systems. The message packet itself is then wrapped with some identifiers and locators so that it can locate the intended receiver. Or what most nations have is a magical artifact that acts as an anchor to receive the messages, sort of like a post box. But now this network is unusable. The chaos is perhaps similar to what happens when the internet went out. Learning the intricacies of the message system works only when the system goes down is like how people start to study the intricacies of how planes work after a flight crash occurred. A little too late. Merchants especially scrambled to find alternatives to their usual sources. Trading prices for certain goods started to fluctuate because the merchant's ability to obtain market price information from other cities is now gone, and a merchant's willingness to purchase local goods dropped significantly because he's unable to guarantee his own ability to make a profit by locking in another deal in some other part of the world. How about scrying and remote viewing? I observed the mages in New Frika's Mage Guild in a discussion with the local merchants. Thankfully, this newfound magical interference from the Demon King didn't affect my ability to see my own trees, and I believe my own energies are repelling that interference somewhat. It really brings back memories. The guys banging on our IT admin's tables, demanding to know why are the payment systems down and how soon we can fix it, doesn't work either, and we do not have mages who focus on such spells. Then what works? I've got a warehouse full of goods and I can't find out where to send them or whether the route is even safe. There's got to be something. I'm afraid the best chance at this point is a messenger. The mage tried to placate the angry merchant. That's too slow, we're still trying. Over at the military side, Jura attended a meeting with the new Frika Council, together with a lot of military guys. A strategist under the council's employ was present to give a quick briefing on the situation. 1. Our ability to coordinate our military with our allies is now significantly reduced. 2. Our ability to locate the Demon King and Demon Walkers on a close to real-time basis is also almost gone. This meant the blood sacrifice spells used to bombard the Demon Walkers is effectively useless. Ah, shit, that is a bad thing. What use is a nuke if you don't know where to shoot it? Also linked to that second point, we'll need to rely a whole lot more on scouts to monitor the demon's movement. I suppose they need to return to flares, fire signals and stuff like that. I still haven't heard from Lausanne, so I decided to send some subsidiary trees towards her last known location, Spazer. Demon King uses global fog of war. Year 82, Month 3. Silence is eerie. Without the communication networks to inform one's decisions, most travelers decided to stay put and wait. Only those truly desperate or daring make the journey. Throughout my network of trees, demons appeared more frequently and in larger numbers. Given my now smaller effective range due to the interference of the Demon King, it's also harder to move my beetles from one place to another as they have to travel close to my chain of subsidiary trees. When is the damn messages going to get through? Merchants, some of them have started drinking extensively. It seemed they are in a limbo. Some of them started to band together and just try to make the trip to the next town. A small minority just sold all their inventory and decided to just stay put. I'm not going anywhere. This town can defend itself against a demon walker. I'll just stay. It's a risk to go out there. You might not know if a demon walker is nearby. We are merchants. We do not sit still in a place. We need to sell to make money. Anyway, back to the beetles. The attacks throughout my network increased, and so, with Trevor and Dimitri's advice, I've split my beetle force into 6 squads of 1,500 each, all stationed in a different part of my network, the rest of them in New Frika. I can't move the beetles as quickly as before, because of the longer route they now have to take, and with lesser visibility, I have lesser amount of time to plan and respond to any incursion. In a way, this is a hub-and-spoke strategy, mini bases for my beetles. Frankly, I didn't see this coming. I thought Demon Kings were just overpowered and have high destructive abilities. Utility or passive abilities wasn't something I expected. It really feels like there is a mind behind the demon. Would you think it's a reincarnator, a hero from your world? Alexis paused that, Would be terrible, isn't it, if they brought someone from my world? There's really no reason why the Demon Kings would change tactics this time. There has to be a trigger point. When you fought the Demon King, what did you think? Alexis waited, and then she responded, off tangent but very relevant. I wonder whether the demons accessed my memories. When I was trapped as a fire demon. Whether the demons looked into my mind, just like how I saw their homeworld. You saw their homeworld. I think so. I'm not sure whether it's a dream or it's their homeworld, but after the Demon Walker it brought back memories. It's a massive desert with large spires, similar to the ones on the Demon Walker's back, but many, many times bigger and more. Okay, now we have two suspects. 1, the demons somehow brought a reincarnator or offworlder. 2, the demons took a look at your mind and decided to copy some tactics. Or possibly both are true. Or you may have let the demons in on where you are from, and therefore they can now summon their own version of heroes. Alexis's spirit body rotated and twirled in the air. She looked horrified. I hope not. We need to warn everyone if we are potentially dealing with an enemy reincarnator. All the nations must treat the demons as intelligent. Let's not panic yet. I do suspect that this generation's demons are possibly intelligent, or have some kind of thought process to their tactics, but the fact that they only have a small variety of units seem to imply that there is some kind of migration limit on what they can bring to this world. Maybe the reincarnator himself isn't here in this world. We need countermeasures. We need to do something. Alexis spinned. I think her spiritual body is changing color. Mila was happily in her inn. Now that the merchants aren't going anywhere, they need a place to stay, so her inn is full house, and many merchants are drinking their worries away. Busy Alexis, I've got a full house to manage. Mila waved her off. This is important, Mila, important. After I'm done with my customers, which is like really, really much later. Later, okay, Mila, Alexis pouted. In the meantime, I called Jura and Mattias to discuss the possibility of an intelligent Demon King. Demon Kings are somewhat monster-like, at least in history. They seek out places with large populations and have an ability to sense the presence of heroes. Their instincts seem to drive them towards the heroes. They have some primitive intelligence, according to statements from past heroes, but in combat and once provoked, they are like monsters. So how bad is it if the Demon King is intelligent, say, like an average human? On the bigger scale of things, it's probably the demonic equivalent of a very, very nasty undead necromancer. Is that bad? It sounds bad, I asked. Jura shook his head. His knowledge about such things are quite shallow. Mattias has a better understanding on historical outbreaks. Mattias nodded. If the heroes can work with the kingdoms, should still be possible to defeat the Demon King. After all, the demons can't level, and the lower-level demons, demon walkers, don't display the kind of intelligence that I would associate with sentience. So, it's likely that only the Demon King is fully intelligent. I agree with that theory. Indeed, the Demon Walker or the Demon General did not appear to be intelligent, even if they have some tactical sense. Else, they would not have walked in a straight line towards the source of the hex bombs. If so, all the thinking must be done by the Demon King, and that is inherently a weakness. Jura and Mattias looked at the map. There's nothing on it now that we have no data on the demons. Jura shrugged. Nothing actually changed, isn't it? The heroes still have a Demon King to slay, it just meant the process is harder for them. For the rest of us, the Demon King will continue to wreak havoc. Our preparations just need to continue. True. Alexis, on the other hand. We need to send letters to all the kingdoms. The threat of the demons should be higher. That achieves nothing. For kingdoms already fighting for their survival, such as those in the southern continents, the demons are already their #1 threat. For those currently safe, all of them are preparing. By now, no one is treating the Demon King lightly. I believe many other strategists and kings must have come to the same conclusion as we did, that this Demon King is sentient and intelligent. Alexis pouted. Our best course of action is hunker down and prepare for war, and pray the Demon King isn't on our continent. As for you, what have you got from all your research? Can you research how to counteract or offset this demonic interference so that we can restore the communication with all our neighbors? I will get started. Lausanne came back at the end of the month. They have been forced into hiding to avoid the roaming demons. With the beetles asleep, they do not have the numbers to take the demons in a fight, so their progress home was super slow. Laufen was delighted to see her daughter again and gave her a big hug. Happy to see you too, Mom. Laufen was worried sick, even if she put on a strong face in front of others. We need to stick closer to the trees from now on. Jura was relieved, of course. Lausanne wasn't alone, her squad had 20 others. Luckily, none of them died. Avoiding battle is a good choice. Year 82, Month 4. When will the heroes be summoned? Usually 6 months to a year after the Demon King. Maybe less, I hope it's less. Ian, a demon army in the distance. I spotted it too. They seem to employ a scorched earth strategy and are headed for the volcano. New Freaka won't deploy itself, but I will have to defend the volcano. After the Demon Walker battle, I have 15,000 subsidiary trees, about a third of which are beetle nests. Each tree with horns upgrades is home to 5 beetles, so I have a total beetle force of 25,000. I am literally a one-tree beetle army, but I have to spread this force throughout my network. 7,000 is at home, in the valley as its defensive force, and I lost about 4,000 beetles as various smaller skirmishes in the past months. That leaves 14,000, of which spread into the 6 1,500 squads, give or take a few hundred. 20,000 demons. There are already 1,500 beetles stationed in that segment of my tree network. The rest of my beetles, the 7,000 stationed at home, will take about 5 days to get there. It's a battle away from my main tree, not my ideal battleground. They are headed for the volcanic area. The order captains are surprised, of course. They presumed they would head here. The volcano is a natural mana source, a difficult one to work with, but a mana source. We must defend it, else we will have a demon factory as our neighbor. I told the order, and Jura relayed the message to a clearly spooked new freaking council. The councilors are afraid, so the councilors all summon their local supporters for views. Some of them want to participate, they see why it should be defended. Some prefer to wait and hold a defensive line here in the valley. In a way, it is an easier battle since it is just a large army of regular demonoids. There are no giant walkers. But the flip side is my ability to intervene slightly weakened by the distance. Jura and Ivan, I need both of you at that battle. Lausanne tapped herself. Me too. Well, I planned on including her anyway. And you, Laufen gave her daughter a hug. And the Valthorns. I need every high-level person I have at that battlefield. Go and go quickly. The beetles there may not be able to hold the line for more than 3 days, and the demons are only 2 days away. In a way, this could have been prevented had I created an outer perimeter of subsidiary trees, but even that would only give me 1 extra day's advance warning. Still, I made a note to further fortify the southern forest and 3 tree of mana. Clearly, that magic ley line would be a juicy target for the demons, should they discover it. To delay the demonic force while the rest of the forces get into position, I activated Rooting Field and Poison Field multiple times. Sadly, poison doesn't work on demons, but the roots did manage to delay them. The battle began as expected, 5 days later on the edges of the volcanic area. I have increased the amount of subsidiary trees I have, so that I can keep control over the beetles, and with new subsidiary trees, the present beetle force stood at 2,500. My 7,000 beetles are a day away, and the new freaking army of 4,000 soldiers are 2 days away. The demons. 21,000 or so. The demons themselves are increasing. The demons charged, led by humanoid demons, riding on demon hounds, wielding long halberds and spears. Fucking hell, they have cavalry. They had demon knights that rode hellhounds some time ago, a small, elite, brainwashed humans that chased the heroes, but this is my first time witnessing pure demonoid cavalry as combat force. Actually, how did the demons brainwash those humans? Could they be the source of this change in tactics too? Something isn't right. If demon knights brainwashed by the demons exist, that means the demon kings had always been sentient, because you need a certain measure of intelligence to utilize demonic corrupted human knights, and the previous demon king had manticores and wyverns too. I need to come back to this thought later. Now I need to focus on the fight to defend the volcano. The demonoid riders smacked into my beetles. We are fighting defensively, using the trees as a kind of makeshift wall. Beetles can fight even when they are partly crawling on trees, the demonoids less so. I need to delay them as long as I can until the rest of my 7,000 beetles arrive. Utilizing the beetles' ability to burrow, the beetles dug numerous trenches throughout the battlefield, all meant to delay the demons. A kind of trench warfare, but these are mixed in between the layers of trees. Some of my subsidiary trees are carnivorous plants, and they chomp on 1 or 2 demonoids before they needed time to recharge. Here, at this distance, the effect of my lesser demonic suppression aura is slightly reduced, and a defensive battle meant my beetles can still benefit from my healing aura, but these things merely serve to delay the inevitable. The number disadvantage was too massive, and they killed 1,500 beetles within the first few hours of skirmish. The remaining 1,000 retreated back to the last line of trees. On the positive side, half of the demonoid cavalry have been killed, and the demon army is now about 19,000 strong. Jura Lausanne Ivan, situation isn't good. We are likely to have to fight the demons after they breach the tree line. There are a few demon knights in the force. Indeed, the demon knights, with their various short-range weapons, made the trenches unfavorable to the beetles. A mistake on hindsight. Silly me thinking my beetles are the only ones who have an advantage in the trenches. The 7,000 beetles are still half a day away. The demons continued their charge, and the fighting continued into the night. Master, bad news, another 20,000 has been spotted in the north corridor. They are headed to the former dungeon, the Naga Hole. Trevor flagged the news. In fact, by the time we spotted the demons, they were already at the dungeon's doorsteps. There's nothing there. How did the demons spawn so many demons? Don't they need bases for this? With another battle ongoing at the volcano, I had to concede the former Naga dungeon. I didn't have enough beetles to fight 2 battles at the same time, so the beetles in that area retreated. Back at the volcano, my defensive line broke really quickly. There really was no way I could stop an army of 19,000 demons with only 1,000 beetle, even if I kept using my skills to thin their numbers. I had to make a call then. I retreated with the 500 surviving beetles and joined them up with the 7,000 that arrived a little too late. The demons had breached the tree line and entered the volcano area. The demons are in the volcanic area. Should we continue then? Yes, we must defeat the demons before they establish a base in the volcano. We cannot let them tap into the volcano's mana source. The men are not keen, one of the captains said. Some of the men didn't see why they should risk their lives protecting a volcano, then die when the demons come along. It really wasn't a lie. A demonic base next to us. They could spawn more demons, more than the beetles I can field. Still, keen or not, we had to fight. I was not planning on letting the demons get too far into the volcanic area, and already I see the demons fight the native magma golems. Native magma monsters didn't mount any extra defense. After all, they didn't even know an army was headed their way, but the giant magma golems were more than a match for conventional demonoids. But the demons were focused. While some demonoids kept the magma golems occupied, they charged for the caldera, and I didn't plan on letting them get there and establish a foothold. I spawned subsidiary trees. Even in this hostile terrain, the army of beetles and new freakins chased after the demons. They have 1 day's head start, and the army passed by more casualties by the wayside. Some soldiers took this chance to collect any loot that the golems dropped since the demons were not interested. As the beetles and soldiers headed up, I felt it. A surge in mana, a shiver in the magma and earth below. Shit, I told myself they might have already started. Demonic energy is starting to corrupt the volcano's energies, and all the trees in the area can feel the incursion. An hour of climbing up the volcano with this army, we saw the demon's fortress. Past a field of crushed golems and the half-skewered demonoids, right at the edge of the volcanic caldera, a fortress in the making. It's growing slowly, but it already has the shape of spires, similar to the spires of the demon walker. There it was at the center of the under-construction fortress, a banner-like reddish object, the so-called demon rod as told by the merchant guilds. This is a terraforming army. Alexis muttered, they plan to turn the world into the factories of their homeworld. We could see the demonic energy leaking from the rod into the ground, and it's trying to take control of the land beneath it. But the volcano would not be tamed so easily. This scene somehow reminded me of a game I played, where the 4 factions used little magical rods to conquer the land, and with it, convert the neutral land into the 4 types of racial terrains: hell, blight, frost, or bloom. No time to waste. The fortress is not ready, and we must destroy it now. Or actually, destroy the rod first. If the rod is the source of the corruption, there's really no need to focus on the army. In fact, I thought of cheating, so I created a few subsidiary trees as close as I could to the fortress and started unleashing root strikes at the rod. But it all met a barrier of some kind, and that barrier prevented my roots from approaching, and it also blocked my subsidiary tree. There were 3 demonoids standing around the rod, in a mini-circular formation. They seemed to be channel the energy from within the rod to create the fortress and the barrier protecting the rod. I need to stop them, or by tomorrow they would start to spawn demons. The barrier blocked the roots attacking the 3 demons too. Jura, need you to take those 3 demonoids down. What, where? I forgot they can't see past walls, unlike my top-down visual through all my subsidiary trees. The demonic army form up around the fortress, and now we have a better sense of what we were up against. The demonoid army had suffered losses to get to this part, a section so close to the top of the volcano. No matter. 16,000 demons noticed our presence, and they fought hard to hold back our 7,500 beetles and 4,000 soldiers, and once again, another larger-scale battle. Without a demon walker to focus on, my role in this battle is to prevent unnecessary deaths. This meant observing the soldiers and interfering when they are in trouble. At the same time, I also clear a path for Jura and Ivan that leads to the 3 channeling demons, so that they can quickly end the rod's corrupting magics. They are my best combatants, and since there is a magical barrier, I hope they can still physically pass through the barrier. Jura quickly cut through tens of demon knights. Lozan, Ivan, and some of the captains take out a few as well. The battle lasted 3 hours, and the beetles finally managed to punch through the wall of demons. A path is open. Jura, Ivan, and some soldiers charge in. The barrier does let them through. Ivan rushed ahead, and with a quick slash, she slashed through the 3 demonic channelers. The rod was almost completed, enveloped at some kind of demonic energy, and when the 3 demonic channelers evaporated into demon dust, it just levitated in mid-air, unmoving. Is it done? Jura asked. I sensed the corrupting influence of the demonic rod slowly subsiding. I think we need to hit it. Another soldier looked and said, apparently other countries have destroyed such rods before. Jura looked at it. It is surrounded by a black flame. I am not touching that. Mattias, guard it. Don't let any of the other demons continue channeling the rod. The beetles and order soldiers fight off the rest of the demonoids. We should not stay long. I saw a giant magma golem starting to form in the distance. The native monsters are trying to fight back, and they see both us and the demons as intruders. Tree, can you move it or knock it out? The channelers are gone, so the barrier should be down. Jura asked. Mattias was busy blasting some demons. Jura continued to cut through demonoids. The captains reorganized the men into defensive formations, the beetles doing the bulk of the fighting. I launched a few more root strikes, and there's no barrier blocking it. It hits through the demonic flame, my roots just lightly scathed by the black flame, and the massive banner rod falls down. But even as it collapsed cracked, I could sense residual demonic energies from it. The rod fell to the ground, dark energies jumped out like an arc lightning, and it tried to create more demonoids. This rod is the spawner of the demonic hordes, isn't it? Destroy it. Jura shouted. It's trying to spawn more demons, that's obvious enough. The demonic fortress and the spires around the soldiers started to vibrate, shake, and chunks started to collapse. By now, the demonoids have been defeated. We're only left with the rod. But no, I don't plan to destroy it just yet. Take the rod. I asked Jura, but then I realized it's massive. What? No way. It's still emitting that black demon flame. You need to knock it out a bit more. That meant I am the only one that can manipulate it. A beetle approached and the flames burned the beetle. I briefly considered leaving it here, but that meant the rod will spawn more demons, and that defeats the purpose of this incursion. I decided to weaken the rod a bit more, so with some root strikes, the demonic energy dissipated, and the rod itself cracked. Still, I could sense some remaining demonic energy, and that's what I wanted. Good, I feel it would be better for me to hold on to it and subject it to some research, see what I can learn from it. If this demon king is intelligent, as I predict it is, then I need to know how I can counter him, whether I can use the energies from such rods against it. No one wants to touch the demon rod surrounded by the residual black flames, and only I had the necessary resistances. I used a bit of my vines, and the black flames are unable to hurt the vines much, and I moved the rod. It takes a bit of effort to play past the baton with my vines, tossing the rod from one subsidiary tree to another, all the way down from the volcano back to New Freaka. This baton pass took 2 days for the rod to arrive back at the valley. Must look rather silly, trees passing a cracked rod, swinging it from tree to tree. It took a lot of effort to get the rod to move correctly. Wait. Why does that sound wrong? Okay, let's retreat before the golems respawn. There is no need to fight the natives. Meanwhile, Jura ordered the army to retreat home. I would rebuild my defenses around the volcano after this. You gained a level 138. New skill learned, Vine Ropeway Network. Vine Ropeway Networks allows you to move things and people from place to place, like a cable car or aerial gondola system. Must be part of the same connected network of vines. Star Mana variant consumes 150 star mana, creates a star mana vine network that temporarily folds space and time, and open a portal between any 2 subsidiary trees or your main body. Allows movement of any one person, animal, or thing instantaneously from any subsidiary tree to any other subsidiary. Need not be connected. Tree presently has 300 star mana and generates 30 star mana per month. Wait, this is like that story Jura, or was it Kashern, said so long ago, of the twin tree spirits that have a steady portal between one another, like paired stargates. Year 82, month 5. 2 moons high up in the sky, one blue, one white. Alexis says sometimes they change color, and apparently the alignment of the moons influences the power of certain magics and monsters. Back home, there are stories of how some werewolves gain power from the moon. In this world, there are also certain kinds of werewolves that gain different powers, depending on which full moon in the night sky. It's certainly a fascinating mechanic to magic. There's a third moon that moves a whole lot slower, and for now, it stays out of sight. Anyway, my immediate focus was on the now broken demonic banner rod, and I put it inside a large lab tree close to my main body. There is a layer of extremely dense demon mana swirling in the core of that rod, a crystalline object that resembles demolite. In fact, I think it is demolite. The dense demon mana protected the core from the probing vines, and I am in the process of overpowering the demon mana by slowly draining the demon mana. It tried to fight me. The demon mana from the rod even attempted to latch onto my body, but as expected, my body is resistant and pushed back. I activated natural mana overwhelming and did what I've done in the past, just like how I used the mana from me and all the trees to overwhelm the demon hounds and Alexis. So slowly but surely, my mana begins to break into the rod, untangling it, and bit by bit, in slightly less than a month. And then, your mana has completely taken over the demonic presence rod. Demonic rod has now transformed into the Stick of Tree. The Stick of Tree retains the mana conversion and assimilation abilities of the original rod, will grow trees wherever it is placed, and spread your influence. The strange-looking rod now resembles a large wooden spear, with overgrown vines all tangled up around it. The demolite core, once purple and reddish, now entirely light green in color. But seriously, I didn't come up with such a name. Or maybe I did. Maybe it's my subconscious. Decided it was a horrible name. I decided to call it the forest rod instead. I'm just too embarrassed to even tell my beetles to carry the stick of tree. Throughout New Freaka, news is rare. Most message services are not operational, and not many couriers or messengers in service. They are often employed at great cost to deliver the most important messages. Some merchant groups decided not to wait any longer, and instead they spend money to hire a large escort force. It's a well-reasoned choice, since the Demon King will not die until the heroes arrive. How long could they wait anyway? Messengers, couriers are escorted by riders and armed cavalry. At this point, speed is key. Airships, where are the airships anyway? I would think they are reserved for the most important tasks, like patrolling the capitals, transporting royalty, or urgent expeditions. Smaller ones are used by adventurers, but charging the demolites usually really costly. I am starting to suspect the airship I downed so many years ago was somehow stolen. Or just somehow, airships just fell out of favor. Under such circumstances, I would think airships would work, unless something's interfering with that too. Throughout my network of trees, I'm starting to see more travelers, merchants, and others. A courier from Sala arrived today. Jura looked at a letter and then casually placed it aside. They must be truly desperate to demand that we all contribute military to their defense. What a waste of valuable courier's time. Nagra, where's that? Further east of Sala. It's a coastal nation, and its capital is actually on a large island just off the coast of our mainland. Funny it decided to play a part. Maybe demons found a way to sail across the oceans. Demons can fly though, at least elder demons. Mattias added, if one of these giant demon walkers have some kind of flying ability. The previous Demon King was a floating castle after all, but what's the point of the coalition army anyway if they can't hold a candle to the Demon King? They can act as a big fat decoy, a captain said. That's what happened to the last coalition army, a decoy to redirect the Demon King elsewhere. Ignore them then. I think all these royal schemes tend to fail in the face of the Demon King. Jura laughed. I've never intended to respond. We've got enough on our own plate. Year 82, month 6. Now that I have this stick, suddenly a whole load of ideas came back to my mind. Could I do what the demons did? To claim the volcano as my own using this rod? The fact that it has that spread my mana thing seems to suggest yes, I can. I mean, that's how it worked in that other game I played, right? Rods spread influence, and if I have a rod, I can do it too. And after dwelling on the idea for a few days, I decided to call on my beetle's horns, and it is time for me to try to use the demon's tactics for myself. The trees I have on the volcano has been destroyed, uprooted by the magma golems, but won't be hard for me to get back there again. 6,000 beetles charged up the volcano, and there we have it. The giant magma golems. Defeating the giant golems is easy, but consistently holding on to it while saving all the things are dying. That's harder. I had to personally intervene every time the giant golems attacked, and that made holding onto the volcano exceptionally time-consuming. That's even before the issue of the volcano's raw natural mana, which I can't seem to access. My subsidiary trees also keeps burning from the natural heat of the volcano, and that meant I had to constantly replace them. Thankfully, after the past few upgrades, they are a little bit tougher. I'm hoping this forest rod changes that. If this works, I'm going to start hunting the demons for more rods. A torrent of roots strikes later, the golems are down, and with 4 beetles help to insert the forest rod into the edge of the caldera. One of my subsidiary trees, vines and roots then tangled with the forest rod's growing vines, and I felt a strange sensation. I felt like I was in a hot sauna, but I'm a tree. Focusing on the forest rod, I quickly see that it's the natural mana from the volcano and my own natural mana mixing. I think this might work, and more of those magma golems appeared. They seem to have been riled up by the sudden shift in mana, and we, the trees and the beetles, now play defense. I suppose it's like tree versus volcano then, and we spent 5 days defending the forest rod while it channeled slowly. There really was no way I could speed it up since the rod itself seemed to just work, automatically once supplied with mana. Increasing it doesn't work. Maybe it's like cooking, you can't speed up a natural process, not too much at least. So we endured for 5 days of constant healing, all the damaged subsidiary trees from all the spontaneous combustion. The heat meant the trees were getting drained of all their liquids, and when they are sufficiently dry, they would just burst into flames. That's on top of the attacks from golems. To slow down the effects of the intense heat, I tapped on the waters from the rest of my network and constantly pumped water to the subsidiary trees on the volcano. It worked somewhat, but instead some of the trees started to boil, which killed them too, but we held our ground. 5 days of constant fighting against golems, and I lost 4,500 beetles after 5 days. Battling in this unfavorable terrain meant their effectiveness is low, and I've seen it firsthand during the earlier battle with the demons. A beetle that was normally able to take on 3, maybe 4 demons, can only take on 1 demon because of the damage from the terrain itself. For 5 days, golems attacked the subsidiary trees and the makeshift walls from all sides, and I had the beetles try to do some rudimentary digging. The beetles suffered much, digging through hardened magma, and doesn't help that there's been a few accidents. Some beetles accidentally stepped on a chunk of loose rocks and then slid to their deaths into the molten lava lake in the center of the caldera, or some chunks of ground suddenly erupted and a geyser of lava torched a few 3s. 5 days. Honestly, 5 days is just a blink of an eye usually. But this long grind of, barely, defending the forest rod really reminds me of the early days of the ginseng tree. At least the rod's pretty tough, it can take a few punches. 5 days. I suppose I'm not as good at corrupting the land since the demons were almost done in 2. And 5 days of magma golem genocide later, the volcano filled with the burnt trees, burnt beetles, we completed the channeling of the rod. The forest rod transformed into a large tree right at the edge of the caldera. It's massive, and then one of the longest skill notifications I have ever had. And I mean, it's really, really long. Natural feature volcano integrated. Volcano has now transformed into verdant volcano. Verdant volcano will now spawn giant wildbeasts instead of magma golems. Giant wildbeasts and other spawn creatures will recognize your trees and subordinates as natives. Volcanic minerals. Passive must maintain connection to volcano. Subsidiary trees now share nutrients and minerals from the volcano to its surroundings, provide significant improvement to crop output, tree growth and regeneration, and crop health. Bathing and drinking volcanic waters improve overall health. Resistance to disease, plague improved for new Freaka inhabitants. Soul Forge Red unlocked. Soul Forge Red increases artificial soul level caps to level 50. Soul Forge Red unlocks additional repair options and allows the repair of souls damaged by psychic or mental attacks, improves a soul's ability to withstand exposure to other kinds of mana, and also improves skill harvesting rate. Dream Harvester Spirits unlocked. Dream spirits harvest essences, soul fragments, and occasionally skills from those having dreams, aspirations, and strong passions. As you have unlocked 3 Soul Forge colors, you've gained access to the Titan Souls. Titan frames are collected when a level 150 person, or a divine hero, or a dragon or monster of similar grade dies in your vicinity. Trevor, Bamboo, and Horns, who are now at their level 40 cap, have unlocked new upgrade options. Taking these upgrades will allow them to level up to level 50. Trevor. Red Blood Path requires 10 rubies and 3 barrels of monster blood. Bamboo. Red Flower Path requires 10 star garnets and 2 boxes of red flower petals. Horns. Red Scarlet Steel Beetle Path requires 1 ton of iron and 10 rubies. And I'm not done yet. You have gained a level. You are now level 139. Skill obtained, Main Body Environmental Adaptation. Your main tree body is now able to survive all environments. Metaphorically, I felt like I had to sit down and digest all that. In actual fact, that means just doing nothing. A tree can't sit. I can move my roots to resemble sitting, but it's not sitting. Year 82, month 7. I had a lot to think about, particularly about the nature of my new powers. Firstly, the colors of the Soul Forge. How many colors are there? I had earlier suspected that there are at least 5 colors, similar to how some trading card games do it: white, blue, green, red, and black. If there's 5 colors, would that imply a level limit of 70 if I have all 5 colors for my artificial souls, or if there are more? And acquiring more colors expands the kind of souls I can create, so if 3 colors unlock Titans, what would 5 colors do? Or if there are more, what would those functions be? These are things I think I will discover in the future. Then the Titans. Sadly, its effects are not retrospective, so I do not benefit from Alexis's death in my hands. I wonder whether it still counts if I kill the heroes when they are weak. Does it? Or slaying dragons, an environmental adaptation. Kind of lame of a level 139 skill since I'm here. At least if somebody used a super blizzard, I'll be fine. Also, the rod worked. To me, this rod is a great game changer. I can't make the rod, but I can find more. And then I can corrupt it to expand my influence. It even helps to expand my forests. More forests is good. I like having more forests everywhere. Even now, the volcano's surface is filled with small shrubs and trees. The once violent mana now a whole lot less hostile to vegetation. I should have more of these rods, so it's time for me to turn the heat back on the demons, because these rods are awesome. And for that purpose, I created a new artificial soul. Too bad I can't have a Titan yet, but I suppose Titans are like end game units, like Kine or the War Boss. Strategy online. Awaiting your instructions, Commander. Damn, I love the fact that the artificial soul can leech on my memories to shape his voice and conduct. I honestly modeled him after the adjutants and advisors in all the 1990s RTS games I used to play. Good, here's our plan. Dimitri, Trevor, your roles remain, that is defense and administration of the Southwest Forests, the Valley, and now also the volcano area. Ivy, your role remains to monitor the inhabitants of New Freaka. Strategy, your role is to be my war room and battlefield command. Your task is to find and hunt for these demonic rods. Acknowledged. Silence. As such, I am delegating control over 4,000 beetles and 500 unused subsidiary tree slots to you. Get me more of those rods. Understood, Commander. And so, I let me new artificial soul on its way. I feel a bit like the Overmind, creating new cerebrates to perform specific tasks. Helps that my special project, the Grand Mind Tree, is going to be ready in 2 more months. What would I be called then? I honestly don't want a name with a mind in it because I think my mind's really not all quite there. As much as I try to resist it, my mind splinters and goes off in weird tangents. It's almost like my mind's some kind of multi-threaded computer, jumping from one train of thought to another. I wonder sometimes whether I'm still Matt. But then a part of me just brushed that off and pushed me back to my duties, which the valley, and caring for all my trees and citizens. I do like my trees. There's so many of them now, and I consider them an extension of me. Yeah, my mind's not all there. I wonder whether the gods are playing tricks on my mind, like how they play tricks on the heroes. How long before the heroes arrive anyway? It's already been 5 months. It seemed that the courier services are getting more and more active, with more people taking on the job of delivering messages to nearby towns. We still haven't received any news from the other continents, but we're starting to get a better sense of what's happening on our own. The Merchants Guild has finally set up something of a high-priority courier network, using their best scouts and messengers to travel along specified routes. The good thing is, at least the Demon King isn't on our continent. The bad news is, there's a lot more demon walkers, but that's a small matter. Now that I am well aware of the value of the demon rod, I want more of it, so I need to help strategy along. Jura seemed quite puzzled, but once I explained how I corrupted the demon rod, he too saw value in it. Yes, preferably ones where there are known demon rods. Jura didn't want to explain too much, but said that I have uses for them. The captain seemed strangely appalled. You do not have to engage. You just need to find it and report back. We'd rather not counsel. With communication lines so limited, the men would prefer to remain close to home. The captains didn't like the idea of looking for demons outside our immediate territory. I could sense their hesitation, and I decided to tap on another source of valuable talent. Adventurers, 20 gold for the first party that spots a demonic banner rod, and indeed, that helped to mobilize the adventurers. I mean, conventional military men aren't really looking to risk their lives unnecessarily. The idea of poking the hornet's nest is strange to most regular forces, and only those with high levels in scout or spy or infiltrator would even think of risking their lives. Adventurers, on the other hand, are more than willing to take on danger for simple, good old moolah. I mean, at what point does money lose its value anyway? In a world where monsters and demons are so insane, why should money have any value? Shouldn't protection and safety be more valuable? What really gives money value in a world with no certainty of value? I mean, theoretically, if you're more likely to die than ever be able to trade that gold for anything of value, the gold is essentially worthless once you stepped out of the city gates. No. Perhaps one of the gods somehow guarantee the value of gold then, acting as some kind of universal monetary authority, or does the Merchants Guild play that role indirectly, functioning as a de facto reserve bank? It's a rhetorical question. I need to stop getting sidetracked. I need more rods. Maybe I can plant them at the lake. Or what if I used it on the large mound of demolite? How do I get green and white-colored soul forges? Spazer. Okay, strategy may not be the best name. I was thinking Stratrigo sounds a bit like Maligo's No, or Atrila after Attila the Hun. And yes, finally, Volcano Conquest, aided by a rod. Tree's gonna go hunt for more sticks, and yes, it's a freaking long status notification because of the multicolor interactions. Think about it, a rod that spreads Tree's seeds and Titan souls. Something of a mismatch of W40K Kine and Ian's from Final Fantasy X only, made from the death of heroes or mythical monsters. Level 150 people are pretty much champions, so I included them too. Year 82, Month 8. The fact that the rod worked made me ask more questions about the nature of these mana sources. Why were my normal subsidiary trees able to tap into the magical ley line, yet it didn't work on the volcano? What made the rod special? I made a few theories, but I must admit these are shaped by my experiences with my own games. The first possibility is that there are compatible and incompatible colors for mana, and so, if my base color is blue, then red is therefore an opposing color. So I would have to go through a lot more steps and upgrades to assimilate an opposing color mana, hence the forest rod. That, of course, is just a theory. I had asked the wisp, but the wisp is surprisingly clueless about such things, and I suspect only other tree spirits may be able to answer me. The second but not mutually exclusive theory was that there are tiers to the mana. In this theory, the dungeon core and leyline beneath constituted directly accessible mana, and the volcano's natural mana constituted mana that required processing. The mental model I had for this theory, similar to the oil-gas industry, which has different types of rigs and mines, like regular pumps, deep-sea rigs, oil sands, or shale oil, each with different rates of recovery at different kinds of technological difficulty. I built this theory on the knowledge that heroes and myself have star mana, and the sick princess was exposed to void mana, so it may not be too hard to then theorize star mana is like nuclear fuel. So if we were to lay down the types of mana on a scale, there would be an increasing difficulty. Of course, the fact that I have the ability to produce star mana challenges this theory, like, if I can make star mana, why is the volcanic mana a challenge, anyway? Whether these are types of mana or tiers of mana or even both, I frankly have no proof. Or maybe I'm just imagining things. The rod is able to circumvent the tiers, or whether it is the colors, but other than it worked, I have little insights into the underlying mechanics of how it took the volcanic mana and made it usable to me. So what I can do is to keep expanding and growing, use the rods in different circumstances, and then observe the outcomes. Meanwhile, somebody important came. We knew it's important because that person came in a rare airship. Apparently, after some sniffing, Demolite-powered airships are quite sensitive to the magical interference by the Demon King, and so many fleets has been grounded. This airship is powered by Quantium, an expensive and rare crystal. The fact that it is deployed meant a lot. The Kingdom of Tact summons all high-level individuals to assault a demonic fortress. It's located in the ruins of a once large city. All individuals above level 50 are invited to participate, and Tact will bear all lodging and costs. The demons have managed to take down a large city, and a rod has been planted. In the ruins of a place that witnessed intense death, the rod's magical harvesting ability mixed with the residual death energy, and as a result, they started producing special kinds of demonoids. The envoy described it as an upgraded version of demon knights. Bound to the ground without wings, but they are twice as large as any regular demonoid. The size of a troll or a large ogre, these demons are equal in strength to a regular demon knight, the equivalent of a level 30 to 35 captain. Not a problem per se, but the issue is really about numbers. This rod produced these demon ogres by the hundreds every week. Fascinating, Alexis mused. It's like these rods have some kind of natural adaptation ability to produce special kinds of units. Like an adaptive breeder, it's expected. The volcano's conversion created special giant beasts. Looking at this sort of trend, the former snake dungeon might be spitting out snake demons very soon. I should look into that. But why didn't these sort of special units appear earlier? I wondered. Perhaps it's a condition for unlocking the next tier units that requires the presence of the Demon King. Or like queens in a hive, it is the Demon King who introduces genetic diversity into their population. A few adventurers in New Freaka agreed to join. I had the impression adventurers avoid participating in such high-profile demon-related matters unless the heroes were involved. But I suppose some people are going to bite if the rewards are good. So, that snake dungeon, are you just going to leave it? Alexis asked. Well, no. I looked at Strategy's overlay, showing a large map, split into numerous hexagons. It's an overlay and presentation resembling Age of Wonders with my main body at the center. There's 5 straight lines of trees, one to the volcano, one to the south forest, one that goes all the way to Ransala, one that leads close to the former snake dungeon, and another one that's headed south, towards where the other demon walker was once spotted. I'm thinking. It takes 1 beetle pod, 1 month to regrow 1 beetle. So theoretically, I can lose about 5,000 beetles per month with no real loss to my force. I could consistently assault that location with 5,000 beetles, but it's probably better to hammer it with a larger force. Unlike the humans or the elves or any other nation who man their force with non-renewable lives, my beetles essentially allow me to fight the demons with their own strategy, a war of attrition. Outside of my own extremely overpowered abilities against demons, this is my second advantage against demons. How about your spiders? They've not been seeing use. Outside making webs here. They're anti-air and are campers. They're not suitable as an invasion force. Beetles being a mobile unit are kind of like cavalry. Your other beetle variants, the dung beetles or the spear beetles. I looked at the map again. Visibility is still crap. Comparison to Age of Wonders would be being able to see only 1 or 2 hex away. So, Tree, would you want to send anyone to join the tax force? Jura interrupted my thoughts. The envoy met a whole load of other adventurers and fighters. No, I'll deal with them separately. Get me a map of where that location is. I'm still very happy that I can actually see now instead of just spirit vision. I can read maps. Apparently Tax's airship is already filled with other adventurers the envoy picked up. It's going to be a rather massive force, and the Tact High King intends to use a large collected group of high-leveled adventurers as a sledgehammer. What about the coalition army that Sal is leading? Or was it Nagra? It's participating, of course, but to minimize casualties, they need this high-leveled force. Every week delay increases the demon ogre force by a few hundred, Jura explained. Alexis magically created a floating holograph-like map, so either strike early with a smaller force or strike later and face a bigger standing army. Sounds like fun. From Ransella, a chain of trees up to the Tact demon fort wouldn't be too far. I want to see the demon ogres for myself, whether they really are the threat that the envoys say it is. So, you're going to sweep in to save the day? Alexis asked. The beetles won't get there in time, not with that kind of distance. Even with your new ability, it's a pulley system based on vines, it's better for goods, and it's not fast. Pulley systems exist in this world. Many ports have engineers who design large contraptions to help with moving goods. It seemed one of the heroes, a long time ago, did manage to introduce some rudimentary container system, though the practice is competing with magical holding bags. So what's your plan? Just create a chain of trees and watch the battle. Alexis didn't seem too impressed. Honestly, yes, I like seeing new types of demons. I think it's fascinating, and it gives us insights into how intelligent this demon king is. Alexis frowned. The airship with the adventurers left. There's some information trading as well. Some of the adventurers we hired did come back with some targets, and after a few battles with smaller demon bases, this is where I made a discovery. The rods must be collected, either when they are unused, or still under construction or in transport. Once fully channeled and transformed into a base or a fort, most of that mana corrupting ability is lost. Left untouched, the fully channeled rods can still continue to generate small amounts of demonoids, but they lose most of their base creation ability. In short, a single-use item. I had the idea of smashing some demon bases and stealing the rods, but it makes more sense that the rods are mostly a single-use item. Back to the drawing board. Year 82, month 9. Completed the Grand Mind Tree project. The Grand Mind Tree resembles a bunch of walnuts stacked on top of each other. The entirety of the mind tree is wrinkly, with multiple branches twirling around. Located just next to me, the moment it's fully completed, I could see it glow a faint greenish light, and then I had a massive headache. For a good 1 hour, but only 1 hour. I've had worse headaches. Mind control resistance significantly increased. Each of your artificial minds will now act as counterchecks against attempted mind control attacks. Mind control must now apply to more than half of your artificial minds to work. Ah, wonderful. The blockchain node approach to mind control resistance. Also, my awareness of soul matters suddenly took a giant leap. If I focus, I can now observe greater details in the folds of my soul realm, and most importantly, the processing power to alter souls at a fine level. It's been something that I wanted, something I figured might solve what I have been facing with Jura. After a string of successes with smaller rats and animals, I tried moving on to bigger things and realized I just couldn't. I had resolution issues, because I couldn't create a canvas big and detailed enough. That meant I would work halfway and realized I couldn't copy more, even with a live version as a reference. It was like working with a forced 600x 480 resolution when I needed 10 times that. This Grand Mind Tree is kind of like a massive RAM and solid-state hard disk. Jura, Soul Forge now. With the Grand Mind, I now have what I needed to create a functional copy of the hand. He looked puzzled, but he's not one to challenge me that much. So he agreed. I had Lausanne and Laufen gather all sorts of materials, animals, and place them around my main tree. With all 3 Soul Forge, red, blue, and black, I draw the mana from all over my network of trees, and they appear as 3 separate balls of energy, 1 blue, 1 red, and 1 black. This distinction is also made possible by the improved mana manipulation ability from the Grand Mind Tree, and from the Soul Realm I took a bunch of the Soul Fragments and started to form the shape of a hand. Jura is now asleep inside, the vines pumped nutrients and mana. And 3 viney feelers, ethereal, both physical and spiritual, reach into his body and pulls his soul out, just partly. It revealed an elf-shaped soul but with one hand gone, a gap. It's rounded now like a soul version of a stump. 2 more feelers appear and touch the other, still present hand. The Grand Mind Tree glowed, and in sync, another feeler started to work on the floating hand, formed from the broken soul fragments of the dead. With the mental processing and storage power of the Grand Mind Tree, the necessary mental capacity to copy all the details of his existing hand, and we started to work. Ivy and Trevor acts as my assistants. They helped maintain some of the mana flow and regulated the Soul Forge. Cocooned in mana, it took a good 4 hours, and the floating hand now resembled the other, with the necessary corrections. Previously, I could only do 3 hours. It had all the vessels, muscle strands, and bone shapes, a perfectly flipped copy of the other hand. Then multiple ethereal feelers appeared, and it cut into the stump on Jura's soul. It's a slow process, slowly, using the fragments of souls to create all the components and joining the existing soul to this new hand. Bit by bit, vein by vein, bone by bone, strands of muscle joined their counterparts on Jura's soul. This took another 4 hours, and day had now turned into night. There were people looking for Jura, but Lawfin sent them off. The 3 glowing mana balls entered the new hand, and then the energies mixed and bound them together. Before I woke Jura, I checked, and double-checked. I made sure I fixed every part of the connection. Trevor and Ivy helped to check as well. Checking my own work took another 2 hours. I had to be sure. If I lose Jura to my own mistakes, I'm not sure how I can forgive myself. But after that, I felt I was okay. Jura's body is stable. Gently his soul returned back to his body, and then I used the biolab functions to check another time. 15 minutes. He's all right. Soul spring appears stable. There's a new section in there. I injected something and roused him from his slumber. Jura woke up and shouted. He felt immense pain, because what was once a stump was now something he can feel in his soul. The loss, the lack of a hand, the pain that once was, all of it returned, he shouted. Now I can apply healing magic, with more surgery, and I sent him back into sleep. I had to wake him to check his response. This time, with real physical feelers inside a biopod, I cut into the physical stump on his body and started to apply healing. And instead of healing back to a stump, it started to form a hand. I did it slowly, making sure the recovery of the hand didn't cause any cuts or gaps that would leak blood. Trevor and Ivy helped monitor his vital stats. And after another 2 hours of slow reconstruction, Jura woke up to find that he had both his arms. Jura was speechless when he saw his returned hand. He touched it and he felt it, and he just stared at his new hand for a good 15 minutes, just moving his fingers, his wrist, his muscles. I decided to just let him have his moment. He sat and he cried for a while. Tree, you fixed my hand. Only gods and their miracles can do such things. Maybe heroes too. Great, I took so long to do something a hero probably could do in his sleep. I didn't know I could too, so, be gentle with your new hand. I wasn't sure whether everything's fine yet, even though all the stats from Biolab are positive. Yeah, he stretched it. It still feels kind of strange to be having my own hand and not Bamboo's wood hand. I'll be careful. When he stepped out of the biopod room, everyone gasped. Jura smiled. Hey, Tree made a hand. So that tree makes you smarter, Alexis asked. Is it like your brain, but bigger? No, it's just a special tree type I have, increases research and improves my mental resistances. For something that takes up so much resources and almost 2 years to grow, I expected it to be more impressive, like warp space-time or something. I believe there are abilities that I have yet to discover, but I guess you needed it to fix Jura's hand. That's pretty good. Alexis mused and looked at the magical labs. Too bad you can't fix this magical interference. Could it create like a psychic bubble to push back the Demon King's interference? You know, like Professor X's. Why, how'd that link? Well, you can fix this newsless world for a change. I'm a bit torn. Should I care about the outside world? I like just caring about growing more trees, spreading trees from place to place. I like just looking after what's mine, my forests and my valley, the trees that I have. Wait, was that me? But then the world's never going to just let me be. A part of me echoes the words of Jua that I have great power and I should use it to fight the demons. The lives that could have been saved if I did something. Yet that earlier part of me resists that notion. I wonder whether this is the tree part of me that just wants to mind my own business and focus on just growing trees, helping trees. Trees are my friends, my family, and they are mine, in a way these elves and humans can never be. Maybe a part of me feels that these trees are me. I sometimes think about where all these come from, a yearning for self-preservation. A collective instinct for self-preservation drawn from the thoughts of all the trees. Is this world and all these artificial minds and grand mind tree unknowingly influencing my thought processes? Is it deliberate, or is there something like how the gods can subtly guide one's thoughts in a particular direction without one knowing? Again, why do my mind wander like that? I was having a discussion on the demons, was I not? Tree, you, okay? Alexis seemed puzzled. You just stopped talking. Have a lot on my mind. Because you actually have a mind now. Alexis pointed to the mind tree. She laughed. I was wondering where you did your thinking like. Is there a brain in your tree? Or are you like jellyfish and the roots in the ground function like some neural network? Well, I'm beginning to suspect it is some kind of neural network. Or is it overstimulation from all the data coming in from all those other trees? Never mind. I often make jokes that only I find funny. Alexis shrugged. Yes, back to subject. Demons. There's a big fight with the demon ogres. The tax force of 1,500 high-leveled adventurers and fighters was super impressive, and it managed to crush the force at the demon city. The battle lasted for about half a day, and they were successful. Of course, I had some trees nearby to watch the action. The demon ogres are just giant versions of their own demonoid soldiers, nothing much to be afraid of, and their combat ability is less than a captain. The Kingdom of Tact exaggerated the threat, but I suppose that helps to ensure a smooth defeat of the demons. The adventurers and generals did have to work a bit harder against the few demon generals, but they still vastly outleveled most of the demons. And as a bystander, I witnessed many high-level skills used by some of the higher-leveled adventurers. Yet even the best of them are just about level 80 to 90. I suppose it's a bit of a letdown on both the adventurer and demon fronts, but hey, guess the variants the demon rods make aren't that overpowered, unless the source itself is powerful. Or maybe there are more powerful variants. Maybe the demons capture a dragon cave or cemetery and start to spawn dragon demons. That would be a hell of a sight. Year 82, Month 10. After the demon base over the ruined city was destroyed, the captured souls were gradually released. The city, a field of death of many, had many wandering souls, spirits, and the rod caught onto them and leached off their energies. I could tell because now that my trees are nearer to this location, some of these lost souls entered my soul realm, and their condition looked pretty bad. It seemed the demonic interference also meddled with the navigational abilities of souls. Would it be like warp immaterium? Now corrupted by the presence of the demon king. Ah well, Class Seeds Knight X6 received. Class Seeds Paladin X2 received. Class Seeds Ranger X4 received. Class Seeds Mage X4 received. Skill Seeds various classes. The souls, as they returned to the soul realm, gave me various class and skill seeds. Many of those perished in combat, many more in the chaos after the demonic army breached the walls. These are the fragments. As they die, the things that held their souls spring together starts to break apart, so I might as well pick it up. After all, once they enter the soul realm, only the inner soul is needed for reincarnation. Horrible thing for these souls that even in death they have to serve the demons for a while. Different demons, or are we talking about the same demons? I asked Alexis. If these demons are extraplanar in nature, isn't the term aliens more appropriate? Yeah, but I mean the native demons of the world are more of jinns or like dark fairies who make unfair deals. Any resemblances on the physical appearance is coincidental because what powers them underneath it all is very different. These demons are invaders, that's because you've seen it. To the most of the mortals fiddling with demons, I'm not sure if they know. But heh, too bad there aren't any demon hunter classes. There are, I guess you're just unlucky. But then paladins can gain skills that boost damage against demons. But if they are aliens, why do they benefit from the same boosts? The skill system clearly acknowledges that they are demons. Even my own skills consider them demons. Or is this some kind of godly classification? I wonder whether I can just plant these class and skill seeds and let them grow so that I have more such seeds. Each of these class seeds gives one level in that class to the person that consumes the fruit made from these seeds, but second helpings do nothing. Skill seeds, on the other hand, there are specific types and generic types. Specific types will grant a skill in the type if the person has a compatible class. Generic ones will grant a skill from that class's pool of skills. In a way, generic ones are stronger, since it's theoretically possible to give someone one class seed and multiple generic skill seeds to let him have multiple skills. They are seeds, right? You can compress 10 class seeds or 10 skill seeds of the same type into a class tree or skill tree. These class or skill trees produce 1-3 seeds every year. Oh. It's theoretically possible to create an orchard of these class trees and skill trees. I mean, if I have a 100 paladin seeds, I can create a 100 paladins, right? Level 1 for sure, but still, a 100 paladins. What if I have crazy powerful classes like kings or heroes or emperors? What happens if I give a 100 people all king classes? Do they fight each other for a chance to be king? What if I have a 100 knight seeds and have them fight each other to level up? That's possible, right? A survival of the fittest gauntlet to produce a strong fighter. Sounds like something out of those mobages where one fuses units together to level up. Why can't I just fuse those class seeds together? Wouldn't fusing class seeds create hybrid classes? Or this world's classes don't work like that. Class fusion and creation requires a compatible class or creature type, and the Divine Gift Taskmaster, or the Divine Gift Evolutionist. What? It's possible, and divine gifts. What is that? So, are you doing anything with those class seeds? Well, I'm sitting on a lot of class seeds, skill seeds, and experience seeds. I think I have enough experience seeds for about 20 levels now. Too bad only class and skill seeds can be multiplied, else imagine a fruit that gives levels. That's really overpowered, isn't it? But skill seeds are pretty good too, since they give new skills. If I could create a skill seed tree that produces a strong skill every year, I could have a team of very highly skilled fighters. Nothing. For the experience seeds, I'd like to use it on Lausanne or Jura or Laufen, but Lausanne continued to gain levels from all the demon fights she participated in, so there's really no need to use it now. The rest of the Valthorn initiates too are on the lower side of the levels, so they are still able to gain levels. Commander, a part of me feels happy every time I get called that. Really felt like the days when I am playing RTSs as a kid, only, well, I am fully immersed in it. Strategy has been really busy with all the demonic movements. He deployed another 3,000 beetles and subsidiary trees to go with it to hunt for more rods. He wants to get his first rod. He's thirsty. Glory to the country. We will expand our reach. He even has a catchphrase, like what usually happens when a player selected a unit in an RTS. Did he just invent a new name for the state? Country of Frika. Does that make me the Primojnitri? Count Tree Ian. Anyway, focus. Stop getting distracted. Grand Mind Tree, if you can, help me stay on track. Demon rods, well, the issue really is intercepting the rods before they are fully deployed. Maybe someday I can get the necessary powers to make my own rods, rather than robbing the demons for their rods. Operation Rob the Rod status update. We are pursuing a small demonic base that's just been spotted. The beetles will attack the rod as soon as we spot it to disrupt its channeling. Well, the attack failed to secure the rod. The demons were able to protect the base until it was fully channeled, and because it was located in an open space, there was nothing slowing down the channel. The demon rod's channel time is correlated with the ambient magic energy in the area, so using the rod in irregular planes doesn't take very long. Next target. Please bestow your punishment on me for my failure, Commander. Strategy wasn't happy. Do a post-mortem and tell me what you think can improve your chances for success. Maybe you should flip it around. Look for magical places and lure the demon rods to them. Alexis suggested. Genius. I mean, why didn't I think of it? All these mines and I can't get a good idea. News from the southern states of the continent. A demonic walker has been spotted swimming across the ocean. The southern naval states are forming an armada to intercept the walker before it hits land. This means the southern continent is done for. Jura looked at the parchment. Else, why would the walker make the journey across the ocean? Intercepting the walker before it hits land is a good idea. The regular demonoids are unable to fight on water. Could the demonoids be? I don't know. Walking beneath the oceans. Like that pirate movie where the undead marched underwater, Alexis asked. I mean, they aren't exactly living things, right? So they may be able to function in water just as well as on land. That's a good point, Alexis. So I asked Jura and the leadership team. There have been documented records that some generations of demons were able to function underwater or fly, but walking underwater is not something that has been observed. Mattias explained. He rummaged through a few massive tomes. But Ian is right, nothing rules out that possibility that the demons could simply walk underwater. So, perhaps it is a trap. I mean, what would the naval forces be able to do? Shoot cannons and fire spells at the walker until it somehow sinks. But if it doesn't breathe, that doesn't change a thing, does it? Jura thought out loud. Whatever the outcome, I feel it doesn't change that we're going to have more demons from the south, so we need to increase our southern sector defenses. This does mean I need to widen my net of subsidiary trees, but I've already deployed most of my subsidiary trees. I need my next level up. 15,000 trees is pathetic compared to the kind of numbers the demons can put out. I'd like to be a tree supercluster with billions, no, trillions of trees. I mean, if I could somehow become a massive forest that covered the entire continent, I could take on the Demon King myself. I mean, I could just keep throwing beetles and trees at it until I win by attrition. That's what ants do. That's what invasive plants do. Outnumber and overpower. I would like to see a world where trees ruled the entire world, where there are all kinds of trees from the North Pole to the South, maybe trees on the moon and other planets. Earth was once like that. If I'm back home, I could solve global warming by just spawning trees everywhere. I recall reading some articles while working that a few billion trees would help fix the whole carbon dioxide emissions thing. Anyway, I wanted to gather my thoughts. So much had happened, so many places to watch, a whole load of news from all over the world. I have had so many new skills and faced new foes. Since the end of the year is coming, it's time for me to do a bit of a checkup. Maybe I should do such things once a decade, or maybe once every few years, since a year's really short to me. Introspection, or I suppose introspection, is very much overdue. Wait. Didn't I assign one of the artificial souls to keep track of things for me? TREVOR, apologies master. I had minimized the task manager when the Demon King spawned. Trevor noted, pulling it out now and updating. Volcano, completed, airship, pending, research and upgrades, suspended due to Demon King, mineral hunting, suspended due to poor visibility and reduced beetle range, rune deciphering, no progress, is that all? The task list remained what was given 5 years ago. You didn't add new things to it. Trevor didn't reply, but then I think he either needs explicit instructions, or he isn't sure what needs to be included. The artificial souls have quite a bit of ability, and they are able to make judgments in their fields of expertise. But I suppose being artificial, their ability to make judgments and self-organizing doesn't apply to all fields and all kinds of tasks. Then again, even a regular folk has different parameters for tasks. Some people are better able to judge cooking ingredient sizes than others. Trevor's really good at forest management, and he can decide on the direction of growth of plants, decide when to cull and replace normal trees that have gotten sick or damaged due to animals or monsters. So perhaps this issue of judgment is a matter of unfamiliarity. Never mind. I wouldn't have been able to handle that much anyway. Where are we on the sewage issue? The newer hypercumulators trees are performing well, and we are introducing layered trees to the area. However, utilizing 1,000 subsidiary trees to contain and process sewage and high magical toxin fecal matter is honestly not the best application of the subsidiary trees. I would recommend further research into the hypercumulator trees, as the single metal magic type restriction on trees mean we have to utilize multiple trees adapted to different materials to remove all the toxins. Upgrades. The Demon King's interference meant most of the merchant networks are down, and intercontinental traffic slowed down significantly. What this then means for me is that I am unable to purchase the materials needed to upgrade my 3 artificial souls without incurring significant spending and without the usual delivery guarantee. No progress, master. Of course, rare gems are rare. Even if I could mine some of the gems, it remains that there are other materials that would be located far away. Ivy Dimitri, what else is being worked on? Anything of note? Observation of the citizens in ongoing. Nothing to report. Dimitri's turn, defense is strong. Preparations and traps for the southern demonic incursions are ready. Winter is coming. Year 82, month 11. A fairly quiet month for the valley. Maybe it's the cold. During this month, Lausanne and the Valthorns spent a lot of time fighting smaller demonic incursions. It's good for their experience, and they do need it. The second strongest girl in that Valthorns is now level 18, and that's pretty decent at the age of 9. I recall Lausanne only reached level 16 at age 9. It's partly due to a mix of starting early and being exposed to the effects of all the leveling skills. Still a long way for them. Strategy's also busy extending trees to places where the demons might want to establish a base. We want to lure them there, just as the volcano did. I do hope to mount an offense against the Snake Dungeon and retake that location, but I'm waiting for more information to come in. Not easy when the cold reduces the operating range of beetles. According to recent courier reports, another demon walker has been spotted in the south, on top of the one that's immobile. That makes 2 demon walkers on our continent, and if we add in the demon walker that's somehow swimming across the ocean like some kind of massive island turtle, that's gonna be 3 demon walkers in the southern parts of our continent. I don't recall having that many demon champion equivalents during the last Demon King. I asked Alexis. You have a point. It's likely that the Demon King delegated more powers to its walkers, rather than holding most of the power. Even the demon champions are just a wee bit stronger than the walkers. But then again, this Demon King is also harvesting energies and mana from the world itself, and it may be using that energy to create more demon walkers. If so, the Demon King may be just as insane as my time. Insane, eh? I mean, it did blow up a massive crater, did it not? A crater that still remains today, and left all that stray demolite embedded throughout, creating weird monsters. I wonder whether the demon rods work on demolite. It's a thought, right? If these demon rods work on mana sources, would it work on the Demon King's remains? I wonder what happens when your captured rods is in the Demon King's crater. Alexis retorted. Has the demons taken control of where the previous Demon King perished? From what I understood, after the defenders of the valley are cleared, the nearby nations usually attempt mine all the demolite for sale, given how valuable it is. Maybe it's cleared out by now. Apparently most Demon King's corpses have been cleared out due to how valuable demolite is as a store of mana. Maybe it's like this world's equivalent of a super lithium-ion battery. Year 82, month 12. Winter's fury mixed with demonic attacks. With winter in full swing, my beetles are forced into a retreat, even with their upgrades. It's harder for the beetles to move in such cold, but at least around my trees, the effect of heat transmission routes meant I could keep the surroundings of New Freaka relatively warm, and the beetles can still perform optimally in the warmed areas. Yet this also meant I can't attack the Snake Dungeon. The cold affects my beetles more than the demons. So we waited for this winter to pass. We fought mostly defensive battles where my roots provided warmth and worked on research. Winter also meant traffic and news from the south came, really slowly. On some days during the cold winter, the sky turns really clear, and we could see about multiple astral objects, the moons, the stars, and things that just seem to drift in space. On days like this, my star mana production is slightly, very slightly better. Midway through the cold, we detected the presence of blood magic being used again. Somewhere, somebody out there is desperate enough to use blood magic, perhaps the Demon King, triangulating, southern continent, that far. The readings of the amount of sacrifice is insane. Trevor and Alexis ran through some calculations and calculated perhaps 3,000 to 5,000 was sacrificed for a spell this large. With little else to do, we spent our time theorizing about the nature of blood magic. How does blood magic even work, really? What really is blood magic, and why is it so powerful? I mean, I can see the effects of the hex created from blood magic, even at the few locations near to me. It's just corrupted by the hex, though it is slowly decaying. Alexis's theory is that it really is a nuclear weapon. The hex is a magical version of radiation. I mean, looking at the indicator's high power fallout, it feels like it. She wondered would the origins of blood magic be similar. That it's the magical equivalent of weaponizing the soul. Perhaps the numbers make the spell stronger, by the same principles of nuclear fusion or fission, that blood magic fuses or breaks apart the components of a soul into some kind of unstable form, and in doing so releasing all these magical energy, and the unstable soul remnant form is what creates the fallout. Given how difficult it is to access the soul, I thought it's quite unlikely that the blood magic works at that level. So I thought maybe it's really the blood that's like some kind of superfuel, and blood magic binds the superfuel and concentrated it into a bomb. The hex is just the leftover, unexploded bomb. Essentially, what I thought happened during a blood ritual is, life energy or mana of the sacrificed is converted into an energy form, and that's the bomb. Kinda like when you pack a big bunch of low-quality fireworks together, and then when you blow it up, sometimes there are some of these fireworks that doesn't ignite, or old World War II bombs that for whatever reason failed to detonate. When I think about it, I realize our theories are similar, just at different levels. I just presume the blood ritual converts the energy of the living into that of a weapon. Essentially whatever that is happening at the mana pool and body into another form. I like Alexis's theory since there is an elegance to it. It's like the blood magic version of breaking the atom and has far more consequences. Like the realization that there is a kind of magic or energy that fundamentally hold the souls together. A peek into the true natural forces of the world. I suppose it can be tested. If Alexis's theory is true, I should be able to witness some kind of soul change during a blood ritual, or perhaps detect whether there are soul residue in the hex, which I so far did not. Perhaps it's a size thing. If Alexis's analogy of nuclear bombs is true, perhaps the soul fission creates even smaller particles that require specialized equipment to be detected, like soul quarks, squarks. Sometime around year 83, month 2. I'm off, Mom. Lausanne walked over and gave her mum a hug. Laufen smiled and hugged her back. Lausanne's about to turn 14 years old and she's now an active member of the regional patrols. All right, come home safely. Laufen kissed her on her forehead. Laufen smiled, her age is starting to show, lines and all. Even elves suffer from stress and age, though at a slower pace than others. Don't stay too far from Tree's trees, all right? Yup, got it. Lausanne nodded, but a part of her knew it's a lie. Very often, she and her patrol group had to stray from the trees, sometimes to help a stranded group of merchants, or just reach out to some refugees who's lost their way. But after their first incident of losing contact with Tree, they've improved their strategy. Now their squad has 3 rangers, all with a focus on tracking. One of the Valthorn girls is also a ranger, a choice that they get as they progress under Tree's tutelage. Lausanne grabbed a small pack of food, equipped a few wooden spears on her back, and then 2 wooden swords, all enchanted to be extra effective against demons. There's some basic armlets made to her size, and she walked to the meeting place. New Freak is a whole lot bigger now. A lot more crowded, at least compared to a few years ago. Tree doesn't really feel it to him, it's just a blip, but for Lausanne, the smell, the ambient noise, the chatter, sometimes she wished it was a bit quieter. Still, she knew that Tree was always watching, even if his vision is brief. She could feel it if she had his attention. It would just resonate with her special familiar. The warden, Lausanne looked at her own status menu and then the familiars. It has its own mana meter, there's a star symbol next to it. It lived in her and it slithered out like a snake, detecting its host's attention on it. Routine patrols, she whispered. The tree snake nodded and disappeared again. It has never spoken, but Lausanne believed it understood what she said. Let's see what we bump into this time. Hello, milady. 2 of the patrolmen bowed. Lausanne sighed. The captain nodded in acknowledgement. All right, everyone's here. The captain brought out a makeshift map. We're traveling a bit further today to this section. He gestured and the rangers nodded. Our scouts this morning saw some flares out in that direction, and we'd like to check it out. Council Jura has already stationed some beetles near to the location, but as you know, the beetles' range is limited. As usual, we have to investigate. If we encounter any opposition, we lure whatever we face to the designated beetle hideouts here and here. The beetles will take care of them. The captain looked around. Everyone nodded. It's a routine task, something they've been doing since the whole communication shut down. Well, looks like we're good. Remember, our role is minimize our fight. We scout and we lure, don't do anything stupid. If in doubt, check with myself or Lady Lausanne. She mentally sighed, but in New Freaka, Lausanne's has many titles. Some refer to her as the princess, some as the avatar of the tree spirit. Things she never really noticed until recently as she approached the teen years. Lausanne looked around the patrol group. There's 4 other Valthorn initiates and about 20 patrolmen, a mix of soldiers and rangers. Most of the soldiers also have movement assistance skills due to the mobility focus of the squad. A young Valthorn initiate came over and sat next to Lausanne. Lady Lausanne, what do you plan to teach us today? Lausanne rubbed her chin, her role as part tutor as well. She didn't really have a tutor plan in mind. Some sword spear forms, perhaps, if we encounter demons. Anything you'd like to see, Sarah. Can we see your warden in action? Lozan shrugged. She tried not to rely on the warden too much. All right, let's move out. A convoy of beetles helped transport them to the designated starting area. There's a bunch of beetles that functions as buses. They move at regular intervals along the 5 chain of trees. It conserves the patrol group's energy, and the beetles are plenty fast. They arrived at the nearest location about an hour later. All right, let's stop here. The captain tapped the beetle on the head twice, and the beetle obediently moved to the side, then stopped. Don't forget anything, especially your supplies. You may never know if we're cut off again. Well, nobody's going to make that mistake. Everyone had enough rations for a week, and the warden can even create healing fruits just like Tree. All right, the beetle moved away and continued its route. It's headed for the next waypoint. There was another tree in the next hill. Lozan looked around. It's hilly, and there's a whole bunch of bushes and grass. The past demon invasions left some damage to the area, but things regrow quickly. Let's move out. One of the soldiers walked next to Lozan. Milady, what do you think we're getting this time? Refugees. 9 out of 10 sightings have been refugees. No merchant's going to travel without escort in this environment, unless they were extremely desperate. They walked past animal corpses and some debris. There's also some damage on the ground from normal monsters. It's quite quiet for a sighting, one ranger said, but Lozan knew their scouts are rarely wrong about sightings. I hope it's just a dud. Sarah and the Valthorns sometimes caught up to Lozan and they would try to chat. Lady Lozan, what kind of dreams do you get? Yeah, does Ian give you more? Scary ones, Sarah asked sheepishly. They wanted to know more about what they could do better to be like her. Lozan looked at the 10-year-old girl. Sometimes. Lozan did recall the war dreams were especially gruesome. She vomited after she woke up from that one. Often do. Funny people appear in your dreams. Sometimes. It's usually someone to teach me how to fight, a streak of light in the sky. And everyone knew. They stopped their conversation and focused. Magic. They increased their pace and headed in that direction. A few more flashes of light. Somebody's using quite a bit of magic. And demons. As they approached closer and closer, they could hear it. In the faint distance, the sounds of demons. When they arrived, they saw 3 young persons, 1 boy and 2 girls about Lozan's age, humans, and around them a whole lot of destroyed demons. But the battle was not yet over. There were 5 demon knights. It seemed they've only managed to defeat the regular demons. Should we help? They looked at the 3 and they looked tired, weak, not injured though. They were on a hill, and the 3 were down below in a small valley. I'm out of mana. Myri looked at her 2 friends. Her 2 friends weren't much better. Harris shook his head. I'm almost out of mana too. How'd they find us so quickly? Becky sighed, and a floating shield appeared. We need rest. We can't even choose our level 10 perks like this. The demon knights closed in. Myri looked again. It was a tactical mistake to use her powers so quickly on the regular demon army. The demon knights wanted to drain them out. Inexperience. Harris lifted his wooden shield. He wished he had something more sturdy, but after being popped in the middle of nowhere, this was all he could make with his newfound knowledge of shields. I can't block all of them. Myri sighed. They were backed into a corner. They're too green to take on demon knights, and she hoped her friends would do better. Her fists were both charged with lightning, but she knew that it's not enough. Becky's back faced hers, and she had a magical sword in her hand, a summoned weapon. Becky's probably in the best shape. The 5 demon knights, however, didn't move. They turned, and they saw a girl about their age. She was surrounded by vines, dark greenish vines. Is that a bad guy? Harris asked, because we're dead if she is. Harris's had a skilled battle sense, and he knew the odds, and those vines moved incredibly quickly to them. They saw it almost instantly impaled the 3 demon knights, destroying them instantly. The 2 moved to engage, and a wooden snake chewed off its head. Its fangs sunk into the body of the demon knight. One left, and she threw a wooden spear. It struck the demon knight's shield, but then the girl took the chance to impale the last demon knight with another spear. It died then. Adventurers, Lozan asked. Are you all right? Myri and Becky was absolutely relieved and at the same time impressed, but they were so exhausted that they just sat and took a short shut-eye. Harris smiled at his 2 friends and then turned to face Lozan. How'd you beat the 5 demon knights so easily? Lozan shrugged. One of Warden's unique abilities is the ability to use variants or lesser versions of Tree's skills. That meant she could use anti-demon strikes and a smaller anti-demon aura. With those 2 skills, taking down a few demons knights isn't exactly difficult. Apologies for my 2 friends, mages. We've been fighting and running for the past 8 hours. They're so tired their mana isn't even regenerating anymore. The captain nodded. Well, it's not a safe place here. They can rest elsewhere. Where are you 3 headed? We don't know. Harris rubbed his head. We're still trying to get directions. Can we go to wherever you are? The captain looked at Lozan. Milady, your decision. Lozan looked at the 3, all of them about the same age as her. Maybe younger. Very well, let's take them back to New Freaka. They made the journey back to the tree line, and the convoy of beetles was their ride home. So what happened back there? The captain asked. Harris seemed to be the leader of the 3. The 2 mages napped on the beetles' seats. Harris looked a whole lot better after some food and water. Fighting for so long was exhausting and they looked visibly green at it. I don't know where to start, honestly. Well, whatever you're comfortable talking about. The captain smiled. The beetle ride was 1 hour after all. Let's just say we got lost and somehow we found ourselves being chased by demons. We fought where we could, but the three of us are just level 1. I mean, I think I'm level 14 now, but before that rest I was still just level 5. You had a lot of skills for a level 5 person. The captain smiled. It's a bloodline thing. The gifted children. Milady Lausanne's here, also one of those gifted children. The captain grinned and Lausanne just glared. Well, that vine strike thing was impressive and I felt like they froze in place. So where we heading, and what are these? Giant beetles, new freaka and transportation. The captain laughed. Impressive, right? Most refugees are extremely excited when they see one of these. Merchants less so. Some of them say the giant elephants or the sand beasts are more impressive as transports. But whatever, we have giant beetles. Harris nodded. Indeed, it's my first time seeing such obedient beetles. Do you control them? The captain shook his head. Nah, Ian does. Ian, Harris asked. Our city's guardian spirit. Nice. Harris nodded and he looked at Lausanne. Lausanne talking to the younger Valthorns, who are extremely impressed by her display of the warden's abilities. Soon they arrived at New Freaka and passed by the 5 layers of walls that now encircle the entire city. This is impressive. Harris looked, the 2 girls still asleep. They've really drained their energies for the battle. Harris being the physical combatant, less so. The captain nodded. Indeed. Even during the last Demon Walker's attack, they only got as far as the 4th wall before Ian destroyed it. I know because I was on the walls. He pointed to one part of the wall. I was there. One of the soldiers tapped the captain on the shoulder. All right, captain, don't have to talk about the same story to every single refugee. I can't help it. We were there too, but we were right in the trenches with the other beetles. Harris looked at the captain and the soldiers. So, is every city in the world like this? Everyone instantly shook their head. The captain even sniggered as if they said something ridiculous. All this is possible because we have a guardian spirit. Without it, this valley would be uninhabited. Many of us are refugees from other cities that were attacked by demons. Harris soaked in this knowledge. He looked at Lausanne again, who's not really talking. She seemed more interested in something else. But Harris wanted to talk to her at least, to learn about her powers. So, do you guys have any money? The captain asked. If you do, I'd recommend the Oakwood. It's the fanciest inn we have in New Freaka. Otherwise, you can head to Inn Street. There's a few good ones like Ruma's and the Paul House. Harris tapped at his menu. He smiled. He did have some cash. Yeah, is there an, Adventurers Guild? Yup, right next to the council offices. Oh yay, one more thing, we're from the Valtrian Order. We're sort of an independent arm of the city, but New Freaka has its own militia and guards, so don't mix us up. You can identify us by our armband. Harris nodded. He looked at his 2 sleeping friends. He tapped both of them. Hey, it's time to wake up. The beetles stopped right outside the city gates. There was a tree woman waiting. Hey, Lady Mika, what brings you here? The captain asked. Your guests, they're with me. Mila flashed a wide, hospitable smile. It's something practiced over the years. The captain tapped Harris on his shoulders. You're in luck. The Oakwood boss is already here. Lausanne hopped off the beetle with the rest of the Valthorns and headed back to the Order's HQ. As for Mila, she looked at the 3 visibly human heroes. Hello. She extended her wooden hand. Come, all of you must be hungry, poor, and extremely confused, and probably a whole load of questions. Harris looked at her and noticed she looked like a very high-quality wooden carving of a young girl. What, don't trust me? Harris nodded. There's probably no one you can trust if you can't trust me, especially if you are heroes. Mila whispered to Harris's ear, and his eyes immediately opened wide. There are ears everywhere, best to come with me. Those words made Harris nod, and they followed her to a large, opulent wooden lodge that looked like a hybrid between a tree and a hotel. 2 tree folks, they waited at the lobby and worked for Mila immediately passed them their keys, and there was proper food waiting for them in a quiet, private dining room. Harris, Becky, and Myri sat, and it was food from home, a burger, sit, eat, leave us. Mila motioned to the attendants and the doors were closed. She snapped a finger, activated a few skills. High security room, private quarters. All right, here, there's just the 3 of you and me. My name is Mika, speak freely. You 3 are the reincarnated, summoned heroes. Harris stared at Mila. Becky ate a bite of the burger and nodded. Yes, we are, how'd you know? I received the notification that heroes have arrived, and then I saw the 3 of you traveling on Ian's beetles, and your clothes. So, let's talk. Year 83, month 1. At the end of the first month, the heroes, long awaited, finally arrived. I had a brief vision, like I always did. 12 streaks of light split into 4 groups of 3 and then each landed at a different part of the world. This is important because that meant the heroes are in smaller groups of 3 and are scattered. A vague reddish hand appeared in that same vision. It tried to swipe at the streaks of light, but another hand stopped it. That was when I woke from the vision. 12 reincarnators have arrived. I wonder where they are. Alexis wondered. I hope they don't make the same mistakes we did. She got the same ping as I did. And Tree, why do you get the notification? I have no idea. I do see a vision. Is she wondering why I know about the heroes? Well, I suspect it's because I came from their world too. Maybe Tree's like some kind of super entity, that's why the gods send the ping to him too. Mila came to the rescue, she got the notice as well, that's why she came over. Her hotel inn can run itself quite well, she hired quite a few tree folk to work for her. I wonder how many will survive this time. The world's in a shittier state than it was. Tree, I have a request, Mila said. I know you didn't have a good impression of us heroes, so let me deal with the next generation of heroes. If they ever swing our way, I assure you that I won't bring you any harm. The heroes need to be educated in the ways of the world, and both myself and Alexis have seen more of the world, without the distorted lenses as a hero. We should be the best place to advise the next generation, so they do not walk the mistakes we did. Mila sounded like she's begging. Fine, but keep me updated. Sure, you know where they are. No, but I will tell you if I do. Other than the return of the reincarnators, another month of mostly defensive battles. Quiet. The southern parts where it is warm are battling demons daily. Up where we are, where the winter is relatively mild, we focused efforts on research and making more anti-demon weapons. I am also gradually extending my trees to where the legless walker is. But I am taking it slow, as the terrain is unfamiliar, and there's demons walking all over the place, so I have to clear out the area before expanding. Year 83, month 2. There with me, Mila said, a week or so after that announcement. Honestly, it felt like just yesterday that I had that conversation with Mila. 3 heroes, reincarnators. They arrived somewhere near our borders. They've just been summoned and are still getting used to their new powers. One of your patrols picked them up. Oh, at this point I remember my Titan souls, and I think, well, since they are so vulnerable, they could die around me easily, isn't it? Divine moratorium on hero killing. Enforce until Demon King's death. Those who murder a hero before the Demon King's death will receive a divine curse and be marked as a hero killer, inviting the wrath of other heroes. The fuck? Looks like the gods already thought about it. So what did you talk to them about? I gave them an overview of the world, what they are facing, and what the previous heroes did without telling them I was a hero. I think they bought it. They are just 13-year-olds after all, unlike me or Alexis. Thinking about it, if they arrived at age 13 and it's been close to 13 to 14 years, does that make them pretty much 26-year-olds? Well, that's good. Hope they don't put new Freaka in danger again. Do you feel old talking to them since you are there? Senior, honestly, yes, I feel a bit afraid. Of course, we can't be older than you, Tree. You must be centuries old now or millennia. I'm not answering that. Mila continued anyway, but yeah. They're still in a state of panic, and they are just relieved that we are here to give them some cover. The 2 girls are just sleeping in for days and just exploring new Freaka's markets and shops. It's not a holiday, though. Alexis popped in. They need to start leveling soon. The Demon King won't wait for them, and Tree, you need to make preparations. The Demon King can sense us, and they will send men after the 3 heroes. I know, Alexis, but I think taking care of their mental state is important too. We made that mistake of rushing from battle to battle, and that made us fight each other, remember? Alexis sulked. They need experience, and they need it soon. We do not need to nanny them. They need to level up and gain full access to their star mana and heroic tier skills as soon as possible, and find some items of the right tier. Oh yeah, items, Tree. Can I get some of your anti-demon weapons, the one that Lausanne has, and a wooden anti-demon shield too? Only the normal ones, and they'll need to buy it like anyone else. There are the regular series wooden weapons that are distributed to the patrol force, so I think that's fine. I'll pay for it then. Well, today I'm taking you to some of the bars and restaurants and have some local food. You may be on a mission, but if you feel overwhelmed, don't hesitate to demand a break. You only live once, even in a magical world like this. Revival magic only works if one of you is a hero-grade specialist healer, and it must be used within the same day. So if you feel your team is moving too fast, say it. Honesty matters. How do you know all this, Mistress Mika? Mayuri seemed impressed. I worked with the heroes. The last generation of heroes, at least. All of them died in their final battle, but they told me to help where I can. Mila pulled off the act swimmingly. It's part of her skill as the proprietress of the hotel. She's got superb acting skills. In many ways, working as an hotelier really made her more mature. It's something I don't realize, of course, because to me the months just flipped by so quickly, but Mila's hotel has been open for the past 4 years, since year 79, so she's had a lot of experience dealing with people and customers. I suppose it's strange for them to change when I'm the one still being the same. 4 years is long for them, but not for me. They stopped at a restaurant with an alfresco frontage. Mila's restaurants was one of the first to feature al fresco dining, but soon many other restaurants caught on. The waiter bowed and quickly let Mila and the 3 humans in. Right this way, Lady Mika. Mila, as the owner of the best hotel in town, is pretty much a local tycoon, a respected member of the hospitality industry. She's apparently even the chairwoman of the local innkeepers guild. Things I forget, of course, since I'm focused on my own things. Maybe if Alexis wasn't so rebellious, maybe. Ah, never mind. They sat and had a cup of local tea with milk and some snacks. So I've arranged for some anti-demon weapons that should be your starting equipment. You will outgrow them quite quickly with experience multipliers from your blessings. Harris sighed. Honestly, I'm a bit, how do I say this? Intimidated by what we went through. Why can't people like Lausanne fight the Demon King? We saw her crush the Demon Knights like nothing. Mila shook her head. Lausanne's impressive, but she doesn't have the special gifts. Heroes are needed because of the cheat skills. It's also important that you think about the cheat skills that you have and figure out how to maximize it. The last Demon King was a giant castle that had a few forms, lastly an exploding demon crystal. We're here, and you're talking about something like that. I don't see how we can face something like that. Mila smiled and sipped her tea. Baby steps. You must first be able to take on demon knights like Lausanne. Can she accompany us? I mean, I'd feel much safer if she's with us, Becky said. Even if she does, she can only stay with you for a short while. With the blessings, you will gain levels very, very quickly. When the last generation fought the Demon King, all of them were at least level 100. Lady Lausanne, if I'm not mistaken, is only around level 40 to 50. We're level 10 or so. We need a babysitter, Harris said, and he ate a cookie. Mila asked for some local potato slices with olives. Mila nodded. I can have a skill that can give you a bodyguard, but I feel that will hobble your growth. You must realize that leveling and experience is scaled to difficulty. Can't we have some practice first? Mayuri asked. I mean, if you see those RPG games, we usually have tutorial or practice stages so that we get a good hang of how things work. I mean, Mila sipped her tea and thought for a moment. At this point, I had a hunch Mila's going to ask me for something, and she did. She telepathically pinged me. Tree, can we borrow the Order's training rooms? I'll have the captains and Ivan spar with them. Mattias too, if he is willing. When are they leaving New Frika? When they are ready. The faster we can get them up to speed, the faster they will leave. Mila insisted, and well, she has a good point. Fine, only the one in the Order quarters. Mila then turned to the three heroes. Well, I've arranged for the three of you to use the Valtrian Order's training rooms. That will be a suitable practice session for you to know your limits. Unfortunately, you can only use them for a few days, and after that, it's out to the field as an adventurer or join the patrols. So short. The three looked reluctant, but soon accepted that it was better than nothing, and then they walked back to the hotel. So do you want to watch some practice today? Oh, can we? Magic or sword fighting? Magic, the two girls said together. Mila brought them to one of New Frika's magic academies. The council runs one academy as part of the Mages Guild, and the Order runs another one, led by Mattias. There's also a third independent academy, but it's mainly for merchants, smiths, and others, as it's more of a craft-focused magic academy. They watched some children practice some basic magic. Both of them, though, instantly learned a spell. Oh, that's easy. Mila shrugged. That's your advantage. You won't learn much from the children if it comes to you so easily. Mila led them to the back area of the guild, and there's multiple sparring areas for mage adventurers to practice. Go, participate. You might gain some levels, and they did. How many levels can we gain like this? I don't know, depends on the system. I was wondering, why doesn't the gods just give us all our levels from the start? Then we don't have to struggle like this. Harris watched and asked Mila. I don't know that too, you can ask them the next time you see them. I guess it's some restriction on the gods that anyone new starts from level 1. The heroes practiced a few times. The two girls were visibly outclassed, even with their overpowered abilities, but with each battle they improved very quickly. According to Alexis, it's a gift. Heroes, when they start out, have a special blessing on top of their overpowered ability. I don't recall seeing these blessings in their soul spring, but then again, maybe I'm not able to see divine items. Blessings do a whole lot of things, like improve their rate of experience gain, the ability to choose the direction of the skill growth, meaning heroes can actually select what kind of skills they want to learn, a natural affinity to combat enhanced recovery rates, and there's usually a few gates which unlock star mana at different amounts. At level 100, that's when their entire mana pool is converted into star mana, which means they have way more star mana than I have. Easily 10 to 50 times more. Mila then brought the three heroes to one of the Order's militia practice yards, and where the soldiers practice. Similarly, they also had a few spars. Why are you bringing them to all these places? I mentally asked Mila. Yeah, they can gain levels from practice, and it's a safe way to gain these early levels. I'll ask Jura for permission to include them in a few patrol missions so they can fight some demons. I'll send my bodyguard with them just to be safe. Well, more spars. Mila then led them back to the hotel to rest, and the next day they were at the training rooms. We're fighting Lausanne. The three looked surprised. Yeah, I asked whether she's willing to spar, and she said sure. Does she know? Nope. It's my first time watching Lausanne in action too. Mila smiled. I don't think we can take her alone, unless she's fighting handicapped. Becky said, and Lausanne obviously heard it. I won't be using my familiar, don't worry, and we're just using wooden swords. But you whooped the demons with those wooden swords. Harris seemed visibly panicked. Mila clapped. Oh, come on, just fight. If you can't face Lausanne, you'll have trouble facing demon walkers and the demon generals. Mila's pep talk worked and they started to spar. Indeed, they've seemed to have gain levels from yesterday's spar, and their performance was much better than before. But the heroes aren't good at sparring in the sense that they can't seem to control their powers. It's 100 on all the time, so Myri accidentally loosed a lightning blast and it hit the training room walls. Thankfully, no damage. The training room is exceptionally sturdy. Still, as one who watched their fights yesterday and today, their progress is unnatural. It's like there's a genius that guided their growth. They instinctively knew what to do to improve. For now, Lausanne's still better, but I would think within a month they would be able to stand toe-to-toe with her, without her familiar powers. All of them took turns to spar over the course of the next week, and for Lausanne, whose usual sparring partners are Ivan and Jura, this was a welcome change. In fact, Lausanne had her first loss on their last day. Their exceptional growth was very humbling for Lausanne, even if it was just a sparring match without Lausanne's full skill set. After the week was over and their time was up, Lausanne came back to me. Tree, who are those people? They make me feel like I'm stupid. Why, I mean. It took so many years of practice to get to this point, but they just got from newbies to be able to do that in a week. Well, it's all relative, isn't it? To the other Valthorns, Lausanne's an exceptional fighter. But as with all things, there's always a higher mountain out there. They're the gifted ones, blessed by the gods themselves. Don't hold on to your defeat too hard. Are they heroes? I think so. I know the truth, but I'm not sure whether I should tell her. Lausanne paused. She's in my secret hideout, her home. She sat in bed and looked at the wooden spear next to her bed. Is this what heroes need to be able to do? I suddenly feel like I'm not good enough. She's 14 and feeling demotivated and discouraged. Should I inject her with some psychedelic dreams? Is this puberty or teen angst? Should I give her a pep talk or should I ask Laufen to do it? Maybe I should ask her mom to talk to her first. And indeed, Laufen came into her room and sat next to her bed. Hi, darling. Laufen smiled and patted her leg. I heard you lost. Losing's fine, but it's just that, I don't know. Facing genius. Laufen moved herself a little closer. Every now and then the gods create people who are so exceptionally good that they blow the rest of us out of the water. There are those born with a unique ability or unique skill since birth. These are champions. I want to be a hero, Mom. I just feel like, suddenly, that dream feels very, very far away. It's okay. Laufen gave her daughter a hug. I felt a bit guilty spying, but then again, I do want to check on Lausanne's mental state. It's a privilege that you could even attempt to dream such a dream. I wouldn't have dreamed of what we have today, my dear. Mom, that's not helping. Lausanne still sulked. Laufen just hugged. Think of it as a challenge then. No great things are achieved without great obstacles. But then why the heroes get such great powers? They have the burden of defeating the Demon King. Would you want that burden? Lausanne sulked. Year 83, month 3. The heroes, annoyingly, made Mila's Oakwood Hotel their base of operations. At least they are now participating in the Order's patrols, and are helping to defeat demons that they encounter, and within a month they have gained about 30 levels, so they are now about level 35 to 40 and seem to have unlocked their first quarter of star mana. This means they can now stand toe-to-toe with multiple demon knights, just like Lausanne. What seemed crazy to them a month ago is now something they can do. First 50 levels are easy, Alexis explained. We got it within a month too. It's the grind up to level 100 that took a whole lot longer, and past level 80, we only seem to gain levels when we fought champion-level monsters. Can they? I would recommend level 50 before trying the Walker. At least they get their second quarter of the star mana. It's mostly a conversation between Alexis and Mila, both of whom have differing views of what's the optimal strategy for heroes. At the rate they are going, they will encounter demons and level up along the way, and all of them has summoned units. I think the gods gave them all a mini-army-like ability. I didn't watch their battles, especially those that happened with the patrols, so this really piqued my attention. Explain. Yeah, Harris has a defense aura and can summon living armors with massive shields. Myri has lightning elementals and thunderstorm rods. Becky has and squadron of magical knights. This means something. Did the gods intentionally delay the summoning of the heroes so that they know what they are facing? And then they tailor the gifts to the heroes based on what they see the demons are doing. What if the demons know this too? I didn't see how the previous hero's abilities were tailored to the Demon King at all. Or it's just a coincidence that this roster of abilities lean towards the heroes being a one-man army. In any case, after a week or more of fighting, the three heroes eventually decided to make a move for the next town. As advised by Mila, they are going to head south, towards the stationary Walker. The heroes took one of the beetles to head south. A magical ball appeared in front of them. Hi guys, everyone alive, a voice came out of the ball. The three heroes jumped but then nodded. Astra, is that you? Yeah, it's me, all right. Sorry it took so long. I had to reach my level 30 perk to unlock the hero chat communication ability. Everyone here, yup. It seemed that they could see each other's faces in the magical ball, but my spirit vision is able to only see the presence of a pure white magical orb and not what's on it. Kinda like an overexposed camera facing a television. It's all white to me, but at least I could still hear the message. Good, how's everyone? I'll start. We had a rough first month. We got ambushed by multiple demon groups, but luckily a group of knights helped us out. We're based in one of the kingdoms in the far south. Harris asked, isn't the south in very bad shape? Not gonna lie, it totally is, it is. The southern continent's entire northern half was, and still is, lost to the demons, and the far southern kingdoms, thankfully, through luck and some good strategies, managed to keep the demons away, however barely. The kings are super relieved to see us. We're trying to gain levels as fast as we can, and thankfully we met some locals who are very willing to help us. This Astra person explained. Your story sounds similar. We got saved by the locals too. Another voice, totally not what I expected. If I see the gods again, I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind for dropping us in the middle of nowhere. Harrison Myrie nodded. Yeah, we also got saved by the locals. We're in the east and we're quite lucky. We didn't see many demons and we fought whatever we could. We're now based in one of the towns. There are some helpful locals as well. Ah shit. This skill drains my star mana faster than Pokemon Go does. My star mana is running out. Alright, we'll catch up again once my star mana recovers. Sorry, Astra complained. It's fine. Good to know everyone's alive, someone said. Yeah, and the magical orb vanished. And the three of them shared glances while still riding the beetle. That's like a Skype group video conference call. Who uses Skype these days? Becky looked puzzled. My dad does. Myrie shrugged. For work. For me, this meant the hero's star mana is able to overcome the Demon King's magical interference. Year 83, Month 4. I am so glad they are gone. The heroes headed south, and I think they passed by some other cities. I think they will probably reach the Demon Walker in the next month, or maybe the month after, depending on which route they take. I felt like I was on edge whenever they are doing something in the city, or maybe it's that subtle presence they have, the hero's aura or whatever. I got a sense that it's a subtle aura the gods gave them, albeit bundled up in the blessing that they have. So with them gone, I focused my attention back on new Frika and those under my care. Tree, do you have any special powers you can give me? Lozan sat. She's done with another round of practice with the rest of the Valthorns. Still, even though the heroes left a mark on her mind. She's too young the last time the heroes came, but this time she's old enough to even spar with them. You already have some, no. Well, the possession of the devoted is a special skill, no. It gives her that weird whip-like ability, and she's already got exceptional resonance to my own abilities. But what would I have to do? Let's say if the heroes survive and they start having political ideas like Alexis, what would I do? Clearly not everyone will agree with them, and the divine moratorium on their death is lifted. A super condensed version of Dream Tutor and a whole bunch of level and skill seeds. What else? Physical enhancements, soul modification. I could probably do some physical enhancements and give her a super strong dose of Dream Tutor, but skill seeds. Does she want some special class? Dark Knight, perhaps? Would that be enough to even stand up to a hero? Lozan, what's your class at this point? Main class, Elven Swordfighter. Secondary class, Villager. I'm level 31 at my main class, level 8 Villager. Total level 47. I thought you broke level 50. This segregated and accumulated class level system that humanoids have still feel a bit like a cheat, but on the flip side, creatures like myself have way higher base stats and gain more of such stats per level than humanoids. Not yet. Lozan sulked. Is that why I lost? But before I could answer, she answered herself. No, they improved so fast. Higher levels doesn't change that. It would be a matter of time unless I could improve just as fast as them. I would need to have some kind of anti-hero countermeasures. So, do you have any kind of fruit that can make me smarter, so that I can level up faster or just as fast as the heroes? How would I do that, Lozan? Maybe not make you smarter. But the process of gaining levels is essentially these experience are absorbed via the soul. Experience is in the outer soul and the blessings act as a modifier on the soul spring is the gatekeeper of levels. It would make sense, therefore, that any experience multipliers, such as the divine blessings, to exist as a layer outside the soul. So if I were to make a super leveling follower, I would have to somehow influence the soul spring. Might be possible, Lozan, but not something I can do now. If I can create the effects of training room, dream tutor, power leveling, learning aura, or even my very own hero fragments, as a part of Lozan's soul spring, then she could level up faster. But would the soul spring affect natural ability? It seems quite predeterministic if that's the case, that the fate of these young infants has been decided at the start of their lives. I feel that must not be true, because there are tales in this world of young men and women of modest upbringings and station rising into greatness. One would then argue that perhaps these young men already had the seed in them. Those who never had the seed would never do something like it. You may have to wait. They would get so much better than me already. Lozan sulked, but she sighed. But then again, they are blessed by the gods to be heroes. I'm just an ordinary girl. Still on that subject, Jura walked in. He smiled at some of the young Valthorns and motioned for them to spar with him. He's careful with his new hand, even though it's been months. He is gradually testing it out more, though, like using skills to parry with his repaired hand and test the strength of the bones, joints. Yay, Uncle Jura. I'm asking Tree whether he can help me cheat the level system, like the heroes. Would I be able to modify the familiar to create this effect if I am unable to alter the soul directly? Perhaps this is a stopgap measure. Learned familiar type, Studious Spirits. Studious Spirits loses almost all familiar abilities except Wood Shield. In exchange, the host's experience gain is doubled. Skills and levels gained since acquiring Studious Spirit are more likely to be transferred to the Grantor on death of host. Okay, that works too, but clearly Lausanne won't benefit from this since she already has one familiar spirit contract, and strangely, although one can get multiple familiars, each from a different givers, you can't get multiple from the same giver. I wonder why. Could Mila give a familiar as she's a tree like me, even if she is a hospitality-focused one? My thoughts strayed Abbott, then Jura. Lausanne started to spar again. Yvonne's playing the role of a teacher for some more Valthorns, but my 20 Minder familiar slots are full. It's a half-yearly thing where I select new students to receive the Minders, but now that I have this leveling familiar, I wonder how I should organize the Valthorns. Should the Minders be a lower tier? Lausanne ducked and went close to all out, stopping short of using her special familiar. Jura outclassed her, of course. Even Yvonne outclassed Lausanne, though the gap between them is a lot smaller. But the Studious Spirits clearly has no limitation. Is it because I allocate a portion of my mind to oversee the Minder familiars, so the 20 Minders are essentially a limitation of my ability to simultaneously track my young Valthorns? In such case, wouldn't the Minders be inferior? Curious, I had the Valthorns spar with one of the captains who possessed a regular familiar and fight entirely using the familiar's abilities. I wanted to hear from them on what they thought. Isn't it about the same? The Valthorns and captain asked. Turns out they have no insight that the Minder familiars are different. They fought and the abilities are similar, and the regular familiar is no weaker than the Minder familiar, though the Minder familiar is more in tune with the host, so its response time isn't that different. Fair, I suppose, if the Minder's task is to observe. Doesn't make sense for those being watched to know they are being watched. All right then, at least I can easily swap them for a regular familiar since they don't know any better. Are you planning to give us better familiars, like Lady Lausanne's? The Valthorns sound quite excited. I have druidic aspects, and Jura has bamboo, the artificial soul Eidolon, and now this Studious Spirit. Only the artificial soul in the possession of the devoted is a clear upgrade. The rest are just a question of what's being traded off. I have a familiar type that increases your leveling, but you lose almost all familiar abilities. Oh, I wouldn't want that. One of the Valthorns shook her head vigorously. I like eating fruits from the familiar. I'll never go hungry ever again. This young girl was one of those who suffered through a period of starvation during the refugee runs, so the concept of having a magical companion who made food is like heavenly. If you have a familiar type that focuses on producing food and water, we'd have to worry a lot less about supply chains. Jura casually just remarked. Just one or two guys focused on making food, and we'll be able to send a small squad anywhere around the region quickly. What if they die or get targeted? It's an alternative, and it is a compromise for speed and range. Hauling food using conventional holding bags is possible too, but more expensive. Doesn't help that holding bags food feels kind of stale, even if it's mostly preserved. Jura and Lausanne spar again. Lausanne's using a stick this time. She said she had to try something different. I think she even asked Mattias to give her magic lessons. Though I can give her a mage class seeds if she ever needs it, I wonder if multi-classing too much is a good idea. I recall some game designs intentionally hinders or scales multiclassing such that they become jack of all trades, and the gains of multiclassing are often less than the benefits of a focused class. I didn't feel any drawbacks from multiclassing, I think. Alexis wondered. But then I don't do player, not people versus people, so I really don't know how I stack up against another person at the same level, but with a more focused class. Demon hunting heroes are essentially a people versus environment setup. Alexis intentionally avoided the word player. Oh yes, before my diplomat and fighter class merged into warlord, I do feel weaker. A consolidated class is easily better, with benefits from both. If the multiclassing is within the same category of classes, it's usually not a problem. Mages are known to take multiple related magic types, with little to no drawback versus a focused mage. In fact, as our magic levels are gated where we need to perform certain feats to progress, taking multiple classes is how we make progress. Yes, Mattias and Magic's weird requirement for feats or accomplishments to pass a certain level barrier. I don't have that, Alexis retorted to me. I was an archmage and a pyromancer, which later merged into archfiremage. I still kept a few other classes. I sort of mentally rolled my eyes. I don't have actual eyes to roll, of course. Even my tree eyes can't physically roll. We all know heroes work differently. It's quite clear by now. Which class should I take? Tree, Lausanne asked. She wanted to add more learning into her time, so she wants the dream tutor to be something new. Yet she is unsure of what other class she should take. As it is, she's a combat, melee-focused unit. Should she get some range, or maybe she should head for the spell sword kind of route. Enchanted Blades Magical Sword Attacks, Year 83 Month 5. I hope they remember what I told them. Mila sat and enjoyed a cup of wine. Alexis sat next to her. I think they both are quite high-leveled by now. Mila's in the level 60s or so, and she's waiting to get some kind of branch hotel ability. In here, Alexis can somehow take up a form that can enjoy a wine. Well, you did what you could. Alexis sighed. If only some of us survive to fight with them. Heroes don't get summoned until all the previous ones die. Is that really a rule or just a heavenly preference? Alexis sipped on the wine. For Mila, wine tastes kind of funny because she's also a tree like me. Drinking wine doesn't give her the same effects, so her preferred drink is strangely a grape-flavored cordial made of condensed nutrient stuff. Mila shrugged at the question. Well, if they are careful, they'll be able to hide from the Demon King for a while. One of the key lessons Alexis wanted Mila to share was that the Demon King can sense their presence, and the stronger they get, the easier it is for the Demon King to find them. It's like a fire in the darkness. A stronger fire burns brighter and easier to see. Think they'll come back, honestly? Mila paused and sipped on her nutrient cordial. They will. Alexis sighed. I see us in them. We were just as desperate and lost as they were. The burden's on them so heavy that they will look for anything to help them, and if they could find a safe harbor like Tree, they will. That's why I didn't tell them anything about Tree. Mila stopped. You know, Tree won't agree to help them. They're stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and Tree's just concerned with this. Valley, but then I like only paying attention to my things and things related to my things. The Demon King is one of my top 3 threats. Other kingdoms, other monsters and demons. All of them are threats because they threaten the existence of this valley, and they are often destructive to me, the trees and the valley around me. You know he's listening, right? Mila shrugged, and she sipped on her cordial again. But then again, he's not exactly bothered by what we say about him. Look at the new Freakins. So many of them say weird stuff about Ian all the time. Nothing happened. As someone who's mostly tree, I think he's still thinking whether he should do anything. Mila finished the cordial and she walked over to the sink. I mean, I sort of can understand his slow response now that I am a tree hotel. We get assaulted with so much sensory information from all over our tree, and in his case, his network of trees, that we need a lot of time to just take it all in. But he fights battles surprisingly well for someone that lives life on a different time scale. It's probably an emergency reaction. It's like how some of us can enter into bullet time and fight things differently. Alexis frowned. That implies that if Tree fights too long, he'll need to rest like the rest of us. Why not? A tree is still a living being and energy fluctuates. But what's long to him is probably extremely long to us. Shouldn't it be the other way round, that someone who lives on a longer time scale should consume more energy to focus on a short battle? But then again, he does have a mind now. Maybe that helps. I wonder what they are on about. Mission accomplished, Supreme Leader. Strategy managed to capture a demon rod, but Supreme Leader makes me feel like some Hermit Kingdom's dictator. The luring tactic worked. We located a force of demons headed for the 3 trees of mana, and after we have confirmed the existence of the demon rod, Strategy led the fight. It was a fairly easy battle. The demons were only 5,000 strong, and the South Forest has more than that in beetles alone. Added to it, it's a defensive battle, so we crushed them easily and took a rod. Another 1 week to convert it into forest rod, and now I have a tree-creating item. Now I need to think about where to use it. With winter over and the snake dungeon now spitting out more demons, I gather the beetles from across my valley. I probably won't use the demon rod on the snake dungeon though. I don't quite fancy having snakes, and I recall the residual mana in that location is quite weak. So I would rather save it for something that is more likely able to unlock the next Soul Forge color. Still, time to crush the annoying nest of demon insects in my neighborhood, pests. The battle was relatively brief. Lausanne, Horns, and Jura, accompanied by 8,000 beetles, led the charge into the snake hole-turned-demon base. Unlike the dungeon, this demonic base didn't block my subsidiary trees, and as such, I could still use the beetles even within the dungeon. It was one of my concerns that the demon rods could possibly enhance the effects of the Demon King's magical interference, but happy to see this is not the case. Anyway, Lausanne spoke of 2 demon generals defending the demon rod after the battle. She gained a level after Jura and Lausanne defeated them. The rod itself apparently transformed into a large nest-like structure, which crumbled under the attack of giant beetles. Year 83 Month 6. While no actual news arrived on our shores, I have a sense there's been a lot of fighting. My soul realm collected a whole load of souls, and they seem to come from all directions. Even my wandering soul harvesters seem to bring back souls from far away. I've not heard of the heroes, nor do I care all that much, but I wonder whether this is linked to them. And then refugees. By the thousands, they came from north and south. Trevor and Strategy detected them as they approached the outer ring of subsidiary trees. Curious, I had my assistants zoom in and try to pick out what's the cause. There's 2 walkers. That was the gist of the chatter amongst the escaped refugees, many of whom soldiers themselves. It seemed the walkers aren't headed my way, so that's a relief. It seemed that 2 walkers had somehow managed to move into position together, the second one being from the south. It landed on some poor unsuspecting village and then started to wreak chaos. The other one came from the north, headed south. Are they planning to meet with the third immovable demon walker? What's the point of 2 walkers in the same place? Still, it's amusing and I would like to see a battle of walkers and heroes. Would you have problems with 2 walkers? I asked Alexis and Mila when we were in our level 100s. I can probably take on one single-handedly, but when I was level 90 and our heavenly forms needed channeling, that's a bit harder. But then it's hard to say. There's so many things to consider. For example, I think piercing magic works better than explosive ones with the walkers, so there may be an issue of compatibility. Sometimes Alexis gets really long-winded, and I'm quite certain it's her laboratory spirit doing the talking. I thought we handled the walker quite easily, but then again, I do have anti-demon boosts. Apparently, not all the heroes' conventional abilities include an anti-demon boost. This meant a paladin hero with anti-demon abilities far stronger than a generic archmage with no specific anti-demon ability, except their star mana, which star mana by nature are especially effective against demons. I recall all of you struggled against 3 champions and had to come to me. 10 years ago is but a short while ago, though ancient to them. That doesn't make sense. Mila looked awkwardly, and it was Alexis who responded. We were in our level 90s, and we were just coming to grasp with our star mana and heavenly form. Unlike you, somehow the gods didn't give all of us anti-demon blessings. Only paladins, healers, and some of the sword mages. Regular mages like me get supersized mana pools, high-tier spells, multi-elemental enchantments and that sort of stuff. And supersized star mana. Why wouldn't they? Again, another nonsensical idea. If the heroes are created to fight demons, why wouldn't the gods give them anti-demon blessings? Such a thing does after all exist. How would I know? Maybe they thought it wouldn't be necessary since the star mana was so damned good at killing demons. Besides, those anti-demon blessings don't work against the demon king itself that much. The tree's heart and spirit lantern. This is the heart of the tree, adorned with the fragments of 67 heroes. It gives the tree 3350 increase in experience gain, 670 extra damage against mid-tier demons, 335 extra damage against elder demons, significant demon armor negation, immunity to lesser demons, significant damage reduction against elder demons, and immunity from all lesser forms of fire. And significantly reduced damage from higher form of fires. Mila, Alexis, when your friend died, did you get a fragment or a blessing? Mila nodded. We did. All of us received a fragment. It's called Baton of the Fallen. It boosts our experience gain, blessings against lesser and mid-tier demons, some demonic resistance and other stuff like that. I lost it though. We lost it. Was it not effective? Or do they not know whether it's effective or not because they've not seen its effects? When they fought the Demon King, that fragment has always been with them, and they probably have one fragment. Maybe the effects were too minuscule for them to realize. Or is it because the Demon King is perhaps an otherworldly divine being, perhaps something of a demonic half-god? Therefore, star mana is the only true counter for the Demon King. All these stat boosts negate only an aspect of its power. Why did you ask, and how did you know there's a fragment? Alexis suddenly probed. That's not something anyone knows except for heroes. A hero told me once, but I didn't know what it did. Alexis paused, thought for a while, and I witnessed her eyes change as if something dawned on her. Tree, how did you get those? Heroic fragments, you know. The ones in your tree heart, the ones you showed us so many years ago. Did she figure it out? What should I say? I don't know, I just get them. Who? Alexis asked. Her voice seemed almost angry. Mila seemed puzzled. Alexis, what's happening? It's so painfully obvious now. I cannot believe how I have been so blind. You tree have heroic fragments. You clearly don't like heroes. Hero fragments are the shattered remains of a soul. Tree has a soul forge. Did you steal fragments from us through your soul forge? You cut into our souls and take it out of us, a bit of us, didn't you? Or a familiar. What? That time when Mila's in your biopod, you took a fragment from her, did you? And the same when I was here, or that familiar of yours. That's a thing to steal hero fragments, right? That's why you insisted on all of us taking a familiar, huh? Mila rubbed her chin. I don't think so, though. I don't feel a thing. Of course you don't feel a thing. It probably happened after we died. Timeline doesn't line up. Tree didn't have a soul forge until later, Mila retorted. Then it must be the familiars, Alexis mused. The familiars are scavengers, like vultures that wait for us to die and then pick on our soul fragments. That's not true. I don't believe it. It all makes sense now, Alexis shouted. That's why you asked Mila to offer your familiars to the 3 new heroes, which all of them accepted. You've planned this all along. Look, you're a smart girl. Think about it for a moment. It's not as if you actually lost anything. You died. Your attachment to your body and whatever fragments stopped there. It's like your corpse after it's buried in the ground. Some worms come and eat your dead body. It's just nature naturally consuming and assimilating the deceased. Do you curse the worms for eating the bodies buried in the ground? I am a soul tree. My job is to recycle the souls and spirits of the world, and reality is you, as a person who died, are part of that cycle. Oh, did I just make it worse? Oh my God, I cannot believe that I am soul contracted with someone who's been collecting our fragments. I want out. I want to break this contra, and Alexis screamed in pain as the soul contract acted on her mind. Mila sighed. Alexis's screaming slowly faded into the background. She seems calm, but she's thinking, and she asked, Tree, did you steal or take fragments from us? Through those familiars? No, I can assure you I did not steal them via familiars or any other methods. I want to keep my presence as also a reincarnator a secret. No one should know. I received them only after your death as part of my duties as a soul tree, but I did not steal or take them. Mila paused and sat on a chair. Tree. The screaming stopped as the soul contract put Alexis's mind to sleep. I don't believe you are malicious. Mila sat. Alexis might be right that the kind of magic you have, this soul magic, isn't something we can comprehend. I'll talk to Alexis. Mila sighed. I need to think about this. I guess both of us has never really come to terms about how different you are as a soul tree, Alexis and myself. There are concepts about this world that we still have not accepted. How I think, it's probably like I died and somebody took over my online identity and sold it. Sure, I didn't lose anything, but a part of me doesn't feel right, like the dead has been desecrated. There is reincarnation. You have a new body, and if you always hold on to your previous bodies, then eventually you will need to care for so many previous bodies. There's a time to move on. Give me some time. I need to check on Alexis. Alexis is in deep slumber. She'll probably wake up in a day or two. Looks like I must revisit my assessment of Alexis and Mila. Should I still keep them around? Perhaps not. How do I split without making them enemies? They are former heroes and they know a lot about me. If they want to harm me, a stationary tree, there is a lot they can do. Should I just kill them? I don't think I can keep one and kill the other, and Alexis's value to me is clearly not there anymore. I mentally sighed. I could probably banish Alexis as she's soul contracted to me, but Mila is an independent soul. Even if I destroy her present body, she can still manifest in this world as another entity, find another body. If I were to kill both of them now, Mila would find another body, and I would just make her an enemy. If I could just wipe their minds or send both of them into the reincarnation cycle on another world, that would be great. But alas, there are no clean divorces. Year 83, month 7. Alexis somehow fell back into moments of that mental breakdown constantly. It seemed that whatever she realized really possessed her, and it would trigger the soul contract almost every other day, even if she woke up. Since Alexis had entered into this state, Mila closed her Oakwood hotel to spend more time with her. Why does she keep relapsing into that screaming fit? I don't know. Something kept triggering the soul contract. Stop it, I can't, I don't know how to. This seems to be a mechanics of the soul contract, so I attempted to. Assessing soul contract, detailed menu. Master Tree, servant Alexis. Current security setting, intention to break contract and related causes are purged from memory default. Other security settings possible, notify master of rebellious intentions. Warn servant. Suppress confuse rebellious intentions with other thoughts. Personality mind wipe levels and skills will be lost. Chance of possible soul crash, do nothing. You may also change the memory purge, period, and targeting conditions. Warning, skill conflict detected. Alexis, laboratory spirit, possessed the skill discovery log. Discovery log records and collates all findings and important facts to produce hypotheses. Discovery log is in conflict with soul contracts, purging attempt. Conflict is overwhelming servant's mental memory faculties. Skill modification not available. Do you want to remove Alexis's skill, discovery log, or suppress the memory purge? A fix is possible, but let's talk to Mila. I'm not too keen on keeping Alexis anymore. Temporary solutions are just unnecessary band-aid. But before that, I took some time to look at the other items in the soul contracts menu, such as the option to undo form, and this will be useful for Ares and Ivan's future role as my servant. Next time, I should mind wipe Ivan and Ares, since as a newly dead souls their level must be level 1 anyway. Then I don't have to deal with this loyalty issue. Tree, this can't continue. Mila said, she pleaded. Obviously she didn't know I have an idea how to fix her. I can't see her like that. I know we died before and all, but Alexis like that is a fate worse than death. The moment she sees you, this happens. Alexis screamed again. The conflict of skill and soul contract is clearly causing some kind of malfunction, and her tree lab main body transformed into this haunted tree, like thing, the relapse and pain clearly affecting her presence. It is indeed unpleasant to have her like this around, and that negative energy also affects the nearby trees. Mila said, "Can I take her place?" "What? No, that's worse. If Mila's the one soul contracted and Alexis is free, Alexis will be vengeful. She's clearly shown the potential for retaliation, and I'm not giving her just cause, however flimsy. Then, what can I do to spare her from this pain? Mila, will you hold it against me if I were to banish her and return her to the reincarnation cycle? The gods of reincarnation will deal with what happens next." "You mean, kill her, but why can't you just free her? She clearly has the means and motives to harm me. She has attempted that before. I cannot in good conscience free a person who has a high possibility of hurting me and my valley sometime in the future. I will stop her." Mila said, "Tree, I offer to soul contract myself to you in exchange for Alexis's freedom, and I commit as part of the contract and without reservation to stop her from ever attempting to hurt you in this valley. Alexis will not accept that. She will, and if you free both of us, I will guide her away from you. Tree, there's really no need to kill her. The world needs us, me and her and you too. Together we can do so much to reduce the destruction caused by the Demon King. We can help the heroes and help to break this cycle. That's good for you too if the threat of demons is reduced. It feels a bit like blackmail. I'm not trying to blackmail you," Mila said. I suddenly felt like she's probably using a skill to negotiate with me. Is it her hotel manager skill? And yes, I am using a skill. It's called sense intent. Now that's not exactly fair, is it? The best outcome is all three of us to split up. You do your thing, we do ours. I will find a way to compensate you in the future for all the troubles you have gone through to protect both of us. It's probably clearer for you to kill Alexis, but please don't. The long-term benefits of retaining her as a force against demons outweighs the risk, and I will stop her. I am willing to enter into any kind of contract with you to prove that I will stop her from trying to retaliate against you. Sai, undo her research tree and seed her into a wooden body or a seed or a beetle and put it in my body. I can arrange to move my hotel out. I have a special one-off skill to move my body. Please, Tree. The world needs people like Alexis. This Demon King cycle isn't going to stop itself. I won't release the contract. Why? I won't release her soul contract because it's my only way to prevent her from ever harming me, and I will need you to be in a contract as well to agree to stop her. If you agree, then I will let you both go away and roam under the conditions of the soul contract. I have very little faith in the promises of these heroes, so I think it's best to bind both of them. I considered my options in the long run. 1. Kill both Alexis and Mila. Pros, I won't have to deal with them for a while. Cons, I have significant uncertainty about the mechanics of this reincarnation system. I am unable to conclude whether killing them actually sends them to another world, or they will somehow reincarnate and come back into this world, particularly Mila, since her god told her to stick around for 1,000 years or so. If so, I may end up having to deal with 2 former heroes in the future. 2. Free Alexis, but contract with Mila. Pros, Mila's more trustworthy, and Alexis is the one with a desire to escape. Con, Alexis clearly isn't going to let that slide, and her being free would mean she can acquire all the means necessary to retaliate. Rejected. 3. Free both of them. Pros, honestly none. Cons, Alexis is clearly suspicious of me, and this fragment thing seems to have somehow cemented her perception, even despite the restrictions of the soul contract. My act of goodwill may not be reciprocated, and the long run risks outweigh it. Rejected. 4. Free them, but hold them onto contract. The contract is my insurance. Clearly it's good at knocking them out, like what it did to Alexis, and I do realize I can make her experience a headache if I so desire. Considering the ability to trigger a mind wipe, I could trigger that at the very end of their soul contract. If you do that, when we die, we will both come back to you. Do you really? Want to see us again? Yes, that's the point. Only you can stop her, that's why you need to be in a contract. If you somehow move on and reincarnate while leaving her here in this world with me, I will kill her so that she moves on too. So, it's best that no matter what happens, the fates of you two are intertwined like married trees forever. Mila paused. That makes sense. Not the deal I would hope for, but yes, fine. I, Mila Adams, agree to be soul contracted to Tree and vow to stop Alexis from ever attempting to harm Tree and the valley. The contract sealed. I also insisted that they never speak of my fragments ever again, and I unmade Alexis's form as a soul fused into research tree. This strips her of all her levels and experience, and she's back to a glowing soul in my soul realm. Then, with Soul Forge, I fused her into a small beetle. Then a beetle moves that small sleeping beetle to Mila's hotel lodge. I chose a beetle because it's a choice between beetles and spiders. I didn't want to give her that dryad body that's mine. I recall that there is a restriction or cooldown for fusing souls into new body forms, but it seems heroes and former heroes are not subject to such restriction. Where? The north, Mila said, where it's cold. Is this the best time to do it with the demons everywhere? I know a place. We'll be fine. See you someday. I'll handle Alexis. In a flash, the pea-shooter expanded and then shot the massive seed across the skies. Then the pea-shooter decayed and withered, its purpose fulfilled. They're gone now. Is that the best way to separate? Will I regret this decision someday? Alexis's experience as research tree has been converted into experience, similar skill seeds and class seeds. You receive class seeds Magic Researcher X4, Pyromancer X2, Schemer X4. You received skill seeds Magic Researcher X11, Pyromancer X5, Schemer X10. You gained 1 level. You are now level 140. You gained a passive skill Forest of Giants. Forest of Giants causes the trees around your main body to experience significant growth, resulting in the creation of a valley of gigantic trees. Their size will be equal to your own. Produces giant timber. You have gained a new skill Giant Attendant Trees, X100. Giant Attendant Trees are supersized version of subsidiary trees, with 10 times the customizable branch space and 10 times the customizable root space. They also have a root network that is 10 times larger and also expand the communication range by 10 times. They also retain a larger of the main tree's auras and passive, but this is capped at a max of 50 of the main body's aura and passives. Wow, well, at least she gave me a farewell gift. With that over, I turn my focus on the Southern Walker. The heroes should be there soon, but it seems they took the scenic route, fighting demons after demons, helping town after town with their demon problems. That's fine, that's what heroes do, but I think something's messing with them. Still, my trees are not far behind. I have a vested interest in following them. After all, if they die and my trees are nearby, I get a Titan soul, and I can't wait to try one. Too bad I didn't get it when I unmade Alexis, but meh. I wonder if hex bombs get used too often. Will this world end up like kind of nuclear wasteland, a laugh Fallout? I mean, the hex spawns alien-ish monsters, hostile to everything. The heroes didn't look like they planned to attack just yet. Lausanne received something from me this month. I had an idea while working on the soul contract that I wanted her to have a special weapon. All heroes have special weapons. Thor has Mjolnir, Iron Man has his suit, and Captain America has his shield. So I made a wooden staff with the largest gem I have in it, and I fused an artificial soul into it. Jura has bamboo, so I thought Lausanne should get one. This is thorny. It's a level 1 living staff. If you practice with it, it will get stronger. I wasn't very creative with names. Lausanne looked at it and twirled the staff around. To me, it didn't look any different from another staff. The fusing somehow made the large gem melt into the entirety of the spear, but Lausanne could feel it. I sometimes forget they aren't used to voices other than my own. I chose a staff because it seemed to be a common equipment for druids since she took the druid class fruit recently. Compatibility with the possession of the devoted. Maybe she'll do something cool with it. I would still want to provide more training, but I think I would need more powerful dream tutors. Maybe it could be like Another World in Another World, or a VR experience via dreams, year 83, month 8. The heroes defeated the Walker, a hard-fought battle with plenty of deaths from the coalition army, but a victory nonetheless. Also, this is when I realized all the heroes have some kind of summoned army. Perhaps it's the theme this round. Maybe the gods are like the designers for Magic the Gathering, where they design block mechanics and all the heroes of that block share the same mechanics. Or are they just rolling the wheel, like how I rolled mine? A few days later, after that Walker was slain, the 2 other Walkers, one of which swam across the seas, combined like fucking Voltron, and then I detected it. Magical bombardment detected. Trevor literally shouted. Coordinating magic sensors and shield generators. The magical projectile flew overhead. It wasn't aimed at us. So 2 Walkers combined into a long-range magical artillery cannon. A stationary bombardment weapon. It's like the Big Bertha from Total Annihilations. It shot again. Can we stop it? I asked the artificial souls. We need more subsidiary trees in that direction so that we can triangulate the magical signatures and coordinate the shields to intercept accordingly. It shot again. What the hell is that flying overhead? Some civilians finally noticed as the magical projectiles flew past, like a giant comet glowing in the sky. If you ask me, it feels like the demons are now able to retaliate against the blood ritual. Then it stopped. 3 shots and the combined demonic supercannon seem to be recharging. I wonder whether it is recharging or it's just waiting for new targets. What if that thing fires at us? Jura asked, worried. We can stop it. Thankfully, the projectile isn't very fast and I can detect it coming. Despite this, I created more subsidiary trees in that direction and a few giant attendant trees. The giant attendant trees can act as a shield. After all, they share a lot of my toughness and auras. Better safe than sorry. I'll get the men to expand the underground hideouts and sewers. Jura breathed a sigh of relief, but there is an undercurrent of concern. It didn't fire for a week, and we traced the arc of the magical projectile to find that it was aimed at Gila. Half of their capital city has been vaporized by the projectiles. 2 days later, another city in Gila retaliated with one big blood ritual, and it sacrificed 1,000 souls for it. It hit, but the demonic supercannon created a massive wall out of demonic flesh that blocked most of the damage. Is this it? I can't help but feel like this is the beginning of a thermonuclear war. The threat of mutually assured destruction to maintain a fragile peace doesn't work here if one side is a race of trigger-happy demon. The heroes, as I follow them, change their targets for the demonic supercannon. They would have to backtrack since the demonic supercannon is located a distance away, to the north. For me, if two walkers can do this, why isn't the Demon King bombarding the world to death? Can it do that? Surely, with the Demon King's ability, which is supposedly one order of magnitude higher, it can shoot projectiles like that all the time. What's stopping it? A lack of imagination, a lack of bullets. Does it need to tap into some kind of magical ley line to power the supercannons beyond what they are normally able to do? Oh well. Or maybe it's some strange systemic limitations that are imposed. I sometimes feel the system's rules don't really apply all that well for those in the higher rungs of power. I wonder whether it's like my home world, where money allows one to get away with rules that those with limited resources can't. After some thinking, I felt it won't go anywhere unless I could interview the Demon King, so I stopped thinking about it. Closer to home, I focused on Lausanne, the Valthorns, and the Valtrian Order. Mila's Oakwood Hotel is gone, and that left a gap in the hospitality business. Eager to fill it, I created an artificial soul and merged it with the Tree Lodge to create a similar thing. Still, the gap is far too huge compared to Mila's level 70+ hotel. Oh, I call my new artificial soul Traveler's Treveler, and the business is called Pine Lodge. It had complaints on the first day. Who's this pathetic person running this pathetic establishment? Well, I had to intervene and quickly rehire the tree folks that Mila used to employ and pay them slightly more to make up for the gap she left behind. It'll take some time before Treveler even becomes a decent inn manager, but a business is a business. We need a chef. Lady Mika used to cook great vegetarian dishes. Well, in a roundabout way, it was Emile who volunteered to cook for the kitchen. She didn't have any chef classes, but I have chef and cook class seeds from the many dead people's souls I collected over the decades. I'll also need a barkeeper, but that's for later. Ian, a group of 15 children stand around a circle, around a tree of prayer in Jura's courtyard. An old lady leads them. She's one of the caretakers of the orphans. There has been more refugees this month. Even though the heroes have been out helping to squash the demons, there are still way too many demons crawling around the continent. The demonic supercannon really messed up a lot of defensive strategies, as armies need to split into smaller detachments to avoid total loss. Yet with the message network down, this means the separated armies need to rely on old-school means of communicating, by couriers or riders. It's a strangely effective strategy. Split up the large armies and with the communications down, pick on whichever force that's lost. Anyway, the old lady bowed. The 15 children followed. This is Ian's many bodies. He is everywhere in the valley and he watches over us. Are you ready to be the next batch of Valthorn initiates? The 15 children, aged 6 to 10, nodded. Good. You will receive a familiar from Ian. This is a test. If Ian sees you worthy for the first step, all of them get a familiar. It really wasn't a test, but nobody needs to know that. These children are young, and the intention is for them to be forged in the flames of battle. This is because I decided to expand the Valthorns significantly and expanded it to a group of 100. The Minder's use is rather limited, and yes, it is useful for me to observe the levels and skills they acquire, but I will use the Minders on people that are more sensitive and with special gifts. In short, the regular kids will become regular warriors with familiars, though they will have the Valthorn title, and the truly talented will be observed using the Minders. The 15 children walk back happy. For many of them, this is a great gift, and they are eager to test it out. So far, I have not lost any of the Valthorns in battle, but I believe some of them will die over the next few years. It's just inevitable. Year 83, Month 9. The supercannon fired multiple times, and I believe the shots were aimed at the heroes, or at least it tried to shoot them the moment the demons found them. Many times, the network of magical sensors pick up the surge of the magical projectile, and after we concluded it wasn't going to land anywhere near us, we let it zip by. This, naturally, is a problem for the heroes. The heroes want to fight the demons, and they do as much as they can to fight the demons. They and their summoned, magical army go out of their way to stop as many demons as they can. Yet, fighting demons personally also meant they reveal their own presence to the supercannon. The supercannon clearly has no concern for friendly fire and would not hesitate to annihilate any demons present in the area to get a shot at the heroes. That said, the heroes does have some measures to protect themselves. Harris, the shield hero, have a massive absorption shield, and he is able to absorb one shot from the supercannon. Based on the current firing patterns, the supercannons can fire 3 long-range shots consecutively every 5-6 days, so after the shots, the heroes actually have a short window in which they can advance as fast as they can, or fight as much as they can, since the threat of the supercannon didn't hang over their heads after every volley. The supercanon is also a huge demon factory, and the nearest subsidiary tree near that area saw thousands to tens of thousands of demonoids sent in all directions. It's just a lucky thing that the supercanon usually won't target conventional targets, since they seemed focused on the heroes, or anyone that invoked a blood ritual against it, or so I thought. Middle of the month, multiple smaller battles happened throughout the valley. Some of these demons attempted to attack the volcano, some attempted to retake the former snake dungeon, some attempted to just, well, punch through my line of trees. It's good combat practice for the Valthorns, and with the expanded operating range around the giant attendant trees, I'm able to use these giant trees like regional hubs for my beetles to operate it. Well, at least Tree sees things my way, Lozan said. She's been out fighting, and I think she's using the fighting to work through her frustrations about leveling and how insanely overpowered the heroes are. Some of these girls are too young to be fighting. A captain complained. We're babysitters, experience counts. Age shouldn't stop them from seeing the demon war for what it is. Lozan shrugged. You watch them, the captain complained. Lozan nodded, and she played protector of the young Valthorn convoys. Each squadron of 100 soldiers play nanny to a group of 5 Valthorns, excluding Lozan and the first-generation Valthorns, who are considered regular soldiers. There's usually a small beetle force of 1,500 that acts as the bulk of any combat force. Children mature quickly in the face of death and destruction, though not by choice. And then we felt it. A shot from the demonic supercannon, and this time it's aimed right at me. Ah well, I've been waiting for this moment. I wanted to know how my shields stack up. Steelwood Barrier X5. 5 large wooden shields manifested midair, supported by roots appearing from the ground, and the magical projectile smashed through 4 of them. Oh, it's more of an O of relief, really. My fellow lovely trees and flowers, plants, herbs, and crops. Biodiversity of the valley is fragile. It must be so gently preserved. This valley is our prized garden, and we are its gardeners and protectors. Ain't no nasty demon gonna step on my field of herbs or crops. It fired again. Trevor quickly calculated its trajectory and alerts me to be ready. Just as before, 5 Steelwood Barrier blocks it successfully, and we blocked the 3rd shot too. The Steelwood Barrier is clearly a league above the previous wood shields, so that's a plus point. Next time if a demon walker comes close, I can have this right in its face. Maybe I can use it as a weapon. Should we retaliate, Commander? Strategy asked. How tree line, or perhaps invent a weapon similar to the one used by Lady Mila. Oh, a pea shooter, indeed. The strategic advantages of a weapon like that can't be understated. It's capable of massive long range. We could build a massive wooden bullet enchanted with anti-demon magic as a projectile. Would be extremely beneficial with the commander's superior anti-demon powers. Well, are there naturally occurring versions of the pea shooter for my research, since the system isn't so willing to give it to me. Maybe some other time. I'll need adventurers to get them, but with the demons running amok, most of them now find a safe base of operations and work from there. I hope the merchant networks get restored soon. All my artificial mines have pending upgrades. Even with the Merchant Guild's Regional Coordination Center being here, trade routes are still unstable, and that means total value of trades is still way lower than pre-Demon King. Tree, I got an idea. Lozan came to me one day. Yes, can you animate wooden stuff for us to practice combat with? I was thinking like, moving wooden figures shaped like monsters or other humans, and we get to fully simulate all kinds of situations. If you can add weather effects, that would be even better. Where'd she get that idea? That sounds like the kind of training room Kung Fu Panda has, but should be possible. I saw a bunch of fighters out in the barracks using these wooden dummies as practice. I've got no idea why, but I thought with your power, you could create a totally awesome version of those dummies. I could. Well, that's certainly worth exploring. I mean, it is a natural extension of the current training rooms. Yeah, I think it'll be a good experience for the younger kids to practice with dummies their own size and gradually work up to larger and full-sized dummies. I mean, we're small. Lozan's not exactly small anymore. She's 14, and at this age, she's about 85-90 of her full height. But think of it, if you could animate dummies that resemble all sorts of monsters, we could get similar combat experience before we even face the real thing. So the room should have dummies for kids. That's a good point. It's totally going to be great. It's like your dream tutor, but because it's real, we could build what Uncle Jura calls muscle memory, so. Essentially is wooden dummies resembling all kinds of monsters as practice. Essentially a VR for battle, or like Matrix's dojo. But fine, but the amount of variation is beyond what I think a regular training room can provide, so I decided to make an artificial soul merged with a training tree to form a tree of learning. I'm your trainer, let us begin practice. A wooden dummy appeared and he can speak. He bowed to Lozan like a kung fu master. He's literally a wooden avatar that represented the merged tree. He's level 1, of course, but yes, I decided trainer sounds like a good name for a trainer. I was contemplating between trainer or treater or practrice, but I suppose if I have multiple tree of learning, I can use all of those names. Should a basic Valtrian version of the boot camp be called root camp? I digressed. The death of all the mortals in the region to the demons meant that I have a large supply of soul fragments to make artificial souls, and the volcano also happens to help expand by artificial soul capacity since it, too, supplies a kind of power. Lausanne looked impressed and happily started. So she and the young kids busy with their newfound practice toy, kinda like how athletes go hyper over their new practice equipment. I leave them alone. Not that I have much of a choice. Because the damn supercannon fired 3 shots at me again. Like I have the wonderful honor of taking so many shots. Am I like firing practice? A wooden dummy for the demon's supercannon to practice their aim. Any ideas on how do we convert that energy from the shot into something usable? Can we have magic absorbent wooden shields? I mean, it is energy in some form. No answer. Ah well. I blocked all of the shots, of course, but one of them blew up extremely close to New Freaka, which freaked everyone out. That's good. Everyone should be reminded of their mortality, every now and then. Year 83, month 10. The supercannon decided to change target. I wonder if it's because it presumed I died, or it just found something better to shoot at. I mean, how does the demon even know whether it hit or not, right? It's not like there are eyes on the projectile. Right, my own suspicions are they have spotter demons, but with my expanded trees and network, I don't think so. There's not a single demon within 50 miles of me, so they decided to shoot at Ransala, and the capital of Tact. And also the capital of Barsum to the north. It wasn't hard to calculate, since the energy signatures movement gives a direction, and the travel of the magical projectile is something that can be pinpointed by using an array of magical sensors, then triangulating the route based on the time gap different sensors detect the same energy signature. But this raises a question. How does the demon even know about the concept of capitals? Do they go by population density? Or do they have some kind of scanning mechanism which allows them to spot where exactly are the big cities? I had the impression it can detect heroes, and the concept of a retaliation could be easily understood, but if can deliberately target capitals, it meant the demons can understand the concept of what is a human capital, being the political constructs that they are, therefore is sentient and intelligent. Or maybe it's simpler. Maybe it just detects the presence of a king. Jura's idea is that, well, kings actually have an aura thing that spans their domain. A demon in that domain should be able to sense where the king is if it has the right kind of sensors. If Alexis's previous theory was that the demon king could sense heroes, what's stopping them from looking for kings? Doesn't that mean the king can never run away or flee? I think. They can turn their presence off and on. I think it's both. News about the attack traveled quickly. I happen to have the benefit of having a front row seat of the destruction. Ransala's main palace suffered a massive explosion that vaporized the entire royal palace. The king and the royal family is dead, even from the subsidiary tree that I have in the Ransala's forest reserve, which is luckily spared from the projectile. I could vaguely see the destruction of Ransala's royal district. A very, very precise shot from the demon's supercannon. Seems like Jura's idea that it detects a king has merit. This precision doesn't make sense without it. The news eventually arrived via courier and got to Yvonne 2 weeks later, and as expected, she took this news the hardest. In that she was most conflicted. The king, then the prince, was the one that killed her previous benefactor, and Roma's father. Ares and Roma and the former counselors that formed her inner circle quickly met up in her house to discuss the events. The king is dead, you are certain about this? Yvonne asked, and all of them, the first generation, founders of New Freaka in a sense, gathered. The first generation are refugees from a civil war after all. They lost. Yes, Lady Yvonne. I double know, I confirmed with at least 10 other sources. The blast from the demons somehow managed to break through all the magical barriers protecting the palace and destroyed the palace. Even the royal chambers with its ancient magics did not last, but Ian just blocked a few of those shots. Perhaps those ancient magics have eroded, but regardless, what matters is that the king and the immediate family that lived in the royal palace is dead. Even the king's 4 sons, their bodies have been found charred and burnt. The king's own body was found at half vaporized, his head and left hand partly protected by the protective magic of the royal crown and the ring of the hero's throne. 2 of the other men and women squirmed at the description. The others let out a bit of a sigh. Some just kept their mouths shut and looked at Yvonne. So, Lady Yvonne, there will be a war soon, perhaps not an outright war because of concerns over the demon king, for the throne of Sala. Yvonne sighed. My duties and commitment is here. I am after all bound to Ian under contract. Pretenders to the throne will emerge. And Roma, as the child of Prince Galen, has a claim. Yvonne sighed. All of you knew too. We always did. I'm sure many back in Ransala knows too. The pretenders will come for his life, whether he likes it or not. He's only 10 and may not be ready for such conflicts, but yet the blood of the kings run through him. And that means responsibility, Lady Yvonne. A duty to the old throne to claim his birthright. I cannot leave. And here Roma is safe. Ian's eyes and ears watches over all of us. No one will be able to attempt to take his life. That is absurd. Yvonne shook her head. Why would a tree spirit even bother with the royal affairs of another kingdom? Ian has shown no respect or regard for the thrones of mortal men. It is but a flimsy thing to him, but he can be bargained with. A deal can be struck, just as you did, only when it is aligned to Ian's goals, whatever ephemeral and random that goal may be. And Roma may not want to be king. We should ask him. They met in Ivan's house and there was tea on the table. Some ginger biscuits, too, made from the Order's herbal gardens. Ivan looked at the rest of the men. We owe it to the humans, our human friends who supported Prince Galen's fight back then. There are many who are forced to kowtow to the new king of Sala. This is our chance to pay them back. If not for Roma or yourself, do it for Prince Galen who would have been a better king than his brother. Ivan's fingers were shaking. My contract with Ian is unshakable, but Roma is free. There are also many who would kill me and Roma without blinking an eye. And there would be those who rally against us. The other pretenders will claim Rome as a new freakin' and no longer has a claim on the throne. No matter the naysayers, the blood doesn't lie, and the crown of Sala is a magical artifact from the first kings, and it will recognize any man who is a legitimate heir. If Roma has the pretender to the throne of Sala title, he has a right to the throne. Roma came in with heirs. One of the counselors asked, "So my dear Roma, did you get a notification about your class?" Roma looked puzzled at the gathered group. What's this, mommy? Ivan sighed. Roma, there's a long and difficult conversation I need to have with you. The others let Ivan and Roma had a bit of personal space as Ivan explained to Roma who his father actually was and what's happening in Sala. Roma seemed to take it quite well, but perhaps he's just too stunned to even react in any way. At 10 years old, maybe that's a good reaction. And when the conversation was over, Roma just ran out of the house. Okay. Ivan walked out to the living room again and looked at her compatriots. Didn't go well. He said he needed some time to think. I see, I was thinking. Lady Ivan, how close are you to Lausanne? Quite close. Lady Lausanne's an amazing fighter, and if I may, she has all that is needed to be a valuable protector of Roma. Could you convince her to go with Roma? Ivan shook her head. No, Roma has his own friends. Tact and Barsum, strangely, didn't suffer that badly. The news from couriers relayed that Takt's royal castle had an ancient magical circle that activated just in time, and it's actually strong enough to absorb the magical attack. Barsum, on the other hand, also had similar magical protections, and had so much reinforcement from Barsum's own council of archmages that the blast was deflected to somewhere else. I suppose not all kingdoms are that helpless against demons, else a society like this wouldn't have survived all that long. New Freeka's already massively populated, and the poop issue is only thankfully under control due to my recent advancements in filtration and metallic concentration trees. 110,000 now after all the massive waves of immigration, comprising of about 50 elves, 20 dwarves, 10 centaurs, 5 humans, 5 treefolk, and 10 others such as beastmen, lizardmen, garudas, or harpy-likes. Anyway, with the great attendant tree, this skill significantly improves my force projection abilities outside my immediate range. These great trees essentially function as mini-me's, with 50 of my abilities. Since the heroes are headed that way, I could strike at the super cannon at the same time, and that would improve my chances. So I map a path of subsidiary trees to execute that plan. Meanwhile, further south, the heroes are now making their way back. Their path will likely bring them through New Freeka. Say, do you think these trees belong to Ian? Becky asked. She looked at one of my subsidiary trees that was on a hill. There's some bushes and other plants nearby. I don't think so. It looks quite different. My intended camouflage of tailoring the types and species of my subsidiary trees paid off. Doesn't make sense that these trees somehow survive, though. There's trees everywhere. You underestimate how resilient nature is at reclaiming wastelands. True. And then the hero chat popped up again. Hi guys, Astra's voice boomed. I've got a task for you all of you. I've got my level 90 perk, and it's a telecommunications tower. Oh wow, that's fast. We haven't reached level 90 yet, although we fought a demon walker. Harris frowned. Anyway, so what's the task? Does it help us against the demons? Yes, it does. So anyway, this world used to rely extensively on a kind of magical messaging system, something like SMS in our world at least, before the internet took over. So the Demon King arrived and that messed up the entire messaging network. Oh, it's just messaging, isn't it? What's the big deal? Harris frowned. The guys I met all use couriers and scouts to deliver letters. It fucking matters, Harris. Instantaneous communication means real-time targeting of spells, real-time military coordination, and cross-continental trade. It means you can find out where the demons are instantly by just asking. So my level 90 perk allows me to build telecommunication towers, and this will restore the messaging function within the area. All these telecommunication towers are magically linked, so this will also allow the nations to talk to each other again. Oh, I don't see the awesomeness, but sure. If it helps us against the demons, so the task is I'm going to send you 5 deployment gems via hero cloud trading. These things will expand into the telco towers. But catch is you need to find a place that has some protection, perhaps a city with strong magical protection, or some ancient defensive matrices left behind by the previous generations of heroes. If the towers go down, the message function goes down with it. Can't the tower just stay with us permanently? I could protect it. Harris didn't seem keen. Well, how about the rest of the world then? The range of each of these towers isn't that big. At most, 1 or 2 countries. We need to spread it as much as we can. If you can find places with some kind of magical supply or ley line, even better, because the magical energies will amplify the telco tower's range. That's not good. The demons want those kind of spots too. Becky responded. Astra just chuckled. Well, if you guys get your level 90 perks, you'll get some kind of structure too. I think Helen's level 90 perk is a healing tower that also has a garrisoned army of magical knights. So you're saying we need to get our level 90 perks, then use our towers to protect your telco tower. Yup, that's part of the strategy we are going for. Like Jared's level 90 tower is a cannon tower that shoots stuff at any demons in range. Then 5 gems appeared next to Becky. One last thing, it's activated via star mana. Alright, gotta go. Got a battle coming up in a few hours. And hero chat disappeared. Level 90 perks. Harris looked around. They were camped near one of my subsidiary trees. I wonder why our leveling is slower. We seem to be fighting just as much as them. Becky asked. They munched over some barbecued rabbits. It's just a few levels. We're already in our level 80s. Myri shrugged. Don't think about it too much. Maybe they kill more demon generals than we did, I guess. Becky stretched and yawned. Well, I for one am very much look forward to going back to New Freaka. I can't wait to see Lady Mika again. There's so much I want to ask her. Harris smiled. Yeah, and proper beds. I will kill 1,000 demons for a proper bed right now. Me too. Year 83, month 11. They want us to host their families. I recall we have answered that request before. Jura frowned. They are welcome as regular guests, but no special treatment. That means no special area where existing New Freakin' law does not apply to them. I understand this time it's temporary council Jura. We can have a small area set up for all these royals outside New Freaka, a temporary camp for them. The royals will handle their own camps. It's a united request from the envoys of the 5 countries. The heroes will destroy the demonic monster soon, and the royals will return back to their respective homes. I'm afraid that still sounds like they want their own enclave. Honestly, it sounds like a no. But for you, I will consult Ian for his views. Jura answered to the counselor. I have informed them that in no way this way affect New Freaka or Ian's sovereignty over this valley. The royals acknowledge they are here as guests. It's just that they want to continue their life of privilege. Jura sighed. This was the 2nd time they asked, or maybe it was the 3rd. Perhaps there are more instances where the request went through other channels. Tree, what's your view? They are guests, nothing more. Follow the rules and they can stay. Behave improperly and they will feel my wrath. Whatever privilege granted is in a personal capacity, but not by law. The politics behind this request is frankly rather simple. Not all capitals have the kind of magical protection that some kingdoms do. Some of the older kingdoms like Barsum have a wealth of inherited artifacts from heroes of a different era, and those artifacts power various shields and barrier magic. Survival. It strikes fear into the hearts of royals. The thought of dying in your own palace from a magical projectile from far away. Maybe it's like us someday. We will die to an asteroid we can do nothing about. They are willing over backwards for your protection, Tree. Jura explained. Some of them are already here, secretly. I hear one of the young princes of Rajaskan is already living with one of the merchants here. Smuggled, I hear, since it doesn't sound good to some nobles if the princes are seen fleeing. Well, Ivy told me about some strange foreigners, escorted by a small group of knights, but I suppose they didn't seem dangerous to warrant any action. Indeed. No unusual behavior detected, other than complaining about everything to the merchant. But it seems the prince's minders are managing him. They have all been advised to remain within their respective premises. Well, I did say they could come if they could behave themselves. Ivy then responded. There is also a princess and prince from one of the Nung houses. Nung. That country's got a few sub-kingdoms within a kingdom. Weird practice. Not too interested to find out more. Jura frowned. Looks like some of the earlier messages from the envoys have gotten out. Who else? A few princes and princesses, a queen from one of the city-states down south. Jura explained. Some lords, ladies, and dukes too. It's quite a big list, apparently. Okay. I'm not exactly keen on hosting a royal or elite party, but my word is law, and I have said they are permitted to visit, so long as they do not do anything funny. Trevor, hand over some of your tasks to Strategy. Strategy, we can hold off on the rod for now, since we already have one forest rod. Trevor, I want you to help Ivy with observation of the royals. I do not intend to have these royals prance about my valley like they own it. Acknowledged. So, Jura was oblivious about my conversation with Ivy and Trevor. Do you think we should set up a special quarter for them? Some of the counselors think that is a good choice. That is special treatment. Let them find their own accommodation. I'm not creating a special district or allowing to have a special tent area just for royals. and there's probably going to be a fight. They stay among us, and if they act up, I want the order on them. It was then that there's a knock on the door. Council Jura, may I come in? It's Mattias. Sure. Mattias looked uneasy. Council Jura, I received a request from Royal Court of Barsum. Jura frowned. He knew where this was going. Oh, they survived the attack, I recall. Indeed, but the ancient shield matrix of the Grand Palace will not be recharged within a week. It takes at least 2 months for that matrix to come up again. The royals now fear a second strike, and they would like to be here. It is as you say, Council. They wish to hide it out until the heroes slay the demons. I am not quite keen on being the Swiss Alpine hideout or the nuclear bunker of the rich and powerful. Seriously. But then again, I also believe in the free movement of living beings. After all, what are boundaries in nature? Animals roam the terrain all the time, and do lions bother about little rats moving into their realm? Do trees and forests care which animals hunt in their woods? So if these people come over like any other, I don't believe in stopping them. I just won't go out of my way to help. Yes, temporary. Barsum is greatly indebted after what we did for the young princess a few years back, and they would like to offer various perks if we do protect them. No special treatment, Mattias. If we take from Barsum and do not take from the others, I do not think that is a fair trade, nor is New Frika in any kind of diplomatic arrangement with Barsum, whether as an ally or in a mutual defense pact, Jura answered. I believe Tree has similar views, but I'm afraid you will have to accommodate the Barsum royals in your own quarters, or with any of your merchant friends, or the hotels. Mattias sighed. I was hoping to use the Order's guest houses. With Oakwood Hotel gone, there's really no place fit for royals in this town. That would be us taking sides, Mattias. The councillors will use this against us, I am sure you understand. Mattias was silent for a moment, then he nodded. I will relay the message. He left. I would, but truly, it's all about the terms. With all the royals coming over, it might be a good time to talk about what would be a deal-breaker and what's a must-have. Jura asked and then took out a notebook. I am certain discussion about alliances would come up and I'd have to do some, sensing of what the other kingdoms are willing to give. I will refuse any alliance requiring me personally to protect their lands, and I will not take part in any offensive war between kingdoms. Actually, is that wise? Maybe I should ask the question to Jura instead. No, ignore that. I do not want to be dragged into any conflict with other nations or between nations. What kind of treaty will allow that? Jura tapped on the notebook. Well, that rules out any alliance or mutual defense pact, since being in a group means there are countries which are outside of a group, and a conflict will emerge one way or another, which inevitably you will get involved. Oh. We'll just have to survive on our own, like we always have. Jura smiled and happily sipped on his hot tea. There's a cold wind blowing outside. Once again, winter comes far too quickly. Honestly, I like it that way too. That didn't sound right. I do think making connections and alliances are a good thing, but I think my issue essentially is that these nations, I don't think I'll ever be able to rely on them. There's something about alliances with nations that feel fickle. These nations, with their millions of citizens and changing leaders, can I make a deal with them that would last hundreds of years? After all, it'd be a major waste of my personal time and energy if I ally with a nation that probably lasts only 10 years. I think I would prefer individual deals, with powerful individuals who can hold up their end of the bargain, than with nations as a whole and the political complexity that entails. Perhaps I should seek out other spirits and make alliances with them instead. At the very least, as fellow long-lived beings, our arrangements would last longer. Does that make me speciesist or spiritist? I should really extend my trees to the Lillipod City. Then I can talk to another spirit. Maybe other spirits have experiences on this matter. Is there some ancient alliance of ancient spirits I can apply to? There are murmurs of unhappiness in the ground, Trevor and Ivy reported. Oh, so quickly. These royals didn't take long to make their displeasure apparent to their hosts, and their hosts are rattled and are now pressuring the councillors to do more to appease them. And Jay, like what? One of them wants to go hunting in the woods, and are requesting the councillors to permit them access. How should I handle this? Perhaps this is a good time to send some fear into the royals, else they would constantly badger them. Well, if that prince is up for it, let him into the woods. Let's see how he likes ghosts. The heroes finally arrived. What? How'd a hotel like Oakwood just vanish? Harris grumbled. And why are all the hotels so full? You must be new here, the innkeeper responded. New Freaka's the safest place in all of the central continent. Ian, our great protector, blocked many shots from the vile, monstrous demons. Naturally, those who can afford it want to be here. It's safe, there's secure food sources. No wonder you look rich, Becky frowned. This is ridiculous. Safety premium is naturally to be expected. Did you think safety comes free? The innkeeper laughed. I don't recall charging that sort of taxes, but I guess I could consider it. A protection fee. But that makes me like those cheap gangsters that extorted money. But then again, that's what the government does right. It's only who and how the protection is charged. If I am the local government, then do I have that right? Do we have to camp in this place? Man, this sucks. I was so looking forward to meeting Lady Mika again. It's so strange that she just vanished. Myri kicked a pebble on the floor. There's a lot of roots on the ground and they formed into steps. If you miss her so much, I hear she left some notes for the Hospitality Guild and the Valtrian Order, and the Adventurers Guild. Maybe you can check with them whether she left anything for you. Harris nodded. Okay, let's check with the Adventurers Guild first. Indeed, Mila left them a note. I wonder what it says. Hush, she had to move north because of some personal commitments. Really, so sudden, and how does she even move north with so many demons? Did she mean north of this continent or north? Where, I don't know, she didn't say, but she did leave some instructions. The three heroes walked to one of the treefolk's wooden homes. Ah, you must be the chaps Lady Mika asked me to host. Come in, come in. An aged treefolk female greeted them. She was one of Mila's former employees. She let them into her house, a small place in one quiet corner of New Freeka's bustling town. Sorry for bothering you. It's fine, Lady Mika left a bit of money for all the trouble, and here's a box of things she wanted me to leave for you. A wooden box. It's small, probably no bigger than a shoebox. Ooh, fancy amulet, Becky opened. And books, they opened it and started reading. And I cursed internally. I can't read with spirit vision. They rested for a day. They went to the market the next day. Where do we even start? Becky looked a bit lost. The merchant selling oars and stuff at least. Harris pointed and they walked over, glancing at the things. Crystal's right, Myri seemed equally puzzled. The merchant said the price and the three heroes glanced at each other. Discount, they haggled. And eventually they bought some. And then they went to one of the many blacksmiths and forges, and rented one of furnaces. They spent a good 4 or 5 hours in there, seemingly trying to work at the crystal and use their star mana. I overheard them complain about how tiring it was, and eventually they emerged with a small crystal dagger. They admired their hard work for a bit and then concluded that they all need to spend more time on their work. Then we all sensed it. A shot from the demonic supercannon. At me. At them. They ran out of the furnace, but they were too slow, but I wasn't taking chances. 5 steelwood barriers emerged midair, suspended and supported by roots and vines, and it absorbed the shot easily, crushing the first 4 barriers as expected. Then the demonic supercannon fired again, and I blocked, and another shot. I blocked it too. I wasn't going to let the shot ruin my beautiful, growing valley of giant trees. Then it was quiet. Harris, Becky, and Myri all shared glances. First time, some passerby asked, he's probably oblivious they are heroes. Then again, it's not like they publicly declare they are heroes. The 3 didn't reply. Yeah, those loud booms are scary, but it happened a few times already. The pedestrian shrugged. Anyway, don't block the road. The 3 quickly shuffled out of the way. The 3 of them look at each other. Guess we know where to put our first tower. Agree. The 3 walked to the Valtrian Order's premises, and they bumped into Lausanne. Oh, Lady Lausanne, nice to see you again. Lausanne was similarly equipped for war. Her new living weapon now about level 15 or so. Lausanne just nodded. Hi, rematch. Ah, not today. We'd like to meet Council Jura. We were told that Council Jura can assist us if we want to place an object in New Freeka. By who? Lausanne led them to Jura's main office. Oh, Lady Mika, and they are in Jura's room. Pleased to meet you, Council Jura. The 3 bowed, were the summoned heroes from the other world. We'd like the Order and Ian's permission to deploy a magical artifact, a tower that restores message to the region. Can I see the artifact? Becky walked over and passed the small gem to Jura. Jura looked at it, and then placed it into a circular bowl that's actually connected to Magic Lab for analysis. Analyzing. The analysis wasn't very useful, since my Magic Lab didn't seem to be able to look very deeply into the composition of the item. Indeed, it looks to be magically linked to the heroes, and from what little I could see, the heroes can take down the towers once they don't need it. It's surprisingly similar to a subsidiary tree in theory. In short, my understanding seems to be that the heroes have these towers, they act as extensions of themselves, and like subsidiary trees, these towers function primarily to create a magical lighthouse for message spells. What else does it do, other than restore message? Does it allow you to filter through the messages? Jura asked. If we are to depend on the heroes' infrastructure for communication, does that not mean we owe them? Is that why there's all these concerns over network infrastructure providers? Then again, it's a short-term thing. While I could use my network of subsidiary trees to monitor my domain, restoring the message network means a return of the trade routes, which is important to get the materials needed for my subordinates' upgrades. Ian's agreeable, but only until the death of the Demon King. After that, he may decide to destroy the tower. That's acceptable to us. Can Ian shield it from the demon's attacks? We'll try. Good enough. Where should we put it? In the town square. The telco tower deployed. It's a white crystalline tower about 4 stories high and shone like with a faint white glow that's unmistakable, visible even in my own spirit vision. And it was then it occurred to me. Did the demons have some kind of spirit vision, but tuned to heroes instead? Perhaps it's like how vision is different for animals and humans, because of the spectrum we see. The heroes sent a message to Astra as a test, and they left 2 days later, year 83, month 12. Despite the raging winter, the heroes still pressed on. Together with their summoned armies, they mounted an attack on the supercannon, and the supercannon annihilated their summoned armies easily. They were then forced to retreat. At this point, I'm tempted to ask, how'd they think it'd go? It's winter, where strangely, demons suffer none of the challenges of winter, and yet the mortal defenders of the world suffer all of it. Cold, slower response times, and well, their summoned units are immune to cold. But seriously, did they think that cannon that shoots across the continent can't aim at their armies? That was stupid. The three looked at each other. I know, but you said we should. I blame all the people we've been meeting, telling us we should kill the demon beast as soon as possible. Why'd we do it? Because we all somehow agreed to. The advantages of a summoned army is that, well, once your mana returns, you can just summon more. And that's what they did to hold the chasing demons back. There were plenty, demonic generals or elites wielding massive axes. It's the best opponent because they can gain levels from them. If I were the Demon King, what would I have done? Or is better to concentrate all my energies and create super demons and just attack once? When the heroes are low-leveled and kill them all, one super demon and that's it. No subordinates or walkers since they gain levels by killing them. Why give them the chance to gain levels? Year 83 month 12 continued. While the heroes decided to rethink their strategy here in New Freaka, we had to fend off the little swarms of demons sent to surround the heroes, and I spent quite a bit of time tinkering with the heroes' tower. As I kept poking and trying to figure out what it is, I got a good update. Biolab, Material Lab, and Magic Lab upgraded. Field equipments obtained. You are now able to perform investigations of objects using field equipments. Full analysis requires more comprehensive equipment. There is a layer of somewhat divine magic protecting it, so I reckon it'll take more than one hit of the demon's supercannon to be destroyed. Certainly not as fragile as they said it was, or maybe it's just fragile to certain kinds of demonic energies or heroes' star mana. That same divine magic also shields it from me attempting to make changes or convert or claim the tower. Yet it's a change barrier. That meant I could look into it but not change a thing, and look, I did. There was a lot to see about how it weaves magic and mana into a structure like that, how it draws mana from the ambient surrounding and the connection, however wireless it is, to its creator. Unlike my subsidiary trees which form a linked network, all connected by roots, these towers are independent, freestanding structure yet have a connection, and it's more complex than just some kind of wife. It's almost like they are entangled in some surreal way. As if it's resonating with something else far away, and yet it emits or absorbs nothing through the air. Stumped, I observed and looked for days. It's as if I've invented a bow and right here is an interstellar rail gun. How do I even replicate such a thing? How did the heroes even come up with such a thing? It certainly feels like impossible that young kids would know how these things are so. Are the gods creating such objects and skills, and implementing or executing them via the heroes? Or is this a system thing, whereas there is like a drawer or library of hero-grade skills that they get access to? Stumped again, I looked at other parts of the tower, my vines growing around the base. I attempt to use my vines and what powers I have, and even my long-forgotten inspection ability. Perhaps the resonance is how it communicates with other towers, but the means which it acted as a conduit or router for messages is something less sophisticated, or not. At this point, can I just build a massive X-ray or MRI scanner around the tower so I can see what's inside? Mom, Uncle Jura, I've got to go. Tree says no. I know he said that. But I want to go. I believe it's good for my own growth to see how I fare. I want to know where I am. You know where you are, you're here. Laufen was furious and worried. Your place is here. I know my place is here. But I want to measure my strength. I won't die. Trust me, Mom. Well, the heroes, utilizing the now restored message network, requested for help. And they asked for Lausanne to help with the attack on the demon's supercannon. Not just her, of course. A lot more than her. You're not a hero, Lausanne. Laufen held her daughter. Don't do this. But Lausanne sulked. I want to go, Mum. Please, no, I'm 14 and almost level 60. I can help. Men higher level than you have tried fighting demon champions and died. They don't have Tree's powers, or Thorny. She pointed to the wooden staff on her belt. We can do it. Laufen sighed. Tree, can you talk some sense into my daughter? In my mind, should I let Lausanne go? Though I spent a lot of effort in grooming and training Lausanne, ultimately, should she be able to decide how she wants to wield that power? Lausanne's turn to retaliate. Maybe she's 14 and having a teenage rebellious age. Oh, I sound like my mom. My mom used to tell me I'm rebellious. I think what Laufen is afraid of is death. With a few well-placed giant attendant trees, I think I can ensure Lausanne's survival. So if I can do so, would it be a good idea for her to join the battle? Maybe. Maybe it's a good lesson in the brutality and the high levels that the heroes walk. A dose of reality. And I could use the chance to attack the demon's supercannon with some of the roots masked as coming from her. I should let her earn her right to participate, rather than just say yes. Lausanne, there are a lot of demons coming from that direction. Among them, probably a few demon generals. If you take down 3, I think you can take part, and I want you to restrict your familiar use to only 2 abilities. Lawfen sighed. Tree, what? It's training. If she can take on a few more demon generals, then she earned her right to participate. If she can't handle the generals, she shouldn't bother trying. Yes, so. I'll go hunt some demons. Lawfen shook her head. I wasn't expecting that. Jura shrugged. I like that, though. Want me to go with her? She can go with the initiates. Someone's gonna have to babysit the rest of the initiates. Well, eventually, Ivan wanted to go. The mission was simple. Between us and the demon supercanon, there's about 10 to 15 groups of demons, led by the knights and generals. With an attendant tree in place, a beetle force will engage the demons, and Lausanne can then challenge the knights and generals. Ivan and a group of other captains will help out. She went all out. I guess a part of her wants to know that the gap between herself and the heroes isn't that big, a path that's honestly going to fail. Even Jura can't keep up with the heroes, though he could probably give them a bit of trouble. Still, it's winter and it's hard to get the beetles to operate effectively far from the attendant trees, even with the winter adaptations and the giant trees warming the environment with the heat transmission routes. So, Lausanne complained and grumbled, but nothing much she could do. She can't take on an entire army herself, nor does she have a summoned army at her beck and call. Year 84, Month 1. The presence of royalty, many living in the homes of the wealthy merchants here, made the political environment a little bit touchy, mainly because the counselors each sought out the royals for some shoulder rubbing, or as the euphemism goes, building relationships. It's a sensible thing from their perspective, since royals by nature have strong skills. A prince or a princess could bestow royal privileges, blessings and rights, improve or upgrade classes, and even create gifts using their powers as royals. There are also certain unique classes that only royals with the right skills can grant. Like one prince I observed had the ability to create a custom, diplomatic gift out of midair which was given to the princess of another country. And it's a permanent item too. It's like the prince skipped the entire creation process, activates skill, and the system gives him an item. It's not totally strange, of course. Apparently some merchants and bankers can create small quantities of gold. Some smiths and makers can create materials too. In a way, it's like how I create timber and fruits. It's different derivations of the same kind of monosystem to item process. If I can create wooden items, why can't princes? Maybe heroes can make hero items too. So with the counselors spending a bit more time trying to manage or please these visiting royals, that meant conflict. Even between counselors as they serve different groups, some of them rather silly, like competition of the best seats or rooms in New Frika's restaurants, or who managed to book out the entire bar or tavern for their respective entourage. It's like billionaires trying to one-up one another in a ski town. Silly, so I don't interfere with this. The more annoying ones are the horny ones or those with a fetish. There's an old duke or something who seemed to enjoy picking on young elven ladies, and so I sent a group of beetles into his temporary residence. It scared him, but the counselor who's supposedly his buddy quickly came and complained to Jura, and I sent beetles and spiders into his house too. After that incident, I decided it's probably best to amplify my show of force to remind these royals that they are visitors, so we had more beetles around New Frika. The locals are clearly not too bothered by the presence, but for the foreigners it was a threat. I intended it to be a threat. The counselors bore the brunt of the complaints. What are all these monsters roaming around your town? They are Ian's servants and they execute his will. Please don't say too much. Ian listens. The counselors quickly tried to manage some of the more belligerent royals or nobles. So what if he listens? Turns out among the royals, many truly believed that I'm actually just a puppet, a beast used by the council, controlled by some great item or equipment. The idea of an existence above the royal class is alien to them. Except heroes who are divine, those the only ones royals view as equals, generally of course. And I suppose in the history of this world, existences like myself are not common, or perhaps even if they did exist, they may not have the same mindset as I do. Perhaps they are slumbering giants, a sleeping mountain. Or they are giant tortoises, the Zaratans. Although they carry massive cities on their backs, the Zaratans are treated just like the captains of a cruise ship. The rulers of the cities still rule, and their rule is supreme. So, feeling a bit annoyed at all the murmurs and chattering, one massive projectile from the demon supercannon came, and this time I intentionally blocked it just enough that it smacked right into the Telco Tower. The Telco Tower's fine, of course. I calculated it just enough that it won't be destroyed, but I wanted to borrow the attack to weaken the divine protections so I could look a bit more into it, and at the same time scare the counselors and royals. The earth shook, and I had a wooden barrier created around it such that the blast radius was limited to the town square. Beetles, my vines and roots had cleared the square of all citizens. Jura was quick to figure out what I was doing. Tree, that was intentional. Yes. Jura laughed and then went out to make an announcement to the council. Ian would like to remind that he finds the conduct of the visitors appalling, and he is tempted to not stop the next projectile from the demons. He would like to recommend the visitors are brought to the blast site for a tour. The counselors roared in protest. Is he threatening us? Jura just smiled. Yes, he is. What are you going to do about it? One counselor sat. Oh, nothing. I think it's just a people thing that after living in comfort for a while, they forget that there's still a war and demons shooting bullets everywhere. Especially for some of these nobles who don't seem like they've ever seen war, even though it's just so common. Or maybe they are just desensitized to war and death since it's so common. Since war and death is bound to happen, might as well have my share of fun, go on a power trip, and all since we are all going to die. I felt like I suddenly understood some of these royals. Sure, yes, we are going to die, we know that, so why can't I do things my way? If the meaning of life is me just hiding away like this, why bother? Are these royals nihilists, or is it some other word? Lausanne spent time trying to hunt for more demon generals. The winter's gradually clearing, and at certain parts of the region where it's warmer, she finally took down one demon general herself. Still, the goal was 3, so she had to hunt for 2 more. And later in the month she took down another one, bringing her total kills to 2. Meanwhile, the heroes are out gathering a strike force again. Similar to what that other kingdom did, the strike force is meant to be an elite force, to help punch a path through to the demon's supercannon, so that they can attack it directly. As it is, they could already punch a way through, but between the summoned army and their op skills used to get through the chaff, they don't have much star mana left to actually take on the main body of the demon's supercannon. I heard that you might be king. Where'd you hear that? Roma asked. He's a quiet, studious young boy. Despite Ivan's attempts to train him in fighting, his interests are more into magic and, well, reading. Although he is healthy and fit, physical combat wasn't his thing. He didn't inherit Ivan or Prince Galen's talent in fighting. The others were talking. I even heard one of the actual princes said it when one of their servants came to buy some bread. The black-haired baker boy said. He had a small knife at the side. Roma sighed. Mom told me about it, but I can't accept it yet. Some of her friends asked whether I want to travel to Ransala. What do you think? Should I be king? I think you make a good king, the baker boy said. Then I can be your king's guard. You can't even fight. Roma laughed. Well, you've never ruled. The baker boy ribbed Roma. Besides, all I need is your mom to teach me some tricks. I heard she's really good. We might die. Or you'll just be working as one of the employees of the Valtrian order, and I'll just be an ordinary baker. Why live, if not for honor and glory? You've been reading too much of your uncle's writings. You've been reading too much. Sala is now ruled by a regent. One surviving archduke took the position of regent to govern the state of Sala. Apparently it is quite normal for the succession wars to only commence after the demon king is slain, and if a king falls without an appointed successor, a proper contest for the right of the throne will start when the demon king is slain, something the regent will announce. After all, it is hard to properly choose a king in a time of chaos. At least, that's the principle of such a rule. I suppose kings do die quite often when the demon king is around, so there's already a cultural norm for it. In theory, that meant Roma has time to prepare. That also meant everyone else has time to prepare. In practice, whoever the ruling regent prefers has tremendous advantages, since this is the time where all the things and pieces can be put in place. Still, the regents will obey the norm, because to some extent, obeying the norms is what allows the heir to convert their class to king. Weird system rules like that, or so it is believed. Or maybe just nobody tested whether that norm is actually a requirement of the title king, or whether it's just a product of whether the citizens of the kingdom acknowledge the heir as the true king. Things I learned from eavesdropping on Ivan's conversations with her advisors. Year 84, month 2. Lausanne finally killed 2 more demon generals, so her total kills is 4, and she gained some levels while she was at it. Can I go now, please? Laufen was similarly reluctant, but then privately I told Laufen I'll look after her. With my assurance, Laufen agreed. If it goes well, I'll even get some experience out of playing a small part, and I was getting quite annoyed with all the shots fired at me. I wonder whether I could sew like some kind of kung fu stunt where an attack is deflected back at the demon, like how so many manga main characters are able to do to show off their insane overpoweredness. In honesty, the heroes were just about ready with their force too, and they were already prepared to strike the demon's supercannon, with or without Lausanne, so Lausanne's arrival at the battlefield was just on time. Just to be sure, I placed a few giant attendant trees in the vicinity as a retreat point for Lausanne, and the battle against the supercannon went well, all things considered. The heroes successfully destroyed the supercannon with their star mana abilities, but the cost was a whole load of deaths, mainly from the adventurers and military leaders that decided to take part in the attack. Lausanne returned from the battle bloody, and there was a look of despair on her face. I was there, and perhaps there was something about watching the demon's supercannon's explosions incinerate people up close that just, feels brutal. It wasn't the first time she's seen death. She had seen death when she fought the demon walker. It was, as expected, the despair of realizing how high the mountain is. Laufen, of course, gave her daughter a hug. It's okay. You're blessed by Tree. He's just one tree spirit, but the heroes, they are blessed by all the gods. Lausanne, of course, instantly perked up. Mom, you're a genius. Ian's blessings alone is not enough for me to be a hero. What do you mean? I will visit other spirits like Tree and get their blessings. If I can get multiple blessings, I will be as strong as them. Spazer, I am taking 1 week off next week. Year 84, month 3. With the demonic supercanon down, the royals and nobles quickly made their way home. Truth be told, I think that's a bit premature. The supercanon is but one of many demon walkers that are on the continent, and the Demon King seems to be summoning more and more of them. There are now supercanons on all continents. The heroes, too, after defeating the supercanon and gaining levels, expanded the network of telecommunication trees. Indeed, all of them acquired level 90 towers. At this point, I honestly don't see anything other than the Demon King himself making a dent at the heroes' progress, so I feel the Demon King's stay in the world would last no longer than 1 year. The restoration of the messaging network also brought a return of intercontinental news and trade, something we really sorely needed. The first thing I did, of course, is order all my upgrade materials I needed. Lausanne's living weapon, Thorny, reached level 20 and is level capped until I get the materials needed to upgrade him. Then there's also the issue of Lausanne's new bright idea. She wanted to visit other tree spirits and, well, things like it. Perhaps it's similar to the old elven pilgrims that used to visit the great elf tree guardians, even if just to acknowledge their role in the protection of the elven capital. Traveling in this environment is quite difficult, and we would need you here for defense. Jura explained his views. He was fine with it, but he preferred if Lausanne waited till after the Demon King was slain. Elves live for many, many years, and Lausanne could always compare herself to future heroes. Lausanne, of course, agreed. She's smart and she's patient. There's also much about the outside world she didn't know about, so she agreed on the condition that Jura and everyone else included her on trips to nearby kingdoms if they ever go on those visits. She had to learn how to conduct herself in foreign lands, after all. In principle, I agree with Lausanne's idea, and I would even like to tag along such that I can also communicate with the other spirits. In short, Lausanne's going to be my envoy to the spirits. I, too, have much to learn about the spirits of this world. My experience has solely been through my own lenses, and what little I learnt from the dead. The destruction of the demon's supercanon also brought about a period of rejuvenation. Throughout the areas where my subsidiary trees and giant attendant trees are starting to regrow, and that makes me happy. It's nice to see little trees starting to pop up next to my bigger trees, or a little field of flowers or grass. I get significant enjoyment from having new grasses or trees join my network of trees. Increasingly, it's the tree part of me that finds joy in this. Or perhaps it's just Trevor and gang's enjoyment. The refugee situation temporarily subsided now that Message and the demon supercanon's death spreads. There's something about uncertainty that adds to that fear, so with open communications restored, those living in different places no longer live in darkness. It's just a thing about knowledge that allows people to make better decisions. All in all, with the royals and nobles making their way out, year 84, month 4. The heroes are out hunting for the other demon bases. There are many throughout the continent, but at least they know where to look for them. Benefits of real-time communication. For me, I turn my focus to further studies of the telco tower. I'm not getting much insights into how it stays synchronized with the other towers, but with the help of more lab equipment around the tower and attempting to intercept magical messages, over time I'm starting to figure out what's happening. The telco tower has multiple components to it. The other parts is a form of demonic barrier, which creates a safe zone for messages going to the sender and from the sender. These repels the effects of the Demon King's global ability. Secondly is a kind of repeater, where the telco tower receives a message and sends it to someone else but within the same tower range. For longer range and continental messages, that goes through the somewhat quantum entangled communications that exist between the towers. Of all of those, I decided to focus on the aura, repelling the Demon King. It's the easiest for me to study and in many ways similar to my lesser demonic suppression aura. I reckon the similarities would help me in understanding what exactly is happening. And my suspicions were rewarded because after some poking and thinking, I had a notification. Demonic ability reduction, aura lesser, obtained. Yay, feeling a bit accomplished, I went back to the Hex Wasteland. Apparently the heroes have been sending a whole load of messages to all the kings and leaders they could contact to stop using the Hex Bomb, because it made their work a lot harder since it would disrupt their travel paths. I thought heroes would have some resistance, but maybe it's just caution on their part. The hex has been a significant stumbling block in my research, mainly because the hex is the byproduct of some kind of magical ritual, and it's like I am trying to guesstimate what exactly happened in the ritual to know what created a nasty side effect like hex. It's as if someone gave me a piece of plastic, asked me how was that plastic made, and which process gave the plastic the qualities it possessed. So I do want to observe a blood ritual for myself. If the nuclear fusion theory has any relevance, the blood ritual should be some kind of incomplete process that created this monstrosity. In my mind, I have a clear, obvious reason for researching the hex. In my mind, I cannot help but suspect that one day, some country is going to think I am no better than the Demon King and use this same hex bomb against me. This horrid poison that corrupts the land just offends the trees and vegetation in every way possible, even more than the magically tainted poop. So much so that I get feelings of anger through the root in it. If a forest could react in anger to a factory spewing poison into its lands, I guess that's how it feels. Even though it repulses me, I steeled myself and placed one subsidiary tree right into a pool of hex. It was a risk, but somehow, I felt like I had to reach into it. And then I felt my mind assaulted and overwhelmed by strange, twisted emotions and memories. Death, pain, suffering, love, hope. It lasted for a good 2 hours, a short flicker of a moment for me. My various root brain complexes in the grand mind tree all instantly kicked in and worked hard to allay those invading memories and emotions. It's not all bad, but it's all kinds of emotions, both positive and negative, warped in some way or form or joined together. At the same time, I witnessed my subsidiary tree rot from the root upwards, its bark and trunk turning brittle before breaking up by bits and pieces. It took a while, and after that 2 hours and I've regained emotional control, I soon used the root brains and mind tree to invade into the subsidiary tree. It was too late. The subsidiary tree was dead, it crumbled and turned into dust. Yet it was not all wasted. The hex, as we seen it, shrunk a little bit. Typical of blood rituals, it's essentially an emotion memory conversion into power, and so fixing the hex meant facing those emotions head-on and unwinding them. But that still doesn't answer the underlying force. Is it still some kind of soul mechanism, or does emotions and memories have their own power? I suppose the true way to fix the hex is to connect a root to it and run it through the root minds in the grand mind tree. So did you ask your mom, about what? About teaching me how to fight? Roma frowned. You should stick to baking. Easy for you to say. The black-haired boy responded. I only have my granny to look after me. I only have my mom, and her army of loyalists and servants. The black-haired boy was sharp, and there is indeed an army of loyalists. Even now there's 2 guards tasked to watch after Roma. Roma sighed. Fine, I'll ask her to teach you something. Yay. I can't wait to hit someone with one of the long, hard breads. Roma facepalmed, and the black-haired boy laughed. Indeed, Roma later did go see Ivan. Mom, I got a request. It's got nothing to do with books or magic. Ivan probably looks puzzled because it's quite rare for Roma to have requests outside those topics. What? I have a friend, he wants to learn how to fight, so could you, teaching him? Roma asked awkwardly, and Ivan looked at her son. He twiddled his fingers even though he's already in his teens, and Ivan nodded. I won't have much time to teach him, with my duties at the Valthorn kids, but sure. Maybe he can start joining us for a few rounds of basic spars. I have open sessions with the newer initiates. News from the distant continents come in, and the Demon King is on the move. It seems the heroes are quite successful in defeating the Demon Walkers and the Demon Supercannons, if they have an ability similar to Mila and Alexis's Star Mana form. I reckon that's probably a standard loadout for a hero. The heroes are now trying to gather up somewhere and take down the rest of the demonic walkers. There are many, after all. This Demon King was really fond of walkers, and so far the heroes are successful, so much so that almost every 3-4 days we have news that another walker or supercano has been destroyed. The heroes by now have moved out of my tree's observational range, and so any news about their movement is via message. A part of me thinks, well, this is too easy. There must be something. Is this it, really? Is this the slow end of the Demon King? The Demon King that peaked early and then ended because it tried to attack all the continents at once. I don't think so. There must be a trick. The Demon King has been wandering continents to continents doing something. There must be a trap waiting for the heroes. There's no reason for Demon King to just hang around and idle when the heroes are still gaining strength. The heroes must be expecting it too. Things have been going a bit too easy for them now that they've unlocked Star Mana. Oh well, let's just watch the show. Where has the Demon King gone? Would anyone have any idea now that the message network is restored? Can we find out about all historical sightings of the Demon King? Jura's getting better at guessing what I'm trying to do, and he vaguely sounded like he sensed my concern. I'll send out a request to the merchants and mages guilds. Still, once I acquired the demon ability reduction aura, that had an instant benefit, because that aura pushes back against the demon's interference. Doing so expands the field of the beetle's range. After all, the beetles, being a form of summoned creature, have little resistance against demonic interference. In fact, I wonder whether there's an insect tamer or insect master that will someday come up to me and mind control one of my mindless beetles. Year 84, month 5. Trainer leveled up quickly and gained some rather cool abilities. Like his level 10 ability literally distorts his training room into a larger one. I wonder what his higher tier abilities will be. A practice dungeon would be quite cool. That make him his own little dungeon core, isn't it? A dungeon of our own for practice would be fantastic, since the Valthorn kids have expanded and we're short of nannies to look after them, and it didn't feel quite right to let their older, earlier students to look after them, with their limited life experience. Even if the first generation of Valthorns, the first 9, are now all above level 20, Lausanne being the exceptional one crossing level 60, but her leveling is stagnating. She complains about it sometimes, and it's also partly why she wants to find other ways of growing. Her living weapon is also level capped at level 20, and the cool thing about Thorny is that, well, it literally gives her a barb armor. Still, it's nothing compared to the kind of star mana weapons the hero wields. Lausanne was super proud of Thorny before this, but after the super cannon battle, she's been working really hard. Apparently their star mana weapons literally slice through high-tier demons like a hot knife through butter. Things that she needed a full-powered strike to kill can be easily cut through. I think it's the level difference. They are after all in the level 80s to 90s, Lausanne's just 60, and the gap of 10 levels is extremely big. Like how 30 levels meant I could tank a demon walker a lot more comfortably than before. Maybe if Thorny had the anti-demon abilities like I did, he'd cut through the demons like water too. Anyway, Lausanne's daily affairs consist of training, helping, and guiding all the younger initiates who look up to her. We've had to build a dedicated compound for the Valthorns on top of the existing orphanage. With my new giant attendant trees, it really opened up the possibility of subsidiary cities or suburbs. Maybe that's something I should do. With that in mind, I made an announcement to the Valthorns to find places suitable for an extra town. Perhaps somewhere close to a mine where I can do some mining using my deep roots, or somewhere with mana. Or should I just ask them to settle down in the southwest forests with my 3 trees of mana? With the valley itself restricted, the forest now littered with the giant trees, New Freeka's expansion is forced towards the open plains, where all the enemy armies like to march. New segments of town, new walls are built, as the city expands to accommodate more and more refugees and new citizens. According to Ivy's census data, she counted about 72,000 people living in New Freeka's borders, clearly a bit too cramped for some of them. Yet the demon's continued presence meant the lack of space in New Freeka is a small bother. Out in other cities, there are constant issues of food shortages, so much so New Freeka have been sending food aid to the nearby kingdoms. It's a move by the council, of course, since the council's past efforts of building wineries, underground heated farms, underground silos, and our most recent underground self-sufficient hideouts meant a surplus of food even for the large number. The council like allies, and well, I don't blame them. I want my own allies too. I need to visit the giant lillipod. So I undid all the trees that I no longer needed and continued my long chain of trees towards it. I stopped previously when the heroes started their attack on the wounded demon walker. It would take me a month or 2 to get there, but if Lausanne wants to talk to another tree spirit, maybe I should do the introductions. This was some time ago, around year 83, month 8. Harris, Becky, and Myri wasn't having a good time. If anything, the past few months has been absolutely terrible. With demons crawling all over the continent, there was no journey that was ever safe. Almost every night when they camped outside, they would be attacked. At first, it was stressful, but now all 3 of them are now around level 60. Thankfully, Becky's class as a summoner meant she has a magical guard that kept watch while all of them rested and slept. I wish we had nice beds. Myri's number 1 complaint, almost every other night, was the lack of comfortable beds. Coming from another world, the significant decline in mattress quality was really getting to her. It's absurd that the people in this world accept this bullshit. They sat around a makeshift campfire. A lightning elemental was helping to barbecue the roasted meat. Let it go. At least we're not hungry. Harris nodded. They didn't like being hungry. They were hungry on some days when they went through areas that are so devastated there was absolutely nothing to harvest or hunt. Anyway, it should be any time now. The 2 girls came and sat on the logs next to him. They were friends after all, and the magical orb appeared again. Hero chat, hey guys, everyone okay? Astra asked from the other side of the screen. They could hold the chat for about 1 hour, so that meant they could really catch up. Oh hey Harris, are you guys going to challenge the demon walker? Harris nodded. We're supposed to rendezvous with an army from Sala. Apparently it's part of the coalition army from this continent. But my scouts tell me things aren't great. The terrain around the demon walker has been absolutely wrecked by all the blood rituals that were used against it, so approaching it isn't that straightforward. Harris's summoned force is essentially an elite army in itself. Another voice came out. Harris identified her as Helen, and she's in the north. Yeah, we're trying to convince the locals to stop using the blood magic, because it's making our attempts to approach the demons a lot harder. A few routes have been made unusable because of the blood magic used to bombard it, but it's quite hard to get that message across, because the guys that fire the damned blood magic are not here anymore. It doesn't help that the kings use some kind of charisma or charm skill to convince all these guys to sacrifice themselves, and these guys have far too large an ego to accept that their decisions are wrong. Myri looked and pointed. She noticed Helen's background wasn't outdoors. Are you guys in an inn? Helen laughed at the question. Hell yeah, check out my lovely bed. I can't freaking stand camping outside. Thankfully, we found a small town with an inn that's still standing. You cannot believe how few and rare independent inns are in this world, since all these travelers' inns are absolutely defenseless. It was laughter all the heroes shared, but all of them felt bittersweet. The pain of lacking proper rest and sleep is apparent to all 12 of them, even if the magic and drive from the god's blessing did constantly spur them on. All right, we got 50 minutes left. Let's start the recap. I've recently hit level 62, and I've unlocked an avatar. Astra was the one said, it lets me create 3 copies of myself that I can send elsewhere to do things, and it can cast all the spells I can, except those using star mana. We're all multi-unit heroes, aren't we? Everyone had a summon or companion force of some kind. Harris had scouts and living armors. Becky, as a pure summoner, had the most expansive force. She could single-handedly summon 1,500 magical soldiers to battle if she expended all her star. Fitting since we're facing a war. Anyone else not level 60 yet? Any interesting skills? Any new demon units we should be afraid of? I fought the demon general you mentioned. Not as hard as I was made to believe. The locals generally exaggerate their strength. I reckon it's a level 50 threat. Harris frowned. They haven't been having easy fights. Were they doing something wrong? Only one. They fought a battle with 6 demon generals. Yup, anyone have any clue where the demon king is? Quite sure it's in the southern continent. Astra responded, but I think it hasn't moved at all since it came to this world. I think it's churning out walkers. Oh, does that mean all of us need to head to the south? Eventually, yes, once we can get past the walkers on our continent. But who knows, maybe the Demon King will move. I heard they say the Demon King moves from place to place for previous generations. That's a future thing. Let's focus, on the walkers. Everyone looked worried. At this point they have not fought anything that powerful. Any tips for facing the walker? Harris asked. Anyone fought one since last week? There's one near you, Astra. We're hoping you'd set the example, Harris. We do have plenty of walkers down here in the south, but somehow they travel in pairs, so we have not yet attempted to fight them. You're facing one along, and that's probably the easiest fight available. Hey, Myri called out. Why do we have to be first? Awkward silence. Harris frowned. Becky sighed. All of them received overpowered abilities and blessings from the gods, and here they are, arguing who should face the demon walkers first. Never mind. Time to share some knowledge. Astra needed to save time. Did you know some kings have a protective presence ability that allows the use of message spells in their domain? One of the other heroes on the eastern continent spoke, but it only works for messages within the domain. I think there should be other kings or leaders with similar powers. Oh, Harris wasn't that interested, but he wondered whether that's how Ian looked after his own domain, but that didn't seem to be the case. Astra, what's the range of your avatars? Becky's squadrons can't stray more than 10 miles from her. What's yours? I haven't tested. Astra flushed and he wrote it down somewhere. I'll get to it. My Birdman Raiders have a range of about twice that. Another one spoke, Simone. I suppose the range depends on the unit type. Makes sense. We should test it. Harris said, we should be careful. The Demon King knows where we are. How does your source know that? I'm starting to suspect that source of yours is a former hero. She's not human. She can't be. Is that a rule? We're all human, right? And the previous generation was all human too. It should be a rule. Why else did the gods pick us? I still don't think it's a rule. I need to check the records. One voice spoke. The locals say there are non-human heroes. Long time ago. Astra cut the discussion off. All right, we need to save time. Have you guys thought about the walkers? What's your strategy? Destroy the aura spires, chop the head off, and aim for the humanoid core. Beware of energy blasts and beams from spires and heads. How do you know that? Previous records. Apparently the city we started in defeated a walker before. What? You guys totally lucked out with your start point. We're clueless about demon walkers. Let us know after you fought it, okay? Astra asked. Becky and Myri looked at each other. There was a subtle bitterness in that statement and they all felt it. They didn't feel like they had a good time fighting through demons. The hero call ended shortly after. You know, this hero thing isn't as nice as the gods put it. Becky sighed. She ate one of the barbecued meat from the lightning elemental. It wasn't that great. The lightning elemental had no taste buds and no sense of smell to estimate how cooked the meat was. Harris too chewed on a rather burnt meat and said rather bluntly, the gods screwed up and we, the Earthers, are the emergency response team. I expected to be a princess. Instead, I'm a demon hunter. Not the fairy tale I was hoping for, Becky ranted. But someone's got to do it, and it sure looks like we are the only ones anywhere equipped to deal with it. I was told the food is exotic. Myri sighed, but exotic also meant weird and often untasty. All of them collectively sighed, a part of them tempted by the rewards. They felt like hamsters chasing after dangled food. So, should we still attempt to fight the walker? That question made all of them pause. They reflected on the damage demons have caused the lands they have seen. We have to, Myri said, her mind filled with the scenes she witnessed. All the deaths and destruction. The crying and weeping. We should. Harris shook his head. Lady Mika said it in very clear terms that we can die. We are sure about this. Yes, Harris nodded. He felt it too, like a calling to fight the demon walker, It's almost as if he is being summoned to it. An army came 10,000 strong. Not much, but it was all the coalition could spare, with multiple other battles happening throughout the continent. A group of 30 rode forth to meet with the three of them. The heroes, an older-looking man, asked. Harris nodded. Yes, we are the reincarnated ones. He wasn't sure whether he deserved the hero title just yet. Great. The older man dismounted and walked towards them. He offered a handshake, and Harris took it. I'm Commander Akbar, and I'm here on behalf of the coalition force. It's a small army, but even this took a whole load of persuasion. Akbar shook both Becky and Mayuri's hands. I was told the three of you planned to attack the walker and relieve the pressure on Gila. Indeed, but we're not sure how. Our intel said the demon walkers have projectile attacks from its main head and lesser beam weapons from some of the spires. The army will split into smaller forces and attack the demon walker from all sides. This way the head can only aim at one group at a time. An elite force will stay with you and cut a path for you to get close. Can you disable the head? Once you do, we can start channeling the longer time spells like our siege fireballs, since our mages are relieved from shielding duties. Harris nodded. He had a massive shield ability. It should do. Sounds like a lot of people are going to die. Or do you want to? Tunnel, Akbar asked. Harris paused. What? Akbar brought a group of 30 humans. They looked very much like miners. They had large pickaxes and shovels. Oh, they suddenly got it. Akbar's battle at New Freaka really seared into his mind, and he thought of emulating the tunnels used by the giant beetles. All three heroes nodded. It was far less risky since it was not an open confrontation, but that is hinged on the demon walker being unable to detect their presence. It's worth a try, don't you think? Harris, Mayuri, and Becky nodded. Year 84, Month 6. Master, right now on your dashboard, there's the following outstanding items. 1. Extending to Giant Lillipod City. 2. Finding a new location to set up a second town. 3. Finding more magical leylands for more Soul Forge upgrades. 4. Acquire research and upgrade materials for us. 5. Demonic research and Telco Tower further research. 6. Blood ritual observation and related hex research. 7. Prepare for Demon King surprises. 8. Work on Jura's soul vitality and level cap. 9. Research potential anti-demonic objects to create super anti-demonic weapons. 10. Upgrading the feces refuse processing and absorption. 11. Trevor went on, but I had gotten it. I had a lot on my big wooden plate, and well, I tend to forget things a lot, even though trees are supposed to remember things because of how they are burned into our tree rings. So let's go back on the list. I'm working on the extension to the Giant Lillipod City, and well, I should be there in 1 month. After that, I'm hoping to establish some means of contact, if we are able to telepathically connect. If not, I might try to connect my roots directly. Would that be too risky? What if it's more powerful than me and the energy in its roots attempt to take over me instead? A direct root connection is after all a two-way exchange of information, magic, and nutrients. It's almost as if two trees are married. Thinking about it, I decided I probably should not connect my roots directly. Perhaps a fellow tree spirit of that level can overpower and brute force through my root and its defenses. And what do I even say to a fellow tree spirit? Like, hi, feeling a little bit concerned about my competence at communicating, I asked Jura. Jura, do we have historical records of past encounters with great spirits? Can I have their stories? Oh. We'll need to ask the various guilds, but sure. Jura nodded. Is something happening? Last month was about Demon King's movement, and this month ancient spirits. I just have some thoughts. Jura nodded. It's costing us a bit of money to do these sort of searches since there's no central library where all these things are stored. And that's a problem, isn't it? Wikipedia's awesome. This world needs a Wikipedia. Maybe I can set up a large network of trees that function as terminals for people to upload information. I'd call them treeminals. Wait, sounds too much like criminals. In Treeface. No, sounds too much like in Tree's face. Or maybe Wikitree, Treewiki, Eek. Never mind, I'm getting distracted. I need a 101 on how to communicate with other spirits. Second was the location expansion. Some of them didn't get the idea of why I wanted to search for potentially habitable locations, but it was quite obvious to the more clever ones. Ian's looking to germinate. Will there be a second Ian? Can tree spirits multiply? Is Ian making a special tree? Okay, I think they misunderstood. I have giant trees, why don't they ask whether those are my babies? I even have subsidiary trees, or do they think those are just normal trees? Or is it the way I asked? Far north, there's another valley where there's a river running through it, and some meadows in the gentle, rolling hills. A rather pleasant valley, but uninhabited. There's also a few others, but I like this valley the most, so I decided to also stretch a few trees there, and then placed one giant attendant tree in it. Over time, I would like this to be like the Valthorns' actual academy, the root camp, where young Valthorns learn their roots. These giant attendant trees are wonderful in their own way. Their large number of customizable rooms meant one giant tree could house easily 100 people, and another giant tree could be converted into barracks and all the other things the Valthorns need. I recall having trading cards where massive trees were the superstructures and skyscrapers of the world, and these giant trees are my closest attempt at them. Perhaps one day these giant trees could even be ancients, like in Warcraft, and fight wars on my behalf. Maybe I should get some treefolks into the Valthorns too. Speaking of treefolks, my research into their fallen was quite insightful. They are built just like any normal, flexible limb, just that their texture is woody and their organs are distributed. They do have organs, and their means of absorbing nutrients via their rooted form is a very fancy thing. But the younger treefolks, those who benefited from my special saps and milk, are growing up, and now we are able to get a clearer comparison of those who went for the longer pregnancy versus those who went for the shorter external gestation period. The saps closed the gaps by close to 50-60, so the saps significantly improved the treefolks' reproduction, because now the drawbacks of the high-volume external gestation is reduced. Of course, the whole point of looking into them was to find out how to develop flexible wooden parts. Yet I believe Mila's tree form was a lot more interesting, in that Mila's tree form resembled a quasi-liquid thing with a wooden layer, whereas the treefolks have more distinct muscles. What I'd like to do is incorporate these muscles and stuff into the giant trees, and essentially build my own treant. With an artificial soul in it, I could probably get a super tank, which reminds me. What happens if I fuse an artificial soul with a giant tree? Do they become mini versions of me? Anyway, back to the list. The ley lines. Well, I think the nearest one to me is where the demon's supercannon was, but the heroes had already placed a telco tower there after they defeated the demon. Maybe the giant lillipod's spirit will know more. Research and upgrades are on the way. The merchants need some time before things get back to business as usual. The presence of demons and demon kings are still quite disruptive, and the long period of when businesses essentially were dead meant a lot of merchants ran into financial problems. The realities of business. I suppose it's harder to be a billionaire in a world where the demon king might just wipe you out every 10 years. Businesses need long periods of growth, stability, unless one's a war merchant. There should be bankers or war merchants, right? I don't believe a world like this doesn't have its Rothschilds equivalent. Are there merchants who fund wars? Jura scratched his chin. Yeah, but usually they are in nobility as well. Yup, this world is fucked. Year 84, month 7. Pleased to meet you, Lady Lausanne, the chosen of Ian. The baker boy bowed. He wasn't good at it. Lausanne didn't react. She merely got into position and lifted her sparring short spear, thornies on her back. She's getting taller. Come, they were sparring. The baker boy nodded and attacked with a wooden sword. He swung with all his might, but then somehow his leg got tangled with Lausanne's spear and he fell flat into the soft wooden floor. Lausanne shrugged. Again, the baker boy got up and nodded. Yes. And he was easily defeated. Multiple times. All right, time's up. Lausanne said and then walked away to spar with the next person. There's many more to train. Then Jura walked in. Everyone, we've got new instructions from Ian. We're forming a squad. Lausanne, pick 50. We're going on a trip. Everyone pack up enough supplies for 2 weeks. Where are we going? Ian's instructions is to head to a giant tree grove located at one of the northwestern valleys. There's accommodation, but we will camp out there. That's. I'll give you further details later. Ian did tell me a bit. In public, both Jura and Lausanne referred to me as Ian because, well, it's just my public and divine name. All of them were given about 2 hours to pack for 2 weeks, and off they went. As Valthorns, they are all expected to be deployed as soon as they can. The Valthorn quarters are now vacant, and the baker boy is left with the rest who wasn't selected. A young girl about the baker boy's age came up. Hi, I saw you just now. Let's practice, the baker boy nodded. Okay, he wasn't that good, but he's improving. Roma walked in a bit later with Ivan. Oh, where'd everyone go? Ivan asked, and one of the older caretakers explained Jura's instructions. Oh, Mom, this is the friend I'm talking about. Nero. Meet my mom, Mom, meet Nero. Hello, Nero. Ivan smiled at the baker boy. He's slightly taller than Roma. Finally, I get to meet the boy that's been making my son gain all that weight. I'm kidding. All right, come, let's practice. Let's see whether you can learn some combat skills. It's quite therapeutic to use my bloom and create new patches of trees. Vast barren, destroyed lands, and with a bit of tender loving care from me and my artificial minds, transformed into scenic watering holes and oases. As my network of trees stretch further, I'm now exposed to slightly different climates as well. Further to the south, the air is hotter, drier, and so my trees have to adapt. They share a portion of my environmental adaptations, so they won't die, just not functioning at 100. It's interesting to see the subtle changes in vegetation further south, and I wonder whether there's been any proper studies into the effects of magic and the multiple moons on this world's plants. Warmer, warmer. Another tree, and every other day I cross a chain of hills on the way to meet another spirit. But it seemed that we met a lot earlier. There are voices. Not one but many. It's as if it's a choir in the background, with one person occasionally taking the lead. The sudden presence of that voice jolted me from my usual days. I feel like I'm in a trance when I'm expanding my presence and network, so that voice really knocked me out. Wait, I'm about 2-3 days away from Giant Lillipod. Is this the voice of the giant lillipod? Who am I talking to? Is that the giant lillipod? I attempt to respond. Hello, I paused. Maybe I should speak the same way. I come in peace. What? I am Ian, a tree spirit. I greet thee. I tried to respond, but it's hard to even speak the way they do. They clearly understand the language differently. I hope, if anything, that I do not offend them. I didn't know what to say. Is this how the others are when they speak to me? So, the giant lillipod city is a hive mind. I kept on my journey. I want to physically see their body, how they are like, how they look like. It seems the lilies have a larger telepathic communication range than I do, since it picked up my presence long before I did. Is it because it's a hive mind? It talked while I kept up my network of trees. It is big and there are monsters everywhere. And there are demons. Well, I thought of testing its knowledge of demons. I heard a long droning sound in my head, and I had to forcefully cut it off using my grand mind tree. It went on for quite a while, and it lingered. Heroes have appeared to fight them. The droning continued and then faded. I wonder what's on such a hive mind's mind, and clearly I fail to understand it. Perhaps it is like us, master, only that they all get to speak. I'm starting to suspect I'll struggle to get along with this fellow. Tree spirit, or tree spirits, how should I refer to you? That's hello, lilies. It sounded like those two words really took a lot out of them. Perhaps they are not used to this sort of interaction. And silence. I was quite comfortable with the silence, and clearly so was Lily's. It seemed both of us being plants. Silence didn't make us uncomfortable. In fact, it was quite relaxing. My disciple needs your blessing. I wasn't sure how to refer to Lausanne. Is she my minion, or is she a disciple? Or is she a personal representative? What would she call herself in reference to me? Is she a subordinate then, or just an employee? Yes. Is it strange? Why do people not get blessings from their tree spirits? Why? What? Trees don't give blessings. I'm starting to think I made a wrong decision of talking to this tree spirit, or even attempting to get close. Their lake is still far away, and yet it already knows I am here. It must have something similar to subsidiary trees. Then grant you're familiar to this one as part of a whole. It took another few more days, and I eventually reached the edge of the lake. And I had to see it for myself, so I used one of my few physical eyes. The lake was vast, and it stretched really far. And the giant lillipod is essentially a city around a massive moat, the lake itself. There's a bridge that connected the shore to the main city, but the city is actually all built on massive, multiple building-sized giant water lily leaves. The largest of those leaves are larger than city blocks, and there are smaller but still giant lily pads that acted as a land bridge, and visually these lily pads closer to shore are more thorny, as if they are ready to spring a trap at any time. Each lily pads acted as its own district, and together they form the city. There are 3 land bridges formed by the lily pads, and it's clearly fortified. The humans that live here also build massive forts around the entrances of all 3 bridges. At 26,000 lily pads, I'm inclined to think that it's probably its version of the subsidiary tree. What do you do when the demons come for you? Heh. Well, from what I can see, it looks like this spirit is more than happy to let the lily pads burn. How many years have you been here? It didn't answer me. Maybe it's sensitive. We didn't speak for days as I went about my other tasks. Mattias and a few others were gathered. Lausanne was there too, since I think it'd be relevant to her. The history of the giant lillipod city in its initial stages is lacking, but it is said that the city and the lake is greatly intertwined. The lilies that blossomed in the lake had been attacked by demons many times, and often the lilies would be destroyed. Some of the lilies, those further inland, are about to close and submerge to hide away from the demons. This is, of course, aided by the fact that the demons can't seem to walk in water, and the waters of the lake are filled with monstrous vines and floating things. There are also giant fish and other lake monsters living in there that would attack any demon that goes into the water. So essentially, they hide, and the massive lake acts as a giant moat, because these stupid demons are not well adapted to underwater combat. The massive lilies are also extremely resilient, and so they can take multiple hits and bombardments. They have to be, because the city is built on it. Even if the lilies are destroyed, because the core body of the lily is underwater and probably a large network of tubers and roots that's not exactly destroyed, it can just regenerate after every destruction. It's literally a water weed that waits for the demonic disaster to go away. Of course, I wonder what level it is. No one knows, and apparently no one knows whether the lilies can communicate. The druids apparently has attempted to communicate, but they can't even reach it, other than sensing that it briefly exists. So hiding its main body is a smart thing. Maybe I should do that too. Of course, this also exposed one of the druids' lies. They can't communicate with other tree spirits and yet promise such a thing to me. Or is it just lilies that is being unnaturally shy? Or maybe it does communicate, but it just does so very, very selectively. After that conversation about the history of that city, Lausanne came and asked me about it. Tree, do you think I should go to Giant Lillipod City? Nobody has even found how to communicate with the spirit yet. Probably not. Let's see whether there are other spirits we can communicate with. The next one would be the Elven Capital's tree spirit. I think that one is probably younger than the lilies, but it also has a few hundred years of history to it. But you won't mind waiting, right? Lausanne nodded. It's fine. I want to learn more about traveling before making the journey. I feel like all my life I've been here. Mom says I need more. Life experience. I'm too young in her eyes. Moms will always view you as their children. It is just the way they are. Talk to her and convince her otherwise. Year 84, Month 8. While Jura's network was trying to gather information about the Demon King's whereabouts, well, we found out what the trap was. It's tough trying to filter through crap and false positives, so much so that by the time any good information is obtained, it's often no longer useful. This is one of those times. The Demon King has been visiting the sites of the previous Demon Kings, the places of their death and destruction, and tapped into the remaining energies to create a massive demon monster that's stronger than the super canon. We know this because on the eastern continent was where one demon king died perhaps 50-60 years ago, the location of Astaroth. Of course, at this point, I wonder if there is a limit. The world must have seen countless demon kings, so by sheer number and a long history, there should be some demon king's destruction in almost every location at some point of this world's life. So, perhaps the residual magics get fully decayed and the demon king cannot tap into that energy, or only if there's remaining demolite. Is it looking for demolite? The new monster, well, apparently resembled Astaroth. That said, very few descriptions of Astaroth's appearance remain, so it could well be a corrupted version of the story. The new monster, at least, doesn't seem to have a long-range weapon. Instead, it was just a gargantuan creature that seemed to excel in short-range bursts, and well, it wrecked a few nations in its immediate surroundings. Naturally, this means the Demon King is headed for the other Demon King's Deathland. This conjecture immediately caused panic, because there's actually a rather massive mining operation in the area to get at the demolite. Mining demolite suddenly doesn't seem that profitable now that the Demon King's eyes is on it too. Hazard pay only goes so far. Are you there? Do you speak to the mortals? My knowledge of the world is indeed lacking, and very much what I know is shaped by what I can see and what I can infer from observing the mortals. But I do agree that my viewpoints are colored greatly by these mortals that I mingle with. It's been something on my mind for a while, and I do sense the growing influence of the network of trees. Every day I feel like I'm switching between myself and a tree. I am a young tree. Is there really a me? Am I really an individual person? Or am I conflating the previous me, the once human me, the one that is both a soul and also a mammalian Homo sapiens needs and desires? Is there really a me that is independent of our bodies? After all, our souls are plugged into the bodies we inhabit. We share and feel the desires, needs, the bodily wants of that body. Now that I am a tree, naturally I will change. But is this change a new me since I have lost my human body so many years ago? Am I still the same person as I am? What should I do with this aspect that thinks, behaves, and has the desires of a tree? Is it me? Is my yearning for a social circle a relic of my once mortal, humanoid, clanning, and family-oriented society, something that is ingrained in my human genetic code? What if we once were something else? I'm confused. But I do feel like I'm struggling a bit with an identity crisis. What should I be? What? Am I just a talking, thinking magical soul tree, bane of all demons? Is there something more to me? That past history of mine, however short it now feels, am I more tree or more Matt? Locally, the demons are on a retreat, and a sense of normalcy returns for the inhabitants of the region. This, of course, ignores the fact that the Demon King has somehow made a mini Demon King. It's a stupid decision by the Demon King. If I was in charge, I would have absorbed the energy from the previous Demon Kings and make myself stronger, rather than create new minions. But maybe there's some physical or magical limitation. It's like letting the heroes get a trial run before actually fighting the real thing. How is that a good idea? Anyway, it's just like a regular citizen giving opinions on world matters. These, to some extent, are matters beyond one man's control. Focusing back on what I can do, trade and research. Trade routes restored and the materials necessary for research gradually returned. Research status, fight or mediation process, advanced mineral concentration 12 months. First things first, I resumed research for upgrades to the feces processing plant. Reason being, well, my previous solution could be better. Also, currently all the metals are absorbed by dedicated trees that function as a sponge for specific types of metals or toxin, so it's mixed with that tree. The next step would be, therefore, to then specifically expel these collected metals into some kind of usable form. Then I've been thinking about what I've been facing and what my artificial souls said about a counterattack and also the strange magics from the Telco Tower, and so a bit more on the flexible branches needed to have a kind of tree catapult. The lattice is derived from the tower, with the way its magic is twisted and intertwined to form a layered structure which results in greater endurance. Ultra-flexible compression branches 24 months. Lattice works 12 months. And on top of that, the hex's ability to influence my mental state was something worth researching, as it's possible to design or construct specialized, artificial minds, or at least develop routines that are suited for absorbing these hexes. Still, as a field of research, it overlaps quite a bit with me absorbing shit. Just emotional shit. Magical residue filtration basic 112 months. I still have one spare forest rod that I've not used, and that's something I want to find a place to plant. One spot that I am aware of is the location of the demonic supercannon and also where the hero's Telco Tower is. Once the Demon King is dead, I'm going to attack the Telco Tower and replace it with my rod. That's a backup plan, of course. I'm sure there are others. Lilies are there. Magical spots that you know off. It took 1 day for it to reply. Would you tell me? 2 days later, all I got was, why another day later? Ah, damn it. Still, time to capitalize on the return of magical communications. So I asked Jura to gather information about other magical sites other than the places of former Demon King. I don't want anything to do with the Demon King at the moment. Of course, this meant dungeons, or holy sites. Yet I'm feeling a bit meh with all these info networks because they don't seem to be generating good information. Seriously, I wonder whether I'm giving Jura's contacts too much work, or they are just that crappy. Maybe the Adventurers Guild would be better, perhaps a list of all dungeons on the continent. We'd like to set up a small adventurer group, Lausanne told the older elves gathered. Right now, the Valthorns are advancing quite quickly, and many of us are gaining levels. Ian's intent is that the Valthorns are a special elite force, and so we need experience against other kind of foes, not just demons. It was something Lausanne suggested one day, after fighting extensively with her dedicated training artificial soul, Trioner. It's true that Trioner could simulate all sorts of combat situations, but the leveling effect from that may not be superior to actual combat experience. Even if I have supplemented that with realistic dream tutors, there's still a gap. They needed to fight real enemies to put all that training into reality, so I'd like to lead the first squad. I've already gotten 5 others that are at least level 25 to join. Lausanne's intent is, of course, to hit as many birds with one stone. She's often bound to New Freaka, so being an adventurer allows her to travel to fight other monsters, encounter other spirits, and also a high-ranking adventurer is allowed entrance to many cities. It's a formalized recognition of her levels. In the long run, Lausanne's intention is to use a high ranking to earn access to all the other great spirit cities. Jura just nodded. This was something Lausanne had already discussed with Jura beforehand. It was really for the wider Valtrian Order leadership team. In practice, Lausanne could do whatever she wanted and she'd get away with it. My intention is that if it works, these 5 that are with me will go on to lead their own adventure squads. The political aspect is going to be touchy, wouldn't it? Mattias asked Jura. I thought there are some restrictions about quasi-military institutions setting up or sponsoring adventurers. Just formalities, really, Jura said. The squad can still function as a team of adventurers, and the team needs to be briefed about which country are going to accept recognition as adventurers, given their connections with the Valtrian Order. The mages' guilds won't share high-tier resources and knowledge to politically connected adventurers. They never shared anything to anyone from outside their hometown anyway. One captain opined. We'd have to open up access to our dungeons to the foreign adventurers as well then, Mattias then asked. You don't have any, but yes, it's something I'll have to handle through the council. Jura said, there will be some opposition, but given that Ian is also supporting this, they probably won't ask too much. After a bit of back and forth about the political impact, which Lausanne just had to endure, eventually all of them agreed to it. Well, agreed then. Perhaps we can meet with the guildmaster of the local chapter to take this further. Well, the next day, a middle-aged man came to the Valtrian Order's offices. Counsel, the man tipped his hat, placed it on a hat hanger, and then sat on the chair, his arms wide and posture slightly slouched. There's only Jura and him in the room. Jura smiled. I see you're already comfortable, Garrosh. Wine, Jura offered. I had a special blend made, mixed with our special herbs, sure. Garrosh took a glass and sipped on it. Could use some with the stupid shit that goes on. People problems are like that. Jura had a sip too. Lausanne spoke to you. She did. Garrosh finished the glass, then he leaned forward, and I told her I'll think about it. The answer has to be a yes, you know. Jura offered another glass, and I'll lose my job if I don't. Garrosh took a second glass. Well, in terms of pure combat competence, Lausanne's up there, probably close to the best of my adventurers. But the Regional Adventurers Guild are going to kick up a fuss, but you will ignore them. Jura just smiled. Garrosh laughed. Damn right, I've always wanted to meet Ian. So that's my price. Bring me into the deep woods, past the strange magics that swirl around it. Jura finished his own glass. I see you've attempted to find Ian. Garrosh took the role of the guildmaster about 2 years ago, and well, despite being mostly a guildmaster, he's quite obediently stuck to the rules of New Freaka. Still, he occasionally did try to sneak into the woods. Jura just looked at his glass and then back at him. I'm still an adventurer at heart, and you know I've been itching to see it ever since I came to this place. The stories I heard from the older folks, before the deep forests were wrapped in a thick mist really interest me. Ever since the druids did what they did, my inner body is always shielded with mist-haunted forests. It'd be a disaster to me if a druid could somewhat get his way to my main body and attempt another ritual. I was prepared for this. Ivy and Jura have both vetted Garrosh's intentions, and so I'm quite comfortable with him coming to my main body. I also have other preparations in place if Garrosh ever tries anything, but it didn't need to come to that. The very journey through the woods with all the ghosts and soul harvesters roaming about was enough to intimidate him, and he froze when he saw my main body. This is it. Well, I'm massive. As a tree, I tower high up above the rest of the valley, and due to my camouflage and mist skills, that envelops the entire forest of trees that I am unseen. Lately, I also have other giant trees in the forest, which help act as a distraction and diversion. He froze and he stared at me. Well, Jura nodded. He's used to the sight. I will go now, the middle-aged guildmaster said. Hello, Garrosh. I decided to speak directly into this head. Somehow that caused his legs to buckle, but he quickly regained his composure. Ian, he asked. Yes, I will go now. Jura happily escorted him away, and apparently he spent that day sleeping. Why do they react like that? I think your voice has gotten more complicated recently. It's almost as if you're multiple people talking at the same time and there's a greater pressure in your voice. Really, I clearly wasn't aware of what my voice sounds like when I telepathically speak to people. I mean, it's not as if telepathy has an echo. How do you even record telepathy? Would that be possible, or is that like copying memories? It's like trying to replay a thought, isn't it? Year 84, Month 9. A string of battles break out across the continents. The Demon King has landed on our shores. It's probably headed for the former Demon King's place, and so, that's not good news. And apparently one group of heroes attempted to fight the demon animated from Astaroth's residual energies. They won, but a heavy price was paid. Pujapuran died. You received 1 hero fragment. You now have 68 fragments. I've been observing the giant Lillipod city from the shore. After all, my trees can't grow underwater, or at least not yet. Perhaps someday I'll have submersible trees, or seaweeds, something of a thought for the later days. I'm particularly fascinated by the structure of the giant lily pads themselves, how these massive things manage to even stay afloat, or what's supporting them from beneath. Or is it magic? Well, it seemed lilies clearly noticed I'm watching. I decided to leave and ponder on that statement. I kept watching. The dark, murky waters, are they magical? Or are there monsters lurking in them? Despite it being a lake, there's very little fishery activity going on, though I do notice some people fishing. Curious, I put another tree closer to the entrance, on the lake's shore. Perhaps some of the travelers or passers-by would somehow reveal something. Is there something in the lake? I tried my luck. The lilies are quite secretive in a way, or maybe I haven't figured out the trick to communicate with them properly. It's really a communication gap. What? Okay, that was 2 days later. I realized I didn't plan my meeting with another tree spirit well enough. What should I ask it, or them? Lausanne and gang finally had their first few adventurer missions, hunting some monster wolves and stuff. The retreat of the demons meant the return of native monsters, and they really don't get along. If I were to put the world into factions, I'd probably make it into a 3 kingdoms kind of situation. The demons, the living mortals, and the monsters, all with their own gods. Fun for them because, for one, they get to wear adventure gear and not in the usual Valtrian colors. In fact, Lausanne had so much fun she came home and talked for hours about it to her mom. Perhaps it was that whole field trip kind of effect. Just a group of young kids on an adventure without adult supervision. In a way, it's rare for Lausanne to go so far without a captain, or Ivan, or any of the older Valtrian Order people around. Even if she did outrank them in many ways, it's still having an adult around. Laufen just patted her on the head and looked really amused at her daughter. The Demon King is getting nearer to Tact and Nung, and that meant a round of fleeing. It's hilarious, really. The kingdoms should all just set up some kind of massive teleportation array between continents so that they can play hide and seek with the demons. The death of that one hero, though, quickly spread, and it becomes chatter in the bars and inns. 1 hero died. Does this mean this generation's heroes are weak? But many of them died before. I mean, many don't really know how many heroes there are. They don't get fragments to track, and the past heroes didn't really talk that much with the natives, so eavesdropping on the chatter is amusing. I wish more of them die. After the Demon King is killed, when the Demon King is killed, these kind of chatter would probably make Mila or Alexis feel depressed, but hey, that's what happens when one is reincarnated as the pawn of the gods. Some of them are making the journey to me again. Sigh, I wonder how Mila and Alexis are doing. Year 84, Month 10. Battles. It was inevitable that a battle would break out now that the Demon King is on this continent. The Demon King generated lesser demons like a Zerg hive. Its minions gushed out in all directions. The nearby kingdoms attempted to defend and delay the inevitable, creating large armies to fight. Yet the Demon King itself also has the ability to fire projectiles like the supercannon, so that curtailed any attempt to form up into a larger force. Thankfully, it didn't seem trigger happy. So this month, my Beatles and gang faced multiple medium-scale battles at about 5,000 to 10,000 demons. Since it was going to be a battle of attrition, we mostly fought a defensive battle, concentrating my forces around my larger giant attendant trees. This made the most of the aura effects and helped minimize casualties. My Beatles need a few months to replenish itself, so it's entirely possible for the demons to overwhelm my surroundings if I lose too many Beatles. Still, we have communication channels, so Jura has been really busy, coordinating with other nearby kingdoms to fight defensive battles together. Lausanne was unhappy, though. Why'd the Demon King have to spoil my adventure fun? It's too dangerous with the Demon King on our continent, but it was fine just a month ago. Well, it's hard to explain the erratic behavior of the Demon King, or maybe it just seems erratic from our point of view. We, after all, do not understand or appreciate its thought processes. Still, more defensive battles, and despite racking up kills, I don't seem to be gaining levels, which is really quite sad. The Demon King, of course, is headed for the site of the previous Demon King, and will probably attempt to summon something similar to the previous Demon King, if the news of the Astaroth copy is to be believed. So, we're going to have a mini rerun of the previous Demon King on our hands. Something that perhaps I have to deal with. Since I can handle a Demon Walker, I suppose in some ways, this is a good test of my own strength. Will I stand up to a mini Demon King? There's time to prepare, and so I intensify all my anti-demon preparations by stockpiling my anti-demon bolts and weapons. Yet, there's quite a bit of apathy amongst the general populace. To them, all this news is just like regular citizens watching a news channel on the television, talking about some virus or war in some faraway place. There's no personal relationship, so most of these regular folks don't feel a thing and they don't react to it. If I'm not a tree who regularly have to move my beetles to face these forces, perhaps I'd be like that too. Not my problem. Someone else will handle it. How do I get proactive people? Is there a way to let these people imagine they have control over things? It's clear by now that a part of it comes from the influence of the classes and levels, that people of a certain class have their mindsets influenced by the constraints and scope of those classes. So if I want proactive, I need to give these people the right kinds of classes, which then shapes how they think. And so I get the feeling like I need to shape my minions more actively, on top of helping them with leveling. So I decided to grant some of my lesser grade classes more freely, and also even grant some of the Valthorns the night classes. The intention is quite simple. That is, if I have a larger population, I could then make a general assessment of the mindsets of those possessing different classes and see whether there's any differences. I could run them through standardized tests in Dream Tutor and evaluate their performance. If the class really influences thoughts, then it should be something exhibited throughout the population, and not just individuals. So on top of expanding the Valthorns previously to some 500 kids, I've segregated the newer pool of 300 kids into 3 groups. One with Knight class, about 100 of them, one with Ranger class, about 150 of them, and another 50 kids with Druid classes. If there is some kind of uniformity of thought processes, I think this is large enough to tell. Then the issue that emerged was, we didn't have enough Knights to properly train the Knights. Get me some. I told Jura that, and so he had to put up a banner and notification hiring Knight trainers. Strangely, Knights tend to be a human kind of role, so it made some of the new Freaka Council peeps look and ask questions, but they don't dare to touch us. Some of the royals, though, saw this as an opportunity to curry favor with us, so a few royal families quickly offered their Knights. Strange how even if I tried to avoid these royal politics, they always happen. So, which royal family do you want to pick? Quite a few volunteered their best Knights. I even heard about some of them. As a tree, I just want to grow. Why does everything have to do with people jostling for power? Sigh. How many can we afford? Probably 5. Then pick one from the 5 nearest kingdoms. Use the proximity as a basis. Publish and let the kingdoms know about how we chose the 5 too, just so that we don't seem like we're intentionally sidelining the others. Sure, they will ask for favors from us for this. Let it be clear to them that I will not owe them favors. They will make me owe them favors. Jura frowned. Maybe we should have made it anonymous. That won't work. Everyone knows we're the only institution with Knights in New Freaka. The council has some Knights, but not to the point where they need Knight trainers. They'll be able to trace it from us. Ah well, I sighed. I spent a day or two mulling over it and decided it's still better to get the Knight trainers. It's good to get insights from other nations' military. There should be good points we can learn. The demons come for you. Their king is here. I attempted out of goodwill to warn Lilies. Perhaps I hoped to learn something from the interaction. I speculated that it, with its long age, must have encountered many demon kings in the past, and yet it survived just like I did, the bringer of otherworldly destruction. Does it care or does it not care? That's like a statement of fact. Let it come. Do you not fear it? Like fire, it is fearsome, but the rain will come. What if the rain doesn't, then it is so. What should I say? The demons would rule the world then. It would not be the first time nor the last. Oh shit. Did Lilies just said that the demons actually won before? Wait, that doesn't make sense. These demons are clearly out to destroy the world. If they did and the world we live in managed to recover, that meant they didn't totally destroy it. So, what do they want? What do they want? We do not ask why the fire burns, but only know that the fire burns. How did the world recover? As it always had, with a little divine touch. Meddling gods. If they have powers beyond summoning gods, then why don't they use it? Well, we had a short break, and what followed the break was a bit more fighting. A large demonic army actually headed for Lake Lillipod in the giant Lillipod city, and fighting, of course, broke out. But the army mostly retreated back into the city itself, and then the lilies that connected the shore to the rest of the floating city just submerged, forming a moat. There was a walker too. Where did the walker even come from? Did the demon king just make it? Then massive lily bulbs appeared on the shoreline and it fired. Seeds, the bulbs are like turrets, cool, interesting defensive system, pests. Why do you bother defending them if you say they are fire that burns? Life is meant to be a struggle, but if it is time to die, so be it. So be it indeed. It's like a quasi-religious view of the world, like believe in God but tie your camel. The walker fired a shot at the city now floating on the lake. The city is drifting away further and further. One of the lily pads flip up, together with all the buildings in it, and the shot destroyed the entire lilipad. I think all the people on it died as well. But one lilipad for the safety of the other 26,000, I suppose that's a trade. The walker fired again, and again, Lilies sacrificed another lily pad to act as a shield. And this dance continued for a good hour, Lilies sacrificing about 30 lilipads and probably a few thousand lives, but by then, the rest of the lilipad was now far away in the middle of the massive lake. At this distance, some of the shots were starting to miss and just splash in the water. Yet the demon walker did not step into the waters. They aren't afraid of water, are they? The demon king crossed the seas after all, and so did one of the walkers. So why isn't this demon walker entering the water? Is there something in the water? I decided to use a bit more of my spiritual vision, and well, the dark, murky waters are filled with floating roots. A lot of them, so much so that they pretty much block out everything. It's like using an X-ray, trying to locate a small fishbone when there's a whole bunch of other larger bones. It's possible, but hard. The demon walker, realizing that the giant lilipod is now pretty much a massive island floating in the middle of the lake, far enough that its attacks are missing, stopped. And then it moved away. May I offer some assistance? All yours, as the mortals say they are clearly eavesdropping on the mortals too. Otherwise it would not have known how to speak like them. There's a walker after all. Experience, I like experience. A distant proxy battle by way of giant attendant trees, and so I spawned 3 of them on the shores. They emerged from the ground with a massive rumble and shake, the ground cracked, and then 3 giant trees emerged. An interesting power, similar to our giant lilies. And Root strikes, the walker, realizing that its foe is now the 3 trees, turned and started to shoot. At this distance, the giant attendant trees only have 30 of my strength, but I believe that's good enough. It attacked. My beetles emerged from the giant trees, fresh, newly spawned beetles. Only 1,500 beetles, but enough to distract and delay the regular demons, such that the walker's attention is focused on the 3 giant trees. It attacks. I use my wood shields. But at this distance, so far away, the 6 wooden shields I created crumbled easily, and then the blast itself made a big hole in one of the giant trees. But the giant tree didn't fall. I can still sense it, alive. The walker's hammered by root strikes. At this distance, it's not as effective as before. Darn, it's scratched and there are small wounds here and there. I move on to use my super anti-demon root strikes. Even at this distance, they work a bit better, but not enough. The demon walker's still really quite tough. It fired another shot and I activated 15 wooden shields this time, and well, it went through almost all of them, but it still blocked the shot. And it shot again, and this time I couldn't stop it in time and it broke one of the giant trees. I felt the pain. We felt the pain. I unleashed all the attacks I have in my reservoir, using up all my root strikes. It thrusted into the bottom of the walker like a constant barrage, its demonic shell cracked, and then in its dying breath, it shot out another attack. That second strike destroyed another giant tree. I felt that again, and somehow I felt really mad. It's like a part of me was cut off, and I didn't like that at all. But by now I was out of root strikes, and it would take a day or 2 for it to recover. Still, I was pissed, and I wasn't going to let the demon walker go. So my vines and roots appeared, entangling it. It wasn't dead yet, but I wasn't going to let it run away from me. No, it killed 2 of my giant trees. 2 of me. I used my other skills, everything else that I have. Fruit attacks, poison field, corrosive fruits, tree saps, constrict, and natural mana overwhelming. And I pulled the demon walker down to the ground. It was weak. Our attacks made it weak. I spawned 2 more giant trees in place of where the 2 others fell, and they added strength to the roots that pulled the demon walker down. It collapsed. Alive but grounded, its mouth and other orifices tied up, tangled by roots. Like a parasite, we feasted on the demonic walker. We drained and we pushed our mana in. It struggled. By now, the battlefield's remaining demonoids crushed in the onslaught of root strikes. There was a few demon knights. They hacked at the trees and the roots. They did a bit of damage, but the regeneration of the giant trees were faster. As long as the demon walker fell, we could take a few hits. At times, it seemed like its strength recovered slightly or the effects of our constrict skill faded. But constrict was a skill that was meant to last long, and if I wanted, I could keep using it perpetually. For days, it attempted to struggle. Teehee demon knights attempted to hack away the vines. Then my skills returned. And I cleared the battlefield of the lesser demons, whatever balance on the demon walker. If this was next to me, it'd already be dead. But such are the perils of fighting at 30 strength. I drew on the mana from wherever I could and channeled it there, the giant attendant tree acting like my regional power station. Mana weakens it. The demon walker attempts to resist, and I could sense it functions on demonic mana, or whatever that dried-up husk of a lake is. Perhaps I could call it desert mana to our natural water mana. The mana inside fought against the mana we intentionally poured in. Whatever, I wanted it dead. We wanted it dead. We pummel it again and it turned weak. A day, 2 days, it never really died, it still lived. Cursed distances, my roots not working as well. A few more days and my arsenal of skills refreshed itself, and we repeated that. Each time the demon walker edged weaker, its cracked skin starting to give way to our natural mana. The vines started to make roots into the skin of the walker. Every time it struggled, we unleashed our root strikes, and then finally, after 2 weeks, we broke through the head and cracked the demon walker's inner structure. It was almost there, dying. Our vines reached into it. So did our mana. We ran out of root strikes again. So the vines, the branches, they extended like feelers, like a parasite finding the innards of the creature. Like a hollowed log infested by algae and mushrooms. Natural mana overwhelming is capturing, assimilating a demon walker, assimilation successful, obtained massive woodwalker shell. Massive woodwalker shell is inactive, as it requires a titan soul, or 5 artificial soul, a powerful mobile energy supply, a mobile root mind complex, and a mobile high-density energy storage. Low-quality energy supply and storage will limit power and performance of the MWS. Titan frame type, woodwalker unlocked. Future Titan souls may select walker variants. Creation of woodwalker Titan frames require construction of Titan's chambers, a special construction project. You gained 2 level. You are now level 142. Natural mana overwhelming upgraded. Only 2 levels. What's left is now a verdant monstrosity, once a demonic giant that's now covered in vines, leaves, moss, and all other sorts of vegetation. As if an ancient machine was left to the effects of nature for a long period of time, and now the trees have reclaimed them, assimilated them like those ancient temples where the roots are in every part of the structure. But there's no mind to it. I have this thing, but I can't use it. Unless I get those, mobile energy supply and energy storage. So it is time to turn to my trusty lab, commence research. Additional research added, super storage potatoes SSB stage 112 months. Massive leaf power generation array stage 116 months. I think it'll probably look like an oversized Venusaur if there's a big bunch of trees on its back with some potatoes. Or would it look more like Bulbasaur, Spazer Panics?